Chapter 1: Triggering the Love System. It was on the hospital bed that Han Lingfeng, who had been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, finally woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw a beautiful young lady sitting in front of the bed. "Are you awake?" The beautiful young lady looked at Su Hao with concern, and her voice was as sweet as a silver bell. "Yi Kunlun." Han Lingfeng recognized the beauty in front of him at a glance. She is the beautiful CEO of the #1 group in South City, and the goddess in Han Lingfeng's mind. 3 days ago, the stepmother wrongly accused Han Lingfeng of stealing her gold necklace, and the father beat him up without asking any questions. Han Lingfeng ran out of the house, and when he was running on the street, he happened to collide with Yi Kunlun's car. He was then admitted to the hospital. Looking at the woman in front of him, Han Lingfeng wondered if he was dreaming. Is this woman in front of me really the goddess Yi Kunlun? I could only see it on TV and in my dreams before. Han Lingfeng pinched his arm hard and it clearly hurt, so it seemed he was not dreaming. My driver accidentally hit you while driving, and you were in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Kunlun continued in her incredibly pleasant voice. Your phone has a password, so I can't notify your family. Now you can call your family and ask them to come over to discuss compensation. I will try my best to compensate you. Han Lingfeng continued to stare at Yi Kunlun. He was completely fascinated by her. The goddess in front of me is so beautiful, even more beautiful than the one on TV. A broad forehead, a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and smooth black hair. Ahem. The secretary behind Yi Kunlun coughed dryly and reminded, "Our CEO Yi is talking to you." The secretary's words brought Han Lingfeng back to his senses. He looked up at the secretary and asked, "Who?" He had heard nothing just now. The secretary replied in an unhappy tone, "Our CEO Yi asked you to call your family members to come over to discuss compensation." Family members? Han Lingfeng's heart was instantly overshadowed. All those scenes of abuse appeared in my mind all at once. His tone suddenly became heavy and he shook his head. "I don't have any family." No family? The female CEO and the secretary looked at each other, with a hint of surprise in their expressions. "Then just tell me a number, and I will try my best to satisfy you." The female president looked at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes. "No need." Han Ling smiled and shook his head. "No need for compensation." No need for compensation? Yi Kunlun seemed a little surprised. "Yes, no compensation is required," Han Lingfeng said firmly. "Why? Don't you want money?" Yi Kunlun asked. Who doesn't like money? Besides, he was so short of money, but he didn't want Yi Kunlun's money. "How about this? I'll give you 500,000. Yi Kunlun said immediately. "Really, that's not necessary," Han Lingfeng said with a smile. The smile on his face looked very bright. He doesn't even want 500,000 yuan. Is he stupid? The female secretary looked at Han Lingfeng in surprise. "You don't like money?" Yi Kunlun asked doubtfully. "Who doesn't want money?" "But, it's because you were the one who bumped into me." "Do you know? I have admired you since junior high school. Every time I see you on TV, I am happy for the whole day. You are the goddess in my mind. How can I take money from a goddess?" Han Lingfeng's eyes were shining like stars when he spoke. This is why he doesn't want money, she is his goddess. Yi Kunlun lowered his head somewhat unnaturally. The secretary behind him flashed an awkward smile across his face. "Okay then. Since you don't want it, forget it." Yi Kunlun raised his head again and motioned to the secretary to take the business card from the bag. The secretary quickly handed over the business card and Yi Kunlun took it. She handed the business card to Han Lingfeng. "This is my business card. If you change your mind, you can call this number. This is her personal cell phone number." Han Lingfeng took the business card and his heart jumped like a happy little bird. "Let's go." Yi Kunlun turned around and instructed the secretary. Then he left surrounded by bodyguards. Looking at the goddesses departing back, Han Lingfeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. My heart also hurts inexplicably. He was 20 years old and had never felt this way about anyone. Why did he feel heartbroken towards Yi Kunlun? She is obviously just an idol, as unrealistic as a fictional character. Looking at the business card in his hand, he felt that he shouldn't have too many fantasies. He will keep this business card just like he keeps her photos on the internet. He put the photo in his pocket and prepared to get out of bed. He felt that there was nothing serious wrong with him and he could be discharged from the hospital. But just as I turned over and got up, my head suddenly felt dizzy and at the same time a sharp sound rang in my ears. Then, a female voice from the system was heard in my ears. Congratulations on triggering the love system. You have completed the system-designated task and the system will give you a reward. Now dispatching tasks. Task content: confess your love to the goddess, reward 1 billion. Han Lingfeng, who often reads online novels, knows what this means. I triggered the system. Han Lingfeng was so happy that he almost danced on the hospital bed. Thank you, heaven. Thank you, God. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thank you, Buddha Tathagata. With the system, he will be able to fulfill many wishes. With the system, he will be able to completely escape from this rotten life. What he lacks most now is money. He is penniless because his father and stepmother hardly give him pocket money. He now urgently needs to collect the 1 billion reward. Therefore, he now has to complete the task and confess his love to his goddess. Goddess? Yi Kunlun, yes, it's Yi Kunlun. Go and confess to Yi Kunlun now. Han Lingfeng said excitedly. He got out of bed, without even having time to put on his shoes, and ran out of the ward. Chapter 2: Confessing to the older female CEO. Outside the hospital, Yi Kunlun, his driver, secretary and bodyguards were about to leave. Just as she was about to get into the car, someone behind her called her in an excited voice. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun, the driver, secretary and bodyguard all looked back. Han Lingfeng was seen running out of the medical hall in a hurry. He looked excited, walked briskly, and was barefoot. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng rushed to Yi Kunlun happily. His heart was pounding with excitement. What are you doing? Yi Kunlun frowned. Perhaps she thought that his behavior was very inappropriate, as he was shouting her name loudly in public, wearing a hospital gown and barefoot. You know, she is the president of the first group in South City. Others only dare to call her President Yi or Miss Yi, but he actually calls her by her name. You want compensation, right? She asked coldly after Han Lingfeng ran up to her. No, no, no. You misunderstood. Han Lingfeng shook his head frantically. What is that? Yi Kunlun still frowned, looking unhappy. Han Lingfeng calmed himself down, took a deep breath, and finally shouted, I've got enough courage. I like you. Congratulations on completing the task, the system immediately announced in my ears. 1 billion yuan has been transferred to your account. The phone vibrated in my pocket, obviously a text message indicating that money had arrived. But Han Lingfeng's thoughts at this moment were not on this sudden wealth, but he was completely immersed in the confession just now. I actually confessed to her like this. The driver, bodyguard, and secretary all looked at him in shock. What did this boy mean? Yi Kunlun's face was as pale as frost. There was anger in her eyes. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Han Lingfeng looked at the goddess in front of him with eager eyes. He meant it, very seriously. Yi Kunlun's face darkened. He glared at Han Lingfeng with an unfriendly look and was about to bend down to get in the car. He was obviously too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Confession Task 2, let the goddess be your girlfriend. At this moment, the voice of the system came to my ears. Han Lingfeng rushed forward, held the car door with his hand, and shouted at her, don't you believe it? I really like you. Yi Kunlun's ruthless eyes slid across Han Lingfeng's face and ordered the bodyguard, drag him away. The bodyguard came over, grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand and pulled him aside. Han Lingfeng suddenly shouted, you hurt me, you have to be responsible for me. Yi Kunlun, who had already stepped one foot into the car, retracted his foot, turned around and looked at Han Lingfeng with a very gloomy look. He. Han Lingfeng immediately grinned at her. Secretary Chen, give him compensation. Yi Kunlun instructed the secretary. I don't want money. Han Lingfeng grinned. Then what do you want? Yi Kunlun's eyes flashed with fire. Can you be my girlfriend? Han Lingfeng asked happily. The second confession mission is completed, and the system will reward you another 1 billion. I heard the system announcement. Great, another 10 billion earned. Han Lingfeng was secretly happy. But what he was looking forward to more at this moment was the goddess's reaction. He turned his head and looked around. The driver, bodyguard, and secretary were obviously shocked by what he had just said. This boy actually asked Mr. Yi to be his girlfriend? Is he crazy? Yi Kunlun's expression was extremely ugly. Nonsense. Am I kidding? Han Lingfeng scratched his head. He was not kidding at all. He was clearly speaking the truth. I'm very busy and don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Yi Kunlun glared at him coldly. Then he turned around and told Secretary Chen, give him 500,000. Secretary Chen stuffed a bank card into Han Lingfeng's hand and said, take it. Han Lingfeng pushed Secretary Chen's hand away and shouted at Yi Kunlun, I said I don't want money. Do you think I'm a greedy person? Is the president of the Yi Group so narrow-minded? Yi Kunlun had just stepped into the car door, but then stepped back out. She was already irritated. She turned her head angrily and glared at Han Lingfeng, what do you want? I want you to be my girlfriend. Han Lingfeng immediately showed a bright smile on his face again. Yi Kunlun put on a proud attitude, how old are you? I'm 20. Han Lingfeng replied with a smile. You are 10 years younger than me. Yi Kunlun said. So what? Love can transcend age, and you look only in your 20s. Han Lingfeng said. Okay. Yi Kunlun nodded, and then said sharply, but are you worthy of me? I may not be worthy of you now, but sooner or later I will be worthy of you, I promise. Han Lingfeng shouted. The bodyguards, secretaries, and drivers all laughed at the side. This little boy is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. How dare he say such big words? Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng silently for a few seconds, said nothing, then turned and got into the car. Watching the car leave, Han Lingfeng felt lost. At this moment, the system's voice came to my ears again. Give up, the system rewards 100 million. Keep chasing, the system rewards 1 billion. Please choose to continue chasing or give up. Keep chasing, of course keep chasing, only a fool would give up. Han Lingfeng said. You chose to continue chasing, the system rewards you 1 billion. The next task is to continue to confess to the goddess. Han Lingfeng thought for a moment and took out the business card that Yi Kunlun left for him. After calming down, he dialed the mobile number on the business card. The phone rang a few times and was connected. Yi Kunlun's voice came from the other end, who is it? It's me. Han Lingfeng shouted hurriedly, Han Lingfeng, I'm the 20-year-old man who just confessed to you. What I just said to you is true, Yi Kunlun, I like you. I like you very much. Chapter 3 Buying a Big Villa. Mission completed, system reward 1 billion, the system's voice immediately came to my ears. The other party was silent for a few seconds and hung up the phone. The goddess ignored him, and he had expected this result. The most important thing is that now he has completed another mission and earned another billion. In just a short while, he had earned 3 billion. You have completed all 3 tasks today. New tasks will be assigned tomorrow. Tip, please be mentally prepared for tomorrow's love offensive. Today's mission has been completed, and the pursuit of Yi Kunlun can come to a temporary end. Tomorrow, I wonder what kind of love mission the system will assign him. Whatever, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, he is determined to pursue Yi Kunlun. If he doesn't get her in this life, he will die with regrets. But the most important thing now is that he has to prepare a place for himself to live. After escaping from home, he had nowhere to go, so he decided to buy a house now. Anyway, the 3 billion reward from the system is enough for him to buy a big villa. It is now 12 o'clock in the afternoon and he still has half a day to do this. Take a taxi to the real estate sales center now. Longtan Villa is the best villa area in Nanshur City. It is backed by mountains and forests and is in front of a lake. The air is fresh and the scenery is pleasant. Living here is absolutely comfortable. Of course, the housing prices here are also the highest in South City, so those who can buy a house here are either rich or noble. Miss, which one is the most luxurious villa here? Han Lingfeng walked up to the sales lady. The sales lady glanced at him, did not agree to his request, and went to greet other customers. Maybe she felt that he was not mature enough, did not dress elegantly, and did not look like a financially capable person, so she did not want to waste her time on him. Miss. Han Lingfeng then walked towards the sales lady who had a gentle smile on her face. The sales lady looked at Han Lingfeng with a gentle face. I want to buy the most luxurious villa here. Can you sell it to me? Han Lingfeng said. The sales lady looked at Han Lingfeng with surprise for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. Don't joke with me, little brother, she said with a smile. What? Don't I look like someone who can afford a big villa? Han Lingfeng asked. I think you are not yet an adult. The sales lady said with a smile. Who said I'm not an adult? I'm already 20 years old, do I look that young? Han Lingfeng said. 20 years old? Why do you look like 16, with such a baby face and so thin? The sales lady looked Han Lingfeng up and down. I am small because. That was because of malnutrition when I was a child. My mother died very early and my father married a stepmother. People say that if there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. It is true. His stepmother had never treated him well. She reserved all the delicious food for her biological children and sometimes even refused to give Han Lingfeng food as a punishment. Han Lingfeng often suffered from malnutrition due to hunger, so he was smaller than other boys of the same age. But now, why should he say so much to the salesboy? I'm too lazy to tell you, but I do want to buy a house, the most luxurious and expensive one, said Han Lingfeng. Well, even if you are 20 years old, you are too young. Do you have so much money? Said the sales lady seriously. Of course I have. I have 3 billion. Han Lingfeng said proudly. Ah, this is so funny. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in the world. A shrill voice came from the side. Han Lingfeng felt that this sarcasm was clearly directed at him, and the voice sounded very familiar. He turned his head and looked to the side, only to see two classmates from high school, a boy and a girl. The male classmate is Zhang Junjie and the female classmate is Li Yujiao. Han Lingfeng dropped out of school before graduating from high school. The two old classmates in front of him are now college students. Zhang Junjie and Li Yujiao were in love in high school, but I didn't expect that they are still together now. At this moment, Li Yujiao was holding Zhang Junjie's arm and walking towards Han Lingfeng. Both of them had a superior smile on their faces. Han Lingfeng felt unhappy when he saw them, because he was often bullied by them in high school. Han Lingfeng, can you say what you just said again? Zhang Junjie looked amused. What's there to be afraid of? Han Lingfeng was no longer as timid as he was in high school. He straightened his chest and said calmly, I just told the sales lady that I want to buy the most luxurious villa here. I have 3 billion yuan, which is enough to buy a villa. I can't spend it all. Han Lingfeng, you are such a boaster. Li Yujiao said sarcastically, everyone knows that you were the poorest in our class back then. You couldn't even afford a cup of $8 milk tea. What Li Yujiao said was true. He was indeed very poor when he was in school because his stepmother hardly gave him pocket money. That's right. You actually dare to brag here, saying that you have 3 billion yuan and want to buy a big villa. I think you are deliberately making fun of the sales lady. Zhang Junjie said. Little brother, I didn't take what you just said seriously. I think you'd better leave. You'll be a hindrance to my work if you stay here. Said the sales lady, her tone still gentle. It doesn't matter if they don't believe me, but you have to believe me, because I will become your biggest client today, and you will get a large commission because of it. Han Lingfeng said to the sales lady. Come on, for a poor bastard like you, let alone taking out 3 billion, I'll admire you even if you can take out 300 yuan from your pocket right now, said Zhang Junjie. That's right. Li Yujiao echoed. Han Lingfeng didn't bother to pay attention to them. Instead, he took out his bank card and put it in the sales lady's hand, swiped the card. Chapter 4 Being chased also has rewards. Han Lingfeng didn't bother to pay attention to them. Instead, he took out his bank card and put it in the sales lady's hand, swiped the card. The sales lady looked at him doubtfully, but finally walked to the card machine with the bank card. If she can swipe the money, I'll take your surname. Zhang Junjie reached out and knocked on Han Lingfeng's chest. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice from the card machine, the balance is 3 billion yuan. The sales lady checked the balance first, and was surprised that there was actually 3 billion in the card. Yes. It's true. There are really 3 billion. The sales lady's excited scream echoed throughout the hall. This attracted many house viewers and sales staff to turn their attention here. How is this possible? Zhang Junjie and Li Yujiao couldn't believe it. Han Lingfeng has always been poor, where did he get 3 billion? I guess he is a rich second generation. The onlookers talked about it. Li Yujiao's eyes suddenly became ambiguous when she looked at him, while Zhang Junjie's face was full of jealousy. Little brother, here is your key. The villa is fully furnished and you can move in now. The sales lady with a gentle smile handed a key to Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng took the key and said, "Please don't call me little brother next time. I'm not little. I'm very big." The sales lady lowered her head and her face turned red. I guess she must have thought of something wrong. Holding the key, Han Lingfeng walked out of the sales hall in a cool manner amid the amazed discussions of the crowd. Bah! Looking at his back, Zhang Junjie spat on the ground to express his dissatisfaction. Li Yujiao stared at Han Lingfeng's back intently, like a wild animal staring at its prey. Han Lingfeng came to the big villa. The villa was finely decorated and very luxurious. The house was surrounded by greenery and there was a small garden behind the house. It's worthy of being a 50 million villa, it's really great. The most important thing is that I have a place to live, which is great. I don't have to go back to that terrible place of Han's. Come to think of it, he disappeared for 3 days, but no one from the Han family called to ask about him. It seemed that in their hearts, whether he was dead or alive, they didn't care at all. Forget it, from now on, the bridge is the bridge, the road is the road, let us just consider it as severed relationship. Don't think too much about it. Just take a good look at the room now, and then ask the property management to arrange a few nannies for you. Han Lingfeng looked around and suddenly a figure appeared at the door. Han Lingfeng. Li Yujiao walked in from outside with a smile on her face. Why are you here? Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao expressionlessly. Li Yujiao looked around the luxurious villa and looked at Han Lingfeng with enthusiasm. I didn't expect you to be so rich. It turns out you are an invisible rich second generation. Invisible rich second generation? She actually thought so, but Han Lingfeng was too lazy to explain. What do you need? Han Lingfeng asked. Actually, that's what I want to tell you. Li Yujiao hesitated. Can I be your girlfriend? What? Han Lingfeng was surprised. Actually, I know, Lingfeng, I know you liked me when we were in high school. Actually, I like you too. Li Yujiao reached out and grabbed Han Lingfeng's arm. Wait a minute. Han Lingfeng interrupted her and pushed away her hand that was hugging his arm. I liked you in high school? Who said I liked you in high school? Li Yujiao immediately hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Don't deny it. I know you have a crush on me. You even stuffed a love letter in my drawer. Have you forgotten? Han Lingfeng had not forgotten the incident of stuffing the love letter, but Li Yujiao misunderstood and thought that he had stuffed the love letter for someone else. Actually, I wanted to agree to you at that time, but Zhang Junjie threatened me to be his girlfriend, so I had to agree to him. Li Yujiao continued. I don't think it's like that. Han Lingfeng pushed away Li Yujiao's hand that was holding his arm again. I remember you were very enthusiastic about Zhang Junjie. That's all pretend. Actually, I don't like Zhang Junjie at all. The person I really like is you. Li Yujiao said, reaching out to hug Han Lingfeng's arm. Han Lingfeng hurriedly took 2 steps back and kept his distance from her. Stop it. If you like me, you wouldn't have bullied me so much in high school. I said, it was because Zhang Junjie threatened me. If I didn't join them in bullying you, he would torture you even more. He even said he would break your legs. So for you, I had to bear the heartache and join them in bullying you. Li Yujiao said, looking very sad. So, you are bullying me, or you are thinking about me? Han Lingfeng found it ridiculous. Lingfeng, actually the person I like is really you, you have to believe me. Li Yujiao continued to reach out and hold Han Lingfeng's arm. Han Lingfeng pushed her away and said, I don't want to talk about the past, but you are Zhang Junjie's girlfriend now. Do you know that you come to me and say such things? I have broken up with Zhang Junjie. Just now, I told him that the person I like is you. Li Yujiao said. In fact, she didn't break up with Zhang Junjie at all. She just found an excuse to send Zhang Junjie away, and then she came to find Han Lingfeng. She wanted to win Han Lingfeng first before she dared to break up with Zhang Junjie. You like me? If you didn't know I have 3 billion, would you like me? Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao with a sneer. Yes, of course I will like you. Li Yujiao nodded vigorously and looked very sincere. But I don't like you. Han Lingfeng refused directly. What? How could this be? Li Yujiao couldn't believe it. When I was in high school, I stuffed a love letter into your drawer. However, it was for someone else, Li Datu, do you remember him? He was the tall guy in our class. Han Lingfeng said. What? Li Yujiao screamed, with a look of disgust on her face. How could you have stuffed the love letter for him? Yes, I delivered it for him. Han Lingfeng said, so, now you understand that I am not secretly in love with you. The hand holding Han Lingfeng's arm slipped away. Li Yujiao looked very disappointed. This man with 3 billion yuan had no interest in her at all. She originally thought she had a sure win. But soon, Li Yujiao raised her head again and enthusiastically grabbed Han Lingfeng's arm. Then can I pursue you? Are you willing to be my boyfriend? I don't want to. Han Lingfeng pushed her hand away without hesitation. Why? Am I not beautiful? Li Yuji shouted. To be honest, Li Yujiao is very pretty and has a great figure. When she was in high school, she was recognized as the school belle. It was for this reason that Zhang Junjie, the rich second generation, chose her to be his girlfriend. But Han Lingfeng felt that Li Yujiao was a bad woman and a gold digger. He didn't like her before and he disliked her even more now. Tell me, am I not beautiful? Li Yujiao continued to ask. No, you are very beautiful, but you are not my type. Han Lingfeng said bluntly. Then what type do you like? Li Yujiao asked. He likes Yi Kunlun, and he has decided that he will only love Yi Kunlun in this life. He is determined to make Yi Kunlun his wife. I already have someone I like. Han Lingfeng said seriously. Who do you like? Li Yujiao asked hurriedly. I think there is no need for you to know, and there is no need for me to tell you. Han Lingfeng said. Li Yujiao wanted to say something else. Han Lingfeng drove him away. If you have nothing else, please leave. I don't like others to disturb me. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng disappointedly, then turned and left. But she doesn't intend to give up. Every time you are pursued by someone, the system will reward you 1 billion. As soon as Li Yujiao left, Han Lingfeng heard the voice of the system in his ears. I didn't expect that there would be a reward for being chased by someone. Han Lingfeng was really surprised. Now, he hoped that Li Yujiao would continue to pursue him. Chapter 5 Make dessert for the goddess and get 1 billion in rewards. At night, Han Lingfeng lay alone on the big bed in the villa, not feeling sleepy at all. The scene in the hospital during the day kept appearing in his mind, and Yi Kunlun's face kept appearing in front of him. He liked her from the first moment he saw her. She used to be just his idol, but now, she was the woman he liked. Even if the system doesn't assign him any tasks, he will still pursue her. A sleepless night. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the system sent a task message. Go to the company to give flowers to the goddess, and get a reward of 1 billion. Han Lingfeng got up immediately, washed quickly, and went to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of roses. Then he went to Yi Kunlun's company. The first group company in Nanshur, Yi Group, is located on Guangming Road in the city center. Everyone in the city knows this. Of course Han Lingfeng would go to find her there. He walked to the company gate holding a bouquet of roses. When he was about to step in, the security guard at the gate stopped him. Stop! The security guard shouted, no outsiders are allowed in. Who said I was a stranger? I'm here to give flowers to your general manager Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng said. Are you from the flower shop? The security guard looked Han Lingfeng up and down. There were so many people who sent flowers to Mr. Yi. The security guard pointed to a desk near the window of the security room and said, just put the flowers there. No, I have to give it to her myself. Han Lingfeng shouted. Give it to her personally? Do you know how many people send flowers to our President Yi every day? President Yi doesn't have the time to accept these gifts. The security guard snorted coldly. Hey, security brother, please be kind and take me upstairs. Han Lingfeng smiled awkwardly and stuffed a few $100 bills into the security brother's hand. The security guard looked down but was not moved. He sternly scolded, don't try to play tricks on me. I've seen people like you many times. Do you think I'll let you in if you bribe me? Let me tell you, President Yi hates people who flatter her for no reason. If I let you go and cause trouble for her, she will find trouble with me. Being scolded is a small matter, but if you get fired, will you be responsible? He was just an employee, and Han Lingfeng didn't want to make things difficult for him. Since he can't go up, he'll just wait here. Yi Kunlun will eventually get off work. She will eventually come out of the company. Then when she comes out, he will personally present flowers to her. After waiting for several hours, Yi Kunlun finally came out. She was carrying a handbag and wearing a black professional suit, but she still looked so charismatic, so elegant, and so beautiful. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng ran towards her happily, holding a rose. Why are you here? Yi Kunlun frowned immediately. Why can't it be me? The smile on Han Lingfeng's face was as bright as the weather in June. What are you doing? Yi Kunlun looked unhappy. Han Lingfeng hurriedly handed over the rose in his hand. Of course I'm here to give you flowers. Yi Kunlun glanced at Han Lingfeng, probably thinking that he was speechless. She did not reach out to take the flowers, nor did she bother to talk any more nonsense with him. She just walked forward. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him. What exactly do you want to do? Yi Kunlun turned around and stared at Han Lingfeng with a fierce look. Hee, of course I'm pursuing you. Han Lingfeng grinned. Yi Kunlun closed his eyes helplessly and said unhappily, Can you not be so childish? Is pursuing you childish? Han Lingfeng didn't understand. Yi Kunlun seemed helpless, even a little tired. Hey, here you go. I bought this specially for you at the flower shop. Han Lingfeng handed the rose in his hand to Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun glanced at the flowers in his hand and felt even more helpless. She did not reach out to take it, but looked at Han Lingfeng seriously. Han Lingfeng. You remember my name? Han Lingfeng was immediately overjoyed. Yi Kunlun closed his eyes helplessly, and then continued, Please don't disturb me. Do you think I'm annoying? Han Lingfeng felt disappointed. Yi Kunlun looked at him in silence for a few seconds, then continued seriously, Do you think we have a chance? Of course it's possible. Han Lingfeng immediately smiled again. Do you think we are suitable? Yi Kunlun continued to ask. Why is it inappropriate? Han Lingfeng's eyes still had light. I am 30 years old, and you are 20. You are so much younger than me. Han Lingfeng interrupted her, I said it yesterday, when it comes to love, age is not a problem at all. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath, and then said fiercely, Okay. I am the president of Yi Group, but what are you? Are you worthy of me? I will be worthy of you, just give me some time. Han Lingfeng looked determined. Yi Kunlun was extremely helpless. She really had no way of communicating with this child. She could only say nothing, then sighed deeply and walked towards her luxury car. In front of the luxury car, the driver was already waiting there. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng chased after him. Yi Kunlun turned around and gave him a sharp look. That look made him stop. Watching the luxury car leave, Han Lingfeng felt very disappointed. Flower delivery mission failed, the system does not give rewards, the system's voice came to my ears. Han Lingfeng glanced at the rose in his hand and felt indescribably sad. You can choose to give up, the system prompts. No. I will never give up. Han Lingfeng was determined. Okay, the system will continue to assign tasks to you. The next task is to give the goddess a loving dessert made by yourself. Making loving desserts with his own hands did not stop him. When he was in the Han family, his stepmother treated him like a servant, so he knew how to cook and do housework, including making desserts. He decided to make a durian millefeuille for Yi Kunlun. After returning to the villa, Han Lingfeng began to operate. First prepare the durian flesh, eggs, flour, butter, milk and sugar. Then stir them together to make a batter. Then pour it into a frying pan and fry it into thin pancakes. Then spread the durian flesh on the pancake, roll it up, and put it in the refrigerator for a while. A delicious durian cake is ready. Now, let us go and give Yi Kunlun a loving dessert. The next second, in front of the Yi family mansion. Yi Kunlun pushed open the door and got out of the luxury car. Han Lingfeng, carrying a lunchbox, continued to run over with a smile on his face. Why are you here? Yi Kunlun frowned. Of course I'm waiting for you here. Han Lingfeng's smile always seems so sunny and bright. How do you know my home is here? Yi Kunlun still frowned. I just know it. Don't forget, you are my idol, and I pay attention to all your information. Han Lingfeng said proudly. Yi Kunlun felt more and more annoyed, and even felt a little dangerous. This boy actually came to where she lived. Are you so shameless? Yi Kunlun's face darkened and he looked fierce. What's wrong? Are you angry? Han Lingfeng's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he even looked a little pitiful. Alas! Yi Kunlun sighed deeply, put away her fierce expression, and tried to appear gentle. Then she asked, "What do you want from me?" Chapter 6 Successfully rejected the suitor, the system rewards 1 billion. Han Lingfeng's dim eyes immediately brightened up again, and he hurriedly handed over the bag in his hand. "I made you a loving dessert." Yi Kunlin looked at him silently for a few seconds, then reached out to take the dessert. He. Han Lingfeng looked at her and smiled foolishly. "Do you have anything else to say?" Yi Kunlin asked coldly. "No more." Han Lingfeng shook his head stupidly. "Why don't you leave?" Yi Kunlin frowned and drove him away. Han Lingfeng was reluctant to leave and continued to stand there, staring at her with a silly smile. Yi Kunlin rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked towards the gate of the mansion. "Yi Kunlin!" Han Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him. "What are you doing?" Yi Kunlin turned around and glared at him. "Won't you invite me to your house?" Han Lingfeng said. "Why should I invite you to my house?" Yi Kunlin asked. "Since I want to go, please let me go." "Okay?" Han Lingfeng begged. "Don't push your luck." Yi Kunlin said this coldly, gave him a warning look, and then turned and walked through the gate. Han Lingfeng stood at the gate, watching her leave, feeling very lost. He really wanted to visit her home and stay with her for a while. But it was obvious that Yi Kunlin disliked him. Han Lingfeng felt lost and sad when he thought about how much she disliked him. He stood there with his head down, like a little child who had been wronged, his toes digging the ground anxiously. I don't know how long it took. Ding dong, the system voice suddenly came into my ears. "The other person is enjoying your loving dessert. The love dessert mission has been completed, the system rewards 1 billion. At the same time, a voice came from the phone, "Bank card received, 1 billion yuan. She ate the dessert I made?" Han Lingfeng raised his head suddenly, his face full of joy. He himself had no idea that he was living such a humble life. He was so ecstatic when the person he loved ate the dessert he made. She was willing to eat what he cooked, which meant she didn't hate him. Han Lingfeng seemed to see hope again, and his eyes lit up again. The confidence to pursue the goddess is back. "Just wait, I will definitely catch you." Han Lingfeng shouted towards the gate, and then left happily. The system did not assign any new tasks for the time being, so Han Lingfeng returned to Longtan Villa. The Han family still didn't look for him. It had been 4 days since he ran away from home. It seemed that they really didn't care about him at all. Instead, it was Li Yujio who ran to the villa. Lingfeng. Seeing Han Lingfeng coming back, Li Yujiao, who was standing at the door of the villa, hurriedly came forward to greet him enthusiastically. Coincidentally, she was also holding a lunchbox in her hand. "What are you doing?" Han Lingfeng was very cold, just like Yi Kunlin treated him. "I brought you some food." Li Yujiao enthusiastically shook the bag in her hand. He seemed to have just experienced this scene. Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao as if he was looking at himself. "What to eat?" Han Lingfeng was still cold. "I made the dumplings myself," Li Yujiao said enthusiastically. "I don't like dumplings." Han Lingfeng said, then took the key to open the door of the villa and went in. Li Yujiao was stunned for a moment, then chased into the house. "How could that be? I remember you loved eating dumplings when you were in school." Han Lingfeng didn't want to pay attention to her and sat down on the sofa. Li Yujiao hurriedly opened the lunchbox and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. "It's still hot, eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Han Lingfeng looked up and stared at her. Wasn't it because this woman saw that he was rich now that she was being so attentive to him? "Li Yujiao, there will be no result between you and me. Your enthusiasm is misplaced." Han Lingfeng said. "Ling Feng." A layer of sadness appeared on Li Yujiao's face. "I really like you now, not because of money." Who would believe it? Han Lingfeng thought it was funny. If she didn't know that she had 3 billion in her card, oh no, it was already 5 billion now. If she didn't know that she was a billionaire, would she still say that she liked him? "But I don't like you, I've told you that." Han Lingfeng had a sarcastic smile on his face. "It doesn't matter if you don't like me now, but I believe you will like me sooner or later." "I am willing to wait," said Li Yujiao. Speechless, Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao in silence. This woman would do anything for money. "I'll give you 1 million, and you don't bother me anymore," Han Lingfeng said. "Lingfeng." Li Yujiao suddenly looked at Han Lingfeng with a pair of sad eyes. "I said, I'm not doing this for money, I understand talking about money with poor people and talking about feelings with rich people, said Han Lingfeng. These words seemed to hurt Li Yujiao. She sighed sadly and forced herself to swallow the tears in her eyes. Then he forced a wry smile and said, I know you won't believe me, but it doesn't matter. I will make you believe me sooner or later. Li Yujiao said, picked up her bag from the coffee table, and looked at Han Ling with a lost look. Eat the dumplings while they're hot, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Li Yujiao walked away. Successfully reject the suitor, the system rewards 1 billion, the system then sounded in Han Lingfeng's ears. It's so cool to reject a suitor you don't like and still make money. Judging from Li Yujiao's attitude, she will not give up easily. After all, the balance in Han Lingfeng's card is too tempting. Gold diggers usually look at the balance in other people's cards and then fall into their trap step by step. Han Lingfeng didn't mind at all that Li Yujiao would continue to pursue him, and he would continue to reject her and hurt her completely until she began to doubt her life and then gave up on her own initiative. Chapter 7, Cruel Woman. In the morning, the system assigned a task to Han Lingfeng again. Invite the goddess to have breakfast, the system rewards 1 billion. The next second, Han Lingfeng appeared in front of the Yi family mansion with a smile on his face. When Yi Kunlun came out of the gate of the mansion, he looked up and saw Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng's face was as bright as a flower, and he hurriedly went to greet Yi Kunlun. Hey, Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun frowned instantly. Why is it you again? I'm here to treat you to breakfast. Han Lingfeng said with a smile on his face. Are you done yet? Yi Kunlun stared at him seriously. What's wrong? Han Lingfeng still had a smile on his face. Do you think it's fun to pester me like this? Yi Kunlun said. It's fun because I like you. Han Lingfeng said. Don't be so frivolous with me. I told you, we are not suitable for each other. Yi Kunlun was very serious. No, I think it's quite appropriate. Han Lingfeng didn't think there was anything inappropriate at all. Yi Kunlun was completely speechless by this little man. How could he, at such a young age, have such thoughts about her? This made her laugh and cry. Yi Kunlun looked at him for a few seconds and said, You are just a fan's infatuation with me, this is not love. This is love, I know. Han Lingfeng said seriously, I know my heart, because the first time I saw you, I wanted to marry you. Yi Kunlun simply wanted to bang his head against another's head and die. But I don't want to find a husband who is 10 years younger than me, said Yi Kunlun. Why? Han Lingfeng asked disappointedly. Because you are too childish, I like mature people. Yi Kunlun said. I can slowly mature for you, as long as you give me time. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was going crazy. Why was this little man so stubborn? It seemed that no matter how she refused, it was useless. There is no other way. It seems that I can only use cruel words to make him give up. Are you worthy? Ha? Are you worthy? Yi Kunlun asked repeatedly. I've said it before, sooner or later I will be worthy of you. Han Lingfeng said seriously, still very stubborn. Then wait until you are worthy of it. Yi Kunlun said, and walked towards his luxury car. Han Lingfeng shouted at her back, What can I do to be worthy of you? Yi Kunlun turned around and glared at him without saying anything. In her heart, there was no man in this world who could match her. As for the little man in front of her, he will never be worthy of her in his life. Because she is the president of the #1 group in South City, she is so beautiful, and she is multi-talented. For a woman as perfect as her, the man who is worthy of her is probably not born yet. He has no self-awareness at all, just like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, which will only bring trouble to himself. Are you so cruel? Just as Yi Kunlun was about to put her feet into the car, Han Lingfeng shouted at her. How can you bear to hurt someone who is sincere to you? Are you so cruel? Han Lingfeng shouted at her. Yi Kunlun turned around and said mercilessly, You asked for it. Okay. It's my fault. Han Lingfeng said resentfully. Yi Kunlun glanced at her coldly and got into the car. Watching the car leave, Han Lingfeng felt sad. She was such a cruel woman. It would be great if she could have even a little mercy on him. Do you want to continue chasing? If you don't want to chase anymore, you can choose to give up, and the system will reward you 100 million. The system sounded a prompt in my ear. If you continue to chase, the system will double the reward to 2 billion. Will the system double the reward? Of course we have to keep chasing. Even though Yi Kunlun's words were hurtful, he had to shamelessly continue pursuing her even if it was just for the 2 billion. Yi Kunlun, don't think that I will give up if you hit me like this. I won't give up easily. I'm an indestructible cockroach. Han Lingfeng encouraged himself. The system continues to prompt, since you have chosen to continue pursuing her, then ask the goddess out for dinner. This system is really interesting. He failed to invite her to breakfast, and now he wants her to invite her to dinner. This requires him to desperately ram himself into Yi Kunlun's gun. But for 2 billion, let us fight. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when Yi Kunlun was getting off work, Han Lingfeng, who had been waiting outside the company's gate, once again appeared in front of Yi Kunlun with a smile on his face. Why are you here again? Yi Kunlun was extremely annoyed. You said such harsh words to me this morning, don't think I will give up. Han Lingfeng said smugly, I won't give up easily. You are the first woman I fell in love with. I hope that in this life, I will only fall in love with you. Yi Kunlun was going crazy. This little man, she simply couldn't do anything with him. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Yi Kunlun left him and was about to leave. Han Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him, let me treat you to dinner. You're treating me? Yi Kunlun turned around and glanced at him with disdain, do you have money? Of course I do. Han Lingfeng puffed out his chest. You should keep the little pocket money you have for yourself. Yi Kunlun rolled her eyes at him and was about to get into the car. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you no matter what you want to eat. Han Lingfeng shouted hurriedly. Yi Kunlun bent down, then straightened up again, turned around, and attacked with words, do you know how much a meal costs me? You can't even afford to treat me. Damn. This woman is so arrogant. Could it be that she eats diamonds? Even if she ate diamonds, he could afford it. He has billions of dollars in assets now. Who said I can't afford it? I have money. Just tell me where you want to eat, no matter how expensive it is, I can afford it. Han Lingfeng said, patting his chest. Yi Kunlun glanced at him, this little man was really just pretending to be rich. But she couldn't bear to let this little man who didn't look wealthy treat her to a meal. I said that just now just to make him give up, but he is still so stubborn. Forget it, I don't want to bother with him. Yi Kunlun bent down and prepared to get into the car again. Kunlun. At this time, a well-dressed and mature man came over with the car keys. The mature man had a smile on his face and his eyes were fixed on Yi Kunlun. He was walking towards Yi Kunlun quickly. Yi Kunlun's eyes clearly flashed with displeasure. Feng Bo, why are you here? I'd like to invite you to have dinner with me, said the mature man named Feng Bo. Han Lingfeng felt unhappy because it was obvious that this man was Yi Kunlun's suitor. Yi Kunlun glanced at Han Lingfeng, then said to Feng Bo, okay, where shall we eat? Seeing that he actually accepted the invitation of this mature man, Han Lingfeng felt as if his heart was pricked by a needle. No. Han Lingfeng rushed forward immediately. Chapter 8, that's his fiancée. Who is this? Feng Bo pointed at Han Lingfeng and asked Yi Kunlun, is he your relative? Yi Kunlun glanced at Han Lingfeng and said, don't pay attention to him. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let's go. Yi Kunlun said this and followed Feng Bo without looking back. Han Lingfeng experienced jealousy for the first time in his 20 years of life. Give up, the system will reward you 300 million, at this time, the system reminded me again. Continue to chase, the system rewards 3 billion. 3 billion? Then we must continue to pursue. The system gave out more and more rewards, and it was clearly guiding him and not wanting him to give up. What's more, he really liked Yi Kunlun and didn't want to give up so easily. Han Lingfeng hurriedly stopped a car and followed Yi Kunlun and Feng Bo's car. Yi Kunlun and Feng Bo went to have dinner, and he was afraid that Feng Bo would take advantage of Yi Kunlun, so he had to follow them to see what was going on, so that he could rush out to stop it at the critical moment. When Han Lingfeng followed them to the restaurant, Feng Bo and Yi Kunlun had already sat down at a window seat. They had already ordered the dishes, but they had not yet been served. Han Lingfeng hid behind the screen, spying on Feng Bo and Yi Kunlun's every move. He wanted to find out what the relationship between that man and Yi Kunlun was. Then, he heard Feng Bo say to Yi Kunlun, your grandma came to see me today. What did she say? Yi Kunlun asked. She hopes we get married as soon as possible. Feng Bo said while observing Yi Kunlun's expression. Yi Kunlun looked unhappy. The old lady seemed to be afraid that no one would want her, so she was eager to marry her off. Kunlun, you know I have liked you since high school, Fang Bo said, trying to reach out to hold Yi Kunlun's hand. However, he was stopped by Yi Kunlun's sharp look. My parents also hope that you can become the daughter-in-law of our Fang family. Fang Bo continued. Yi Kunlun is very conflicted now. This marriage is not what she wants and she doesn't like Fang Bo. But it was difficult for her to disobey her grandmother's orders. Her grandmother had disciplined her very well since she was a child. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, her orders seemed to have been arranged since she was born. But facing the important matter of marriage, there was a force of resistance stirring in her heart. Kunlun, will you marry me? At this time, Fang Bo took out a ring from his arms and handed it to Yi Kunlun. The ring is made of diamond and looks quite heavy, obviously worth a lot of money. Han Lingfeng, who was hiding behind the screen, was very nervous when he saw Fang Bo proposing to Yi Kunlun. He was afraid that Yi Kunlun would agree. Fortunately, after a few seconds of silence, Yi Kunlun said to Fang Bo, "Please give me some time to think about it." "But you've been thinking about it for 3 years." Fang Bo shouted with a frown. "You know, I don't like others forcing me," Yi Kunlun said coldly. Fang Bo's face was filled with disappointment, but he knew Yi Kunlun's temper too well. If she disagreed, no one could force her. However, she had already delayed it for 3 years, and they were both not young anymore, so was there any need for her to continue delaying it? He had already begun to feel unbalanced. Yi Kunlun knew that Fang Bo was about to lose his patience, and she should indeed give him a clear answer as soon as possible. She looked at Fang Bo's face and said, "I will give you an answer as soon as possible, no more than a month." "Okay then." Fang Bo felt better. A month was nothing to him. He had been waiting for her for many years. Seeing that Yi Kunlun did not immediately agree to marry Fang Bo, Han Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He still had at least 1 month to pursue Yi Kunlun. He wanted to use this month to snatch Yi Kunlun from Fang Bo. Yi Kunlun could only be his woman. As soon as the dishes were served, Fang Bo received a phone call and said that he had to leave first due to urgent matters and could not have dinner with Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun was eager for him to leave, so he nodded and agreed to let him leave. As soon as Fang Bo left the restaurant, Han Lingfeng walked out from behind the screen. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Yi Kunlun's dining table. Yi Kunlun looked up and saw him. She was stunned for a moment, but she quickly realized that this guy had followed them here. Han Lingfeng sat down in the seat where Fang Bo had just sat, looking at Yi Kunlun with a playful smile. Yi Kunlun secretly wondered in her heart, is this little man made of the sun? Why does he always have a smile on his face? Will he never be sad? Just now, I saw that man propose to you. Han Lingfeng looked meaningful. So what? You were right not to agree to him. He is not worthy of you at all. Are you worthy of it? Yi Kunlun asked back. I'm not worthy of you either. Han Lingfeng shook his head, but I will work hard. I'm only 20 years old. Sooner or later, I will be worthy of you. Yi Kunlun was speechless. Han Lingfeng continued, and I can see that you don't like him at all. I really don't like him, but I dislike you even more. Yi Kunlun said, at least he is not like you, with a face thicker than a city wall. Haven't you heard the saying? A thick-skinned person gets what he wants. If you're too thin-skinned to pursue a woman like you, you won't succeed, said Han Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun didn't want to pay any more attention to him. Let me treat you to a meal. Han Lingfeng suddenly pointed at the dishes in front of him with great interest. Yi Kunlun couldn't believe it. You're treating? These dishes were ordered by Fang Bo, and Fang Bo has already paid for the meal. It's not like he didn't have dinner with you, so just consider it as me treating you back by borrowing your flour to offer you a meal. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was speechless. How could there be such people in the world? However, she didn't seem to hate the little man that much. To be honest, he was quite interesting. Are you peeking at me? Han Lingfeng grabbed a piece of cold beef slice from the plate and put it in his mouth, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Kunlun, his face full of pride. Ahem. Yi Kunlun coughed dryly, how could I peek at you? Do you like me? Han Lingfeng's face was full of joy. You are too narcissistic. Yi Kunlun said coldly. At least, you don't dislike me. Han Lingfeng said as if to comfort himself. Yi Kunlun didn't want to talk to him anymore. He was really a letdown. Just now, she thought he was quite interesting, but now, she felt that he was a letdown. Give him a little spring breeze and he will shine. Don't think too much. I'm not interested in you. Not now and not in the future. Yi Kunlun returned to his previous coldness. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe you will love me tomorrow. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was going crazy. This man was just daydreaming. He was just dreaming. She, Yi Kunlun, had never fallen in love with anyone, neither before nor in the future. You're just dreaming. Yi Kunlun said coldly, stood up and left. Aren't you going to eat? Han Lingfeng shouted. But the woman left without looking back. The task of inviting the goddess to dinner failed, and the system does not give rewards. However, in order to make up for your injured heart, the system will give you a consolation reward of 1,000 yuan. Damn it! Han Lingfeng cursed. Was the system trying to stab him in the heart? A consolation reward of 1,000 yuan is really not very harmful but is extremely insulting. You can use this 1,000 yuan consolation prize to go to the bar for a drink and relax, the system prompts. Han Lingfeng nodded. Alright, let's go to the bar and relax. We have nothing to do anyway, and it's still early to go home and sleep. Then, Han Lingfeng stood up and left the restaurant. At the same time, the Yi family. After returning home, Yi Kunlun had an argument with her grandmother for the first time. She opposed her grandmother's search for Fang Bo and her haste to marry her off. She also said that she did not want to marry Fang Bo and hoped that her grandmother could reconsider the marriage. This made old lady Yi very angry, because she felt that there was nothing wrong with this marriage. The two families were well matched and the marriage between them would benefit both sides. Finally, the quarrel ended due to Yi Kunlun's silence, but the grandmother and grandson could not reach a consensus and the quarrel did not produce a result. Yi Kunlun, who was in a depressed mood, came to the bar to drink, which happened to be the bar where Han Lingfeng was. Han Lingfeng turned his head and saw the familiar woman sitting in front of the bar drinking alone. She seemed to be in a bad mood. Han Lingfeng stood up and walked towards the woman. Chapter 9, I will protect her at all costs. Just as Han Lingfeng walked towards Yi Kunlun, 3 gangsters suddenly came up to Yi Kunlun with beer. Beauty, would you like a drink? Said the man wearing a black vest and with tattoos on his arms, with a malicious smile on his face. The other 2 men also had malicious smiles on their faces. It's easy to tell what they are planning. I don't drink with strangers. Yi Kunlun replied. Won't we become familiar with each other if we get to know each other? As the man in the vest spoke, he put one hand on Yi Kunlun's shoulder. Yi Kunlun's eyes suddenly became sharp. No man had ever dared to touch her, let alone this little thug. He was so bold. She clenched the cup in her hand and smashed it hard on the hand on her shoulder. Ouch! The man in the vest cried out and instinctively pulled his hand back. When he raised his hand, he saw that his fingers were swollen. The vest man's eyes suddenly filled with anger. You stinky bitch, how dare you? Puff! A glass of red wine was splashed on the vest man's face. Yi Kunlun stared at the vest man with a pair of cold eyes. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a person and such a thing. She had never thought that one day she would be teased by someone. She was inviolable. The man in the vest, who had wine splashed in his face, had cruelty and hatred in his eyes. He wiped the wine off his face and said to Yi Kunlun viciously, if I don't rape you tonight, I won't be considered a human being. Come here. The man in the vest grabbed Yi Kunlun's arm, obviously trying to drag her to some unknown place. Bang! At this moment, a wine bottle hit the vest man on the head. The man in the vest turned around and saw a little boy who looked to be only in his teens appearing behind him. Han Lingfeng glared at the man in the vest with an unhappy look on his face. Yi Kunlun was the goddess in his heart, his beloved woman, and no one was allowed to touch her. The man in the vest had no chance to attack yet. Han Lingfeng raised his foot and kicked the man in the stomach again. The man in the vest fell backwards to the ground, like a dead body with 4 legs facing the sky, looking very embarrassed. Seeing this, the other 2 thugs immediately pounced on Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was quick to grab a chair and waved over. Bang! The chair hit one of the gangsters. Seeing this, the other gangster hurriedly stepped back. After all, the other party had a chair in his hand. Come on! Come on! Han Lingfeng roared at them like a mad beast, and as he roared, the chair in his hand was eager to try. At this moment, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. In order to protect the goddess in his heart, he could do anything and hurt anyone. He would fight them to the death. The three thugs looked at each other. They had already seen the fearless ruthlessness in his eyes. They thought that this teenage boy must be crazy as his eyes looked so scary. They dared not fight with such a desperate person again. Go, go, go. The three gangsters just left. Han Lingfeng threw down the chair in his hand and hurried to Yi Kunlun. Are you okay? Ha? I didn't scare you? Don't be afraid, I'm here. He asked Yi Kunlun anxiously, fearing that she had been hurt in any way. At this moment, he doesn't look like a little man, but more like a mature man. Yi Kunlun's heart suddenly warmed up, and he had a feeling of being protected. But that feeling was fleeting, because her mind told her that the little man in front of her was only 20 years old, and he was just a big boy. In any case, she would not regard him as a man. She suppressed the warmth in her heart and her expression returned to being cold. Why are you here? Without waiting for Han Lingfeng to answer, she came to her own conclusion. Are you following me again? Han Lingfeng wanted to explain that he did not follow her here, and their meeting in the bar was purely accidental. But my brain didn't listen to me and I instinctively replied, yes. I followed you again. When he said this, he looked playful and his eyes were full of love. Looking into his eyes, Yi Kunlun couldn't get angry, even though she was being followed by him. She really didn't know what to say to him. So she picked up the bag on the table, turned around and left. Yi Kunlun, wait for me. Han Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him. After arriving outside the bar, Yi Kunlun was about to go home, but Han Lingfeng followed closely behind her. She stopped and turned to look at Han Lingfeng. Aren't you going home? I want it back. Han Lingfeng said with a silly smile. Then why don't you go back quickly? Why are you still following me? Yi Kunlun said. How about I take you home? Han Lingfeng suddenly had an idea. She has a car, does she need him to take her home? Yi Kunlun was speechless. No need. Yi Kunlun said. Let me take you there, okay? Han Lingfeng said, and actively opened Yi Kunlun's car door without permission. Yi Kunlun sighed helplessly. Without saying anything more, he walked to the driver's seat and drove. Han Lingfeng was very happy sitting in the same car with Yi Kunlun. While driving, Yi Kunlun asked, do you really have no family? I don't know why she suddenly asked him this. Yes. Han Lingfeng suddenly became sad. I have a father, a stepmother, and 2 half-brothers and sisters. Yi Kunlun was a little surprised, and at the same time seemed to feel Han Lingfeng's sadness. My mom died when I was 5, so I barely have any memory of what she looked like. Later, my father married a stepmother, who gave birth to a younger brother and a younger sister for me, but we are not born from the same mother. My stepmother seems to hate me. I don't know what I did wrong, but she always dislikes me. She would often beat and scold me for trivial matters, and sometimes she would even punish me by not giving me food. She would also save all the delicious food for my younger brothers and sisters and never give it to me. Even on my birthday, she would give the fruit on the cake to my younger brothers and sisters. Listening to Han Lingfeng talking about his original family, Yi Kunlun couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. It turned out that this child grew up in such a family and suffered so much. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that my stepmother wronged me and framed me. When something was missing from home, she said I stole it. At first they said I stole cakes and fruits, then gradually they started to say I stole pocket money, and they even found evidence in my room drawer. I didn't do anything, but somehow I became a thief in the eyes of others. My father would not believe me at all. He only believed my stepmother. Moreover, after seeing evidence again and again, he was convinced that I had a bad habit of stealing. In order to change my bad habits, he beat me, scolded me, and punished me, but these bad habits still existed in me. Until that day, the day you hit me with your car, my stepmother said I stole her gold necklace. I was wrongly accused once again. My father beat me again without asking any questions. This time, because the thing lost was a valuable item like a gold necklace, my father was very angry and insisted that I hand over the gold necklace. But I already had it, so how could I hand it over? My stepmother took the opportunity to mislead me, saying that I must have stolen the gold necklace and sold it, and that I must have spent all the money. In my father's eyes, I had already become a little hooligan, so my stepmother's words made sense to my father, who thought I must have stolen the gold necklace and sold it, and then spent all the money. My father was so angry that he beat me to death. Maybe he was too angry. That's why he hit me so hard. I felt like he was going to strangle me to death. When he grabbed my neck, I felt like I was suffocating, and his eyes were scary, as if he wanted to kill me. At that moment, I decided that I wanted to escape from this family. So I ran away from home, and then I was hit by your car. Han Lingfeng said this, raised his head and looked at Yi Kunlun happily. He reached out and grabbed Yi Kunlun's hand, and said excitedly, "Thank you for bumping into me. If you hadn't bumped into me, I wouldn't have known you." At that moment, Yi Kunlun's heart seemed to be hit by something. Chapter 10. Is she starting to feel moved? At that moment, Yi Kunlun's heart seemed to be hit by something. If she was out of sympathy and pity before, then at this moment, she was shocked. He actually said thank you for bumping into him. What on earth are you talking about? Yi Kunlun couldn't help but reach out and pat Han Lingfeng's head gently. Did he really like her so much? He didn't even bother to joke with his own life. Do you feel sorry for me? Han Lingfeng smiled at her happily and put his arm around her waist. Get out of my way. Yi Kunlun immediately pushed him away. She was a little angry. She felt a little sorry for him just now and treated him with a kind face, but he immediately did something that disgusted her. Okay, don't be angry, I was the one who didn't follow the rules. Han Lingfeng surrendered immediately. I swear, I will never do anything to you again, even though I really want to be close to you. Yi Kunlun was silent for a few seconds, and his eyes and face suddenly became very cold. Han Lingfeng, there is really no possibility for you and me. You should just give up. I'm serious. Han Lingfeng's eyes suddenly dimmed. I don't want you to continue wasting your time on me. Just break the fantasy. Don't force something that will never be possible. Why? Why is it never possible? Han Lingfeng shouted. The gap between you and me is too big. In addition to the age gap, there is also family background. And, as you know, I already have a fiancé. Having said that, Yi Kunlun simply stopped the car and looked at Han Lingfeng with a proud face. I said you are not worthy of me, and my fiancé is much better than you. He is the son of the #1 family in southern province, rich and powerful. What can you compare with him? That's enough. Han Lingfeng was about to cry. Didn't you say you don't like him? Yi Kunlun continued to provoke. What does it matter whether you like him or not? For an upper-class family like ours, what matters is maximizing benefits. Fang Bo can bring great benefits to our Yi family, and he is more mature than you and has a greater sense of security than you. Bang! Han Lingfeng finally couldn't stand the stimulation anymore and pushed open the car door and got out. I'm sorry. Only by saying this can you give up. Yi Kunlun drove away with a sense of loss. Tears fell uncontrollably, and this time, Han Lingfeng was really hurt. His self-confidence took a big hit because she said that the guy named Fang was better than him. Yi Kunlun really didn't like him, not even a little bit. Maybe he really had the wrong person. Yi Kunlun was simply not from the same world as him. He couldn't catch her, never could. Give up, reward 1 yuan. Continue to chase, reward 5 billion. The system prompts in your ear. I won't chase you anymore, I won't chase you anymore. Even if the reward is 1 trillion, I won't chase you anymore. At this moment, Han Lingfeng no longer cared whether the system would give him more rewards. What's the point of having so much money if you can't pursue the woman you love? Now he just wanted to lock himself in the room and sleep soundly, but of course, he couldn't sleep at all. But he was depressed and felt that the whole world had lost its light. He now seemed to be trapped in a dark mental hell, causing him great pain but unable to extricate himself. He lay in bed for 3 days without eating or drinking. During this period, Li Yujiao came to see him 3 times, but he did not open the door for her, so she returned disappointed 3 times. Li Yujiao also called him, but he didn't answer. Li Yujiao probably thought he was missing. During these 3 days, no one from the Han family looked for him. Meanwhile, Yi Kunlun began to feel uneasy. For 3 days, Han Lingfeng neither came to see her nor called her. She thought that she might have provoked him too much that day. She should have been thankful that he had stopped harassing her, but for some reason, she felt a little empty inside. But never mind, she wasn't going to worry about that little boy. There are still many things waiting for her to do in the company. Besides, she has to find a way to deal with the marriage arranged for her by her grandmother. She doesn't know how to extricate herself from it now. She is already annoyed enough. But now she couldn't concentrate on anything she did, as she was always worried about the little boy. Han Lingfeng's face, like a little sun, flashed before her eyes unknowingly. And the sadness he showed when he talked about his original family. Thinking about how he grew up in such an environment, suffered so much, and was so pitiful, pity rose in Yi Kunlin's heart again. She wondered if she had been too harsh on him. She finally couldn't control herself anymore and picked up her phone to call Han Lingfeng. She dialed Han Lingfeng's cell phone number. Han Lingfeng, who was lying on the bed, heard the phone ringing, but he lay there motionless, like a dead person. It was not until the phone rang for the second time that Han Lingfeng reached out for the phone and answered it. Yi Kunlin's voice came from the other end. "It's me, Yi Kunlin." When Han Lingfeng heard Yi Kunlin's voice, he sat up from the bed as if he had been injected with chicken blood. But when he thought of what she said to him that day, his eyes dimmed again. "Are you okay these days?" Yi Kunlin asked. "He's not good, he's terrible." But she wouldn't care anyway. "Why don't you speak?" Yi Kunlin asked. The boy, who was always talkative and lively, unexpectedly became so silent. Yi Kunlin was almost suffocated, which made her very uncomfortable. Of course, it was more of annoyance. Yi Kunlin took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. Losing her temper was not in line with her upbringing. "Speak." "Oh, I'm fine," Han Lingfeng said. "Okay. That's it. I feel relieved knowing that you are still alive," Yi Kunlin said. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Yi Kunlin was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly she heard sobbing on the other end of the line. "He cried?" Yi Kunlin felt nervous. "Are you crying?" Yi Kunlin asked. "Why did you call me? Don't you think I was hurt enough? You called me just to see if I was dead or not. Am I not worthy of your concern in your heart?" Han Lingfeng cried so hard. "I miss you so much, Yi Kunlin." When he said what was in his heart, his emotions burst out instantly, like a child who couldn't get candy, crying until he was almost exhausted. Hearing him crying so miserably, Yi Kunlin panicked. It was the first time she faced such a situation and she didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to comfort the child. She held the phone awkwardly, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Don't cry. Stop crying, okay?" she said again. "Stop crying." She had never spoken to anyone in such a gentle tone. Perhaps it was because Yi Kunlin's tone was too gentle. Han Lingfeng felt much better all of a sudden. He stopped crying, took 2 breaths, and then asked, "Are you caring about me?" "Huh? I'm worried about you. You haven't looked for me or called me for 3 days. I just want to know how you are doing." Yi Kunlin's tone was still very gentle. "Can I come to see you? Right now?" Han Lingfeng asked. He missed her so much that he wanted to see her right now. Yi Kunlin hesitated. Han Lingfeng was afraid that she would not agree, so he said hurriedly, "I have been living a miserable life these past 3 days, just like living in hell. Just think that you pity me and let me see you, okay?" "Okay? I miss you so much, I miss you so much." "Then, wait for me in the underground parking lot near the company," Yi Kunlin said. "Okay, I'll go right away." Han Lingfeng immediately regained his energy. In the office, Yi Kunlin slowly put down his phone. At this moment, her heart was beating wildly. Was she crazy to agree to meet the little boy? Did she want to date him? But since she had already promised him, she would meet him. She would go to the underground parking lot in a while. Chapter 11: Throwing her arms. Underground parking lot. Yi Kunlin. Han Lingfeng threw himself into Yi Kunlin's arms madly. Yi Kunlin was extremely nervous. She was afraid of being seen by colleagues or acquaintances. She wanted to push Han Lingfeng away, but Han Lingfeng held her tightly. Han Lingfeng closed his eyes, completely intoxicated. Yi Kunlin's arms were so warm and smelled so good. For the first time in his 20 years of life, he experienced what it meant to be intoxicated. This was the taste of love. Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng. Yi Kunlin pushed him. She was really scared. But Han Lingfeng was intoxicated by it and didn't want to let go of her while holding her. Yi Kunlin was so panicked that she pushed Han Lingfeng away with force. "Come with me." Then she grabbed Han Lingfeng's arm and dragged him into her luxury car. "Kunlin." Han Lingfeng opened his arms and wanted to hug her again. "Stop it." Yi Kunlin reached out and pushed him away, then hurriedly closed the car windows and doors, fearing that someone would see them. He he. Han Lingfeng looked at her and smiled at her foolishly. Don't do this again. Yi Kunlun admonished seriously. What? Han Lingfeng pretended to be stupid. Just hug me like you did just now. Yi Kunlun said awkwardly. Don't you like me hugging you? Han Lingfeng asked curiously. Nonsense, Yi Kunlun glanced at him. But I like hugging you. Han Lingfeng said sweetly, I feel so comfortable hugging you. It's like I've fallen into a jar of honey. If you allow me, I can hug you for the rest of my life, the next life, forever. Yi Kunlun couldn't listen any longer and quickly reached out to stop him. In fact, she was also a little confused, and she was afraid that if Han Lingfeng continued to talk, she would completely lose her mind. Kunlun. At this time, Han Lingfeng suddenly took her hand and looked at her affectionately. You like me too, right? No, I don't like you. Yi Kunlun suddenly pulled her hand back from him. You are lying. You can't fool my eyes. In fact, you like me too, right? Han Lingfeng looked at her with shining eyes. If you keep talking nonsense, get out of the car, Yi Kunlun shouted. She really couldn't let him continue talking, she was so flustered. How could this little man be so good at flirting? Okay, I won't say anything. He was afraid that she would really kick him out of the car. But you have to remember that I like you and I will love you forever, Kunlun, I love you. Han Lingfeng spoke very sincerely, which made Yi Kunlun a little stunned. For a lifetime? Does he like her so much? Will he like her for a lifetime? No, you won't like me forever. Yi Kunlun shook his head. Don't you believe it? I will love you forever. Han Lingfeng shouted. You are only 20 years old now. You will have many opportunities in your life. In the future, you will meet many good girls. No! Han Lingfeng shouted firmly, I know my own heart. I only love you and no one else. I will love you forever. Yi Kunlun's heart felt as if it had been injected with an anesthetic. She felt numb and tingling. She also longed for love, longed to be loved, and longed for a lifetime of love. But can this little man beside her really give her a lifetime of love? No, what on earth am I thinking? He is only 20 years old, 10 years younger than me, he is still a child, how can I fall in love with a little boy? No! This is not what I want, I don't want to have a relationship with a man who is older than me. It's not suitable, we are not suitable. Yi Kunlun suddenly became cold again. He reached out and opened the car door, get out of the car. Why? Han Lingfeng's wound, which had just been healed, opened again. Because I don't want to be laughed at by others. As the president of the Yi group, I actually went to find a younger brother who was 10 years younger than me. Yi Kunlun said. Do you care so much about other people's opinions? Han Lingfeng asked. Well, even if we don't care about what others think, we are not suitable for each other, said Yi Kunlun. Why? Han Lingfeng frowned. Haven't I made it clear to you? I have a fiancé. Yi Kunlun said. You obviously don't like that guy named Fong, why don't you break up with him? Han Lingfeng shouted. Break up? It's so easy for you to say it. Yi Kunlun sneered. Is it so difficult to break up? Han Lingfeng didn't understand. A marriage between rich families is no joke. It involves two families. When Grandma proposed the marriage to me, I couldn't object. Now that I want to cancel the marriage, Grandma strongly opposes it. At this point, Yi Kunlun sighed deeply, I think I can only accept my fate. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun's hand and looked at her heartbrokenly. What do you think I should do? As long as you don't marry that guy named Fong, I can do anything. Yi Kunlun shook his head. What can you do? You can't do anything. I will compete fairly with that guy named Fong, and I will go and propose to your grandmother, is that okay? Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was shocked by this and asked, don't do anything stupid. Why is it so nonsense? Han Lingfeng didn't understand. In Yi Kunlun's heart, Han Lingfeng was much older than her, and not only that, their status and position were not compatible. It would be a joke for him to propose to the Yi family. It would be strange if his grandmother didn't have his legs broken and thrown out of the house. In short, don't do anything stupid. Besides, I didn't say I wanted to marry you, so why are you proposing to me? Yi Kunlun said coldly. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng was very disappointed. Okay, that's all for today. You leave first, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with in my company. Yi Kunlun urged. Okay. Han Lingfeng got out of the car reluctantly. Yi Kunlun sat alone in the car and sighed. Thinking of that marriage, she felt really bad. Fong Bo asked her to answer within a month whether she wanted to marry him. Of course she didn't want to get married, but her grandmother was determined not to let her cancel the engagement, and she really didn't know what to do. If the engagement is forcibly cancelled, it will hurt the friendship between the grandmother and grandson, and also hurt the decades-old friendship with the Fong family. She planned to have a talk with Fong Bo. It would be best if Fong Bo could take the initiative to give up this marriage. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Kunlun made an appointment with Fong Bo to meet at the restaurant that day. After eating and drinking, Yi Kunlun finally said, Fong Bo, I think we should have a talk. What do you want to talk about? Fong Bo looked at her. Do you love me? Seriously? Yi Kunling stared into Fong Bo's eyes. Of course I love you. I have regarded you as my goddess since high school, said Fong Bo. Yi Kunlun nodded. She did not deny Fong Bo's feelings for her. Thank you for liking me so much, Fong Bo, but, after thinking about it, I feel that we should not get married. The smile on Fong Bo's face gradually faded away. Chapter 12. She asked him to wait for her at the hotel. Why, Kunlun, am I not worthy of you? Fong Bo asked with a frown. It's not a question of whether or not you're worthy of her, said Yi Kunlun. What is that? Fong Bo asked. Because I can't find the feeling of loving you. Yi Kunlun stared at Fong Bo. Ha! Fong Bo was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly sneered and looked at Yi Kunlun with an extremely ridiculous look. How old are you? You are already 30 years old. I don't care that you don't love me, but, Yi Kunlun, you are no longer a little girl. Yi Kunlun looked at Fong Bo and was speechless for a moment. Fong Bo continued to rage. Besides, can love and marriage be the same? We are people who are going to enter into married life, and we have to face the daily necessities of life, not to tell some romantic love story under the moonlight. That's the problem. We have different perceptions. Yi Kunlun folded his arms and said coldly. Fong Bo looked at her and shook his head in disbelief. You weren't like this before, Kunlun. I think you've changed. It's not that I've changed, but that you've never really known me, said Yi Kunlun. You've never opened your heart to me, how can I get to know you? Fong Bo yelled, you don't even have time to talk to me, how can I open my heart to you? Because I think we are not the same kind of people, there is no need to communicate too much, said Yi Kunlun. How do you know we are not the same kind of people? Fong Bo asked. For example, you like ineffective socializing, hanging out in bars and KTVs, eating, drinking, and having fun with your bad friends. Also, you can cuddle and even sleep with other women while being married to me. Yi Kunlun answered in one breath. That was just a casual act. Because you ignored me, I felt lonely, so I. Fong Bo felt that nothing was a big deal. Enough. Yi Kunlun interrupted him, these may be commonplace to you. You think there is nothing wrong with this lifestyle because you are the young master of the #1 family in southern province and you have the capital to have fun like this. But I don't like it, and I don't understand it. Fong Bo saw Yi Kunlun's disappointment, contempt and disgust towards him in her eyes. Yi Kunlun was indeed disappointed, despised and disgusted with him. She felt that his lifestyle was vulgar, and it was not just vulgar that could describe it, it was also related to his character. For someone of my status, I go out for some entertainment. What's wrong with me? Fong Bo pointed at his chest and said, aren't all men like this? Yi Kunlun felt that he was hopeless and she didn't want to say anything more to him. I have nothing to say to you. Yi Kunlun stood up, reached out to pick up the bag on the table, turned around and left. Stop! Fong Bo shouted. Yi Kunlun stopped, turned around and looked at Fong Bo. Even if you don't like me and hate my lifestyle, we must get married. Fong Bo's face was full of strength. Must? Yi Kunlun hated being forced. Marriage is not a joke, and it's not up to us two to decide. This is decided by our two families. Fong Bo gritted his teeth. What if I insist on breaking off the engagement? Yi Kunlun had already made up her mind that she would not be with a man like Fong Bo. Then go and tell your grandmother and my parents in person. Fong Bo said, then stood up, picked up the white suit jacket on the back of the chair, and left angrily. Yi Kunlun sat back at the dining table. She felt heavy all over and as if a huge rock was pressing on her heart. Fang Bo threw all the problems to her and asked her to solve them by herself. But the Fang family and the Yi family were both extremely face-conscious families, and they valued face and family honor more than anything else. The breaking off of an engagement had never happened in their family before, and it was something that was criticized. Breaking off an engagement would bring bad luck to both families. Everyone in the upper-class circles of southern province knew about the marriage between the young master of the Fang family and the eldest daughter of the Yi family. If the engagement is cancelled, it will inevitably cause a shock in the entire upper-class circle, because the chain of interests involved between the two families is so huge. Thinking of the pressure of breaking off the engagement, Yi Kunlun felt a chill in his back. The powerful feeling of oppression made her feel scared. She felt that maybe she really shouldn't have delusions, but should accept her fate, get married, and become a victim of a marriage of convenience. This was her destiny from birth. But when she thought about spending her whole life with someone like Fang Bo, she felt that her life became dull and her life fell into an endless abyss. She really needed a life-saving straw at this moment to rescue her from the pain of this contradiction. Ding ding ding. The cell phone in the bag rang. She pulled herself away from her complicated thoughts. She took out her cell phone from her bag and Han Lingfeng's name appeared on the screen. She didn't know why, but seeing this name made her uneasy heart suddenly feel at peace. She hesitated and picked up the phone. Han Lingfeng's cheerful voice came from the other side immediately. Yi Kunlun, I missed you after just being apart for a while. What should I do? The suppressed mood seemed to urgently need to find a breakthrough. Han Lingfeng was the one who helped her find a breakthrough. Suddenly, Yi Kunlun's eyes became somewhat malicious. Do you really miss me that much? She asked. Of course, how could it be fake? Han Lingfeng said happily. Okay. Go to Presidential Suite 808 of the Imperial Hotel and wait for me right now. I want to see you right away. Yi Kunlun said in a commanding and strong tone. Han Lingfeng's heart trembled. Yi Kunlun suddenly took the initiative to ask him out, and asked him to meet at the hotel. This is so sudden, why? However, he had no time to think about why. For Han Lingfeng, as long as Yi Kunlun needed anything at any time, he would run to her without hesitation and let her command him. Okay. I'll go right away. Han Lingfeng nodded vigorously, then hung up the phone and ran away. The system gives you a pair of invisible Hot Wheels to help you reach your destination quickly. The system reminds you in your ear. Suddenly, a pair of invisible feng shui wheels made of air appeared under Han Lingfeng's feet. Han Lingfeng instantly felt that his legs were lifted up by two wheels, and the two wheels supported him as he ran forward madly. When he was running madly on the road, passers-by certainly couldn't see the Hot Wheels under his feet. The passers-by just saw a figure flash by and thought they were seeing things. Han Lingfeng was sent to the entrance of Dihao Hotel by the Hot Wheels while shouting all the way. Under the influence of inertia, he leaned forward and almost fell down. Then he was sent into the hotel lobby. The girl at the front desk in the hotel lobby looked at Han Lingfeng with strange eyes, as if this man had fallen from the sky. Han Lingfeng swallowed hard, calmed down, and asked the front desk lady with a smile on his face, Miss, I want to go to the Presidential Suite 808. How can I get there? Hello, please take the elevator this way. A special waiter will take you up. The lady at the front desk made an inviting gesture. Han Lingfeng walked into the elevator and the elevator attendant led him all the way to the door of hotel room 808 and opened the room for him with a spare key because that was what Mr. Yi had instructed. Han Lingfeng pushed the door open and walked into the room. Chapter 13 Don't move, let me hold you for a while. This is a very elegant presidential suite, and the layout seems to be designed according to personal preferences. It doesn't look like a presidential suite in a hotel, but rather like a private apartment. Han Lingfeng seemed to smell a boudoir fragrance in the room, which was not the case in a man's room. He saw a black business suit, a black handbag, and a gauze scarf hanging on the hanger. He could tell at a glance that it was Yi Kunlun's clothes, because he had seen Yi Kunlun wearing that black business suit. And that was her unique style and temperament, and it would not suit anyone else. Seeing that dress is like seeing her as a person. Han Lingfeng walked towards the dress with a happy look on his face. The room was empty, obviously, Yi Kunlun hadn't come yet. He would wait for her here. Bang! Just as he reached the clothes rack, the door to the presidential suite opened. Han Lingfeng looked back and saw Yi Kunlun standing at the door. Her face was a little pale and her pupils looked very deep. Kuan. Han Lingfeng hadn't even called out the word Kunlun. Yi Kunlun rushed over quickly and threw the bag in her hand onto the sofa beside her. Then, she hugged Han Lingfeng tightly with her hands. Han Lingfeng was completely stunned. The tingling sensation spread throughout my body, just like being struck by lightning. He suspected he must be dreaming. Kunlun! Han Lingfeng called out in a daze. Don't move! Yi Kunlun said in a commanding tone, don't move, let me hold you for a while. Yi Kunlun's voice was trembling as she spoke and she hugged Han Lingfeng very tightly. Han Lingfeng felt that something was wrong with Yi Kunlun, but he didn't want to ask more questions now. Yi Kunlun's embrace was so comfortable that he just wanted to feel the warmth in her arms. Han Lingfeng closed his eyes and greedily inhaled the faint fragrance coming from Yi Kunlun, which intoxicated him. After a while, he felt Yi Kunlun crying, and tears fell on his neck. Han Lingfeng's heart tightened and a feeling of pain spread throughout his heart. Kunlun, what's wrong with you? Han Lingfeng asked cautiously. He wanted to look up at her, but Yi Kunlun controlled him with her arms, signaling him not to move. Maybe she didn't want him to see her crying. Han Lingfeng was very obedient and stood still, but his heart was surging. What happened to Yi Kunlun? She must have encountered something very sad, otherwise, with a woman of her strength, how could she shed tears so easily? After hugging for a long time, Yi Kunlun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and let go of Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked at her anxiously. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Yi Kunlun shook her head. The fragile look she had just had disappeared, returning to her usual coldness and toughness. Han Lingfeng was both confused and disappointed. Yi Kunlun glanced at him with a seemingly easygoing look and said, it's really nothing. Han Lingfeng became even more confused. I asked you to come here. Actually, there's nothing to do. Yi Kunlun looked at him twice, then said, you can leave now. What? Han Lingfeng couldn't believe it. Yi Kunlun paused and said in a relatively gentle tone, thank you for giving me a hug when I needed it. Yi Kunlun looked at her in amazement. But I'm fine now, so? Was she sending him away? Kunlun. Han Lingfeng reached out and held Yi Kunlun's hand. I don't know what happened to you. If you don't tell me, I won't ask any more questions. But I want you to know that no matter what happened to you, no matter what you need, no matter what you want me to do, I will do it. I can do anything for you. Yi Kunlun looked at his sincere yet hesitant eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment. She just called Han Lingfeng over on impulse. She just had some ill intentions towards this little man. She felt very upset, and this little man could bring a little comfort to her sad heart. She thought she could indulge herself without any scruples for once and let him become her tool to temporarily relieve her pain. But when she hugged Han Lingfeng, she suddenly felt very pitiful and ridiculous. She was the beautiful CEO of the Yi Group, but she had to find comfort in a little boy. Was she so lowly? No, absolutely not. She was the CEO of the #1 group company in South City, and she was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, a wealthy family. Now, she suddenly felt annoyed when she saw Han Lingfeng, even though he was innocent. Go away! Yi Kunlun suddenly became very cold. No, Kunlun. Did I do something wrong? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with an innocent face. I told you to leave, couldn't you hear me? Yi Kunlun yelled at him. Why? Han Lingfeng pulled Yi Kunlun's hand and shook his head vigorously. He really didn't understand why Yi Kunlun treated him like this, calling him over and then wanting to drive him away, making him so happy and then pouring a box of cold water on him. Let go. Yi Kunlun roughly pulled Han Lingfeng's hand away and said to him fiercely, I told you to leave, so just leave. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Han Lingfeng's eyes instantly turned red. Am I your tool? Am I your servant? You can order me around like this. If you tell me to come, I'll come. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. Yi Kunlun raised his chin. Yes, that's right, I just treat you as a tool. If you don't like it, you can leave. Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng roared. Yi Kunlun raised his chin high, his face full of pride and arrogance. Han Lingfeng was so angry that he was shaking all over. He gritted his teeth and left in anger. He would probably never love her again. For some unknown reason, after Han Lingfeng left, Yi Kunlun felt as if a hole suddenly appeared in her heart. She sat down on the bed exhausted, tears falling uncontrollably. She didn't know what she was doing. It seemed like she needed him, but also like she didn't. She was completely confused. But it's fine this way. She comforted herself in her heart that it was impossible to be with Han Lingfeng in the first place, so why bother going back and forth more often? Anyway, she has never loved before, and she doesn't need love. It's the same as it was before. Let that little man go away. Let him completely disappear from her life. And she has to face her own life. She decided that she would face it bravely and resist. She wants to live for herself, she wants to break off the engagement. Even if she has to bear terrible consequences, she will accept it. Chapter 14, Embrace the Goddess, Reward 5 billion. Han Lingfeng was drunk in the bar. This is already the third day, and he has come to the bar every day for these 3 days. The pain that Yi Kunlun brought him was too severe for him to bear, and he could only relieve his pain by getting drunk. During these 3 days, Li Yujiao called him many times, but he didn't answer any of them. The Han family still hadn't looked for him. His great father, who had been away from home for so many days, hadn't even called him. It seemed that he didn't care whether Han Lingfeng was dead or alive. Whatever. It doesn't matter. After taking a sip of the old wine, Han Lingfeng just wanted to get drunk and die. Look, there's a big news. Yi Kunling unilaterally announced the cancellation of the engagement with the Fong family. At this moment, someone at the next table suddenly exclaimed. Several beautiful girls were sitting at the table, looking at the messages on their phones, as if they had discovered big news. What was she talking about? She said Yi Kunlun announced the end of her engagement with the Fong family? The 3 words Yi Kunlun were like a sobering agent, and Han Lingfeng woke up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He quickly took out his cell phone to check. On a certain Weibo hot search, there appeared a video of Yi Kunlun unilaterally announcing the cancellation of her engagement with Fong Bo. In the video, Yi Kunlun stood in front of the camera and announced that she and Mr. Fong Bo had broken off their engagement. She did not give a specific reason for breaking off the engagement, but just said that it was her unilateral decision, so the video was very short. Han Lingfeng finished watching it quickly. She broke off the engagement? Now, Han Lingfeng has regained his spirit, and Yi Kunlun's announcement of the cancellation of the engagement has given him hope again. This is a big deal. At the moment, Yi Kunlun. I don't know how she is doing. He hurriedly picked up his phone and dialed Yi Kunlun's number, but no one answered the phone. Kunlun. He was going to find her now. Han Lingfeng stood up and rushed out of the bar. Yi family. Pa. Yi Kunlun's grandmother slapped Yi Kunlun hard on the face. Yi Kunlun released a video announcing the unilateral cancellation of the engagement, which made her extremely angry. I'm sorry, Grandma. Yi Kunlun knelt on the ground and explained to the old lady calmly, I have always listened to you since I was a child, but this time, please allow me to believe you. Are you crazy? Old Madame Yi was so angry that she almost fainted. You are the eldest daughter of the Yi family. The entire Yi family has high hopes for you. You are the best successor to the Yi family in the future. I know, Grandma. You have spent half your life raising me, and I have failed you. Yi Kunlun still had a calm expression. You are confused. You are really confused. Old Mrs. Yi slammed the cane in her hand heavily on the floor and stomped her feet in anger. Yes. Yi Kunlun did not object to her grandmother saying that she was confused, but she knew in her heart that she was more sober than ever before. Looking at her determined granddaughter, the old lady couldn't believe it. You weren't such an ignorant person before. How could you make such a decision? Yes, in order to maintain the dignity of the Yi family, as the eldest daughter of the Yi family, my words and deeds must match my status. I made everyone very satisfied, but I forgot to be myself. Yi Kunlun said, looking up at Mrs. Yi, this time, I want to live for myself. Her deep gaze really shocked Mrs. Yi. She felt as if she was struck by lightning and her body trembled violently. The nanny hurriedly reached out to support her, fearing that she would fall. Old Madame Yi took 2 deep breaths before she came to her senses. She was the head of the Yi family, and she would never allow anyone to disobey her orders. She stared at Yi Kunlun with a pair of strong eyes and shouted, No. I may agree with you in other matters, but you have no choice in this matter. Patriarch Fong called me just now and told me to discipline you. Patriarch Fong will be transferred to Kyoto soon and he doesn't want this incident to affect his promotion. You know that the reason why our Yi family can achieve great things in Nanshire is that the Fong family protects us. Don't anger the head of the Fong family. Old Mrs. Yi issued a serious warning to Yi Kunlun. Then he sighed thankfully. Fortunately, the public opinion has been completely suppressed, and the videos have all been deleted. It was handled in a timely manner, so not many people know about it. As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked at Yi Kunlun with a lukewarm gaze. Now, just pretend that nothing has happened. You are still the future daughter-in-law of the Feng family. Yi Kunlun almost collapsed to the ground. The force pressing down on her head was so strong that she had almost no room to resist. The Feng family was able to completely delete the video she had sent out, as well as the video that had been reposted, within just 3 minutes. This was enough to show how powerful the Feng family was in Nanshur. Should she accept her fate? Yi Kunlun felt that she was about to be suffocated. Now she just wanted to find a quiet place to calm down and let her tense nerves rest temporarily. So she went to the Imperial Hotel. The presidential suite was her refuge. She would come here whenever she felt depressed. When Yi Kunlun walked to the door of the presidential suite, he saw Han Lingfeng squatting at the door of the suite. When he saw Yi Kunlun, he slowly stood up and looked at her deeply with his eyes. Yi Kunlun didn't expect that he would appear again. She hurt him so much 3 days ago that she thought he would never appear again. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng hurriedly walked in front of Yi Kunlun. Let's go inside and talk. Yi Kunlun quickly took the door card to open the door. She was afraid that someone would see them. Kunlun. I saw the video. You announced that you were breaking off the engagement. After entering the room, Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun eagerly. He came to see her because he saw the video, right? Yi Kunlun was stunned. So? Since you have announced the cancellation of the engagement, does it mean that I have a chance? Han Lingfeng looked at her with joy. You're overthinking it. The divorce was not successfully annulled. Didn't you notice? The video is no longer available online. Yi Kunlun said. Han Lingfeng's hot heart seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water in an instant. Yi Kunlun folded his arms and continued with a proud look on his face. Even if the marriage is successfully cancelled, what does it have to do with you? Of course it does matter. If you cancel the engagement, I can marry you. Han Lingfeng's eyes lit up again. Yi Kunlun looked at him. I'm really curious, you won't be sad at all? I hurt you so much the last 2 times, don't you hate me at all? Why should I hate you? Han Lingfeng said with an open mind, I love you voluntarily, and I deserve to be hurt. At such a young age, you always talk about love. Don't you feel embarrassed? Yi Kunlun said. What's there to be embarrassed about? If you are in love, you should say it out loud. Han Lingfeng felt very calm. Then, what do you love about me? Yi Kunlun stared at Han Lingfeng closely. Han Lingfeng blurted out, shouting, I love everything about you. Not only because you are so beautiful, but also because of the temperament you exude, and oh, no matter what, in short, I like everything about you. Every time I see you, my heart will beat wildly. It's as if my breathing has stopped. Yi Kunlun blushed when she heard his confession. Then, haven't you done this to others? Yi Kunlun asked. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head vigorously, never, only to you. Yi Kunlun stared at him for a few seconds. You are still young, and you will meet many girls in the future. No. Han Lingfeng shouted, I only love you, and I will only love you in this life. I know my own heart, and I will never have this feeling towards anyone else. Yi Kunlun smiled and shook his head. No, he is still so young and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Han Lingfeng took her hand and said sincerely, Kunlun, you have to believe me. What I said is true, I know my heart. Yi Kunlun looked into his sincere eyes and her heart trembled. Hug the goddess and get a reward of 5 billion. At this time, the system suddenly rang in Han Lingfeng's ears. The system had been down for several days, but I didn't expect it to be restored at this time. Chapter 15. Hey. Hey. Don't hug me. Hug the goddess and get a reward of 5 billion. At this time, the system suddenly rang in Han Lingfeng's ears. The system had been down for several days, but unexpectedly it was restored at this time. It seems that this love system is based on his heart. As long as there is love in the heart, the system will be effective. If the heart is dead, the system will not work. Hug the goddess? And also reward 50 billion. Han Lingfeng's eyes suddenly became extremely eager, then he opened his arms and hugged Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun's body trembled, and he felt inexplicably flustered and hesitant in his heart. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yi Kunlun reached out and gently pushed Han Lingfeng. Hey, don't hug me. Not only did Han Lingfeng not let her go, but he hugged her even tighter. So comfortable. The familiar light fragrance entered Han Lingfeng's nostrils again. Every hug with Yi Kunlun can make him intoxicated. This is the taste of love. Yi Kunlun's heart began to beat fast. Why didn't she want to push this little man away? Not only did she not push him away, one of her hands even involuntarily stroked Han Lingfeng's back. Successfully embraced the goddess, the system issued a reward of 5 billion. At this moment, the system sounded in my ears again. But Han Lingfeng didn't pay any attention to what the system said, but was completely immersed in this intoxication. After hugging for a while, Yi Kunlun gently patted Han Lingfeng on the back. Okay. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at her with satisfaction, grinning happily at her, but his arms did not let go of her. You. Yi Kunlun reached out and tapped Han Lingfeng on the forehead. She really had no way to deal with this willful child. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng called out, as if the voice was squeezed out from his throat. His eyes became blurred, and then his mouth moved towards Yi Kunlun's mouth. Yi Kunlun quickly stretched out his hand to block. Hey, what are you doing? Kiss. Han Lingfeng kept moving his face closer. Yi Kunlun kept blocking him with her hands. Stop it, I'll be angry if you do this again. She and Han Lingfeng were not close enough to kiss, and if he forced himself on her, it would only disgust her. Seeing that she became serious, Han Lingfeng had to let her go, fearing that he had really made her angry. Okay. Han Lingfeng licked his lips and looked at her with shining eyes. Silly. The way Yi Kunlun looked at him had changed, becoming gentler than before. Do you like me a little now? Han Lingfeng looked at her happily. Who likes you? Don't be so conceited. Yi Kunlun raised her chin with a proud look, but her tone was clearly not as cold as before. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I will make you like me from the bottom of your heart. Han Lingfeng continued to look at her enthusiastically. Okay, I'm hungry, let's order something to eat. Yi Kunlun changed the subject. What do you want to eat? Han Lingfeng hurriedly picked up his phone to order takeout. No need to order takeout, there is food in the hotel. Yi Kunlun said, picked up the landline phone, and asked the hotel kitchen to send food over. This hotel is owned by the Yi family and is under the name of Yi Kunlun. Therefore, she is equivalent to the boss here and can get any service here. Do we need some drinks? Han Lingfeng looked at her happily. Yi Kunlun knocked him on the forehead and said, You are just a little kid, why are you drinking? Boss Yi, please don't call me a child. Han Lingfeng was a little unhappy. I am already an adult, I am a man. Yi Kunlun looked up at him. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like an underage boy. It was strange. He was obviously 20 years old, but he looked so young. Could it be because he had a baby face? Why are you so thin? You look even thinner than other kids of the same age. Yi Kunlun asked. Because I was malnourished since I was a child, my stepmother was not nice to me and often didn't give me food, so I grew up like this. Han Lingfeng suddenly felt a little sad. Yi Kunlun couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. His stepmother was too cruel, and his father was not worthy of being a father. But Han Lingfeng immediately became cheerful again. He could always get rid of the sadness. He smiled sweetly at Yi Kunlun. Although I look a little small, my mind is more mature than people of the same age. I am sure that I am a mature man, not a little boy, so you can't treat me as a child. Yi Kunlun didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. Just then, the hotel waiter came to the restaurant and Yi Kunlun turned around to get the food. The food was quickly served and the two sat down to enjoy the meal. Kunlun, you really don't want to marry that guy named Fong, right? Han Lingfeng asked while eating a piece of fruit before the meal. Isn't this nonsense? Otherwise, I wouldn't have posted a video unilaterally announcing the cancellation of the engagement. Yi Kunlun said. But they deleted your video and opposed your breaking off the engagement. Do you still plan to break off the engagement? Han Lingfeng asked tentatively. Yi Kunlun herself doesn't know what to do now, she is very confused. She suddenly became very irritable and didn't want to think about this problem for the time being. Let's take it one step at a time. Don't marry that guy named Fong, okay? Han Lingfeng suddenly grabbed Yi Kunlun's hand. Even if you don't want to be with me, don't marry a man you don't like. I don't want you to live in pain every day after marrying him. I just want to see you happy. Yi Kunlun stared at Han Lingfeng in a daze. Sometimes Han Lingfeng really spoke like a mature man. How could she not understand this truth? But she was unable to resist the pressure brought to her by the two families now. Okay, let's not discuss this topic for now. Are you full? If you are, you can go back first. I still have some company matters to deal with. Yi Kunlin said. Well, I don't want to keep you. Han Lingfeng had to stand up reluctantly. Can I come see you again tomorrow? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Kunlin, you must remember, no matter when, as long as you need me, I will be by your side. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlin deeply. Yi Kunlin was touched and gave him a bitter smile. Go back quickly and be careful on the road. I'm leaving. Han Lingfeng looked back every few steps and left the presidential suite. When Han Lingfeng returned to Longtan Villa, he saw Li Yujiao squatting alone at the door of the villa. Seeing Han Lingfeng coming back, Li Yujiao hurriedly stood up and ran towards Han Lingfeng. Lingfeng, where have you been these days? I couldn't find you and you didn't answer my calls. Li Yujiao looked very anxious. She threw herself directly into Han Lingfeng's arms. Chapter 16, Gold Digger is Awakened. What are you doing? Han Lingfeng pushed Li Yujiao away from his arms rudely, his eyes filled with anger. Lingfeng. Li Yujiao was completely frightened. I don't think we are that familiar with each other. Han Lingfeng said coldly. Lingfeng, do you hate me so much? Li Yujiao's face was full of disbelief. No, I don't hate you. Han Lingfeng shook his head. It's just that your behavior disgusts me. You actually threw yourself into a man's arms so easily. You are too casual. Li Yujiao's heart sank, and her eyes were filled with pain. I just like you. Is it wrong for me to like you? Do you like me, or do you like the balance on my card? Han Lingfeng bluntly exposed Li Yujiao. If you didn't know how rich I am now, would you still like me? Li Yujiao frowned. Lingfeng, in your eyes, am I such a materialist? Don't you worship money? Han Lingfeng asked back. Yes, at first I was after money. Li Yujiao admitted frankly, when I was at the real estate sales center, I heard that you had 3 billion in your account, so I was attracted to you, and that's why I pursued you. But now, I really like you, Lingfeng, you have to believe me. Li Yujiao said, reaching out and holding Han Lingfeng's arm. Han Lingfeng shook off Li Yujiao's hand without hesitation and snorted, Li Yujiao, don't lie to me anymore, and don't lie to yourself anymore, you are such a bad actor. After Han Lingfeng finished speaking, he walked towards the door of his villa. What do you want me to do to make you believe that I like you? Li Yujiao shouted at Han Lingfeng's back. Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at Li Yujiao seriously. It doesn't matter whether you really like me or not. What matters is that I don't like you. Then what should I do to make you like me? Li Yuji shouted. No matter what you do, I won't like it. Han Lingfeng said cruelly. Han Lingfeng, are you so heartless? Li Yuji shouted. Han Lingfeng was stunned. He seemed to see his own shadow in Li Yujiao. I have also shouted this at Yi Kunlin before. Han Lingfeng stood there in a daze. Could it be that this woman was really attracted to him? Ding ding ding. Just then, Li Yujiao's cell phone rang. Li Yujiao took out her cell phone from her bag and looked at the caller ID. She looked very unnatural because it was Zhang Junjie calling. I'll go answer the phone first. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng with an unnatural look, then moved away to answer the phone. Ha! Han Lingfeng sneered in his heart. This woman was exposed so quickly. Han Lingfeng entered the house. After Li Yujiao finished the call, she calmed herself down and then chased into the villa. Lingfeng. Li Yujiao walked in front of Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was drinking water from the cup and had no time to pay attention to her. The phone call just now was from my college classmate. Li Yujiao explained awkwardly. Really? Han Lingfeng put down the cup in his hand, looked up at Li Yujiao with a sarcastic smile. She actually lied to him. He was not stupid. Just when Li Yujiao's cell phone rang, her expression had already said it all. But he didn't care at all. Han Lingfeng folded his arms. Actually, you don't need to explain to me who called you, because it has nothing to do with me. Li Yujiao frowned. Lingfeng, what do you want me to do? Han Lingfeng shrugged, indicating that she didn't have to do anything. Do you want me to take it off for you? I can take it off for you. Li Yujiao shouted, threw away the bag in her hand and took off her coat. Han Lingfeng stopped her. Don't. I didn't ask you to take it off for me, and I don't need you to take it off for me. Are you a man? Li Yujiao asked. Of course I am a man, is there any doubt about that? Han Lingfeng was surprised. Don't all men like this? Li Yujiao said, walking forward, putting her arms around Han Lingfeng's neck, and about to kiss Han Lingfeng on the mouth. Han Lingfeng stretched out his hand to block Li Yujiao. Not all men are the same. Some men may not want to let go of any woman, but I am not like that. Then what are you? Li Yujiao asked. Only love can make people unable to stop. Love without true heart is not love. Intimate contact without love is nothing more than being like an animal, just to vent the body's desires. Do you think such intimate contact is meaningful? Han Lingfeng had a deep face, as deep as an old man. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng in a daze. Han Lingfeng's words just now shocked her soul, but she didn't believe it. She didn't believe that there was such a man in the world. Li Yujiao hugged Han Lingfeng and kissed him excitedly. She didn't believe that Han Lingfeng didn't have such animal desires. After being affectionate for a while, she found that Han Lingfeng was indifferent. He stood there motionless, looking at her with a complicated look. Li Yujiao felt ashamed of herself when she saw that look. She hurriedly let go of Han Lingfeng, feeling ashamed and like a lowly, dirty, and low-level animal. I'm sorry. Li Yujiao said shamefully, then picked up her bag from the ground and ran away quickly. Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at Li Yujiao, who ran out of the villa, and said secretly in his heart that this woman could still be saved. In the garden of Nanjing University campus, Li Yujiao asked Zhang Junjie out. Junjie, let's break up. Li Yujiao said what was in her heart. Why? Zhang Junjie's face changed. Li Yujiao looked up into the distance, her eyes full of longing as she said, because I fell in love with someone. Bitch! How dare you fall in love with another man? Zhang Junjie was instantly furious. He grabbed Li Yujiao's neck and pressed her to the grass. I spent so much money on you, and you dared to fall in love with another man? You are so brave. Zhang Junjie grabbed Li Yujiao's neck tightly, looking as if he was going to strangle her to death. But Li Yujiao was not afraid at all. She was so calm that Zhang Junjie even wondered if he was having an illusion. The woman he held down did not look like Li Yujiao at all. Her eyes were surprisingly peaceful, as if even if Zhang Junjie strangled her to death right now, she would not resist at all. Zhang Junjie didn't understand what kind of power made Li Yujiao suddenly become like a different person. Zhang Junjie let go of Li Yujiao, sat on the grass, and asked with a dark face, "Are you really in love with someone else?" Yes. Li Yujiao turned over and sat up. Who is that person? Zhang Junjie asked. It doesn't matter who he is. What matters is that I have to break up with you, said Li Yujiao. Zhang Junjie got excited again, grabbed Li Yujiao's collar with both hands, and roared, Li Yujiao. You're fucking playing with me, right? You eat my food, wear my clothes, and use my things, and now you're tired of playing with me, so you want to kick me out, right? Tell me, have you found a richer sponsor outside? Whatever you say, I have to break up with you. Li Yujiao said with a firm face. Zhang Junjie's eyes were cold. We can break up. Then pay me back. Return all the money I spent on you. Li Yujiao looked at Zhang Junjie with disdain for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, okay, make a list, and I'll pay you back in full. After Li Yujiao finished speaking, she pushed Zhang Junjie's hand away, turned around and left. Zhang Junjie stood there in a daze. He simply couldn't believe that this was true. A gold digger like Li Yujiao would actually agree to pay him back. Who was the man she fell in love with? How could a woman like her who valued money so much give up money? No. No way. Zhang Junjie shook his head. She must have found a richer sponsor, so she doesn't care about my little stuff. I want to see who the big boss is. He decided to follow Li Yujiao to find out. Chapter 17. Is she jealous? Ling Feng, Zhang Junjie and I broke up. Please allow me to approach you in the name of love. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to do what I should do. The next day at noon, when Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlin were having lunch in the restaurant, Han Lingfeng received a WeChat message from Li Yujiao. Han Lingfeng's heart trembled when he saw the content of WeChat. Yi Kunlin glanced at the expression on his face. What are you looking at? Who sent you the message? Han Lingfeng put down his phone and looked up. It was a female classmate from high school. A hint of displeasure flashed unconsciously in Yi Kunlin's eyes. Then she suddenly became very silent. Han Lingfeng looked at her with a pair of eyes, and a sweet smile gradually appeared on his face. Is boss Yi jealous? No way. Yi Kunlin suddenly raised her head, a little angry. Why should I be jealous of you? You and I have nothing to do with each other. Then, he glanced down and used his chopsticks to pick up food. Besides, if a girl likes you, wouldn't that be great? She hid her inner feelings very well. That way, you won't have to bother me anymore, and I won't have to take time out to deal with you. Damn! This woman! Han Lingfeng felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water. Aren't you jealous if I spend more time with other girls? Han Lingfeng looked at her and shouted. That's your own business. What right do I have to control you? I'm not related to you. There was a nameless anger in Yi Kunlin's eyes. Han Lingfeng looked at her for a few seconds, and suddenly a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Then I will be your boyfriend. No need. Yi Kunlin replied coldly. Han Lingfeng looked at her with disappointment in his eyes and suddenly became silent. Looking up at him, Yi Kunlin urged, hurry up and finish your meal and go home. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in my company. The two finished their meal in silence, and when they came out of the restaurant, Yi Kunlin was about to go back to the company. She carried her bag and walked towards her luxury car without looking back. Kunlin. Han Lingfeng chased her back, feeling sad. What's the matter? Yi Kunlin turned around and looked fierce and cold. Are you angry with me? Han Lingfeng asked. Yi Kunlin sighed and said nothing. Don't be angry with me, okay? Han Lingfeng walked up and grabbed Yi Kunlin's arm. I know I was wrong. Yi Kunlin took a breath and asked, where did you go wrong? The person who sent me the message is indeed my high school classmate. However, I don't spend much time with her. I don't like her. I only love you in my heart. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlin with pitiful eyes. Yi Kunlin folded her arms and ignored him. I'm serious. Han Lingfeng continued to pull her arm and explained, I admit that she was pursuing me, but I clearly rejected her. I don't like her, and it's useless no matter what she does to me. You have to believe me, Kunlin. I can control my own heart. You are the only one I love in my heart. Looking at Han Lingfeng's extremely sincere eyes, the nameless anger in Yi Kunlin's heart seemed to disappear. Yi Kunlin felt so ridiculous. Was she jealous of this little man just now? I am the beautiful president of the #1 group in Southern Province. This is totally inconsistent with my personality. No, I am Yi Kunlin, I will not be jealous of someone like him. It's up to you. Yi Kunlin suddenly shook off Han Lingfeng's hand. Whoever you want to date is your own freedom. I can't control it. After Yi Kunlin finished speaking, he opened the car door, got in, and drove away in a cool manner. Han Lingfeng stood there in a daze, his whole body in disarray in the wind. Ding ding. Han Lingfeng's cell phone rang as he was walking on the road in a daze. Han Lingfeng took out his cell phone and the caller ID showed it was from his father Han Jiangwo. This father finally called him when he had been away from home for almost half a month. Han Lingfeng hesitated for a few seconds and answered the phone, Dad. It's been so many days, it's time for you to come back. Father Han Jiangwo's usual voice came from the other end. Han Lingfeng was silent for 2 seconds, then replied, I won't go back. What did you say? The other end seemed not to hear clearly. I said, I will never go back to that home again. Han Lingfeng raised his voice. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and then he asked, What do you mean? What I mean is, from now on, I will have nothing to do with the Han family or you, said Han Lingfeng. You want to break off relations with us? The person on the other end of the phone sounded shocked. No matter how you understand it, we don't have to have any contact with each other anymore, said Han Lingfeng. There was silence for several seconds on the other end of the phone, and then the person shouted angrily, I think your wings have grown hard. Han Lingfeng interrupted the other party, I am talking to you properly now, and I am talking to you in an adult way. Okay, since you want to talk to me as an adult, great, then we'll communicate as adults. You must return to this house today, before 6 o'clock in the evening. Why? Han Lingfeng asked. With your mother's belongings. If you don't come back, I will destroy all your mother's belongings. Han Jiangwo threatened. You? Han Lingfeng was shocked, you won't do this. After all, she is your first wife. I'll do it. Han Jiangwo shouted. Are you so despicable? Han Lingfeng was so angry that he was shaking all over. The means are not important, the result is important. This is the only way I can force you to come back. Han Jiangwo's tone was very calm. Of course, you can also challenge my style of doing things. I will let you know that I am a man of my word. Han Lingfeng took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Then he asked, can you tell me why you must force me to go home? Of course it's something important. You'll know when you come back. Han Jiangmo said and hung up the phone. Han Lingfeng didn't know what important matter it was that made Han Jiangmo force him to go home. But no matter what, he had to go back. He couldn't really let Han Jiangmo destroy his mother's belongings. That was Han Lingfeng's only thought about his mother. He couldn't wait and wanted to go home right now so that he could finish the matter as soon as possible and leave with his mother's belongings. Han Lingfeng hurried back to the Han family. As he walked through the living room, his stepmother and his younger brothers and sisters glared at him. Han Lingfeng ignored them and went directly to the study to look for his father Han Jiangwo. Han Jiangwo opened a medium-sized building materials company and was also the boss of a company. But he has little education and is a typical nouveau riche. However, he admired culture very much, so he set up a study for himself. Of course, he didn't read much, and most of the time, he was calculating. He has always been good at calculations and independent thinking. He spends most of his time at home in his study. So Han Lingfeng went to the study with a clear goal. He pushed open the door of the study and saw his father Han Jiangwo standing in front of the window holding a glass of white wine, thinking alone. He wondered what he was calculating in his mind. Dad! Han Lingfeng called out very reluctantly. Han Jiangwo turned around and looked at Han Lingfeng with a pair of extremely deep eyes. Chapter 18, Battle Between Father and Son. You're back. Father Han Jiangwo looked at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes and walked slowly towards the window step by step. You've used my mother's belongings to threaten me, how dare I not come back? Han Lingfeng walked over from the door. He. Han Jiangwo sneered twice with pride, little bastard, can't I deal with you? Tell me, what is the reason that forced me to come back? Han Lingfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and got straight to the point. Han Jiangwo looked at Han Lingfeng for a few seconds and said, the eldest lady of the Zheng family wants to recruit you as her son-in-law. Han Lingfeng was stunned. The eldest daughter of the Zheng family? The Zheng family is a wealthy family in southern province, backed by the Yi group. If you marry into the Zheng family, it will be of great benefit to us. Backed by the Yi group? Isn't that the Yi group backed by Yi Kunlin's family? However, this is not important. What is important is that Han Jiangwo hopes that he will be Miss Zheng's son-in-law. Ha! Han Lingfeng sneered, is this why you are willing to use my mother's relics to threaten me? Your father has run into trouble in business. Han Jiangmo shouted unhappily, the Zheng family can help me through this difficult time. They can give me a big order. If I get that big order, all my problems will be solved. Just for a big order, you want to sell me out? Han Lingfeng looked at his father in astonishment. What do you mean sold you out? Han Jiangmo seemed very angry. You think what I said is unpleasant? Han Lingfeng exposed him nakedly, isn't this selling? This will be good for you too. Han Jiangmo roared. So you are doing this for my own good? Han Lingfeng thought it was ridiculous. You are doing this for yourself, so why bother to be so pretentious and say that you are doing this for my own good? You want to sell me out for your own benefit. Why don't you be more direct? That way you will appear more upright. Han Jiangwo was stripped naked by his own son. He was shocked and angry. How come his son suddenly seemed like a different person and became much more mature? He seemed not so easy to deal with. The most important thing is that he didn't even give his father the slightest bit of face and insisted on exposing his selfish heart. Evil son. The muscles on Han Jiangwo's face twitched a few times. Then, he raised his chin, stared at Han Lingfeng with a gloomy and cold gaze, and said, I raised you, now it's time for you to repay me. Han Lingfeng wanted to laugh, he wanted to laugh so sadly. It turned out that there was a debt between father and son, it turned out that our parents gave birth to us and raised us, it was a gift to us, and when we grow up, we have to repay them. Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangwo with a sad smile for a few seconds, then murmured, my mother died when I was 5 years old, so I don't know what maternal love is. At that time, the only relative around me was you, my father. It was less than half a year after my mother passed away that you married a stepmother for me. You and my stepmother have a deep relationship because she is your white moonlight. You have never loved my mother, but you love me, your stepmother, deeply. You and your stepmother have a deep relationship, which is understandable. I never said that you can't marry her. But do you know? My father, you are too partial. You give all your love to my stepmother and my two half-brothers and sisters. Have you ever had me in your eyes? I have never felt fatherly love from you. Han Jangwo was stunned, his face turned red and white, his whole face was almost distorted, and his breathing almost stopped. Han Lingfeng continued bluntly, you said you raised me. Yes, I was indeed raised by you, but how did you raise me? You left me to my stepmother and never cared about me. But my stepmother is not my real mother. Do you know how my stepmother treated me? Have you ever asked me if I have enough to eat, if I have enough clothes to wear, if I have been abused, if I have been wronged or framed? You didn't, you never. That's enough. Han Jangwo didn't want to listen to him anymore. Stop talking nonsense here. Don't even think about saying bad things about your stepmother in front of me. Ha ha. Han Lingfeng laughed. I knew that as long as I said something bad about my stepmother, you would break through your defense and yell at me. In your eyes, no one can compare to her. In her eyes, you are really a man of deep affection and kindness. Han Jangwo's face turned pale. He took a step forward, facing Han Lingfeng's face, and said viciously, you are an ungrateful wolf. You were raised by your stepmother. Han Lingfeng nodded and did not deny that it was his stepmother who raised him. I was indeed raised by her. Although I was abused by her since I was a child, fortunately I was not abused to death. I grew up in the abuse, but this favor was not given by her, but God let me survive. Pa! Han Jangwo could no longer control his anger and slapped Han Lingfeng hard in the face. You evil son! You have such bad character. You don't know how to be grateful or filial. You even steal things like a gangster. Your character is really rotten. Han Lingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled sadly at Han Jangwo. In your eyes, I am just like this, because you never believe me, you only believe what she says. I only believe my own eyes, said Han Jangwo. Then you really don't know how blind you are. Han Lingfeng sneered. I know whether I am blind or not, and there is no need for you to confuse me. Han Jangwo has always been confident in his judgment, because he is a smart man in the business world, and he firmly believes in what he sees and hears. In his heart, Han Lingfeng is just a little hooligan with bad behavior. Han Lingfeng fell silent, not wanting to say anything more to him, because you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. That's enough. Han Jangwo sorted out his emotions and calmed himself down. He waved his hand and said, I don't want to argue with you anymore. The most important thing now is this marriage. You must agree to it. What if I don't agree? Han Lingfeng looked at his father expressionlessly. You? Han Jangwo was a little helpless, just think of it as helping me. There has to be a bottom line when helping others. You are going to sell me out. How can I help you? Han Lingfeng said. You? Han Jangwo clenched his fists in anger. The Zheng family is rich and powerful. After you marry into the family, you can enjoy delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Didn't you say that your stepmother abused you? You can just go to the Zheng family to improve your life. Ha ha. Han Lingfeng couldn't help laughing. Are you admitting that she abused me? Han Jangwo clenched his fists and his face felt hot, but he was a thick-skinned person and didn't feel embarrassed at all. It doesn't matter what Han Lingfeng thinks now. The most important thing now is to coax him into agreeing to marry into the Zheng family. If you marry into the Zheng family, we will be able to get along well in the future, your stepmother will be able to accept you better, and your brothers and sisters will be able to get along with you better, and we can become a warm family. Accept? Han Lingfeng was surprised. So, this is your gift to me. As long as I do what you say, you can accept me and treat me as a family member, as one of your own? But I have to tell you, I don't need to beg anyone to accept me. I'm not that humble. In my view of life, I will continue to get along with those I can get along with, and I will not get along with those I can't get along with, even if we are blood relatives. You? Han Jangwo was furious. This evil boy didn't give him any chance at all. It seems that he was really underestimated. Okay. Han Jangwo lowered his attitude. If you agree to be the son-in-law of the Zheng family, I can give you 3% of my company's shares. 3% of the shares? He's really stingy. Will the remaining 97% be left to his other two children? Han Lingfeng had long known that his father was partial, but he never expected him to be so partial. A mocking smile appeared on his lips, and he was about to say something. At this time, I heard my stepmother Zhang Shuichen shouting downstairs, Jangwo, Miss Zheng is here. When Han Jiangwo heard the words Miss Zhang, he immediately became excited and his eyes lit up. While adjusting his clothes, fearing that they would not look appropriate, he excitedly shouted to Han Lingfeng, come on, follow me downstairs to meet Miss Zhang. Han Lingfeng thought, why not meet her? He could just dispel Miss Zhang's fantasy of having him as a live-in son-in-law in person. Chapter 19. Miss Zhang wants him to be the scapegoat. Han Lingfeng and Han Jiangwo came down from upstairs. When they reached the stairs, Han Lingfeng had already seen Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang was dressed elegantly, and had the arrogance typical of a rich girl. Han Jiangwo rushed over quickly. Han Lingfeng's stepmother Zhong Shuoqin was enthusiastically serving tea and water to Miss Zhang. Her face was as smiling as a flower. Miss Zhang, come and have a glass of water. No need to bother. Miss Zhang said with a hint of disdain, I'm just coming to take a look and will leave soon. I'm very busy. The smile on Zhong Shuoqin's face froze in embarrassment. Miss Zhang is the daughter of a wealthy family, so she is naturally very busy. Han Jiangwo had already rushed to Miss Zhang, then turned around and pointed at Han Lingfeng, this is my son. Miss Zhang's gaze immediately fell on Han Lingfeng, and Han Lingfeng was also looking at her. Han Lingfeng discovered that Miss Zhang's appearance was somewhat similar to Yi Kunlun in some aspects, except that her features were not as delicate as Yi Kunlun's, but her eyes and nose were somewhat similar. Han Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could this Miss Zhang be related to Yi Kunlun by blood? Lingfeng, come over and say hello to Miss Zhang. Han Jiangwo greeted enthusiastically. Han Lingfeng walked over. Miss Zhang looked at Han Lingfeng almost 360 degrees. Then she said unsatisfactorily, she looks okay, but she's a little skinny. Han Jiangwo was afraid that she would look down on his son, and his face was full of nervousness at the moment. But it's okay. Miss Zhang continued. Hearing her say it was okay, Han Jiangwo's tense face relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Let's choose him. I hope to hold the wedding as soon as possible, let's set the date for next week. Miss Zhang said in a tone as if she was instructing a servant, and turned to leave. Han Jiangwo nodded vigorously, like a servant obeying his master. I haven't agreed yet. Han Lingfeng suddenly spoke. Miss Zhang, who had already turned around again and looked at Han Lingfeng with surprised eyes. Miss Zhang is going a bit too far by wanting me to be her savior. Han Lingfeng stared at Miss Zhang closely. Miss Zhang's face changed and she instinctively looked down at her belly. Although she was wearing a loose coat, she didn't expect that Han Lingfeng could still see through her. But she was very unhappy that Han Lingfeng exposed her so bluntly. She raised her head and looked at Han Lingfeng with sharp eyes. Han Jiangwo was afraid that this would affect his business, so he rushed over and grabbed Han Lingfeng. Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng raised his head and stared at Han Jiangwo, you knew she was pregnant, but you still wanted me to marry her? Han Jiangwo certainly knew that Miss Zhang had already told him the truth when she negotiated with him. If I wasn't pregnant with someone else's child, why would I accept someone like you as my son-in-law? Miss Zhang clasped her hands to her chest and glanced at Han Lingfeng with pride. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang, you were so shameless to say such things. Is it glorious to get pregnant before marriage? You. Miss Zhang was angry. Lingfeng. Han Jiangwo blared at Han Lingfeng with a warning look, signaling him to be careful with his words. That's right, I got pregnant before marriage. Miss Zhang suddenly became calm, you are lucky to be the one who took over. Otherwise, I wouldn't even look at someone of your status. Then I have to thank Miss Zhang. Han Lingfeng suppressed the anger in his heart, however, I don't have the habit of being a father to others. Lingfeng. Han Jiangwo blared at him, his eyes filled with threats, warnings, and anger. You really want to make me angry, don't you? Isn't it just a business? Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangwo. For a business, you actually let your son take over for others. As a father, aren't you ashamed? Pa! Han Jiangwo was completely enraged, and he waved his hand and slapped Han Lingfeng hard. Han Lingfeng, how can you talk like that? Look how angry you have made your father. Stepmother Zhong Shuoqin also jumped up. Pa! Han Lingfeng waved his hand and slapped Zhong Shuoqin. Ouch! Zhong Shuoqin screamed. You! Han Jiangwo was furious. His own son actually dared to hit his stepmother, and in front of him. If you slap me, I will slap her. Han Lingfeng pointed at Zhong Shuoqin. Evil son! You evil son! Han Jiangwo was furious, but he could not use violence against Han Lingfeng anymore. His roar echoed throughout the living room. Rebellion. The mark of occupation on Zhong Shuaqin's face had not yet disappeared, but she jumped up again. Pa! Han Lingfeng slapped Zhong Shuaqin again with his backhand. Shut up! Oh my god! Zhong Shuaqin screamed loudly, covering her face from the beating, and looked at Han Lingfeng in shock. How could he suddenly become so lawless? Evil son! Han Jiangluo's face turned pale, his fist was clenched so hard that it made a crackling sound, and his eyes stared at Han Lingfeng with eerie and terrifying eyes. I don't agree to this marriage. Han Lingfeng glanced coldly at everyone present. I'm afraid you have no choice but to agree. Miss Zheng looked at Han Lingfeng with a threatening look. Your father's company is in trouble now, and I am the only one willing to help him, but the premise is that you must marry into my family. If you don't agree, your father's company will face bankruptcy. Really? Han Lingfeng snorted. He already had more than 10 billion yuan in his card balance. If necessary, he could save Han Jiangluo, after all, he was his father. But Han Lingfeng didn't know that Han Lingfeng was rich. At this moment, he regarded Miss Zheng as his only life-saving straw, so he had to let Han Lingfeng marry into the Zheng family. Lingfeng. Han Jiangluo hurriedly grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand. Lingfeng, just think of it as helping Dad, okay? Think of it as Dad begging you. Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangluo with disappointment, thinking that this was his father, a father who could sell his own son for business. He was not worthy of being a father at all. Han Lingfeng mercilessly shook off Han Jiangluo's hand and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Han Lingfeng. Han Jiangluo was furious. I raised you, and this is how you repay me? Ha! My company is about to go bankrupt, and you are not willing to help. Are you so ungrateful? Han Lingfeng stared at him for a few seconds and replied, You keep saying favor, but you don't know that giving birth to me was just your own selfish desire. You brought a life into this world just for the sake of momentary pleasure. Han Jiangluo's face turned pale instantly. Han Lingfeng continued, Perhaps you don't want to be a father, and you don't want this life to come into this world, but because of your momentary greed, he came like this. You created him and raised him to adulthood. It should be your responsibility, but you keep saying that this is a gift. Yes. If you are indebted, you must repay the favor. Because you have been indebted to me, and the kindness of parents is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea, so I have a debt that I cannot repay. Even though you raised me carelessly, I still owe you a lot. This debt can never be repaid. The air in the room was very silent. Han Jiangluo stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open. He had been shocked by Han Lingfeng's words and couldn't recover. Chapter 20 Do What You Should Do. After an unknown amount of time, Han Jiangluo came back to his senses. His eyes suddenly became very empty, and then he raised the corners of his mouth with a rogue smile and said, Isn't it right? I raised you, and it's reasonable for you to repay me now. Han Lingfeng looked at Han Jiangluo in silence for a few seconds, then said, Then don't talk about how great the relationship between father and son is. We are just in a debt relationship. He calmed himself down and continued, I will pay this debt. Just name the amount. We'll settle it all at once, and then we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. Repay? What are you going to give me? Zhong Shuaqin questioned. Now I'm asking you to marry me and you won't even agree. I've never seen such an ungrateful person like you. I don't need to tell you. Han Lingfeng glanced at Zhong Shuaqin, then turned to Han Jiangluo and said, Just tell me a number. No matter how much you want, I will accept it without any objection. Bastard! You bastard! Han Jiangluo roared. Blood is thicker than water, and this kinship cannot be severed no matter what. How can this debt be repaid? How can it be calculated? There is no way to calculate it. Han Jiangluo has always been good at calculations, but at this moment, he is powerless. He waved his hands feebly, Go away. I have raised a thing like you that is worse than an animal in vain, go away. He gave up completely. Han Lingfeng looked at him and said, I want to take my mother's belongings away. Han Jiangluo did not respond, but walked exhaustedly towards the nearby sofa. Han Lingfeng packed up his mother's belongings, looked around the bedroom he had lived in, and then went downstairs carrying his things. He walked to the living room, looked around the living room, looked at the people in the room, and then left without looking back. Wow! Han Jiangluo sobbed while sitting on the sofa. For the first time, he experienced failure as a parent. It was the biggest failure in his life. Zhong Shuochen sat beside him and stroked his chest with her hand, saying resentfully, "This Han Lingfeng is simply heartless and worse than an animal. This Han Lingfeng is really unruly. I am really interested in him now." Zhang Wanyue's eyes showed a desire to conquer. She wanted to tame Han Lingfeng, this wild horse. She ordered the bodyguard, "Go. Find out where Han Lingfeng lives now. Also, prepare some cash and valuables for me. I want to use money to beat him." "Yes, Mississippi." The bodyguard obeyed the order. Han Lingfeng returned to Longtan Villa and saw Li Yujiao standing there with a mop and some vegetables. Seeing Han Lingfeng coming, Li Yujiao had a sweet smile on her face. "Why are you here?" Han Lingfeng glanced at her, took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. "Last time I came, I saw your room was dirty, and you didn't even have a mop in your room, so I wanted to clean it for you," Li Yujiao said, shaking the plastic bag in her hand. "Also, I want to cook for you." Han Lingfeng pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "Actually, you don't have to do this for me. Whether I do it or not is my business, and whether I accept it or not is your business." Li Yujiao followed him into the house. Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at her. "You'll make me feel guilty. I do what I should do, and you suffer what you should suffer. It's all voluntary and no one owes anyone anything, and no one can bother anyone else," Li Yujiao said with a smile, and went to the kitchen with the vegetables and mop. Han Lingfeng stood there in a daze. This woman had gained enlightenment. Then, with a smile on his face, he walked across the living room and upstairs to do what he had to do. Han Lingfeng went to the bedroom and called Yi Kunlun. "Have you eaten?" he asked. "I didn't eat." "What's wrong?" Yi Kunlun's lukewarm voice came from the other end of the phone. "What are you still busy with? It's so late and you haven't eaten yet. It must be past 6 o'clock. What else can I be busy with?" "Of course, it's company matters." Han Lingfeng asked, "Then, shall I order takeout for you?" Yi Kunlun was stunned for 2 seconds and replied, "I never eat takeout." "Maybe you will eat what I ordered." Han Lingfeng grinned. Yi Kunlun, holding the phone, unconsciously smiled. Then she said, "Okay. But I don't eat fried food. How about Yunnan-style stir-fry?" Han Lingfeng asked for opinions. "Okay." Yi Kunlun replied, paused for a moment and then ordered, "Order less and keep it simple." She was afraid that Han Lingfeng would order too much and waste money. After all, he was just a child, how much money could he have? Han Lingfeng hung up the phone, then found the ordering number for the most luxurious Yunnan restaurant in Nanchur on the internet and called it. "Please make a few dishes and send them to the president's office of Yi Group." Han Lingfeng instructed the staff on the other end of the phone. "Hello, sir, what would you like to order?" came the voice of a female staff member on the other end. Han Lingfeng thought for a moment and read out, "Chicken in purple pottery steamer, preserved winter melon, stir-fried dried mushrooms with green peppers, stir-fried beef with sour bamboo shoots, and bitter vegetable soup. Just send these over." After a pause, he ordered, "Don't forget to get a bowl of rice." "Yes, sir," the staff replied. The next second, in the office of the president of Yi Group, one dish after another was placed on the coffee table in Yi Kunlun's office. Yi Kunlun glared at this idiot. Didn't she tell him to order less and keep it simple? He actually ordered so much, and even ordered dried mushrooms. "Mr. Yi, who is so thoughtful to deliver meals to the office, and they are all your favorite dishes?" Secretary Chen asked with a smile. Yi Kunlun glared at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen quickly shut up, retreated obediently, and closed the office door. Yi Kunlun picked up the phone and dialed Han Lingfeng's number. Han Lingfeng was having dinner with Li Yujiao when his cell phone rang. Han Lingfeng picked up the food with one hand and answered the phone with the other. "Hello. How much did the dishes cost?" Yi Kunlun's voice came from the other end of the phone. "What's wrong?" Han Lingfeng asked. "Didn't I tell you to order something simpler?" Yi Kunlun asked. "What's wrong? Don't you like eating?" Han Lingfeng asked back. "It's not that I don't like it, but how much does this meal cost? So this is what you care about. You don't need to worry about this. Just eat comfortably. Nothing is more important than comfort." Yi Kunlun suddenly fell silent, an annoying smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he said, "I received your kindness. I'll transfer the meal money to you." "Why?" Han Lingfeng was surprised. Because I'm afraid that after you eat this meal, you won't have anything to eat next time, said Ji Kunlun. Han Lingfeng waved his hands and laughed, not really, not really. I'm not so poor that I can't afford to eat my next meal. Yi Kunlun was silent for a few seconds. That's good. Just don't let you starve. Otherwise, I will be guilty of a great sin. Don't worry, it doesn't exist. Han Lingfeng hung up the phone. Li Yujiao glanced at him and asked curiously, who are you talking to? I saw your eyes were shining when you were on the phone. You have your voluntary feelings, and I have mine. Han Lingfeng couldn't suppress the sweetness on his face. A hint of disappointment flashed across Li Yujiao's eyes, but she immediately nodded in understanding. I understand, she is so happy. Lingfeng, we have the same understanding of love. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes. Han Lingfeng replied as he poured soup into his bowl, love is a thing. It is the same no matter who you are with. Its essence is a true heart. Then can you feel my sincerity? Li Yujiao reached out and grabbed the back of Han Lingfeng's hand. Han Lingfeng's heart trembled, he looked up at Li Yujiao in a daze, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Great! I finally understand. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door, breaking the ambiguous and silent atmosphere. Li Yujiao retracted her hand, and turned to look at the door at the same time as Han Lingfeng. Zhang Junjie walked over from the door, his face looked very ugly. Chapter 21 Conflict. Li Yujiao, I was wondering what big boss you hooked up with that made you want to break up with me. Turns out it was him. Zhang Junjie stood in front of Han Lingfeng and Li Yujiao, glaring at them angrily. Let's talk outside. Li Yujiao wanted to pull Zhang Junjie away. Just say it here, why do you have to say it outside? Zhang Junjie pushed Li Yujiao away. Han Lingfeng waved his hand calmly, no need to worry, just let him talk here. Han Lingfeng, you're so fucking brave. You dare to snatch a woman from me, huh? Zhang Junjie waved his hand angrily and knocked over the food on the table. The food fell to the ground and the plate broke into pieces. Zhang Junjie, what are you doing? Li Yujiao yelled. Han Lingfeng waved his hand to interrupt Li Yujiao and signaled him not to speak. Then he stood up from the chair in the dining room and said to Zhang Junjie calmly, you are in a bad mood now. Let's talk when you are more stable. I'm talking about your mother. Zhang Junjie was full of anger. He reached out and grabbed Han Lingfeng's collar and said viciously, how dare you steal my woman? You are so brave. Zhang Junjie. Li Yujiao rushed over and pushed Zhang Junjie away, are you crazy? We've already broken up. Break up? Zhang Junjie sneered, you said break up? This matter is not your decision. I won't break up. Li Yujiao looked at him in disbelief for a few seconds and said, I have already paid you back for the money you spend on me. What else do you want? Breaking up is not a one-sided thing. If I say you can't break up, then you can't. Zhang Junjie roared harshly. Why are you so childish? Li Yujiao also yelled, we are all adults, why do you have to keep pestering me like this? I don't love you. The words I don't love you completely broke Zhang Junjie's defense. Zhang Junjie was furious and grabbed Li Yujiao's neck, bitch. A few days ago you said you loved me. But in the blink of an eye you said you don't love me anymore. You fell in love with Han Lingfeng just because he was richer than me, didn't you? You are really a heartless bitch and an indifferent actor. Zhang Junjie roared and slammed Li Yujiao down hard. Li Yujiao staggered and almost fell over with the dining room chair. Han Lingfeng, who had been expressionless all the time, had a flash of surprise in his eyes, and then he looked at Zhang Junjie with a frown. When he was in high school, he knew that Zhang Junjie was a bad person, but he didn't expect that he could be so bad. Yes. I am a heartless whore and an indifferent actor. Li Yujiao was so angry that her chest rose and fell. She gasped and yelled at Zhang Junjie, and you are at best just a client who has sex without paying. We are both rotten people, and neither of us is more elegant than the other. Zhang Junjie was shocked and stunned. Li Yujiao was still breathing heavily and it was difficult for her to calm down. I need to clarify something. Han Lingfeng interrupted, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Junjie, Yujiao and I are not what you think, I didn't steal her from you. In fact, there is no question of whether to snatch her or not. If she loves you, no one can snatch her away. If she doesn't love you, you can't keep her even if no one fights with you. What is love? It's called love when two people are in love with each other. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. Why do you force a woman who doesn't have you in her heart? Stop lecturing me. Zhang Junjie yelled at Han Lingfeng angrily. Then he sneered in an extremely unbalanced manner, hee hee, you are really amazing. You got the advantage but you still act cute. Li Yujiao loves you. Do you feel like a winner in front of me and have a sense of accomplishment? But let me tell you. Li Yujiao doesn't love you at all. She loves your money because she sees that you have 3 billion in your card. When saying this, Zhang Junjie actually showed a hint of gloating on his face. Han Lingfeng replied calmly, Yujiao and I have already discussed this topic. I think I know better than you whether she loves me as a person or as a money. Zhang Junjie felt like he had punched cotton. Li Yujiao lowered her head with satisfaction. Then, Zhang Junjie sneered with a sneer on his face, hee, Yujiao, you're being so affectionate. You two have already gotten into bed, right? Li Yujiao raised her head and looked at Zhang Junjie in shock. Ha ha. Zhang Junjie laughed strangely, but let me tell you, Han Lingfeng, she is just a woman that I played with so hard. I left over some food, and you picked it up and continued playing with it. You are not a picky eater. How does it taste to eat other people's leftovers? Looking at Zhang Junjie with a distorted face, Han Lingfeng was speechless. Li Yujiao was completely furious and rushed towards Zhang Junjie with a roar, you beast, I will fight you. Pa! Zhang Junjie slapped Li Yujiao in the face. Li Yujiao staggered 2 steps and almost fell down. A red slap mark was left on her pretty face. Han Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Junjie with contempt, it's inappropriate to hit a woman, right? Okay. Zhang Junjie nodded, since hitting a woman is inappropriate, then I'll hit you. As Zhang Junjie spoke, he grabbed a dining chair and was about to throw it at Han Lingfeng. No! Li Yujiao covered her face and screamed. At the same time, a loud shout came from the door, stop. Then, several people rushed over and snatched the dining chair from Zhang Junjie's hand. Before Zhang Junjie could come to his senses, a slap landed on his face. Zhang Junjie shook his head and came to his senses, only to see a young woman in noble attire standing in front of him. At this moment, the young woman was staring at him with sharp and majestic eyes. The powerful aura in her eyes frightened Zhang Junjie so much that he was stunned for a moment. Zhang Huanyue glared at Zhang Junjie for a few seconds before she opened her pearly layer and said, how dare you lay hands on my fiancé? Fiancé? Li Yujiao looked at the wealthy woman in front of her, then looked at Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng? How could he have such a noble fiancé? Zhang Junjie was puzzled. Ms. Zhang, when did I become your fiancé? Han Lingfeng looked up at Zhang Huanyue, I didn't agree to the deal you made with my father. Hearing Han Lingfeng say this, Li Yujiao breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Huanyue turned to face Han Lingfeng with a confident smile on her face, you didn't agree before, but you will agree soon. Zhang Huanyue said, waving to the bodyguard behind her, bring the things to me. The bodyguards came over carrying things. Chapter 22 Miss Zhang, it's really. As long as you agree to marry into my family's family, these things will be yours. Zhang Huanyue pointed to the things the bodyguards were holding. A box of red cash, a pair of car keys, an apartment property certificate, a pair of designer suits, and a pair of designer leather shoes. Han Lingfeng glanced at those things and said, Ms. Zhang, are you going to use money to hit me? Is it not possible? Zhang Huanyue said proudly, I am the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. The Zhang family owns 10% of the shares in the Yi Group, so we have plenty of money. As long as you marry into my family, I promise that you will have no worries about food and clothing from now on. Han Lingfeng stared at Zhang Huanyue for a few seconds and said, can I ask you a question? What is your relationship with Yi Kunlun, the president of Yi Group? Why are you asking this? Zhang Huanyue suddenly became a little unhappy. Nothing, just asking casually. Han Lingfeng said. I'm asking you now, do you agree or not? Zhang Huanyue continued to ask. Han Lingfeng replied without even thinking twice, I'm sorry, Miss Zhang, I can't agree to your request. You don't like money? Zhang Huanyue looked puzzled. She looked around the villa and thought of something. Could it be that you are being kept by someone? Han Lingfeng frowned, keeping a sponsor? Why does Miss Zhang say that? You live in such a big villa, and you are not tempted by my things. There is only one reason to explain it, that is, you found a woman who is richer than me, and you can get more from her than from me. Han Huanyue said. So that's it. Zhang Junjie suddenly screamed as if he had discovered a new world. Han Lingfeng, I was wondering why you suddenly became rich, and I couldn't figure it out. Thanks to Miss Zhang for reminding me, it turns out you're just a gigolo. A disdainful smile appeared on Zhang Junjie's face. Li Yujiao looked at Han Lingfeng with a questioning look. Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Huanyue calmly, so this is what Miss Zhang thinks of me. Isn't it? Zhang Huanyue asked. Ha! Han Lingfeng sneered, in fact, it doesn't matter what Miss Zhang thinks of me. I don't care about other people's evaluation of me at all. Han Lingfeng, what the hell are you pretending to be? Zhang Junjie shouted, I thought you were really some invisible rich second generation, but it turns out you're just a gigolo. You even pretended to be so elegant and preached to me, saying that love comes from the heart and so on. It turns out you're just a gigolo who sells your body for material things. Zhang Huanyue turned her head and looked at Zhang Junjie, who the hell are you? How dare you make such a noise in front of me? Zhang Junjie hurriedly put on a flattering smile and reached out to shake hands with Zhang Huanyue. Hello, Miss Zhang, my name is Zhang Junjie, and Tengfei Group is owned by my family. Tengfei Group? I haven't heard of it. Zhang Huanyue had indeed never heard of it, because Tengfei Group was just a small group company, not enough to be known to someone like Zhang Huanyue. Zhang Junjie retracted his hand and an awkward smile froze on his face. Zhang Huanyue glanced at him and said, I don't care who you are, and I don't care what grudges you have with Han Lingfeng, but I have to warn you, just because I can despise Han Lingfeng doesn't mean others can despise him. Also, you actually wanted to hit Han Lingfeng with a chair just now. You knew that if you hit him with that chair, someone might die. Although a cheap life is nothing to a rich person, the person you hit was Han Lingfeng, which makes me very unhappy. So, I decided to teach you a lesson. Zhang Junjie's pupils shrank. Zhang Huanyue waved her hand and ordered the bodyguard, drag him out and beat him up so he will remember this lesson. Don't, Miss Zhang. Zhang Junjie begged. However, he was still taken away by several of Zhang Huanyue's bodyguards. After a while, the sound of beating and Zhang Junjie's screams were heard outside. Li Yujiao sighed. This Miss Zhang's style of doing things was a bit too much. Han Lingfeng was very calm, because he knew one thing in his heart, for these wealthy people, using violence was just a small means. Miss, it has been handled. The bodyguard came in and reported to Zhang Huanyue. Zhang Huanyue nodded with satisfaction, turned her head to look at Han Lingfeng, and continued, I don't care whether you are really kept by someone or why you live in this big villa, but I want you. Why? Han Lingfeng frowned. You want to find someone to take over. There are many men in the world. I believe that as long as you give some money, there will be a lot of men willing to marry into your Zhang family. Zhang Huanyue said proudly, indeed, as long as I give some money, there will be a lot of men willing to take over, but not everyone is qualified to be my Zhang Huanyue's takeover. As she spoke, she glanced at Han Lingfeng, don't you think that being my Zhang Huanyue's successor is also a blessing? Han Lingfeng sneered, thank you Miss Zhang for looking up to me, but I can't afford this blessing, so I beg Miss Zhang to let me go. I'm afraid this is not up to you. Zhang Huanyue looked at Han Lingfeng with a strong gaze, I have already invested a sum of money in your father's company, unless you want to see your father's company go bankrupt. Han Lingfeng straightened his chest and said, I think you are already aware of the conflict between my father and I. He and I have nothing to do with each other anymore, so whether his company goes bankrupt or not has nothing to do with me. Really? Zhang Huanyue stared at him, I don't believe you can give up this blood relationship. Han Lingfeng had a solemn expression and remained silent. If you don't believe me, we can verify it. Zhang Huanyue said, picking up her phone and making a call, cancel the cooperation with Han Zhangluo and withdraw the funds that were invested. Han Lingfeng's eyes flashed with surprise. This Zhang Huanyue's style of doing things was really. Ms. Zhang, do you treat business as a joke? Han Lingfeng frowned unhappily. What? Are you feeling sorry for your father so soon? Zhang Huanyue showed a teasing expression, to me, a small figure like your father is just like a grasshopper in my poem. I can play with him to death. What good will this do for you? Han Lingfeng growled angrily, you should know that if you cancel the cooperation, you will have to pay liquidated damages, which is also a loss for you. I don't care about that little loss at all. Zhang Huanyue crossed her arms, I will get what I want at any cost, so what does losing a little money mean to me? Han Lingfeng growled, but a forced melon is not sweet. Zhang Huanyue sneered, it doesn't matter whether it's sweet or not, as long as I'm interested in that melon, I will pick it. Why? Why does it have to be me? Ha? Han Lingfeng was so angry that he couldn't control himself and shouted out. Chapter 23. He is very mature. Why? Why does it have to be me? Ha! Han Lingfeng was so angry that he couldn't control himself and shouted out. I don't know why. Even I can't explain it clearly. Maybe it's because you are a little different. Anyway, you have aroused my interest. Han Lingfeng stared at Zhang Wanyue in a daze, not knowing what words he could use to deal with her. You will soon come to me and beg me for help. Zhang Wanyue glanced at Han Lingfeng with a confident look, then turned and left. She thought everything was under her control, but Han Lingfeng didn't think so. This woman thinks too highly of herself. Lingfeng, this, she. Li Yujiao seemed to have many questions in her mind. Han Lingfeng smiled calmly. Nothing, as you can see, a rich girl who got pregnant before marriage wants me to be her scapegoat. Li Yujiao looked embarrassed. This Miss Zhang, really? Do you have any other questions in your mind? Han Lingfeng stared at Li Yujiao's face. Li Yujiao calmed down, raised her head, and said with an awkward expression, that's it. You want to ask, where did the balance in your card come from, and whether I'm being kept by someone? Li Yujiao lowered her head in shame. Han Lingfeng looked at Li Yujiao for a few seconds and answered honestly, I am not being kept by anyone. The money is my own and it is clean. Li Yujiao breathed a sigh of relief and said that Lingfeng was not that kind of person. But then, another question lingered in her mind, that is, where did Han Lingfeng get his money? How could he earn so much with his own ability? But she couldn't ask any more questions for fear of offending Han Lingfeng. The atmosphere fell silent, and Li Yujiao felt that she should leave. She looked up at Han Lingfeng and said, Lingfeng, I'm going to go back first. I'll come to see you another day. By the way, just leave your dirty clothes here. Don't take them to the laundry. I'll come and help you wash them. Why? Before Han Lingfeng could say anything more, Li Yujiao turned and left. When Li Yujiao walked out of the villa and passed through the green area of the villa community, a figure suddenly emerged from the green bushes. Zhang Junjie's bloody face appeared in front of Li Yujiao. His face looked extremely hideous and distorted due to excessive excitement and anger. Then, Li Yujiao's entire neck was clamped by a strong arm. At the same time, a knife was placed on her neck. A devil-like voice rang in my ears, don't make a sound. Follow me. In the morning, the system assigned a task to Han Lingfeng. Further maintain emotional connection with the goddess and receive a reward of 5 billion. Han Lingfeng smiled. Even if the system did not reward him, he would continue to maintain an emotional connection with Yi Kunlun. At noon, Han Lingfeng asked Yi Kunlun to have lunch with him, and Yi Kunlun did not refuse. Han Lingfeng was waiting for Yi Kunlun to get off work downstairs of her company. Seeing Yi Kunlun walking out of the company lobby with her bag, Han Lingfeng's face immediately lit up with a smile as big as a flower. Yi Kunlun is no longer so afraid of others seeing her being close to Han Lingfeng. Let's go. She walked away and shouted to Han Lingfeng in a lukewarm tone. What do you want to eat? Han Lingfeng asked. Let's go eat at a roadside stall. Yi Kunlun said. Han Lingfeng looked at her in surprise. People of your status also eat at roadside stalls? Who said that people of my status can't eat at street stalls? Yi Kunlun was puzzled. I thought. Han Lingfeng remembered that she was not like this before. Do you think I've changed? Yi Kunlun said as he opened the car door. It's not that I've changed, it's just that I've always been like this. Han Lingfeng said hurriedly, before, you deliberately acted arrogant and delicate in front of me, but that was not the real you. Now we are familiar with each other. Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with gentle eyes. He understood her. She got in the car and Han Lingfeng hurriedly followed. While eating hot and sour noodles at a roadside stall, Han Lingfeng took out a painting from his pocket and gave it to Yi Kunlun. Here. Yi Kunlun took the painting, unfolded it, and saw that it was a sketch. The person in the painting was Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun was stunned. You can draw? I learned a little bit when I was in school, but I'm not good at drawing. I'm sorry to show you my poor drawing skills. Han Lingfeng said a little embarrassedly. I think the painting is good. Yi Kunlun said, rolled up the painting and put it in his bag. Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly. I know that you are proficient in calligraphy and painting, Qinchi. I am very satisfied to receive such an evaluation from you. Yi Kunlun glanced at him and asked, what other specialties do you have? Han Lingfeng thought for a moment and said, is cooking considered a specialty? You can cook? Yi Kunlun was a little surprised. Boys your age usually have everything handed to them, but you can actually cook. Children without mothers have to grow up early. My stepmother forced me to do housework when I was 6 years old, and I could cook when I was 8. I have cooked a lot over the years, and I think I am a pretty good cook. Han Lingfeng said with a smile. Yi Kunlun looked at him with pity. Why can you still laugh when you talk about your unfortunate childhood? If I don't laugh, should I cry bitterly? Han Lingfeng joked, oh, if I cry, President Yi, you will feel sympathy and pity for me, and therefore, you will treat me better. Oh, by the way, I should take every opportunity to show you my inner trauma and make you feel so bad for me. Yi Kunlun rolled his eyes at him and said, stop it. Then he looked at Han Lingfeng twice. Lingfeng, I think you are very mature sometimes, too mature to be like a 20-year-old boy. Don't you like mature ones? With my current appearance, will you treat me as a man? Will you like me more? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with expectant eyes. Well. Yi Kunlun didn't know how to answer. Treat me as a man. Han Lingfeng pleaded, slowly, I will let you feel the taste of a mature man coming from me. I have all the qualities that a mature man should have. Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with uncertainty. I'm not in a hurry. I'll leave everything to time. Han Lingfeng has enough patience. Sooner or later you will feel that I can give you the same feelings that a mature man can give you. Han Lingfeng smiled and added playfully, at the same time, I can also bring you the innocence and romance that a mature man cannot. Yi Kunlun showed a knowing smile and rolled her eyes at him. Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly, after dinner, I will take you back to the company. After lunch, Han Lingfeng sent Yi Kunlun to the downstairs of Yi Group Company. The two had just gotten out of the car when they saw Fong Bo getting out of a luxury car holding a bouquet of roses. Seeing Yi Kunlun, Fong Bo quickly ran towards Yi Kunlun. Kunlun. Chapter 24 The Angry Beast. Kunlun. Fong Bo ran over quickly holding a bunch of roses. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng looked at Fong Bo at the same time. Ever since Yi Kunlun unilaterally announced the cancellation of the engagement, Fong Bo seemed to be more enthusiastic towards Yi Kunlun than before. Because his father didn't want any accidents to happen in his marriage. The public opinion was suppressed last time, so it was a close call. Therefore, the head of the Fong family ordered him to spend less time drinking and partying, and to spend more time on Yi Kunlun. In the past few days, he frequently sent flowers to Yi Kunlun's office, 1 bouquet a day. Today, he even came over in person. Kunlun. Fong Bo ran to Yi Kunlun and looked at her with warm eyes. The flowers in his arms were very bright. Why are you here? Yi Kunlun's unhappy expression instinctively appeared on his face. Fong Bo laughed dryly, glanced at Han Lingfeng beside Yi Kunlun, and asked in confusion, who is he? Last time, I saw him with you. He looked up and down at Han Lingfeng's clothes and asked, do you have such a relative? How come I have never seen one before? He shouldn't be an employee. I don't think he's even an adult yet. Oh, of course, everyone has poor relatives. He concluded based on his own judgment that the boy in front of him was a poor relative of Yi Kunlun's family. Yi Kunlun felt disgusted and frowned and asked, what's wrong with you? Can't I come to see you if everything is fine? Fong Bo still had a smile on his face. Sorry, I'm busy. Yi Kunlun said, and was about to walk towards the company gate. Kunlun. Fong Bo grabbed her, the smile on his face replaced by displeasure. Can't you be a little gentler to me? Why do you always treat me with such indifference? Yi Kunlun looked at him coldly. I've always been like this, don't you know? That's why I asked you to be more enthusiastic towards me. Fong Bo gritted his teeth. Yi Kunlun looked at Fong Bo for a few seconds. I'm sorry. I can't be enthusiastic about you. After saying that, Yi Kunlun was about to step into the company's gate. Yi Kunlun. Fong Bo became angry and dropped the rose in his hand. What do you want me to do? Yi Kunlun glanced at the employees who were gossiping. She suppressed her temper and reminded Fong Bo, please pay attention to your words and actions, Mr. Fong. Fong Bo took a deep breath and controlled his temper. Then he said distressfully, Kunlun, please don't treat me like this. I didn't ask you to accept my attitude. You can cancel the engagement, right? Yi Kunlun said. Yi Kunlun. Fong Bo's temper flared up again. You know very well that the elders of our two families would not allow us to cancel the engagement. Why can't we retreat? As long as you and I agree, no one is forcing us. They can't tie us together with a rope. Yi Kunlun said. All right. Fong Bo took a deep breath. It's me who doesn't want to cancel the engagement. It's okay that I don't want to cancel the engagement, right? Kunlun, I love you, and I want to marry you. Fong Bo excitedly put his hand on Yi Kunlun's shoulder. Yi Kunlun pushed his hand away, but I don't want to marry you. Fong Bo immediately became irritable again, patting his chest and saying, What's wrong with me, huh? What's wrong with me that you don't like, huh? Yi Kunlun looked at him, speechless. Fong Bo continued, You said I went out to eat, drink and have fun with my friends, and you said I went to pick up girls, and you didn't like it. I have changed now, what else are you not satisfied with? Yes, what was she dissatisfied with? Fong Bo was excellent in terms of family background, status, body shape and appearance, and his bad habits were gradually changing. Many beautiful young ladies were vying to marry him. But Yi Kunlun just couldn't like him. Why was that? Yi Kunlun wanted to find the answer herself. Kunlun, will you marry me? Fong Bo grabbed her shoulders again and looked at her pleadingly, Well? Will you promise to marry me? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun. Will she agree to Fong Bo? Excuse me, Mr. Fong. Yi Kunlun suddenly and roughly pulled the hand off his shoulder. I don't like you. A smile appeared on Han Lingfeng's lips, and he knew that Kunlun would have the courage to face her heart. Fong Bo's face turned gloomy. Then he raised his chin high, put on a proud attitude and said, Yi Kunlun, don't be shameless. After all, you are just a businessman, and my Fong family is a powerful family. There are many rich ladies like you in Nanshur. As long as I, Fong Bo, wave my hand, there will be many women throwing themselves at me. Don't be ungrateful. Fong Bo's finger was almost pointing at Yi Kunlun's face. Only at this moment did Yi Kunlun look at Fong Bo's face. So this is your character. Yi Kunlun glared at Fong Bo with disgust and was about to leave. At this moment, Fong Bo suddenly grabbed her arm and dragged her back. Immediately afterwards, Fong Bo's mouth was about to forcefully kiss her on the mouth. Swish! At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Fong Bo's hair, and Fong Bo's head was pulled back instinctively. Han Lingfeng's eyes were filled with anger. He grabbed Fong Bo's hair tightly with one hand and punched Fong Bo in the face with the other fist. Fong Bo groaned, leaned to one side, staggered a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. Han Lingfeng continued to move forward to kick and hit Fong Bo, but a delicate hand grabbed his arm. Yi Kunlun really didn't expect such a conflict to happen. Fong Bo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head and stared at Han Lingfeng, his eyes full of bloodshot. You little bastard, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Fong Bo yelled at Han Lingfeng. Of course I know. You are the young master of the Fong family, the #1 family in southern province. Han Lingfeng said coldly. Since you know my identity, you still dare to attack me. Where do you get the courage? Fong Bo gritted his teeth. Who asked you to kiss her forcibly? Are you a hooligan? Han Lingfeng asked. Little bottoms, you actually dare to scold me. Fong Bo was furious. I must teach you a lesson. Fong Bo said this and rushed towards Han Lingfeng in anger. Fong Bo. Yi Kunlun pulled Fong Bo but failed to hold him. Fong Bo rushed to Han Lingfeng and punched him. Han Lingfeng grabbed Fong Bo's arm with his left hand and hit Fong Bo's left waist with his right elbow. Thump, thump, thump. Fong Bo took 2 or 3 steps back, feeling severe pain in his left waist. However, the man's face prevented him from retreating. He endured the pain in his waist and immediately pounced on Han Lingfeng again. Bang! Han Lingfeng raised his leg and kicked Fong Bo in the stomach. Thump, thump, thump. Fong Bo staggered back a few steps. But he became even angrier, his eyes were as red as a beast that had lost its mind. I just don't believe that I can't even beat a little jerk like you. Fong Bo roared and pounced towards Han Lingfeng like a wild beast. Chapter 25 Mr. Yi's face is so soft. Pa! As soon as Fong Bo pounced in front of Han Lingfeng, he was slapped hard by Han Lingfeng. Fong Bo felt extremely humiliated. He was completely enraged and said, Boy, if I don't call someone to break your legs, I'm not the young master of the #1 family in southern province. Fong Bo said this and took out his cell phone to make a call. Yi Kunlun stopped him. Fong Bo. Don't let me look down on you. Fong Bo stopped dialing the phone and nodded. Okay, I'll let him go this time for your sake, but it's better not to happen again next time. After Fong Bo finished speaking, he glared at Han Lingfeng with resentment and then left. Yi Kunlun brought Han Lingfeng to her office, poured him a glass of water and placed it in front of him, then she sat down opposite him and looked at Han Lingfeng with curious eyes. "Why, are you looking at me like that?" Looking at Yi Kunlun's stunningly beautiful face, Han Lingfeng felt his blood boiling. "Tell me, why are you so good at fighting?" Yi Kunlun's beautiful eyes seemed to be exploring something. "When I was in high school, I was often bullied by my classmates, so I went to a boxing gym to learn sanda." Han Lingfeng had a bright smile on his face. "I learned for free because my father didn't give me tuition, so I cleaned the gym. The teacher was very good. He could see that I really wanted to learn, so he took me in. What a sensible child he is, and he has suffered so much." Yi Kunlun's eyes were full of pity, and she suddenly wanted to hug this little man. But when she thought of the difference between men and women, her slightly raised arm fell down again. "Bo!" At this moment, Han Lingfeng suddenly kissed her on the face. Yi Kunlun shuddered, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to scold him or encourage him. Han Lingfeng's face was filled with a smug smile. "Bossia's face is so soft." Yi Kunlun's heart was beating wildly, and finally she turned into anger. "Lingfeng, don't do this again in the future." "Don't do that again?" Han Lingfeng asked playfully. Yi Kunlun's heart began to beat wildly again. Just like you did just now, kiss me." "But I really like to kiss Mr. Yi." Han Lingfeng teased her. "Mr. Ye's face is really soft and fragrant, especially his neck." As Han Lingfeng spoke, his entire face slowly moved towards Yi Kunlun's neck. "Oh my!" Yi Kunlun quickly held up his face with her hands. "Stop it, we're in the office, be careful not to be seen." Han Lingfeng's eyes lit up. "Then after you get off work, let's go to your presidential suite." "You little brat, don't push your luck." Yi Kunlun stood up in a panic and urged, "I'm busy with work, leave now." "But I still want to stay with you for a while." Han Lingfeng said disappointedly. "Stop messing around and leave quickly." Yi Kunlun waved his hands nervously. "Okay, I'm leaving now." As Han Lingfeng spoke, he suddenly kissed Yi Kunlun on the face when she wasn't paying attention, then ran away laughing. This little brat." Yi Kunlun cursed, her heart pounding, and one of her delicate hands involuntarily touched the place that Han Lingfeng had just kissed. This little man made her feel uneasy, a feeling she had never experienced before. "Could it be that I have fallen in love with him?" She shook her head vigorously. "Impossible. How could she possibly like a little man who was 10 years younger than her? But why does the heart beat so fast?" Yi Kunlun was completely confused. At the same time, Han Lingfeng, full of joy, was walking happily on the street after leaving Yi Kunlun's company. At this time, he received a strange call. "Hello, is this Han Lingfeng?" The caller was a girl. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" "I'm Li Yujiao's roommate and best friend. Yujiao didn't return to the dormitory last night." "Is she with you?" "What? She didn't return to the dormitory the whole night?" Han Lingfeng was surprised. "Because I couldn't get through to her cell phone, I was worried that something had happened to her, so I called to ask you." "Do you really not know where Yujiao went?" "Zhang Junjie. It must be Zhang Junjie." Han Lingfeng suddenly shouted excitedly. "Zhang Junjie? What does this have to do with Zhang Junjie? She and Zhang Junjie have already broken up. Did something happen?" Before the other party could continue asking, Han Lingfeng interrupted her. "Do you know where Zhang Junjie lives?" The other party hurriedly said, "I only know that Zhang Junjie has a school district house near Nanjing University." "Take me there." Han Lingfeng shouted and ran away. School district housing near Nanda University, Sunshine Garden. Zhang Junjie had locked Li Yujiao in his school district apartment for a whole night and a morning. Yesterday evening, after he kidnapped Li Yujiao from Han Lingfeng's Longtan Villa community, he forcibly brought her here. He tied Li Yujiao up with tape and tied her to a chair. He tortured Li Yujiao for the whole night. Li Yujiao was already exhausted and fell asleep sitting on the chair. Zhang Junjie has been drinking non-stop, starting from last night and continuing till now. There were bruises on his face and a bandage on his forehead. It was yesterday evening at Longtan Villa, when Zhang Wanyua's bodyguards beat him up like that at her behest. He was covered in bruises, but he was numb now and couldn't feel the pain anymore. "Only the fire of hatred in my heart is still burning fiercely." As a rich second generation, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was actually dumped by a gold digger, and the person that gold digger liked happened to be the person he once despised the most. And because of that person, he was beaten by that inexplicable rich girl. Zhang Junjie's heart was now filled with hatred. He hated Li Yujiao, Han Lingfeng, that rich girl, and everything. But what she hated most was that Li Yujiao took back her love for him. He was a very possessive person, and things that belonged to him could no longer belong to others. How could Li Yujiao love Han Lingfeng and not love him? He would never allow this. He wants Li Yujiao to love him and only him forever. Zhang Junjie took a big gulp of the white wine, then stood up and rushed to Li Yujiao. Li Yujiao was still sleeping at this moment because she was too tired. Zhang Junjie looked at her beautiful, familiar, yet unfamiliar face, the fire of anger in his chest burning fiercely. He poured the half-full bottle of liquor in the bottle onto Li Yujiao's face. Pour the water to wake Li Yujiao up. Li Yujiao opened her tired eyes and glanced at Zhang Junjie's gloomy and angry face. She had been facing this face for the entire night and had long since become immune to it. She really didn't expect that Zhang Junjie would be so extreme and crazy that he would tie her up here and torture her hysterically for an entire night. "You still won't let me go?" she asked weakly. "Let you go? Humph." Zhang Junjie snorted coldly, raised her chin with his hand and asked, "Why should I let you go?" Chapter 26. This man is deviled. "Zhang Junjie, why are you like this?" Li Yujiao really didn't understand why Zhang Junjie was like this. "Why? Don't you know why?" Zhang Junjie grabbed Li Yujiao's neck, "Because I don't allow you to love others, and I don't allow you to leave me. As long as I don't abandon you, you can't abandon me." "But why? You obviously don't love me. You have always looked down on me because I worship money." "I will do anything for money," Li Yujiao questioned. Zhang Junjie snorted coldly, "Yes, I look down on you and I don't love you, but I also don't allow you to fall in love with others. Especially Han Lingfeng." Thinking that the person she loved was Han Lingfeng, Zhang Junjie became even more crazy. "Why? Why did you fall in love with Han Lingfeng?" Zhang Junjie excitedly grabbed Li Yujiao's neck, as if he wanted to strangle her to death. Li Yujiao was choked to the point of suffocation. She kept slapping Zhang Junjie's arm with her hands. Let me go, let me go." Seeing that she was about to be crushed to death by him, Zhang Junjie let go of Li Yujiao's neck. Li Yujiao coughed desperately and gasped for breath. Before she could recover, Zhang Junjie grabbed her hair again and said viciously, "You belong to me, do you understand? You can only belong to me forever, do you understand? Unless one day I get tired of you and don't want you anymore, then you will be qualified to love someone else." Zhang Junjie. Li Yujiao burst into tears. "Why did you do this to me? Why? You don't love me, you don't care about me, and you don't allow me to love others. Why? Why?" Because. Zhang Junjie himself didn't know why. "In short, before I abandon you, you must not abandon me. You belong to me, do you understand? So before I forbid you to leave, you must not leave me. More." Zhang Junjie shook her head. "You have to do whatever I tell you to do. You'd better obey me. Do you hear me? You lunatic! You lunatic!" Li Yujiao cried loudly. "Now." Zhang Junjie licked his cracked lips, his eyes turned lustful. "I want you." As Zhang Junjie spoke, he greedily kissed Li Yujiao's neck, kissed her forcefully, and bit her. Li Yujiao struggled and screamed frantically. But Zhang Junjie ignored it and aggressively attacked Li Yujiao's neck, face, and even mouth. Suddenly, Li Yujiao bit Zhang Junjie's lips fiercely. The excruciating pain made Zhang Junjie let go of Li Yujiao. But then, Zhang Junjie got angry. He was furious and slapped Li Yujiao in the face. "Pa!" Li Yujiao's face tilted to one side as she was slapped. Her messy hair covered half of her face. The exposed half was still as pure and beautiful as ever, but now it looked a little more miserable. Zhang Junjie then grabbed her hair and continued to kiss her. Each kiss he gave was so forceful and fierce, as if he wanted to bite off Li Yujiao's entire lips. Li Yujiao opened her eyes numbly, leaning her head on the back of the chair, letting Zhang Junjie forcefully kiss her. She was already heartbroken. A moment later, Zhang Junjie felt like he was kissing a piece of wood. He stopped and looked up at Li Yujiao's numb face. That face had already told him that she had no feelings at all. This made Zhang Junjie even angrier. "Go!" Zhang Junjie tore off the tape on her hands, grabbed her hair and dragged her to the bed. Li Yujiao still looked numb. Zhang Junjie pushed Li Yujiao roughly onto the bed and tore off her clothes roughly. He wanted to possess her hard. Bang! At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open. Han Lingfeng and Li Yujiao's best friend appeared at the door. Lingfeng, save me! The moment she saw Han Lingfeng, Li Yujiao, who had lost her soul, suddenly came back to life. She suddenly pushed Zhang Junjie away and pounced on Han Lingfeng. Li Yujiao threw herself into Han Lingfeng's arms and burst into tears. She felt so wrong that at this moment, she burst out like a dam breaking. When Han Lingfeng saw Li Yujiao's miserable appearance, she was as shocked as her best friend. Her clothes were torn, leaving her naked like a beggar, her hair was disheveled like a madman, and tears and sweat mixed together, making her look both miserable and disheveled. Zhang Junjie, how could he do this to her? Han Lingfeng hurriedly took off his coat and put it on Li Yujiao. Then hand her over to her best friend. Then, Han Lingfeng roared and rushed towards Zhang Junjie. The two men immediately started fighting. Zhang Junjie is no match for Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was riding on him, punching him in the face madly. Han Lingfeng beat Zhang Junjie half to death before letting him go. Zhang Junjie's face, which was already covered in bruises, was now even bluer, and both of his eyes were swollen as if they had been bitten by bees. Let's go! After beating Zhang Junjie, Han Lingfeng took Li Yujiao and her best friend away. Zhang Junjie lay on the bed like a living dead, motionless, only tears were flowing slowly from his eyes. Han Lingfeng took Li Yujiao and her best friend back to Longtan Villa. Lingfeng, thank you. Li Yujiao threw herself into Han Lingfeng's arms again. You're welcome. I'll go upstairs to find some clothes for you to change. Han Lingfeng hurriedly pushed the woman in his arms away. Then he fled to the bedroom upstairs. Han Lingfeng was rummaging through his clothes in the bedroom closet. I don't know when Li Yujiao followed in. She hugged Han Lingfeng from behind. Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked back nervously. Li Yujiao, who was hugging him, looked happy and intoxicated. Yujiao. Han Lingfeng pushed Li Yujiao with some resistance. Just let me hold you. Li Yujiao not only did not let him go, but hugged him even tighter. Han Lingfeng was torn. He didn't love Li Yujiao, but he couldn't push her away rudely at this moment. He was afraid of hurting the woman's self-esteem. Lingfeng, thank you. Thank you for coming to save me when I was in danger. Li Yujiao gently placed her head on Han Lingfeng's chest. You're welcome. Han Lingfeng laughed dryly, his whole body looking very stiff. Lingfeng. Li Yujiao pushed her body into his arms, murmured. Han Lingfeng's body became even stiffer, and his heart was beating fast. He was extremely panicked. Yi Kunlin's face suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 27 Finally kissed. Okay. Thinking of Yi Kunlin, Han Lingfeng pushed Li Yujiao away. Well, I'll take you to buy clothes. Han Lingfeng found a t-shirt of his own for Li Yujiao to change into, and then took Li Yujiao and her best friend to buy clothes. Yi Kunlin, Secretary Chen, and a group of staff were inspecting the mall and happened to see Han Lingfeng and two girls shopping in the mall. One of the girls even reached out to hold Han Lingfeng's arm affectionately. The expression on Yi Kunlin's face turned unhappy. Yi Kunlin seemed worried the whole afternoon. Secretary Chen had never seen her like this before. Mr. Yi, are you worried about something? Secretary Chen asked with concern. It's nothing, just a little irritated. Yi Kunlin said. Is it because of that little brat? Secretary Chen joked. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Kunlin rolled his eyes at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen curled her lips. It was obvious that Ms. Yi became like this after she saw Han Lingfeng with two students in the mall, and she still said it was not because of Han Lingfeng. At night, Yi Kunlin tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The scene of Han Lingfeng shopping with two girls during the day kept appearing in her mind. Especially the scene where Li Yujiao reached out to hold Han Lingfeng's arm. This was the real source of her annoyance. In fact, Han Lingfeng quickly pushed Li Yujiao's hand away, but Yi Kunlin did not see this. How could this happen? Why did I feel so unhappy when I saw another woman holding his arm? Am I jealous? No. How could I be jealous of a little boy like that? This is not my personality at all. Yi Kunlin thought so in her heart, but the picture still popped up uncontrollably, affecting her mood. She thought of what Han Lingfeng had said to her, I only like you. I only like you. I only love you in this life. I understand my heart. I will only love you in this life. Ha! Yi Kunlun couldn't help but sneer. The words of young people really couldn't be trusted. I actually still have a little fantasy. It's ridiculous. I'm already 30 years old and still dreaming about love. Ruthless and loveless, that's the real Yi Kunlun. Ding ding ding. At this time, the mobile phone placed on the bedside table rang. Yi Kunlun picked up the phone and saw Han Lingfeng on the screen. Yi Kunlun hung up the phone angrily. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again. It was Han Lingfeng who called again. Yi Kunlun hung up the phone ruthlessly again. Ding ding ding. The cell phone rang again. Yi Kunlun answered the phone and yelled angrily, "Don't call me anymore, and don't come to see me anymore, that's it." After Yi Kunlun finished yelling, he quickly hung up the phone, feeling a lot better. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the presidential suite. Yi Kunlun opened the door and saw Han Lingfeng standing at the door with a sad face, looking at Yi Kunlun with a pair of puzzled and innocent eyes. Yi Kunlun didn't want to pay attention to him and turned around with her back to him. "Why?" Han Lingfeng shouted at her, "Why did you hang up on me so suddenly? Why did you say that to me? You told me not to come to see you anymore, what do you mean?" Yi Kunlun turned around and glared at Han Lingfeng, I want you to stop bothering me. I just want to live a quiet life." "Why?" Han Lingfeng's eyes turned red. "Am I so annoying? Are you so annoyed with me?" "Yes. I'm annoyed with you, absolutely annoyed." Yi Kunlun yelled at him. "What did I do wrong?" Han Lingfeng was extremely sad. "You hate me so much. Do you just hate me? Do I disgust you so much?" "Yi Kunlun, what do you hate about me? Didn't we get along quite well this morning?" Yi Kunlun stared into his eyes, "Because I found that you are a guy who talks nonsense all the time." "Talking nonsense? What does that mean? When did I talk nonsense?" Han Lingfeng was confused and surprised. Yi Kunlun continued to stare at him. "Just one moment you said how much you loved me, how you loved me, and that you would only love me for the rest of your life, and the next second, you were walking hand in hand with another girl in the mall. It turns out that your love is so fickle." "Got it." Han Lingfeng understood everything at this moment. A smile slowly appeared on his face, happier than ever before. "So Mr. Yi is jealous." Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with shining eyes, and the smile on his face was so sweet. "Who is jealous? Don't be so self-indulgent." Yi Kunlun was very angry. "Boss Yi." Han Lingfeng reached out and hugged her. "You look so beautiful even when you're angry. I'm so fascinated by you. Let go." Yi Kunlun shook his arms. "No. Never let go." Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly. "I want to explain to you." Yi Kunlun calmed down and wanted to see how he would explain. "Here's what happened." Han Lingfeng told Yi Kunlun the whole story of why he took Li Yujia and her best friend to buy clothes, starting from when Zhang Junjie kidnapped Li Yujia. The knot in Yi Kunlun's heart was finally untied. It turned out that he had been wrongly blamed. "Kunlun." Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun's hand, his face full of sincerity. "You have to believe me. I said I only love you, then I only love you, no matter how time changes, I only love you." Han Lingfeng placed Yi Kunlun's hand on his chest and said, "There is no room for anyone else here. You have already filled my space completely." Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng's sincere eyes, and the heart that had been gradually drifting away was now slowly pulled back. "Kunlun." Han Lingfeng continued, "How can I make you understand? You don't know how much I love you. I am willing to do anything for you. Anything is fine. Anything is possible? How do you prove it?" Yi Kunlun asked. Han Lingfeng was silent for 2 seconds, then said seriously, "If you want me to stay away from you, if you really find me annoying, then I will obey you, I will stay away from you, and I will never appear in front of you again in my life. I mean what I say." "No." Yi Kunlun suddenly hugged Han Lingfeng and shook her head desperately. "Lingfeng, don't leave me, don't leave me." Han Lingfeng immediately hugged her tightly. "I won't leave. I won't go anywhere, I will stay here with you, forever. Don't go. Lingfeng, don't go." Tears rolled down from Yi Kunlun's beautiful eyes. "I won't go. I won't go. I won't go." Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly and kept stroking her back with his hands. Then, the two mouths slowly came together. Chapter 28. I'll wait for you. This was Han Lingfeng's first kiss and also Yi Kunlin's first kiss. It turns out that kissing is such a wonderful thing. Han Lingfeng lived to be 20 years old and Yi Kunlin lived to be 30 years old. They both experienced the beauty of love for the first time. It turns out that love is like this. It is probably the most beautiful thing in the world. They kissed for a long time, and their hearts were filled. You little brat, I am conquered by you. Yi Kunlin touched Han Lingfeng's nose with her nose. Her heart was full of sweetness. Han Lingfeng kissed her gently on the cheek. I was conquered by you a long time ago, before I met you, on TV. Are you so obsessed with me? Ha? Yi Kunlin rubbed his face with her nose again. Yes, you really fascinate me. Han Lingfeng held her in his arms and kissed her hair. My whole soul belongs to you. I dare not think about whether I can live without you. Silly boy. Yi Kunlin scratched Han Lingfeng's nose with his hand. Even without me, you have to live well. Han Lingfeng suddenly grabbed her hand and asked, will you be with me? Ha? Will you be with me? Yi Kunlin suddenly fell silent. She didn't dare to look into his eyes again. Really? Han Lingfeng shook her with his hand. Yi Kunlin said weakly. She didn't know how to answer. Right now, everything was still uncertain, and she needed to be more certain of her heart before she could give him this answer. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Han Lingfeng said optimistically, I'll give you time. Yi Kunlin was full of gratitude. Thank you, Lingfeng, thank you for understanding me. Han Lingfeng shook his head, indicating that this was what he should do. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlin stayed in the presidential suite of the hotel for the entire night. They chatted all night long, as if they had endless things to say. They kissed countless times, as if no matter how much they kissed, they were never enough and were tireless the entire night. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Kunlin had to go to the company, so Han Lingfeng parted with her. At 8:30, he returned to Longtan Villa and received a call from his father Han Jiangwo. Han Jiangwo cried and begged on the phone, Lingfeng, please help me. Okay? Consider it as my beg. Ms. Zheng cancelled her cooperation with me, and I really have no other choice. Lingfeng, the company cannot go bankrupt. This is the family's livelihood. If the company goes bankrupt, not only will the family have no place to live in the future, but they will also have to bear huge debts. Lingfeng, please help Dad, okay? Dad really has no other choice but to let you marry into the Zheng family. Please save Dad, please, Lingfeng. Han Jiangwo burst into tears on the phone. Han Lingfeng had no choice but to accept his fate. Zheng Wanyue was right. Blood ties could not be severed. Han Lingfeng sighed, okay. I have some money here. I'll send it to you later. I think it can solve your crisis. As for marrying into Zheng Wanyue's family, don't mention it anymore. Han Lingfeng finished speaking and hung up the phone. At lunchtime, Han Lingfeng went to the Han family. He originally went there to give money. As soon as he entered the door, his stepmother Zhang Shuoqin gave him a bad look. Han Lingfeng, why are you here? How dare you come here? Do you know that you pissed off your dad that day and his high blood pressure relapsed? Han Lingfeng glanced at Zhang Shuoqin, ignored her, and planned to go upstairs to find Han Jiangwo. Stop. Zhang Shuoqin called him, are you going to ask your father for money again? Han Lingfeng stopped and turned back to glare at Zhang Shuoqin. Dad asked me to come. Zhang Shuoqin took 2 steps forward and said, your father's business is in such a mess now, and not only do you not help, you are also thinking about deducting money from him. Do you still have any conscience? Why are you always so stupid and self-righteous? Han Lingfeng was disgusted. I can't believe that I have lived under the same roof with someone like you for more than 10 years. What? How dare you scold me? Zhang Shuoqin rushed to Han Lingfeng and raised her hand to slap Han Lingfeng's ear. What are you doing? You're making so much noise and there's no peace all day long. Han Jiangwo's voice rang out on the stairs at this time. Under Han Jiangwo's dignified gaze, Zhang Shuoqin finally restrained herself. Lingfeng, what did you mean by what you said to me on the phone before? You said you have money? Han Jiangwo walked down the stairs step by step. Yes, I think 100 million should be enough to solve your company's difficulties. Han Lingfeng said. 100 million? Han Jiangwo couldn't believe it. Zhang Shuoqin was stunned for a moment and said, Han Lingfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? You have money? 100 million? Ha! This is really hilarious. Han Jiangwo also thought it was impossible. I think you are joking with me, your father. Or are you serious? Is there something wrong with your brain and you are not clear-headed? Han Jiangwo looked Han Lingfeng up and down with a questioning look, as if he was wondering if he was really crazy. Han Lingfeng naturally couldn't explain to them that he had a love system. He was even too lazy to explain. If there is really something wrong with your brain, then I will ask a doctor to treat you, said Han Jiangwo. What treatment do you need? Zhong Shuoqin cried out, I think he's gone crazy, it's good. Han Lingfeng nodded, okay. Since you treat me like a lunatic, there's nothing I can do to make you angry. After Han Lingfeng finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Stop. Han Jiangwo shouted in an imperative tone, is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Han Lingfeng turned around, what do you mean? Someone come here. Han Jiangwo waved his hand, and several security guards appeared in the living room. These security guards were from Han Jiangwo's company, and they had been hiding in the kitchen just now. I understand. You coaxed me here just to force yourself on me. Han Lingfeng couldn't believe it. That's right. Han Jiangwo was too lazy to deny it. You must agree to Miss Shang's marriage. If you don't agree, I will tie you up and take you to the Zheng family. Han Lingfeng stared at Han Jiangwo for a few seconds, then smiled, a very sad smile. For your business, to sell me for a good price, you actually treated me like this. I am your own son. I'm still your biological father. He also took it for granted, as the saying goes, parents decide and matchmakers decide. I have the right to treat you, an unfilial son, in this way. Very good. Han Lingfeng nodded, I originally wanted to help you, but now it seems that there is no need. Han Lingfeng finished speaking and turned around. Tie him up for me. Han Jiangwo gave the order. Stop. At this time, a delicate shout came from the door. Zhang Wanyue walked in from outside. Chapter 29 I'm jealous. Ms. Zhang, why are you here? Han Jiangwo hurriedly went to greet Zhang Wanyue. I was thinking of tying up this evil boy and sending him to you. Pa. As soon as Han Jiangwo finished speaking, he was slapped by Zhang Wanyue. Ms. Zhang, you. Han Jiangwo was stunned. Husband. Zhong Shuoqin shouted, wanting to say something to Zhang Wanyue. Zhang Wanyue's look shocked her. Zhang Wanyue was always very dignified. Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Wanyue with a puzzled look. Why was she here? Zhang Wanyue glanced at Han Lingfeng, then said to Han Jiangwo, I came here to deliver your order. I have figured it out. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. Han Lingfeng doesn't want to marry into my family, so it would be meaningless even if I kidnap him. But this doesn't mean I will give up. I just want to pursue him in a different way. Judging from her tone, she was still unwilling to give up, and Han Lingfeng was a little distressed. While Zhang Wanyue was speaking, she had already taken the document from the bodyguard, handed it to Han Jiangwo, and then continued, this is a 30 million order. I think this can temporarily help you solve the company's difficulties. Thank you, Miss Shang. Thank you, Miss Shang. Han Jiangwo took the documents and expressed his gratitude. You shouldn't thank me. I decided to help you because of Han Lingfeng's sake. Zhang Wanyue said. Han Jiangwo looked at Han Lingfeng, Lingfeng, Dad. Han Lingfeng interrupted him, I think I should no longer owe you anything, right? From now on, I will have nothing to do with this family. Zhong Shuoqin glanced at Han Lingfeng, as if to say, if there is no connection, then there is no connection. Han Jiangwo lowered his head in shame and remained silent. Ms. Zhang. Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Wanyue, thank you for helping him, but I have to tell you the truth, there is no possibility for you and me. I know you mind being the scapegoat, so I will abort the child. Zhang Wanyue said. Han Lingfeng raised his voice, you don't have to. Whether you are pregnant or not, it is impossible for you and me. Why? Because I have someone I like. In his life, he will only love Yi Kunlun. A cold light flashed in Zhang Wanyue's eyes, is that the one who supports you? Keeping a sponsor? What does that mean? Is Han Lingfeng being kept by someone? Zhong Shuoqin screamed immediately. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up with deep contempt. Han Lingfeng, I was wondering why you were so bossy just now. You said you had money to help your father, but it turns out you were just being a gigolo. Then he shouted at Han Jiangwo mockingly, Jiangwo, your son has really grown up. He even knows how to make money by hanging out with rich women. Lingfeng, is this true? Han Jiangwo looked at Han Lingfeng in astonishment. Han Lingfeng didn't care at all. I'm too lazy to explain, whatever you think. Zhang Huanyue continued, I'm really curious, who is the person who lets you live in the big villa? She was certain that he was being kept by someone. Han Lingfeng was full of anger. I don't think I need to explain anything to you, because we have no relationship. After saying that, Han Lingfeng turned and left. Ms. Zhang, is it true that Han Lingfeng lives in a big villa? Zhong Shuochen hurriedly pulled Zhang Huanyue and asked. Yes, Longtan Villa. Zhang Huanyue said with a gloomy face. Zhong Shuochen was overjoyed. So, Han Lingfeng is actually hooking up with a super rich woman? Zhang Huanyue glanced at Zhong Shuochen with disgust and didn't want to say anything more to her. She is very upset now because she feels that the rich woman who supports Han Lingfeng is definitely more powerful than her, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. For the first time, she felt a sense of frustration of not getting what she wanted, as well as a strong sense of competitiveness. But she, Zhang Huanyue, is the kind of person who refuses to give up easily. Han Lingfeng. Don't think I will give up just like that. If I, Zhang Huanyue, set my eyes on something, I must get it. She suddenly remembered that there was another woman in Han Lingfeng's villa that day. Could it be her? Zhang Huanyue's mind flashed through Li Yujiao's image, but she clearly looks so simple in her clothes, she doesn't look like a rich girl at all. It was because Li Yujiao didn't look like a person of status that she didn't attract her attention that day. But now, Zhang Huanyue had to pay attention to her. Go check it out. Zhang Huanyue turned around and ordered the bodyguard, go and find out who the woman was at Han Lingfeng's villa that day. Find out who she is and report to me. Also, please help me contact the director of the obstetrics and gynecology department of the first hospital and tell her that I want to have an abortion and ask her to prepare for the surgery in advance. Miss. The bodyguard was shocked, you really want to abort the child? Zhang Huanyue sighed, this child was born out of the right place in the first place. He shouldn't have been allowed to come into this world and be criticized. The bodyguard lowered his head, yes. After leaving the Han family, Han Lingfeng returned to Longtan Villa. He prepared the ingredients and made lunch for Yi Kunlun. He wanted his beloved to taste his cooking. The scene of being with Yi Kunlun last night kept appearing in his mind. Those scenes made him feel dizzy. Sweetness and happiness filled his entire mind. Yi Kunlun, he called her name in his heart. At noon, Han Lingfeng took the loving lunch he had made and went to Yi Group to find Yi Kunlun. Fang Bo arrived at Yi Kunlun's office earlier than Han Lingfeng. He also came to have lunch with Yi Kunlun. When Han Lingfeng walked to Yi Kunlun's door with the lunchbox, he happened to see Fang Bo standing in front of Yi Kunlun's desk, coaxing her to have dinner with him. Han Lingfeng felt very uncomfortable. Why are you here again? Fang Bo turned to ask Yi Kunlun with hostility, Kunlun, why does this little brat always come to you? Could he be your family's new servant? Go away. Yi Kunlun said coldly to Fang Bo. Since someone has already brought you food, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Fang Bo said with a gentle expression on his face. When Fang Bo left, he glared at Han Lingfeng with resentment again. This little brat always ruined his plans. If it wasn't for Yi Kunlun's sake, he would have broken his legs long ago. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng rushed to Yi Kunlun, feeling very unhappy. What's wrong? Yi Kunlun looked up at him. She was also very annoyed at the moment. I hate that person coming to you. Han Lingfeng said angrily. Yi Kunlun looked up at Han Lingfeng, so? I'm jealous. Han Lingfeng said with his belly inflated. Yi Kunlun looked at him for a few seconds, a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth, then she put her hands on Han Lingfeng's shoulders and looked at Han Lingfeng with warm eyes. Han Lingfeng felt flustered when he saw her. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun called softly. Han Lingfeng's body gradually became weak. Yi Kunlun slowly moved his face closer. Chapter 30, Love is Impossible. Yi Kunlun slowly moved his face closer. Han Lingfeng's heart was beating fast. But just when her face was only 1 centimeter away from his face, Yi Kunlun suddenly turned her face away and let go of Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng's heart, which had already flown up, seemed to fall from the sky with a boom. This woman actually dared to play tricks on him. Don't even think about escaping. Han Lingfeng pulled Yi Kunlun back, and Yi Kunlun's body undoubtedly fell into his arms. Yi Kunlun was completely stunned. Han Lingfeng hugged her face tightly and looked at her with passionate eyes. Kiss her and get a reward of 8 billion. At this time, the system rang in my ears. Boom, boom, boom. Han Lingfeng's heart was beating non-stop. He tilted his face and kissed Yi Kunlun on the mouth. Yi Kunlun shuddered and soon became limp. She wrapped her arms around Han Lingfeng's neck and kissed him back passionately. Han Lingfeng kissed her greedily and kept calling her name in his heart, Kunlun. Kunlun. He bit her lips gently and sucked hard, wanting to swallow her whole. He pressed her against the desk and kissed her cheek and neck greedily. No! Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun suddenly woke up and became extremely panicked. She knew what Han Lingfeng meant at this moment. But Han Lingfeng seemed not to hear Yi Kunlun's voice. He was completely crazy and continued to kiss Yi Kunlun greedily. Lingfeng, don't. This is an office, someone will see us. Yi Kunlun became more sober and panicked. Someone will see us, dear, don't do this. Yi Kunlun reached out and forcibly controlled Han Lingfeng's head. Han Lingfeng finally came to his senses, and looking at the woman's pleading eyes, Han Lingfeng felt a pain in his heart. He tried hard to suppress the surging passion in his heart, lowered his head and gently kissed Yi Kunlun on the face and lips, then pulled her up from the desk. He held her in his arms lovingly, kissed her on the nose and lips, and said softly, I love you. Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged him tightly, her heart as soft as a ball of cotton. I love you. I love you. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng kissed Yi Kunlun's ear and whispered. Every call was like an electric current running through Yi Kunlun's heart. She closed her eyes and reveled in it. What should I do with you, Kunlun? I love you so much. Han Lingfeng hugged Yi Kunlun tightly, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Yi Kunlun wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with her hands, kissed the tears and said, Don't cry, Lingfeng, don't cry. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly in his arms again and said tremblingly, What should I do with you? Lingfeng, listen to me. Yi Kunlun held his wet face. Give me a little more time, okay? Give me a little more time, huh? Looking at her pleading eyes, Han Lingfeng calmed down. You know my situation. Yi Kunlun held his face and continued, I can't get rid of that marriage, but I promise you, I will never marry Fang Bo, understand? Yes. Han Lingfeng nodded and hugged Yi Kunlun tightly. I'll wait for you, I will wait for you. Yeah. Yi Kunlun smiled and nodded, kissed him on the mouth before letting him go, then took his hand and walked towards the coffee table. Come here, let's eat together. Yi Kunlun opened the lunchbox, which was filled with her favorite dishes, all very exquisitely prepared. Did you do all this, Lingfeng? She exclaimed happily. Well, beautiful, right? Han Lingfeng looked proud. Yi Kunlun hurriedly picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful of Cantonese sausage and potato rice and put it into his mouth. Is it delicious? Han Lingfeng asked. Yeah. Yi Kunlun nodded vigorously, it's delicious. Han Lingfeng was very happy to get her affirmation. He quickly made a bowl of soup and handed it to her. Have a bowl of papaya fishtail soup. Ahem. Secretary Chen walked in from the office door. Seeing Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng sitting together for dinner, the smile on her face was very ambiguous. Mr. Yi is becoming more and more weird now, meeting this little man frequently. She had followed Mr. Yi for 6 years and had never seen Mr. Yi so close to anyone. Perhaps this little boy will be a ray of light in Mr. Yi's life. Ms. Yi has had a very hard life these years and she needs sunshine and rain. She supports Mr. Yi from the bottom of her heart to blossom himself. Mr. Yi, the invitation list for the old lady's birthday party has been prepared. Please take a look. Secretary Chen handed a document to Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun took a look and said, the list of people is too long. Just invite important relatives and friends. There is no need to invite some insignificant business people. I don't want to use Grandma's birthday party to set up a small business circle. I understand, Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen blushed and lowered his head as he walked out. Is the old lady going to have her birthday? Han Lingfeng asked Yi Kunlun curiously. Yes, the 70th birthday. Yi Kunlun said. Can I join in? Han Lingfeng asked enthusiastically. Yi Kunlun looked up at him and said, I'm sorry, Lingfeng, I can't let you appear in front of my family right now. Han Lingfeng felt a little disappointed, but he could understand. Okay. I know it's not the right time yet, even though I really want to attend such an occasion with you. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun put her hand on his head. I'm sorry for wronging you. Han Lingfeng shook his head optimistically. It's okay, I understand. If you love someone, you must give her enough patience, to wait, to tolerate, and to understand. Han Lingfeng firmly believed that sooner or later, Yi Kunlun would be with him. Because he is the person who loves her the most in this world. If he loves her with all his heart but still cannot be together, it would be unfair. He didn't want to think too much now. All he had to do was to love her with all his heart. After spending lunch with Yi Kunlun, Han Lingfeng went home because Yi Kunlun was very busy with too many things in the company. As soon as he returned to Longtan Villa, Li Yujiao called him. Lingfeng, Miss Zheng came to talk to me that day. Li Yujiao said on the phone. Are you talking about Zhang Wanyue? Han Lingfeng was surprised. What did she say? She suspected that I was the rich woman who supported you, so she asked someone to investigate me, and ended up coming to our school. Then what did she do to you? Han Lingfeng asked hurriedly. No, she found out that I was just an ordinary girl from the working class, so she didn't make things difficult for me. She just asked me if I knew the rich woman who was supporting you. Lingfeng, are you really not being supported by someone? Han Lingfeng was a little annoyed. Even you don't believe me. No, Lingfeng. Li Yujiao said hurriedly, I'm just wondering where the money in your card came from. Then what rich woman do you think would be willing to give me 3 billion as a sponsor? Han Lingfeng asked back. Yes, Lingfeng, this is also what I am confused about. Can you tell me about your money? Han Lingfeng interrupted her. That's enough, Yujiao, everyone has secrets, I don't think I need to tell you so much. I'm sorry, Lingfeng, I asked too many questions. That's it. I have something else to do. Han Lingfeng hung up the phone. He was a little irritated because he didn't like being questioned. The funny thing is, they all look at him like that, a pretty boy. Ha! Does Han Lingfeng look like a pretty boy? However, he would not tell them that he had a love system because there was no need to explain it to those irrelevant people. And what on earth did Zhang Wanyue want to do? She actually went to investigate Li Yujiao. Click, click. Just at this moment, the sound of high heels was heard at the door. Han Lingfeng looked up at the door and saw Zhang Wanyue walking in. She was still wearing noble clothes, but in Han Lingfeng's opinion, she looked very unhappy. Han Lingfeng walked towards Zhang Wanyue angrily. Chapter 31. She is actually her cousin. Han Lingfeng rushed towards Zhang Wanyue angrily. But when he rushed to Zhang Wanyue, he saw that Zhang Wanyue was pale and had a band-aid on her wrist. It was obvious that she had just finished in 4 drip, and he could smell a faint smell of medicine on her body. Han Lingfeng couldn't get angry at her anymore. Are you sick? Han Lingfeng asked. I beat the child. Zhang Wanyue said. Han Lingfeng lowered his head to look at Zhang Wanyue's belly. Zhang Wanyue's bulging belly had become flat. You? Han Lingfeng was shocked. I beat the child because of you. Zhang Wanyue said. No. Han Lingfeng felt dizzy. This is none of my business. I'm just kidding. Zhang Wanyue smiled at him. In fact, I think this child shouldn't be brought into this world. He came at the wrong time. Can you tell me who the father of this child is? Han Lingfeng asked. He is my cousin's fiancé, the young master of the Feng family, the most aristocratic family in southern province. When Zhang Wanyue spoke, there was a look in her eyes that was unclear whether it was disappointment or relief. Han Lingfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The cousin she was talking about was obviously Yi Kunlun, and the young master of the #1 family in southern province was obviously Feng Bo. No wonder Han Lingfeng thought her eyes and nose looked like Yi Kunlun the first time he saw her. It turned out that they were blood relatives. However, she was having an affair with her cousin's fiancé and got pregnant. Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Wanyue with mixed feelings. You like your cousin's fiancé? The young master of the Feng family? I used to like him very much. It's funny, isn't it? Zhang Wanyue laughed self-deprecatingly. I have liked him since I was a child. When I was a child, my wish was to marry Feng Bo when I grew up. He has a good family background and is handsome. Even my mother said that it would be great if I could marry into the Feng family. Oh, but who knows? The person Feng Bo likes is my cousin. My cousin is such a beautiful woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very talented. She is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and she is also a good hand in business. I have never seen a woman as perfect as her. There was a gleam in Han Lingfeng's eyes. Kunlun was indeed a perfect woman. It's only natural that Fong Bo likes her. Besides, she is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, the eldest daughter of the number 1 group, and she is paired with the eldest son of the number 1 family. They are a perfect match in terms of family background and status. Everyone thought they should be together, including the elders of both families. So they got married. In fact, I know that my cousin doesn't like Mr. Fong, but the pressure from the elders is too great, so she has to obey. Zhang Wanyu aside, she is also a pitiful person. Han Lingfeng was a little unhappy, but you got together with her fiancé. Fong Bo got drunk and mistook me for my cousin. Zhang Wanyu shouted. Did he bully you? Han Lingfeng was surprised. That's right. He bullied me. Zhang Wanyu shouted. Han Lingfeng was angry, this beast. Does your cousin know about this? My cousin only knows that Fong Bo likes to spend his days drinking and having sex, but she doesn't know what's going on between Fong Bo and me, said Zhang Wanyu. Kunlun, my Kunlun, you are so pitiful, Han Lingfeng said with pity in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Wanyu continued, I originally wanted to give birth to the child and find someone to pretend to be his father to cover up this matter. It just so happened that your father's business had problems and he came to me for help, so I exchanged with him and let his son take over for me. Does Fong Bo know that you are pregnant? Han Lingfeng asked. He knew, and I told him, but he advised me to abort the child. I wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to get him to break off the engagement with my cousin and marry me, but he threatened me viciously that if I dared to expose the matter, he would kill me and forced me to get rid of the child. Zhang Wanyu said with a sad smile, he is just that kind of person. Han Lingfeng didn't expect Fong Bo to be such a person, so he couldn't let Kunlun marry him. I'm sorry. Zhang Wanyu suddenly looked at Han Lingfeng with a guilty look. Why? Han Lingfeng came back to his senses. I actually wanted you to be the scapegoat. Zhang Wanyu lowered her head in shame. I also want to say sorry to you. Han Lingfeng said. Zhang Wanyu looked up in surprise, why? Because I can only let you down. I do have someone I like. Han Lingfeng said solemnly. Zhang Wanyu nodded, I know, so I came here today because I want you to accompany me to a place. If you promise me, I will not pester you anymore in the future. Where? Han Lingfeng said. You will know when the time comes. I will come to pick you up in person. Zhang Wanyu said, turned, and left. In the next few days, Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun did not meet again because Yi Kunlun had to prepare a birthday party for her grandmother and had no time to date Han Lingfeng. Li Yujiu hasn't come to see Han Lingfeng these days. Han Lingfeng was naturally not idle either. He used the money rewarded by the love system to invest in a film and television project. Shinruwashi, the second daughter of the Shin family, one of the 4 major groups in Kyoto, set up a film and television company. She has always had a dream, which is to be an actress. So she used her father's money to set up a film and television company for herself, and acted as the protagonist in movies and TV series. As a result, within a year, the company was losing a lot of money, and she lost all the hundreds of millions of yuan her father gave her. The movies and TV series just couldn't become popular. The actors' salaries were high and the crew's expenses were high. Her father stopped investing money in her, and it seemed that she was going to close down. Just at this moment, Han Lingfeng found her. When Han Lingfeng found Menjiying Film and Television Company, Shinruwashi was sitting in her office smoking one cigarette after another. The ashtray on her desk was full of cigarette butts. The secretary reported to her, Ms. Shin, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Shinruwashi looked up and shouted at the secretary, can't you see I'm getting annoyed? He said he's an investor. The secretary replied timidly. Investors? Come in quickly. Shinruwashi quickly put out the cigarette butt in her hand. Han Lingfeng walked in. Shinruwashi's eyes flashed with disappointment. Isn't this just a little boy? And judging from his clothes, he doesn't look like a rich second generation. Is he an investor? Is he sure? Hello, Miss Shun. Han Lingfeng waved and greeted Shinruwashi with a smile. Chapter 32 Actress's Die-Hard Fan. Hello, Miss Shun. Han Lingfeng waved and greeted Shinruwashi with a smile. You? Investor? Shinruwashi looked questioning. Yes, I came here specifically to give Miss Shun some money. Han Lingfeng smiled, I heard that Miss Shun's film and television company is in great need of funds right now. How much money do you have? Shin Ruwashi's eyes widened immediately. I am willing to invest 1 billion to invest in Miss Shin's film and television company. Han Lingfeng said. 1 billion? Shin Ruwashi's eyes widened, and she almost drooled. Really? You really have 1 billion? It's just 1 billion. It's nothing to me. Han Lingfeng looked proud. Oh my, wow. Shin Ruwashi walked to Han Lingfeng, looked him up and down, and exclaimed in amazement, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. You look like you haven't even reached adulthood yet, and yet you have so much money. I think you might be the son of some important person. As she spoke, Shin Ruwashi's jade hand had already touched Han Lingfeng's chest. Han Lingfeng felt a little uncomfortable with this female enchantress. Tell me, whose big shot's son are you? Shin Ruwashi's big red lips were almost reaching Han Lingfeng's face. The hot air she exhaled kept hitting Han Lingfeng's neck and face, and there was a smell of tobacco in her breath. I'm not the son of some important person. Han Lingfeng said with a smile. I understand. I know the rules about hiding my identity. I won't ask any more questions. Shin Ruwashi let go of Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was a little amused. It was obvious that Miss Shin was overthinking. However, he felt that there was nothing wrong in letting her misunderstand him, so as to avoid further questioning. Why did you choose to invest in me? Shin Ruwashi folded her arms and became serious. Why? Han Lingfeng naturally had his own plans in mind. He calmed himself down and said with a smile, because I am your fan. Really? Shin Ruwashi's eyes lit up, are you really my fan? Of course it's true. I've watched all the TV series and movies Miss Shin has starred in. I'm your biggest fan. Han Lingfeng said this insincerely. He was not a fan of Shin Ruwashi. As for watching Shin Ruwashi's movies and TV series, he had only searched for them online before coming to Kyoto to find her. It took him a day and a night, plus 2 daytimes, to force himself to finish watching all the movies and TV series starring Shin Ruwashi. I have to say that Shin Ruwashi's acting is very bad, her appearance is not that stunning, and the plot is also terrible. Han Lingfeng finally understood why Shin Ruwashi had run the company like that. Because she had neither professional acting skills nor stunning looks, and she couldn't choose scripts, but she insisted on being the heroine. He finally understood why no one was willing to continue investing in Shin Ruwashi, because no one's money came from the wind, and investors would not accompany her, a rich lady, to play such a losing game. But Han Lingfeng is different. The love system keeps giving him money. He is not short of money and does not feel sorry for it. The most important thing is that Shin Ruwashi is a piece of money, and the power behind Shin Ruwashi is what he wants. Really? Really? Then which movie of mine do you like best? Shin Ruwashi obviously really regarded him as a fan. Han Lingfeng blurted out, I like the palace drama you starred in the most, Empress, it feels so good to get slapped in the face. Really? Really? I like that character the most too. Shin Ruwashi seemed to have found a soulmate. Keep working hard. I believe you will become famous sooner or later, and I will always support you. Han Lingfeng said, holding Shin Ruwashi's hand. Shin Ruwashi burst into tears. She held Han Lingfeng's hand tightly. Thank you. Thank you so much. When everyone was scolding me, laughing at me, and making fun of me, they were all shouting at me to get out of the entertainment industry and not to embarrass my father. You made me realize that I still have fans, and die-hard fans like you. You made me realize that not everyone in this world hates me, and not everyone treats me as a joke. Han Lingfeng suddenly felt a little sad, a little guilty, and a little sympathetic. If Shin Ruwashi knew that this die-hard fan of his was also fake, she would be disappointed. He decided to become a true fan of Shin Ruwashi from now on. He held Shin Ruwashi's hand and said sincerely, you will get better and better, I firmly believe it. Shin Ruwashi hugged him with tears in her eyes. You are the first person who sincerely encouraged me. From this moment on, I will remember you forever. By the way, what's your name? Shin Ruwashi let go of him and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. My name is Han Lingfeng, said Han Lingfeng. Then, can I call you Lingfeng? Shin Ruwashi said. Han Lingfeng nodded, okay. Lingfeng, let's talk about cooperation now. Shin Ruwashi pulled Han Lingfeng towards the meeting room. The meeting lasted for several hours and eventually a cooperation agreement was reached. The contents of the agreement include the following. 1. Han Lingfeng invested 1 billion into Shin Ruwashi's film and television company. 2. The script is created by a professional team based on market demand and is reviewed by the content director. 3. Shinruwashi will continue to play the leading female role, but you will need to regularly seek professional acting training from a professional acting instructor. 4. Hire professional directors and photographers. 5. Hire a talented domestic first-line male actor to play the leading role with high pay. 6. Create a good supporting role. 7. If there is a profit, Han Lingfeng and Shinruwashi will each receive 50% of the profit. If there is a loss, the entire loss will be borne by Han Lingfeng. For Shinruwashi, this is a collaboration that is sure to make a profit. After signing the contract, Shinruwashi invited Han Lingfeng to dinner at a luxury hotel in Kyoto. Are you really helping me like this because you're my die-hard fan? Shinruwashi asked as she picked up some food for Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked at Shinruwashi. So what do you think my purpose is? Well, as for the purpose, I can't figure it out for now, but I think I will know it sooner or later. Shinruwashi said, her face gradually turning red. Han Lingfeng thought to himself, I hope she doesn't have any bad thoughts. After returning to Nanshur from Kyoto, Han Lingfeng called Yi Kunlun, but Yi Kunlun was still busy with her grandmother's birthday party and therefore was unable to go on a date with him. The next evening, Zhang Wanyue drove to Longtan Villa. She said she wanted to take Han Lingfeng to a place. He also brought Han Lingfeng a brand new suit for him to change into. Wearing the suit, he looked much more mature and no longer looked like a teenage boy. Let's go. Zhang Wanyue invited him to get in the car. Where are you taking me? Han Lingfeng asked. You'll know when you get there. Zhang Wanyue was very mysterious. Han Lingfeng felt very nervous and uneasy. Anyway, I won't eat you. Zhang Wanyue said. Thinking of what Zhang Wanyue had said, that as long as he accompanied her, she would never bother him again, Han Lingfeng no longer hesitated. Zhang Wanyue brought him to the door of the Regal Hotel, and Han Lingfeng became more and more uneasy. He and Yi Kunlun once dated in the presidential suite upstairs. But why did Zhang Wanyue bring him here? Many possibilities flashed through Han Lingfeng's mind. Was Zhang Wanyue going to ask him to book a room? Did Zhang Wanyue know about her relationship with Yi Kunlun? What conspiracy was Zhang Wanyue up to? Let's go, don't just stand there. Zhang Wanyue took his arm and walked inside. Han Lingfeng quickly pushed her hand away. Ms. Zhang, don't. What are you afraid of? Zhang Wanyue suddenly laughed. You are afraid that I will drag you to get a room, right? Don't worry, I just had the abortion a few days ago, I can't do that kind of thing yet. That is? Han Lingfeng was confused. Let's go. You'll know soon. It's on the 3rd floor upstairs. Zhang Wanyue said, forcibly pulling him towards the elevator. Han Lingfeng was panicking all the way. Chapter 33 Birthday Banquet. Han Lingfeng was frightened all the way and was taken to the 3rd floor by Zhang Wanyue. This is a large banquet hall covering hundreds of square meters. It is crowded with people and a banquet is being held. The banquet looked very festive. Chinese and English banners with slogans and photos of the elderly were hung at the banquet. I wish the old lady good health. This is old lady Yi's birthday party. Han Lingfeng suddenly reacted and was stunned. He never imagined that the place Zhang Wanyue brought him to was actually old Mrs. Yi's birthday party. In an instant, he thought of Yi Kunlun. No. His subconscious told him that he shouldn't be in this situation. Han Lingfeng turned around and wanted to run. Zhang Wanyue grabbed him and said, What are you doing? Now that you're here, why are you leaving? Don't worry, it's no big deal. This is just my grandmother's birthday party. The people who came are all relatives and friends. It's no big deal. Zhang Wanyue just thought that he had never seen a big scene before, so he was stage fright. No. Han Lingfeng struggled to run, but it was too late. Yi Kunlun had already seen him. Yi Kunlun turned his head and saw Han Lingfeng. At that time, Zhang Wanyue happened to be holding Han Lingfeng's arm tightly. The festive smile on Yi Kunlun's face froze. Zhang Wanyue was still holding Han Lingfeng's arm tightly, dragging him inside. Han Lingfeng stared at Yi Kunlun in a daze, his heart in his throat and his head buzzing. Let's go. I'll take you to meet my grandma. Zhang Wanyue pulled him away. Han Lingfeng was completely stunned, staring at Yi Kunlun blankly, completely unable to recover. The expression on Yi Kunlun's face darkened little by little, then she looked away and continued to greet the guests with a smile. It's over. A trace of sadness flowed through Han Lingfeng's heart, and he suddenly felt very cold. Lingfeng, come here, let me introduce you. Zhang Huanyue dragged Han Lingfeng into the crowd and dragged him in front of an old lady in funeral clothes. She is today's birthday girl, old lady Yi Kunlun's biological grandmother, and Zhang Huanyue's biological grandmother. This is my grandma, Zhang Huanyue said. Then he introduced to old lady Yi, Grandma, this is Han Lingfeng. Old Mrs. Yi looked up at Han Lingfeng, the expression on her face looked very kind. Huanyue, when did you get a new boyfriend? A relative asked jokingly. Zhang Huanyue lowered her head, blushed, smiled, and said nothing. The relatives talked at once, leaving me no chance to explain. He looks very young. Has he just reached adulthood? Huanyue's boyfriends are younger and younger. Women nowadays like young and handsome men. How long do you plan to talk this time? Zhang Huanyue stamped her feet, embarrassed. Oh, what are you talking about? He is not my boyfriend. It would be fine if she didn't act like this, but the more abnormally shy she became, the more people felt that their relationship was not simple. Huanyue, stop denying it. Huanyue also knows how to be shy. This is the first time I've seen it. It seems that Huanyue is serious this time. All the relatives guessed what Zhang Huanyue was thinking, and her face turned red. Which family is he from? Old Mrs. Yi asked curiously. He is. Zhang Huanyue found it difficult to speak. She was afraid that she would be looked down upon if she revealed Han Lingfeng's background. Old Madame Yi interrupted with a wave of her hand. It doesn't matter, no identity is important. The good man stretched out his cane and slapped Zhang Huanyue on the buttocks. I don't expect you to achieve much, as long as you are serious and do your duty, don't make bad things, cause gossip, and bring bad reputation to the family, and find a boyfriend, an old woman, will be satisfied. So what do you think of Han Lingfeng? Zhang Huanyue hugged old lady Ye's arm and asked softly in her ear. Old Madame Yi looked up and sized up Han Lingfeng again, then replied, as long as you behave yourself from now on, I have no objection. Don't worry, Grandma, I will be a good boy from now on. Zhang Huanyue said happily. That's good. Old Mrs. Yi nodded with relief. Young man, are your parents here? The old lady turned her head and looked at Han Lingfeng. Here he comes. His father is here. Zhang Huanyue said hurriedly, waving to the crowd. Soon, Han Jiangmo appeared in front of old Mrs. Yi with a glass of red wine. Grandma, he is the boss of Han's building materials company. Zhang Huanyue introduced him to Grandma Yi. Hello, old lady. Han Jiangmo greeted old lady Yi humbly. I've never heard of Han's building materials. Old Mrs. Yi looked around, as if asking everyone. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. Zhang Huanyue explained awkwardly, it's just a medium-sized company, but I believe it will grow big soon. Then she turned her head and looked at Han Lingfeng, right? Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng's heart was filled with all kinds of complicated emotions, and he felt that he had fallen into Zhang Huanyue's trap. It was her plan to act mysterious and force him to attend the banquet. She also arranged for Han Jiangmo to appear, otherwise, with Han Jiangmo's identity, he would not be qualified to attend Mrs. Yi's birthday banquet. Also, she was doing it for Fang Bo to see, for everyone to see. Fang Bo noticed them from the moment she dragged Han Lingfeng into the room, because he was standing next to Yi Kunlun at the time. Fang Bo was also full of doubts at this moment. He originally thought that Han Lingfeng was Yi Kunlun's poor relative, or a servant, but now that little bastard was with Zhang Huanyue, and it was obvious that Zhang Huanyue liked him very much. But since that little idiot was Zhang Huanyue's boyfriend, why did he deliver meals to Yi Kunlun? Why did he often appear in front of Yi Kunlun? Was it because Yi Kunlun had beaten him? What is the relationship between that little idiot and Yi Kunlun? Fang Bo glanced back and forth between Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng with a questioning look. But he couldn't catch any expression on Yi Kunlun's face. She always hid her emotions very well. He couldn't see anything from Han Lingfeng's face, he just felt that Han Lingfeng didn't seem to be that active in catering to Zhang Huanyue. He looked at Zhang Huanyue's belly again. Zhang Huanyue's belly was flat. She finally had an abortion. Fang Bo breathed a sigh of relief, his worries were gone. On the contrary, Han Lingfeng, the woman he had played with so badly, might become the wife of this little bastard. There was a hint of mockery in Fang Bo's eyes when he looked at Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng stood there woodenly. It seemed that everyone around him was acting. They were all actors, his father, Zhang Huanyue, old lady Yi, and those relatives of the Yi family, only his Kunlun. Only his Kunlun was so calm as death. Kunlun! Kunlun! Han Lingfeng kept calling out in his heart. He was almost suffocating. Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. Han Lingfeng said. He pulled away Zheng Wanyue's hand that was holding his arm and walked away sideways. He didn't go to the bathroom. He went upstairs to room 888, Yi Kunlun's presidential suite. Yi Kunlun had given him the room card. He wanted to wait for Kunlun here, wait for her, wait until she came. He wanted to explain to her, explain everything. Chapter 34, Heartbroken Female CEO. Didn't Ling Feng go to the bathroom? Why hasn't he come back for so long? Zheng Wanyue poked her head out and looked around. Yi Kunlun was so sad that she could hardly breathe, even though she appeared calm as always. No one present knew how she felt at the moment, only Secretary Chen standing next to her understood. Han Lingfeng, why did he treat her like this? Little men are really unreliable. But why does he have to get involved with Zhang Wanyue? Zhang Wanyue is her cousin. It seems that Wanyue likes him very much. I'll go look for it, Zhang Wanyue said. Then she went to the bathroom to find Han Lingfeng. But she came back soon. I can't find Ling Feng. I don't know where he went. I guess he went to play with his friends. Han Jiangwo hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yeah, there are so many people attending the banquet today, he should go and get to know more people. Zhang Wanyue gave herself a way out. A relative joked, Wanyue, you get anxious when you can't see her for a while. It seems that Wanyue really cares about her boyfriend. He is younger than you. You have to hold on tight. Be careful that he doesn't slip away. Zhang Wanyue blushed and looked shy. Oh, you guys, it's really embarrassing. Yi Kunlun had never seen Zhang Wanyue like that before. She had always been a generous and straightforward person, but tonight she showed shyness repeatedly. It seemed that she was serious. But why? Why did it have to be Han Lingfeng? Yi Kunlun was in so much pain that she almost stopped breathing. Ms. Yi, are you okay? Secretary Chen knew that she was suffering greatly and asked in a low voice with concern. I'm fine. Yi Kunlun pretended to be calm. Maybe I drank too much and I feel a little dizzy. Kunlun has been really busy these days, organizing my birthday party, dealing with company matters, and entertaining guests. If you can't bear it anymore, just go and rest, don't force yourself, said old Mrs. Yi. I'm fine, Grandma. Yi Kunlun forced a smile. The guests hadn't left yet, so how could she, as the organizer, leave early? A female elder replied, Kunlun is just too capable. He has multiple roles at the same time, as if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Another female elder continued, Kunlun has been excellent since she was young. She has high IQ and EQ, and knows a lot. She is good at music, chess, calligraphy, painting, business, and battlefield. She is both civil and military. There is nothing in this world that she doesn't know. A male elder replied, the key is that she is so beautiful. Sister Kunlun is the most perfect woman in the world. A little cousin replied, looking at Yi Kunlun with admiration. Zheng Wanyue's mother continued, if you ask me, a woman who is too capable will be a life of hard work. It's better for her to be a full-time wife at home, taking care of her husband and children. It's such a young age, and you're still taking care of your husband and children. The little cousin put her arm around Yi Kunlun's arm. I like capable women like Sister Kunlun. Sister Kunlun is my idol. When I grow up, I want to be like Sister Kunlun and become a social elite. Old Mrs. Yi patted her cousin on the leg with her cane and said, you little brat, you should get into a key university first. By the way, when do Kunlun and Mr. Fong plan to get married? At this time, Yi Kunlun's second uncle suddenly asked. The question Yi Kunlun feared the most came, and even Secretary Chen became nervous. Fong Bo quickly replied, I think the sooner the better. It depends on Kunlun's opinion. As long as Kunlun is willing, I hope to hold the wedding at the end of this month. Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Kunlun. Secretary Chen was sweating profusely for her. Yi Kunlun said calmly, then let's follow Fong Bo's wishes. Secretary Chen looked at her face, which was as calm as death, and a button began to crack in his heart. She tugged at the corner of Yi Kunlun's clothes and murmured in her throat, Mr. Yi, a voice that only mosquitoes could hear. Fong Bo clenched his fists tightly with joy and whispered, oh yeah. He finally succeeded. Yi Kunlun finally agreed to marry him. All the relatives and family members present were smiling happily. Old Mrs. Yi was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Okay, it's not easy for Kunlun to say this. This is a blessing for both the Fong and Yi families. She looked at Yi Kunlun with satisfaction. I knew you would put the overall situation first. Mr. Fong, it's a great bargain for you to marry my sister Kunlun. The little cousin tilted her head and looked at Fong Bo. Mr. Fong, you must treat our Kunlun well in the future, said the second uncle. Of course, she is my wife, I will naturally love her, Fong Bo said, stretching out a hand to hug Yi Kunlun's shoulders. Yi Kunlun suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. She covered her mouth and ran away. Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with her? Old Mrs. Yi asked hurriedly. He must have drunk too much. I'll go take a look. Secretary Chen hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! Secretary Chen followed Yi Kunlun all the way to the bathroom. Yi Kunlun lay on the sink and vomited desperately, as if he wanted to vomit out everything in his stomach. Secretary Chen slowly stroked her back with his palm, tears falling from his eyes. Mr. Yi, why do you torture yourself like this? Why? Secretary Chen covered his mouth and cried and trembled. Secretary Chen, help me to the presidential suite. Yi Kunlun forced herself to straighten up. Her whole body was shaking and her legs were trembling. She tried hard to remain decent, but she really couldn't hold on any longer. She was afraid that she would collapse in the bathroom and people would see her in such a state. Okay. I'll help you back to your room. Secretary Chen reached out to stroke her and nodded vigorously. Secretary Chen held half of her body in his arms and supported her. But Yi Kunlun still felt her feet trembling violently and her whole body was shaking with cold. She felt like the whole world was spinning in front of her eyes, making her dizzy. It seemed like a century before Secretary Chen helped her to the door of number 888. Secretary Chen, please go back. I can do it. Yi Kunlun held the wall with one hand and reached into her handbag with the other to get the door. Her hands were shaking. No, President Yi. Secretary Chen burst into tears and shook her head desperately. How could she leave her alone at this time? Let's go. I want to be alone. Yi Kunlun looked at Secretary Chen with a commanding look. She didn't want anyone to see her embarrassment, not even her closest Secretary Chen. Mr. Yi. Go. Yi Kunlun ordered again. Click. At this moment, the door of the presidential suite opened. Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen looked up and saw Han Lingfeng, who had been waiting for Yi Kunlun in the room. Han Lingfeng. Secretary Chen roared fiercely, rushed forward, and slapped Han Lingfeng in the face. Pa! The slap landed on Han Lingfeng's face, making a crisp sound. Chapter 35 Soul Fusion. Han Lingfeng, how could you do this to Ms. Yi? Secretary Chen was like an angry beast. How could you do this to Ms. Yi? Ha? Do you know what kind of situation you pushed her into, huh? Secretary Chen pulled and slapped her frantically. You scumbag, how could you do this to Ms. Yi? Han Lingfeng stood there motionless, the expression on his face close to that of death. How could you treat Ms. Yi like this? Secretary Chen squatted on the ground and cried. She finally loved someone, and finally opened her heart to him. Secretary Chen burst into tears. Why did you come to seduce her? Why did you come to tease her? Why did you play with her feelings? Why did you give her hope and then bring her disappointment? Why do you want to appear in her life? Why? Secretary Chen hugged Han Lingfeng's legs and shook him hard. How great it would be if you had never appeared. Then, President Yi Wun-ti have suffered the pain he is experiencing today. Secretary Chen looked at Yi Kunlun with great regret, and broke down with her. Yi Kunlun was in so much pain that she could hardly breathe, but she still maintained her dignity. Secretary Chen, let him go. Yi Kunlun looked at Han Lingfeng with a dead heart and said to Secretary Chen. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head. I need to explain to you. Explain what? I'm not Zheng Wanyue's boyfriend. Secretary Chen immediately looked up at him. Yi Kunlun was silent for a few seconds and shook his head. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. Han Lingfeng shook his head. No, this is very important. I fell into Zheng Wanyue's trap. I didn't know she was your cousin at first, and I didn't know she was bringing me to old lady Ye's birthday party. Yi Kunlun looked at him silently. Is this convincing? Han Lingfeng moistened his dry throat. How should I explain it to you? The whole thing is so absurd from beginning to end. Zhang Wanyue and my father reached a deal, asking me to be Zhang Wanyue's savior and marry into the Zhang family. What did you say? A scapegoat? Secretary Chen screamed. Han Lingfeng nodded. Yes, Zhang Wanyue is pregnant, and she is pregnant with Fang Bo's child. Shock and astonishment attacked Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen at the same time. What evidence do you have? Yi Kunlun remained calm. You can go to the hospital to check. I think, with your ability, it is not difficult to check this matter. Zhang Wanyue had an abortion a few days ago. Didn't she ask you to be the scapegoat? Why did she abort the child again? Secretary Chen asked. Maybe she has thought it through and feels that the child was not born in the right place and should not be brought into this world, said Han Lingfeng. You said that the child is Fang Bo's, are you sure? Yi Kunlun asked. Zhang Wanyue told me this herself. As for whether it was Fang Bo's, I have no idea. I can no longer believe what that woman said. Han Lingfeng shook his head. Secretary Chen, Yi Kunlun ordered immediately, go check it out immediately. I want to know the whole truth and all the evidence. I understand. Secretary Chen nodded vigorously, turned around and left quickly. Now, do you know that I haven't changed my mind? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun. I want to speak with evidence. Yi Kunlun walked around him and stepped into the room. Han Lingfeng followed him in and closed the door. I'll wait here. Until Secretary Chen finds the evidence. Yi Kunlun walked to the window, folded her arms, and turned her back to Han Lingfeng. She was silent and calm. Han Lingfeng walked over and hugged her from behind. If I, Han Lingfeng, change my mind, I will be struck by lightning. You don't need to swear such a poisonous oath. Yi Kunlun said coldly. It's not a poisonous oath. Han Lingfeng turned her body around so that she was facing him, and said sincerely, Kunlun, I can't live without you. My love for you has penetrated my soul. Without you, I have no soul. Even if I am alive, I am just a living dead. Lingfeng. Tears overflowed from Yi Kunlun's eyes. She reached out and gently stroked Han Lingfeng's cheek. She was the same. Her soul was being devoured bit by that thing called love. She reached out and hugged Han Lingfeng, tears streaming down her face like strings. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly so tightly that he seemed to want to rub her into his body and merge her into one with him. Kunlun, I'm so scared. Han Lingfeng trembled. I'm so scared that you will never talk to me again. I'm so scared that you will break up with me from now on. I'm so scared that you won't believe me. At the banquet, I saw you, and Zhang Wanyue holding my hand. She even pulled me in front of old Madame Yi. You don't have to explain. I understand. I understand everything. Yi Kunlun stroked the back of his head with his palm. I was almost suffocating, so I ran away. I came here. I knew you would come. I am waiting for you here. I know you will come. I want to explain to you, explain everything. I know, don't say anymore, don't say anymore. Yi Kunlun held his head. She kissed him hard on the mouth, and all her words were transformed into one kiss. Yi Kunlun kissed Han Lingfeng madly, and Han Lingfeng kissed her back madly. Then they rolled onto the bed. Take off your clothes and face each other naked. Kunlun. Lingfeng. They were intertwined like ice and fire, rolling in like thunder from the sky and fire from the earth. The soul and body blend together, it is trembling, wonderful, and beautiful, like ascending to heaven. Lingfeng. Kunlun. The banquet was still going on downstairs. Zhang Wanyue searched the entire banquet hall but couldn't find Han Lingfeng. That guy must have escaped. Zhang Wanyue was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, but no one paid attention to her mood. Old Madame Yi has always been worried about Yi Kunlun. Kunlun vomited earlier. I don't know if she is feeling better now. Secretary Chen is nowhere to be seen either. I guess he helped her to rest. I'll go see her. Fang Bo said. I'll go too, said the little cousin. Fang Bo glanced at his little cousin unhappily. Why was she joining in the fun? He was just trying to take advantage of Yi Kunlun when she was drunk. But he couldn't show his unhappiness. Dr. Fang and his little cousin hurried to the door of Yi Kunlun's presidential suite. Kunlun. Kunlun. Fang Bo knocked on the door. He didn't have a room card because Yi Kunlun couldn't give it to him. Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen. he shouted again. But there was no response. In the bedroom of the presidential suite, Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun were completely immersed in joy and could not hear anything. What's going on? It's so loud that I can't hear it. Fong Bo complained. Maybe he went home and is not here at all. The little cousin guessed with bright eyes. Impossible. Kunlun is already drunk. Secretary Chen would never go out of her way to send her home. She is not a fool. Fong Bo said. Then maybe they both fell asleep? Secretary Chen drank quite a bit of wine tonight, said my little cousin. Thinking of the two beauties sleeping, Fong Bo's blood boiled. He really wanted to see with his own eyes what the two beauties looked like when they were sleeping. Maybe they would show some of their beauty so that he could feast his eyes. Go find the waiter and get the spare room card. Fong Bo urged his little cousin. Why should I go? Why don't you go by yourself? The little cousin was unhappy. She didn't like Fong Bo ordering her in the tone of a servant. Fong Bo glared at his little cousin unhappily and planned to get the room card himself. At this time, a room attendant happened to come over with a towel in his arms. Fong Bo ordered the attendant, use the room card and open the door. Okay, Mr. Fong. The waiter came over with the room card. The room card in the waiter's hand was against the door lock sensor. Click. The door lock popped open. Chapter 36 Loyalty to the Master. The room card in the waiter's hand was against the door lock sensor. Click. The door lock popped open. Fong Bo was about to push the door open, and the scene inside was about to appear before him. However, at this moment. What are you doing? Secretary Chen came back. She had just gone to investigate the past of Zheng Wanyue and Fong Bo. Fortunately, she arrived in time. She knew that Han Lingfeng and Mr. Yi must still be in the house. If Fong Bo goes in now, things will get out of hand. She must stop it. What is Mr. Fong doing? Secretary Chen walked over quickly, pushed Fong Bo away, and stood guard at the door. Secretary Chen, how dare you push me? Fong Bo couldn't believe that this woman was so bold. Doesn't Mr. Fong know that this is Mr. Yi's private room? Secretary Chen said sternly. Mr. Fong asked the waiter to use the room card to open Mr. Yi's room door without permission. Is this going to break Mr. Yi's rules? Secretary Chen. Fong Bo gritted his teeth. I think you are getting bolder and bolder. What? Is Mr. Fong threatening me? Secretary Chen asked. Fong Bo tried to suppress his anger. If you weren't Kunlun's secretary, I would have put you. Unfortunately, I happen to be Yi Kunlun's secretary, someone she trusts and her confidant. Secretary Chen spoke quickly. You? Fong Bo was so angry that his veins popped out. He pointed at her and said, You are so cruel. Fong Bo stopped arguing with Secretary Chen and went into the house. Secretary Chen stopped him and asked, What are you going to do, Mr. Fong? I want to go in and see Kunlun. Fong Bo said. Mr. Yi is already asleep. I don't think there's any need for you to go in and disturb him, said Secretary Chen. I just went in to take a look. Wasn't she drunk? As her fiancé, shouldn't I go in and take a look? Fong Bo said. Nothing to see. Secretary Chen was cold and harsh. Ms. Yi hates it most when others disturb her when she is sleeping. Fong Bo's face darkened. Mr. Fong, you also know this. Secretary Chen continued, Our CEO Yi works very hard. It's rare for her to get a good night's sleep. Tonight is a good time for her to get a good night's sleep while she's drunk. I will never allow anyone to disturb her rest. The two faced each other for a few seconds. Fong Bo's gloomy face gradually eased, and then he smiled. Secretary Chen, I really admire you. You are such a good dog. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Fong. Secretary Chen remained calm. I'm glad you're protecting your master like this. I feel relieved that Kunlun has someone like you by his side. As he spoke, Fong Bo reached out and patted Secretary Chen on the shoulder, then turned and left. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and ordered, By the way, take good care of Kunlun. She is my future wife. Please rest assured, Mr. Fong. Secretary Chen looked at Fong Bo's back and snorted in his heart. It was not certain whether President Yi would become his wife. Fong Bo left, but the little cousin stayed. The little cousin looked at Secretary Chen with bright eyes. Secretary Chen, can I go in and see my cousin? Secretary Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Guan, your cousin really needs to rest quietly. I will never quarrel with her. I just want to see her. I really care about my cousin." Guan Xintian pleaded. Looking at her innocent eyes, Secretary Chen really wanted to let her in. However, reason told her that she couldn't do that. The matter between Han Lingfeng and President Yi couldn't be exposed for the time being. "I'm really sorry, Miss Guan. If you really care about Ms. Yi, please let her sleep well," Secretary Chen said. "Okay then." Guan Xian pouted disappointedly. But soon she smiled sympathetically, then let her have a good rest. Sufficient sleep is essential for the body. I'll visit her in the office some other day. You must take good care of her. Yeah. Secretary Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll go to the banquet. Guan Xian left happily. Secretary Chen was very relieved to see Guan Xian jumping away. Finally, there was one person in the Yi family who really cared about Mr. Yi. This Miss Guan was probably the second light in Mr. Yi's heart besides Han Lingfeng. By the way, are Han Lingfeng and Mr. Yi really in there? Secretary Chen was afraid that something unexpected might happen, so she pushed the door open in a hurry. Yi. When she rashly rushed to the bedroom door, she saw Han Lingfeng and Mr. Yi lying on the bed. They were looking at each other affectionately, forgetting themselves and everything around them. Secretary Chen had never seen Ms. Yi with such an expression, gentle, infinitely gentle, full of love, infinite love, and charming. She was so charming. Ms. Yi's face was now white with a hint of pink. Oh my God! She must be enjoying the ultimate happiness, Secretary Chen shouted in his heart. At the same time, she was also happy for Mr. Yi. At least Mr. Yi was happy now. How few happy moments there were for adults, especially for Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, I hope you will always be happy. Secretary Chen gently closed the door for them and returned to the living room. It seems like someone came to the door just now. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlin affectionately and murmured. It should be Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlin also looked at him affectionately. Secretary Chen saw everything. Han Lingfeng said. She knows everything anyway, so it's okay for her to see it, said Yi Kunlin. Were you satisfied with what happened just now? Han Lingfeng was curious. What do you think? Yi Kunlin asked back with a red face. Anyway, I am very satisfied, extremely satisfied, extremely satisfied. Han Lingfeng was so happy that he saw stars. Yi Kunlin buried her face in his neck shyly and laughed happily, me too. Han Lingfeng held her head and kissed her face fiercely several times. I feel like I'm full of energy, let's continue. Little scoundrel. As they spoke, the two of them entangled themselves together like two snakes. All night long, tirelessly. Han Lingfeng is in his prime and has plenty of energy. Yi Kunlin seemed to have taken hormones, her endocrine system was active, and her physical condition was completely unlike that of a 30-year-old woman. This is probably the power of love. She marveled in her heart. Secretary Chen waited on the sofa in the living room all night. Now it was daylight and Secretary Chen had already fallen asleep on the sofa. A blanket was gently placed on her body. Secretary Chen was awakened and opened her eyes. She saw it was Yi Kunlin. At this moment, Yi Kunlin was wearing a loose white shirt, her collarbone exposed, and her hair draped over her shoulders. She was so beautiful. Boss Yi. Secretary Chen hurriedly sat up from the sofa. Sorry, I fell asleep. You worked hard last night. Get some more sleep. I'll give you a day off today. Yi Kunlin said softly. It's okay, I'm not tired. Secretary Chen said, and hurriedly picked up her bag from the coffee table and searched for something in it. Yi Kunlin looked in the direction of her hand and saw her take out a stack of photos and some medical bills from her bag. Mr. Yi, I have collected all the evidence that Zhang Wanyue and Feng Bo were hooking up, including videos and photos of them kissing, as well as the medical records of Zhang Wanyue having an abortion in the hospital. Secretary Chen pushed those things in front of Yi Kunlin. Han Lingfeng also hurried over to watch. Chapter 37 Exposure. In the photo, Zhang Wanyue and Feng Bo are kissing in a bar. There are also photos of them walking hand in hand in the mall, and many other intimate actions. In the video, Feng Bo and Zhang Wanyue kissed in the hotel corridor and then entered the hotel room. Yi Kunlin felt filthy, threw the photo down and sneered. One who keeps saying he loves me and wants to marry me. One is my cousin. She was thankful in her heart that she did not love Fong Bo, otherwise she would be the one getting hurt today. Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen thought of something. I think this is an opportunity. Secretary Chen's eyes became ambiguous. You mean, use this incident to force Fong Bo to cancel the engagement? That's a good idea, said Han Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun pondered and felt that this reason was feasible. If you're going to do something, do it thoroughly and leave no room for maneuver, Secretary Chen shouted. You mean, put this online? Yi Kunlun frowned. That won't work. Fong Bo is very powerful. Have you forgotten the video I posted last time about breaking off the engagement? It was cleaned up in 3 minutes. Secretary Chen shook his head. You misunderstood me. I meant to play it in public at the wedding. Yi Kunlun shuddered. At the wedding? Think about it. The people attending the wedding are all relatives and friends of the Yi and Fong families, as well as important and well-known figures in the wealthy circle. Once the matter is exposed and everyone knows that your fiancé and your cousin are secretly having an affair, what will everyone think? Everyone will only sympathize with you. At this point, Secretary Chen sneered, and the Fong family, no matter how shameless they are, they would be too embarrassed to marry you again. Besides, this can also solve the crisis of Han Ling. Mr. Han. She changed her words and called Han Lingfeng Mr. Han. Didn't Zhang Huanyue want Mr. Han to be her boyfriend? Now that the truth has been exposed, it will be difficult for Zhang Huanyue to pester Mr. Han anymore. Yi Kunlun lowered his head in thought. In this way, the relationship between the Yi family and the Fong family would come to an end. Also, the relationship with cousin Huanyue would become extremely awkward, and this would ruin cousin Huanyue's reputation. Do it, Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen grabbed Yi Kunlun's arm tightly. If you want to get rid of the Fong family and get rid of this unhappy marriage, this is the best chance, and probably the only chance. No. Yi Kunlun shook her head. How will the world look at Huanyue? She will be cursed by the world. Don't think about her at this time. She is secretly having an affair with Fong Bo. This is disrespectful to you. Secretary Chen shouted. But she is my cousin after all. Yi Kunlun cried, and she sighed to the sky, I can't do this for myself. Then why don't you think about yourself and Mr. Han? Secretary Chen said sadly. Yi Kunlun turned his head to look at Han Lingfeng, reached out and stroked Han Lingfeng's face, and sighed, if our fate can only be limited to this, I will never force it. Han Lingfeng held Yi Kunlun's hand tightly. He understood Kunlun. Kunlun didn't want to carry the psychological burden and guilt while being with him. She could still deal a heavy blow to Fong Bo and humiliate the Fong family. But she couldn't bring herself to take action against Zhang Huanyue and ruin her reputation in the entire wealthy circle. Besides, it would not only bring shame to the Zhang family, but also to the Yi family. What's more, Han Lingfeng couldn't bear to treat Zhang Huanyue like this. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng kissed Yi Kunlun's hand. I respect all your decisions. For me, knowing you is enough. Knowing and loving you is God's favor and mercy to me. I shouldn't ask for more. Just like this, I already feel very greedy. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun hugged him tightly. The two hugged each other and cried. Secretary Chen's beautiful eyes were red, revealing a hint of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Let herself be the villain. Just think of it as making this a perfect marriage. Yi Kunlun and Fong Bo's wedding was held as scheduled. The wedding was prepared grandly. There were a lot of people attending, and there were media reporters broadcasting the event live. The head of the Fong family had just been promoted to a high position in Kyoto, and then he welcomed his son's wedding, which was a double happiness. The relatives of the Fong and Yi families were all immersed in the joy of this grand wedding. Patriarch Fong took the stage and gave a speech. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend the wedding of my son and the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Yi Kunlun and Fong Bo stood face to face on the stage, with Yi Kunlun wearing a white wedding dress on her head. She was extremely calm at the moment, with a faint smile on her face. But her thoughts were not here. Images of her and Han Lingfeng kept flashing through her mind. She was very happy and satisfied because she had loved like that. Ling Feng, my Ling Feng. She called his name softly in her heart. She will keep him in her heart forever. Below the stage, Han Lingfeng, Zhang Huanyue, and their little cousin sat together. They all stared at Yi Kunlun intently. She was so beautiful. They couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. Kunlun. My Kunlun. Han Lingfeng's eyes were fixed on Yi Kunlun. My Kunlun is the most beautiful woman in the world, he said in his heart. He seemed to see Yi Kunlun walking towards him in a wedding dress. His heart was about to melt and he was so excited that he wanted to cry. He wanted to reach out and welcome her. Brother Lingfeng, do you think Sister Kunlun is the most beautiful woman in the world? Little cousin Guan Xian suddenly interrupted Han Lingfeng's thoughts. Han Lingfeng came back to his senses, smiled and nodded. Of course, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Zhang Huanyue turned her head and rolled her eyes at Han Lingfeng, but Han Lingfeng continued to look at Yi Kunlun on the stage. At this moment, the head of the Feng family was giving his closing blessing. I hope that you two newlyweds can live happily together from now on, with your husband singing and your wife following each other, and your marriage being harmonious, and that the bloodline of the Feng and Yi families can flourish. Thank you all. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Feng Bo's face was smiling brighter than the sun in July. However, at this moment, the big screen on the stage suddenly flashed a few times, and then a video was played. The content of the video was exactly the evidence found by Secretary Chen. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue kissed in the bar. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue walked hand in hand in the mall. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue kissed in the hotel corridor all the way to the door of the guest room and opened the door of the guest room. Oh my God! There was a sudden exclamation from the audience. Patriarch Feng, who was still holding the microphone, looked back. Feng Bo and Yi Kunlun looked up. And Zhang Huanyue in the audience. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 38 Chaos. Zhang Huanyue's abortion medical records were also scrolling on the screen. Oh my God! Zhang Huanyue even had an abortion for Feng Bo. Oh my God! Zhang Huanyue is actually having an affair with her cousin's fiancé. Oh my God! Feng Bo is actually having an affair with Yi Kunlun's cousin. Oh my God! Yi Kunlun was actually betrayed by her fiancé and her cousin. Poor Yi Kunlun. Such a perfect woman could actually be betrayed. Feng Bo was really a dog that can't change its bad habits. Zhang Huanyue is such a bitch. What a pair of scumbags and bitches. Reporters were frantically taking photos and recording the broadcast on the big screen. Through live broadcast, this scandal spread all over the internet in an instant, and the Feng family couldn't cover it up even if they wanted to. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue's intimate videos and photos were all over the internet and once topped the hot search list. Everyone was scolding Zhang Huanyue and Feng Bo. Everyone sympathized with Yi Kunlun. Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue were completely stunned. You rebellious son! The head of the Feng family had a dark face and slapped Feng Bo hard in the face. Feng Bo only felt his ears buzzing and his mind went blank. Humph! The head of the Feng family threw the microphone heavily to the ground and left angrily. This rebellious son has completely disgraced the Feng family. Kunlun! Kunlun! Listen to my explanation. The first thing Feng Bo thought of after he came to his senses was that he was afraid that Yi Kunlun would break off the engagement. Until now, he still wants to hold on to this marriage. Kunlun! Listen to my explanation. Feng Bo reached out to grab Yi Kunlun's arm. Yi Kunlun shook him off without hesitation because she was now looking everywhere for Secretary Chen. She knew that this must have been done by Secretary Chen. That guy actually didn't listen to her. She was going to find Secretary Chen now, and she ran forward. Feng Bo held her tightly. Kunlun! Listen to my explanation. It's all over, all those things are over. Let me go. Yi Kunlun turned around and kicked Feng Bo in the crotch. Feng Bo squatted down, holding his hips. Yi Kunlun ran away to find Secretary Chen. Han Lingfeng's eyes never left Yi Kunlun. When he saw Yi Kunlun leaving, he hurriedly followed her. Zhang Huanyue sat there blankly, being pointed at and criticized by everyone. She had never experienced such a scene before, and she was completely confused. At this time, Feng Bo rushed up. Zhang Huanyue, you seduced me. It's all your fault. It's all your fault for seducing me, otherwise today wouldn't be like this. It's all your fault, you bitch. Zhang Huanyue came to her senses. No. Feng Bo was clearly trying to draw dirty water on her. It was clearly the fault of both of them, why should she be blamed alone? Feng Bo, you bastard, it was obviously you who raped me, you are a rapist. Zhang Huanyue fought back. What did you say? You bitch, I'm going to strangle you to death. Feng Bo pounced on Zhang Huanyue like a mad dog and strangled her neck. Come on, come on. You bastard, don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Wanyue was not to be outdone and reached out to grab Fang Bo's hair. The two scumbags and the bitch just fought each other. Reporters frantically took photos and live broadcasted the video. The dog-eat-dog scene further escalated the scandal. Go and pull them apart. Old Mrs. Yi, whose face had already turned blue with anger, slammed the ground heavily with her cane. Several relatives of the Yi family hurried over and pulled Zhang Wanyue and Fang Bo apart. Oh my god, what a sin this is! Zhang Wanyue's mother sat down on the ground and cried. What a sin! What a sin! Old Mrs. Yi could only use these 3 words to express her anger. My little cousin turned pale with fright. I'm afraid this will traumatize her for the rest of her life. But what she was most worried about was her cousin Kunlun. Cousin Kunlun was betrayed by sister Wanyue and Fang Bo. She must be so sad that she was going crazy. Grandma, sister Kunlun is missing. Guan Xin shouted to Grandma Yi. Yes, Kunlun. Old Mrs. Yi also became anxious. How could she bear such a great shock? Go find him. Go find him quickly. Make sure nothing unexpected happens. Old Madame Yi ordered her bodyguards, hurry and find Kunlun. Yes, in everyone's eyes, Yi Kunlun is the biggest victim, and she must have been greatly stimulated. So she disappeared. She must have gone into hiding and was sad alone. Fang Bo, you caused my daughter to have an abortion and brought shame upon herself. Now she has a bad reputation. Who in the entire Nanshire wealthy circle would want her? So, you must marry my daughter. Zhang Wanyue's mother said. I marry her? Fang Bo spat on the ground. Is she worthy? What did you say? I'm not worthy? You bastard, I'm telling you, you want to marry me, but I don't want to marry you, bah, you bastard. Zhang Wanyue yelled at Fang Bo. I'll go find Kunlun first. I'll settle the score with you when I have time. Fang Bo said this harshly and turned and ran away. He would not give up Yi Kunlun easily. Wasn't it just that his reputation was bad? He was a man, so wasn't it normal for him to play with women? Besides, netizens' memory only lasts 7 days, and soon everyone will forget about this matter. The most important thing for him now is to find Yi Kunlun, coax her into submission, seek her forgiveness, and then continue to hold a wedding with her. In the president's secretary's office at Yi Group, Yi Kunlun found Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun broke into the secretary's office, followed closely by Han Lingfeng. Secretary Chen knelt on the ground hurriedly. I'm sorry. President Yi, I took the initiative to expose the video at your wedding. I went against your will. I am willing to accept any punishment. Looking at the loyal subordinate who had accompanied her for 6 years, Yi Kunlun felt extremely fond of him. She shook her head and said, You have never betrayed me. Secretary Chen raised his head, tears in his eyes. I just want to see President Yi happy. For this, I don't mind hurting others. If I had to choose again, I would still do it and never regret it. Get up. Yi Kunlun reached out and helped Secretary Chen up. Am I worthy of you doing this for me? It's worth it. Secretary Chen was very firm. Boss Yi is the only person I am willing to follow in my life. Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun pulled Secretary Chen into his arms and hugged him tightly, tears of emotion rolling down his cheeks. Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Han Lingfeng's eyes were also a little hot. He understood Secretary Chen because Kunlun was a person who deserved everyone to fall in love with her. She was worth it. There were noisy footsteps outside the door, and the Yi family's bodyguards found this place. They rushed to the door and saw Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen hugging each other and crying, so they stepped back. Then he reported to Mrs. Yi, We found President Yi. She and Secretary Chen are both in the office, they are hugging each other and crying. The old lady on the other end of the phone replied, It's better to cry it out. She has suffered such a great injustice. Kunlun has always been introverted. I am afraid that she will keep it in her heart and get sick. If she cries out, I will feel relieved. You all can come back. Okay, old lady. The bodyguards left. As soon as the bodyguards left, Fang Bo also found this place. He rushed into the office frantically. Kunlun, please listen to my explanation. Please listen to my explanation, Kunlun. Chapter 39, Unrequited Love and Mutual Desire. Fang Bo excitedly grabbed Yi Kunlun's arm and said, Kunlun, listen to my explanation. It was Zhang Wanyue who seduced me. It was that bitch who seduced me. I was just bewildered for a moment. Zhang Wanyue and I are just playing around, really. She and I are just playing around. She is just a tool for me to have fun. You are the only one I love in my heart. I only love you, ah? Do you understand? I only love you. Shall we go back and continue with the wedding? Shall we? Fong Bo, are you sick? Secretary Chen pushed Fong Bo away fiercely. How can you be so shameless? Things have come to this point, and you still have the nerve to beg Mr. Yi. Get out of my way. Fong Bo roared and pushed Secretary Chen away. He had completely lost his mind at this moment. Secretary Chen staggered 2 steps and almost fell. Yi Kunlun hurriedly supported her. Fong Bo continued to pull Yi Kunlun's arm. I beg you, Kunlun, please go back and hold the wedding with me, okay? Our wedding hasn't been completed yet, and I haven't put the ring on you yet. Oh, the ring, the ring. Fong Bo hurriedly searched for the ring on his body. Yi Kunlun stared at him in amazement, unable to believe that Fong Bo had reached this point. Found it. Found the ring. Fong Bo took the ring and put it on Yi Kunlun's hand. Come, I'll put it on you, I'll put it on you. He forced the ring onto Yi Kunlun's finger. Yi Kunlun couldn't bear it anymore. Enough. She shook off Fong Bo's hand and yelled. Fong Bo was so frightened that he froze, because Yi Kunlun rarely got angry. But at this moment, Yi Kunlun had completely exploded. You still think this is not embarrassing enough, right? Look at yourself, a young master of the Fong family. How could you have ended up like this? Ask yourself, what good things have you done in your life? What is your value? You are good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. You are capable of everything. Making friends with bad people is your strong point, and eating, drinking, and having fun are your specialties. The only thing you have is the business card that your Fong family left for you. Without the Fong family's name, you are nothing. You are just a rotten person. It would be fine if you just behaved like a bad person, but you are also immoral and greedy. You are so filthy. What can you bring to match me? Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Don't you have any self-awareness? Secretary Chen shouted excitedly, Mr. Yi, well said. Fong Bo's face gradually turned pale. He became angry and humiliated by what Yi Kunlun said. His face was hideous and his eyes were bloodthirsty. Am I ashamed of myself? I am the young master of the Fong family, the most aristocratic family in South City. My father has just been promoted to a high position in Kyoto. What's so great about you? Aren't you just pretty? Aren't you the president of Yi Group? In terms of status, you are nothing in front of me. Hee hee, I like you and am willing to marry you. That's a compliment to you. There are many women like you in this world. You are taking advantage of my preference for you and taking advantage of me. Do you think you are a British royal princess? You say I have no self-awareness, but I think you are the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Fong Bo's fingers were about to poke Yi Kunlun's head. Swish. Han Lingfeng suddenly grabbed Fong Bo and punched him hard in the face. Fong Bo was knocked to the ground. Han Lingfeng stared coldly at Fong Bo lying on the ground. He would not allow anyone to speak rudely to Kuan Lin. Fong Bo doesn't know how to judge people. He doesn't know Kuan Lin's good points and doesn't know how to appreciate her. He even looks down on her. If he looks down on her so much, why does he keep pestering her? You. Fong Bo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointed at Han Lingfeng and roared ferociously, You little bastard, how dare you hit me? You hold a grudge against me because of Zhang Wanyue, right? Because I slept with Zhang Wanyue, got her pregnant, and played with her like a prostitute, so you're angry, ha 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 ha. Fong Bo suddenly laughed like a madman. Get out. Yi Kunlun couldn't bear to listen to his dirty words any longer. Fong Bo had been so vicious that if he said one more word to him, he would be dirtying his own mouth. Security! Security! Secretary Chen shouted loudly outside the door. Several company security guards rushed in. Throw this garbage out of the company. Secretary Chen ordered the security guard. Go! Several security guards pulled Fong Bo up from the ground and dragged him away like a piece of garbage. When he was thrown out of the company gate in a panic, the reporters and self-media people guarding outside the gate took pictures of him frantically. As a result, the topic young Master Fong begged for reconciliation and was thrown out of the company by Yi Kunlun became a hot search again. Everyone is scolding Fong Bo for being shameless. After his scandal with Zhang Wanyue was exposed, he still has the nerve to ask for a reconciliation. Everyone was praising Yi Kunlun for throwing it away well and for breaking off the marriage. This kind of trash should be kicked out. When the head of the Fong family saw the report in the media, he was shocked to see that his son actually went to the other party to ask for reconciliation. He stamped his feet in anger. This rebellious son. This rebellious son. He thinks he hasn't embarrassed himself enough. He slapped himself hard on the face. He has completely disgraced me. Then he ordered his adjutant, "Go. Call that rebellious son back to me." Fong Bo got up from the ground in a panic, raised his head and looked at the company building, feeling extremely angry. "Yi Kunlun. Since I can't have you." The adjutant drove up to him and said, "Master, the master wants you to go back." Fong Bo ordered his adjutant, "Go check who was at the wedding and exposed the video." The adjutant hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, I think you should stop dwelling on this matter. In fact, there is one thing I have always wanted to say. In fact, you and the eldest lady of the Yi family are not the same kind of people. Just do it when I tell you to. Why are you talking nonsense?" Fong Bo yelled at the adjutant. The adjutant shook his head. This young Master Fong was really crazy. How could the head of the family give birth to such a thing? But he would not disobey the young master's order. He would investigate the source of the wedding video exposure. Upstairs, Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun held hands and looked into each other's eyes. "Mr. Yi and Mr. Han, you have finally got what you wished for, right?" Secretary Chen was happy for them. Yi Kunlun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If Ling Feng and I were to be together, it would still be extremely difficult." "Why?" Secretary Chen was puzzled. Yi Kunlun sighed, "You know my family. They value family interests and reputation more than anything else. There's a huge age gap between Ling Feng and me, and Zhang Wanyue likes Ling Feng. After the last banquet, the relatives all thought Ling Feng was Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend. If everyone knew about this, Ling Feng and I, wouldn't it be a mess?" Thinking of her relationship with Han Lingfeng, the future was bleak, and Yi Kunlun fell into deep despair. "Let's not think too much about it for now." Han Lingfeng hurriedly comforted her. He was most afraid of seeing Kunlun frown. Han Lingfeng said optimistically, "Let's take it one step at a time. I always feel that our fate will not end here." Yi Kunlun looked up at him. He always brought her sunshine and hope. "Let's go. Let's go to your secret base." Han Lingfeng took her hand. "Today is also a day of victory, we should celebrate." Secretary Chen lowered his head and smiled secretly. This so-called celebration was probably going to be an inevitable tender drama. Thinking of this, Secretary Chen blushed and his heart began to beat fast. Yi Kunlun glanced at Secretary Chen shyly and blushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? I still have a lot of things to deal with in my company. Leave it to me. I think Mr. Yi should make the most of the time to enjoy his romantic time." Secretary Chen joked. "You?" Yi Kunlun glared at Secretary Chen. "You are becoming more and more disrespectful. I'm going to meet a client." Secretary Chen grabbed the folder on the desk, turned around and left with devilish steps. "Let's go." Han Lingfeng rubbed Yi Kunlun's face with his nose and said gently, "Stop it, I really have to get busy with work." Yi Kunlun said. "Kunlun, Kunlun." Han Lingfeng continued to rub Yi Kunlun's face and neck with his nose and lips. Yi Kunlun couldn't stand it anymore. "Okay, that's enough, let's go, let's go." Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly. "I'll go downstairs first and take a taxi to the hotel. You can follow me by yourself." "Okay." Yi Kunlun nodded, watched him leave, then lowered his head and smiled. This little brat. She also wanted to cherish every moment with Han Lingfeng. What's going on? I miss him as soon as we separated and can't wait to go on a date with him. Yi Kunlun hurried back to her office, took off her wedding dress, picked out a sexy red dress for herself from the office cloakroom, put it on, and looked perfect in the mirror. Then, she picked up her bag, hurriedly got into her Maserati luxury car in the underground parking lot, and drove madly towards the secret base. Chapter 40. Oh, my love. Yi Kunlun was like an 18-year-old girl, looking forward to a date with Han Lingfeng. As soon as they arrived at the presidential suite of the hotel, she and Han Lingfeng kissed passionately. She was like being poisoned, becoming more and more obsessed with this little man. Han Lingfeng also seemed to be crazy, and just wanted to take this woman madly. She was his first woman and would be his last woman. He swore that she was the only one in his life. To die under the peony flowers, to become a ghost is to wander madly. Han Lingfeng loves with his soul, with his life, with a pure heart and a body in the prime of youth. Kunlun, Kunlun, oh, my love. When Han Lingfeng pressed Yi Kunlun on the bed and demanded her frantically, he kept calling her name. It would be great if I died at this moment, so that I could live in your heart forever. Yi Kunlun rubbed his head hard. Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense. Will you stay with me? Say, will you stay with me forever? Ha? Will you? Will you? He asked over and over again. She didn't answer. She didn't know. She really didn't know. The future was full of uncertainties. I want to be with you forever, until we grow old, until the end of time. Our love will last forever. Ling Feng, Ling Feng. Han Lingfeng's cell phone kept ringing on the coffee table in the living room. Zhang Wanyue is displayed on the mobile phone screen. Zhang Wanyue's reputation was ruined, she suffered cyberbullying, and became a laughingstock in the entire Nancher wealthy circle. Although she has always been thick-skinned, her heart was still deeply traumatized this time. After returning from the wedding, she hid in the house and cried. But no one paid attention to her, no one comforted her. Now, everyone despises her, even her mother calls her cheap. She didn't know who to seek for understanding and comfort. The only person she could think of was Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng was born in a humble family, so he was not qualified to look down on her. So she called Han Lingfeng, but he didn't answer the phone. She called him several times, but he didn't answer. Did he dislike her too? But he knew about her affair with Fang Bo and the abortion. At this time, shouldn't he stand by her side, accompany her and comfort her? That's right. He didn't like her at all, so how could he accompany her and comfort her? He might be dating the rich woman who supports him right now. By the way, rich woman, who is that rich woman? This incident aroused Zhang Wanyue's curiosity again. She was suddenly no longer sad. She only wanted to figure out one thing. She wanted to know who the rich woman who supported Han Lingfeng was. This was due to her curiosity and her desire for control. She had already fallen in love with Han Lingfeng and she wanted to know everything about him. Ah, Wei. She picked up her phone and called her bodyguard. Go and find out for me who the rich woman who supports Han Lingfeng is. In the next few days, Han Lingfeng always felt that someone was following him, but when he turned around, there was always no one behind him. Kunlun, I feel like I'm being followed, but I don't know who sent the person. Han Lingfeng called Yi Kunlun. Lingfeng, listen to me. Maybe our relationship has aroused suspicion from others. It could be my grandmother's man, or it could be someone else. Yi Kunlun was very anxious. In short, listen to me. Let's not meet again for the time being. Our relationship cannot be exposed at the moment. Han Lingfeng nodded, I understand. Then let's not contact each other for the time being. I will always be thinking about you. I'll be thinking of you all the time, too. Well, I'm hanging up then. Bang! Yi Kunlun clearly hadn't had time to hang up the phone when Han Lingfeng heard the sound of the door being pushed open violently. Then, someone was heard reporting to Yi Kunlun, Boss Yi, it's bad. Secretary Chen was in a car accident. What? Was he sent to the hospital? The ambulance just took her away, first hospital. Let's go to the hospital. Then, the phone beeped. Secretary Chen was in a car accident? Han Lingfeng's heart was twisted into a ball. Regardless of so many concerns, he had to rush to the hospital immediately. Even if it was not for Secretary Chen, he had to go for Kunlun. How sad Kunlun must be at this moment. Han Lingfeng rushed to the hospital, only to see Yi Kunlun and several bodyguards standing outside the operating room, waiting anxiously. Yi Kunlun was about to collapse, because the bodyguard had just told her that Secretary Chen was hit by Fang Bo's car. They retrieved the surveillance footage from where Secretary Chen had the accident. Secretary Chen had just finished get off work and was hit by a car when she walked out of the company gate. Fang Bo blatantly bumped into Yi Kunlun's secretary at the door of her company. How arrogant, provocative, and maliciously retaliatory. Kunlun! Kunlun! Han Lingfeng rushed over and supported Yi Kunlun, who was about to collapse on the ground. Because of me, it's all because of me. Yi Kunlun wailed, sobbing and crying. It's all because of me that Fong Bo hit her. Han Lingfeng had never seen Yi Kunlun like this before. Her calmness and rationality were completely gone, and her elegance and decency were completely gone. She cried so miserably that all the makeup on her face was smudged. It's all because of me, She cried until her legs went limp and her body kept falling down. Kunlun! Kunlun! Han Lingfeng hugged her waist tightly, supporting her sinking body. How can I alleviate your pain at this moment, my love? Han Lingfeng's tears welled up from his eyes, and he hugged Yi Kunlun tightly. Seeing her crying like this, his heart was bleeding. How can I relieve your pain? What should I do? Han Lingfeng kissed the tears on Yi Kunlun's face, over and over again. Lingfeng! Lingfeng! Yi Kunlun grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand and wailed, Secretary Chen was hit by Fong Bo because of us. She was because of us. I know. I know. Han Lingfeng reached out and wiped the tears from her face. I understand everything. If she never wakes up again. If she never wakes up again. Yi Kunlun was so desperate that she almost died. No. Don't think too much. I believe that good things will come to those who are lucky. Secretary Chen will be fine. She will be fine. Han Lingfeng comforted her and also comforted himself. Han Lingfeng finally managed to calm Yi Kunlun down. He helped her sit down on a chair outside the operating room door. At this time, Fong Bo came. Fong Bo had a playful and provocative smile on his face and was chewing gum in his mouth. Fong Bo. Yi Kunlun immediately rushed towards Fong Bo. Han Lingfeng and his bodyguards hurriedly followed. Fong Bo, you beast, you hit Secretary Chen with your car, how could you do that? Yi Kunlun grabbed Fong Bo's collar and slapped him madly. Asshole, beast, how could you do that? Fong Bo pushed Yi Kunlun away, his face full of pride. Don't you know why I did this? Secretary Chen dared to expose my past at the wedding, wasn't it you who ordered it? You daring secretary, you actually dared to expose my past in public. You must be tired of living. Bastard! I'm going to fight you. Yi Kunlun pounced on Fong Bo again. Yi Kunlun! Fong Bo grabbed Yi Kunlun's neck viciously. If you know what's best for you now, be my woman obediently, otherwise I will kill you too. Han Lingfeng's eyes turned red, a cold light flashed in them, and he swung his fist out. Chapter 41 Sleeping. Han Lingfeng's eyes turned bloodshot with a cold light flashing in them, and he swung his fist out. Bang! Fong Bo was knocked to the ground by a punch. Bang bang bang! Han Lingfeng's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he panted hard against Fong Bo. Ling Fong. That's enough. Yi Kunlun rushed over and grabbed him, and the bodyguards also came to help. Even if you beat him to death, it will be useless. He looked up at the door of the operating room. Secretary Chen. Will Secretary Chen wake up? You little bastard, how dare you hit me, huh? How dare you hit me? Fong Bo, with footprints all over his body, got up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while pointing at Han Lingfeng and cursing. I should have dealt with you a long time ago. I should have dealt with you a long time ago. Fong Bo's roar echoed throughout the hospital corridor. I'll call someone over right now to break your legs. Fong Bo picked up his phone and made a call. Yi Kunlun ordered the bodyguard, call the police. Fong Bo hit Secretary Chen, he must be punished by law. Ha, Yi Kunlun, calling the police is useless. Fong Bo pointed at Yi Kunlun and laughed, don't forget, my dad works in Kyoto. Who in Nanshur dares to arrest me? Ha? Who dares to arrest me? I don't believe that your Fong family can really control everything in Nanshur. Yi Kunlun said. You don't believe it, right? Then let's just wait and see. I will be released in no more than 3 days. Fong Bo was very proud. Han Lingfeng thought to himself, if that was the case, he would naturally find a way to deal with him when the time comes. He spent 1 billion to invest in Shinruwashi's film and television company, and the money was not wasted. The power behind Shinruwashi is much greater than that of his Fong family. Not long after, the police arrived, took a statement, and obtained the surveillance records, confirming that Fong Bo was the criminal. The police took Fong Bo away. The doctor finally came out of the operating room. Yi Kunlun hurried over and said, Doctor, how is Secretary Chen? She is no longer in danger of death, but due to the impact on her head, her brain was damaged and its function was affected, causing the patient to lose consciousness, the doctor announced. Then when will she wake up? Secretary Chan asked hurriedly. The doctor shook his head. Recovery time varies from person to person. There is no definite answer. Some patients may regain consciousness within days, weeks, or months, while others may take years or longer to recover. Of course, some patients may never recover from a vegetative state. As the doctor spoke, Yi Kunlun's body softened little by little. Han Lingfeng held half of her body in his arms and supported her. The doctor sighed, in short, try to actively cooperate with the doctor's treatment and take rehabilitation measures. Yi Kunlun trembled and sobbed in Han Lingfeng's arms. Kunlun! Kunlun! Secretary Chen will wake up. You have to believe her. Han Lingfeng shook her in his arms. Yes. Yes. Yi Kunlun wiped away her tears and cheered up. She will wake up, she will definitely wake up. I have to have faith in her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed and Secretary Chen still hadn't woken up. During these 3 days, Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng stayed in the ward. Kunlun looked much more haggard and lost a lot of weight in 3 days. She had no intention of dealing with company affairs. Lingfeng, do you think she will never wake up? It's been 3 days, why hasn't she woken up yet? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Yi Kunlun was panicked and scared. The doctor said it will take several days or weeks, it's only 3 days, don't worry. Han Lingfeng hugged her to comfort her. But words could no longer comfort her, she was now filled with sadness and fear. She was in tears all the time and felt so guilty that she was going crazy. Seeing her so sad, Han Lingfeng felt extremely sad as well. But he tried to stay optimistic. Kunlun, look at me. He held Yi Kunlun's face. As long as we help her recover and actively cooperate with the doctor's treatment, Secretary Chen will wake up soon, huh? Yes. Yes. We must give her a good rehabilitation. Yi Kunlun wiped away her tears, grabbed Secretary Chen's hand and gave her a massage. She worked so hard and seriously. The president of a group company, the daughter of a business family, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, has now turned into a caregiver. The friendship between her and Secretary Chen has gone beyond the relationship of superiors and subordinates, their friendship is deep. Han Lingfeng was moved by their friendship. Kunlun, let me do it. Han Lingfeng didn't want her to work too hard. It's okay, I'm not tired. Yi Kunlun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. Let me do it, be obedient. Han Lingfeng held her hand forcefully. She broke free from his hand. Don't worry about me, Lingfeng, I'm really not tired. But my heart hurts. Han Lingfeng became sad. Yi Kunlun looked up at him, and tears flashed in Han Lingfeng's eyes. Seeing you getting thinner and thinner, seeing you sad and tired, my heart aches so much that it's about to break. So, let me do it. You go and rest. Okay. Okay. Yi Kunlun nodded vigorously, stood up and hugged Han Lingfeng. I'll go take care of the company's business. After saying that, she let go of Han Lingfeng and left in a hurry. Han Lingfeng sat in the position where she had just sat, grabbed Secretary Chen's feet and gave her a rehabilitation massage. Secretary Chen, please wake up quickly, otherwise how will Kunlun and I cope with this situation? A few more days passed. Kunlun would take time out every day to visit Secretary Chen in the hospital. Even though her company was extremely busy, she would still take time to come for a while, and if she had more time, she would stay for several hours. Han Lingfeng stayed in the ward 24 hours a day. When he was tired, he would lie down beside the bed and sleep. He would eat in the hospital cafeteria. They didn't want to hire a nurse and wanted to take care of Secretary Chen themselves and wait for him to wake up. That day, Han Lingfeng was wiping Secretary Chen's body when Zhang Wanyue walked in from outside the door. The scene of wiping the body happened to be seen by Zhang Wanyue. Han Lingfeng. Zhang Wanyue had an extremely unnatural smile on her face, so the rich woman who supports you is her. Han Lingfeng was nervous. Could it be that Zhang Wanyue knew about his relationship with Kunlun? I asked my bodyguard to follow you, and he said you seem to be very close to my cousin Yi Kunlun. Han Lingfeng became more and more nervous. Did she really discover his relationship with Kunlun? Zhang Wanyue continued, I began to wonder if the rich woman who supported you was my cousin Yi Kunlun, but then I changed my mind and dispelled this suspicion. Who is cousin Yi Kunlun? She has such high standards. She doesn't even like Fangbo. How could she possibly like you? Zhang Wanyue said, glancing at Secretary Chen on the bed, and continued in a sarcastic tone, now, I finally understand that the person who supports you is Secretary Chen. When Han Lingfeng heard her say that the person who supported her was Secretary Chen, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Are you so sure that I am being kept by Secretary Chen? Han Lingfeng looked at Zhang Huanyue with a smile. If she hadn't kept you, how could you stay in her ward and serve her 24 hours a day without leaving her side? Zhang Huanyue's eyes were full of jealousy. That's what you think. Han Lingfeng said. Don't deny it anymore. Secretary Chen is the secretary of the president of Yi Group. She earns $1 million a year, and she also holds a lot of shares in Yi Group. She is definitely a wealthy woman. It is more than enough for her to support you. It seems that you have determined that I, Han Lingfeng, am being kept by someone. Otherwise, how could you afford to live in a big villa? Zhang Huanyue leaned against the doorframe of the ward and looked at Han Lingfeng with an unhappy look. Han Lingfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, whatever you think. Han Lingfeng, your father has already made an agreement with my grandmother to let you marry into my Zhang family and become my son-in-law. Han Lingfeng glanced at her and said, since you know that I'm a gigolo, you still want to marry me? You are a gigolo, and I have a bad reputation. We are both bad people, so there is no need for us to look down on each other. Zhang Huanyue said. But I already have a lover, I told you. Han Lingfeng said. Are you talking about Secretary Chen? Secretary Chen has become a vegetable now and may never wake up. Instead of following such a living dead person, you might as well follow me. Zhang Huanyue said in a business tone. Who do you say is the living dead? Yi Kunlun suddenly came. When Zhang Huanyue saw Yi Kunlun, she was like a mouse seeing a cat and quickly covered her face with one hand. Her and Fong Bo's scandal had been exposed and she was too ashamed to see Yi Kunlun again. Yi Kunlun's face was dark because Zhang Huanyue actually said that Secretary Chen was a living dead. I don't allow anyone to speak rudely to Secretary Chen. She is not a living dead, she is conscious, and she will wake up soon. She. Zhang Huanyue pointed at Secretary Chen on the bed, she keeps a gigolo. She keeps Han Lingfeng. She wanted to step on Secretary Chen's character. But just when Yi Kunlun was about to take action, Zhang Huanyue actually said that her secretary was supporting her beloved man. Nonsense. Get out of here. Yi Kunlun yelled at Zhang Huanyue with a dark face. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Zhang Huanyue fled in a hurry. Seeing her running away with her head in her hands, and thinking of what she said about Secretary Chen supporting Han Lingfeng, Yi Kunlun laughed out of anger. This Zhang Huanyue, really? Han Lingfeng put his arms around her waist from behind. I heard that I'm being kept by someone else, are you jealous? Yi Kunlun turned around and looked at him with a confused look in his eyes. What do you think? I don't know. Han Lingfeng said, his face and lips slowly approaching Yi Kunlun's neck. The hot air hit Yi Kunlun's neck again and again, and Yi Kunlun's body trembled. Han Lingfeng's hands started to get restless. Yi Kunlun pinched Han Lingfeng's arm. This little man was too skilled and she could hardly bear it. Yi. Mr. Yi. At this time, an exhausted voice came from the hospital bed behind him. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng were both stunned. Chapter 42 Extreme Humiliation. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun turned around and slowly looked towards the bed. Secretary Chen on the hospital bed has woken up. She is still very weak, but with a smile on her face. Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng rushed to the bed together. Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen looked at Yi Kunlun deeply. You finally woke up. Yi Kunlun grabbed Secretary Chen's hand and put it on her face, crying with joy, you scared me to death, did you know that? Secretary Chen's eyes were blurred. It is the greatest honor of my life to see President Yi cry for me. Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged Secretary Chen tightly in his arms. Secretary Chen had a satisfied smile on his face, as if dying for her was worth it. There were arrogant footsteps at the door. Fong Bo appeared at the door. He came out? Yi Kunlun and Han Lingfeng thought they were seeing things and couldn't believe it. Secretary Chen's expression suddenly became excited, even frightened. You came out so soon. Yi Kunlun stood up and rushed to Fong Bo. I've said it before. Fong Bo looked proud. Nanshur is my Fong family's world. No one dares to really arrest me. I was released in just 1 week. Moreover, they treated me well with good food and drink during this week. After all, my father is in a high position. Ha 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 ha. Fong Bo laughed wildly. It is so unjust that people commit crimes and do not suffer punishment. But there is always someone better than you. No matter how powerful the Fong family is, there will always be someone more powerful than them. Han Lingfeng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Ruoshi. There is something unfair, and I would like to ask Miss Shin to help me redress my grievances. Fong Bo continued to be arrogant, pointing his finger at Secretary Chen on the bed. You are lucky to be alive. This is a lesson for you. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Secretary Chen looked excited and angry, but he was powerless. Yi Kunlun glared at Fong Bo with hatred. Do you think you can always escape the punishment of the law? I believe that there is karma in this world, and no one can be glorious and powerful forever. There is a saying that goes, water overflows when it is full, and the moon wanes when it is full. Today you bumped into Secretary Chen and escaped the punishment of the law, but you may not be so lucky in the future. Karma? This is just the self-consolation of the weak. Fong Bo raised his chin. I never believe in the theory of karma. Really? Han Lingfeng showed a meaningful smile on his face, but I think what Mr. Yi said is right. No one can be glorious and powerful forever. The moon is full and then it wanes. Your Fong family will not be glorious forever. Maybe it will collapse soon. It's you again, you little idiot. Fong Bo's hatred for Han Lingfeng had reached its peak. Why do you always appear here? What? Aren't you going to accompany Zhang Wanyue? Zhang Wanyue has become a junk in the entire Nancher rich circle. Why don't you quickly put away your junk? You still have time to meddle in other people's business here. I think you probably misunderstood. Han Lingfeng stretched out a hand and put it around Yi Kunlun's shoulders. I'm not Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend at all. I'm her lover. Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlun with affectionate eyes. What? You, it's impossible. Fong Bo staggered. How could you be with Yi Kunlun? It's absolutely impossible. What's impossible? Yi Kunlun stretched out her hands and hugged Han Lingfeng's waist. He is indeed my lover. No. Fong Bo shook his head. You're making me angry. You're deliberately making me angry. They didn't mean to anger you. Secretary Chen said with a playful smile. I know the whole story of how President Yi and Mr. Han fell in love, so I can testify. At this point, Secretary Chen's face became even more humorous. Do you still remember the day of the old lady's birthday party? At the door of the hotel's presidential suite, you wanted to go in to see President Yi, but I stopped you. Fong Bo recalled the scene of that day. He wanted to go in to see Yi Kunlun, but Secretary Chen did stop him from entering. In fact, President Yi and Mr. Han were inside at the time. Secretary Chen's face was filled with amusement. No. No. You're lying. You're lying. Fong Bo shouted loudly, you're deliberately trying to piss me off. You're all singing the same tune, teaming up to deliberately piss me off, right? I'm not mad at you. Han Lingfeng's lips curled up in a playful tone. One of his hands had already moved from Yi Kunlun's shoulder to her waist. Secretary Chen is telling the truth. Kunlun and I were indeed inside at the time. Kunlun, you call her Kunlun? Fong Bo looked a little confused. Han Lingfeng continued, Kunlun and I love each other. We can't control our feelings. We can't help ourselves. I can't control my emotions, I can't help myself. Fong Bo's eyes widened, his body trembling, he couldn't believe it. Yes, Lingfeng is too enthusiastic. Yi Kunlun's lips curled up with a playful look, and she looked at Han Lingfeng with affectionate eyes. He makes me unable to control myself. He makes you unable to control yourself? Ha 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 ha. Fong Bo was driven crazy and let out a weird laugh. Yi Kunlun continued to look at Han Lingfeng affectionately, as if confessing to Han Lingfeng, he is like a little sun, illuminating my heart and my world. He makes me no longer feel lonely and cold. He fills my empty heart and cultivates my body that is like a desert. He makes my soul and body tremble. He makes me bloom like a withered rose. He nourishes me with love. He makes me realize what the ultimate joy and happiness is. My life has become lively since then. Ah ha 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 ha, Fong Bo laughed crazily. The stimulation and intense pain in his heart made tears flow from the corners of his eyes. He is your little sun. He fills your empty heart. He cultivates your desert-like body. He makes your soul and body tremble doubly. Ha ha ha. He clenched his teeth with tears in his eyes. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Fong Bo gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling with extreme resentment. I have loved you for more than 10 years, I have protected you for more than 10 years, I have respected you for more than 10 years, and I have never even touched your finger, but you gave your body and soul to him, to this little idiot. Why? Why, Yi Kunlun? Fong Bo cried and fell to his knees. He pounded the floor with his hands frantically. Why? Why? Why can't I even defeat a young brat? Why? Fong Bo raised his tearful, scarlet eyes and glared at Yi Kunlun angrily, his eyes filled with infinite pain and hatred. Then he stood up from the ground and said with extreme hatred, You have humiliated me and hurt me so much, I must make you pay a heavy price. Then, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 43, Miss Yi has connections everywhere? Soon, several gangsters came to the ward. Mr. Fong. They were extremely respectful to the young master of the most aristocratic family in South City. Fong Bo blared with murderous eyes and ordered the leader in a floral shirt, Take this woman to my private villa. I will torture her for the rest of her life. He pointed at Yi Kunlun. He pointed at Secretary Chen and said, Sell that woman to northern Myanmar. Then he pointed at Han Lingfeng and said, Throw him into the meat grinder. Just as these thugs pounced on the three of them. Don't move! A loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. A group of uniformed police officers appeared at the door, led by Director Zhou, the highest leader of the Nanchur police system. Several black gun muzzles were pointed at those thugs and Fong Bo. Those hooligans were like lambs to be slaughtered, not daring to move and raising their hands. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Fong Bo looked at Director Zhou unhappily. Old Zhou? Director Zhou looked at the arrogant young master of the most aristocratic family in South City and said, Only your father has the right to call me that. You don't have the right to call me that. Since you know my father, why don't you put your gun down? Fong Bo yelled at Director Zhou. Director Zhou pointed the muzzle of his gun at Fong Bo's forehead. Boy, you really don't know your place. Do you think your father can protect you for a while, but can he protect you forever? So, you don't even care about my dad, right? Fong Bo gritted his teeth. Humph. Director Zhou snorted coldly, I don't want to waste my time talking to an ignorant kid like you. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates behind him, Take him and these hooligans away. The gangster and Fong Bo were caught by the police. Fong Bo struggled while yelling at Director Zhou, Mr. Zhou, how dare you arrest me? I don't think you want to be the director of the Nanchur Police Department anymore. If my dad knew that you arrested me, he would make sure you were in big trouble. You're still being stubborn. The crime you committed is enough to keep you in jail for life. Director Zhou shouted, waving his hand and shouting, Take him away. The police forcibly took Fong Bo and the gangsters to the corridor outside the ward, and the head of the Fong family hurried over with his adjutant and several guards. Patriarch Fong looked extremely ugly. Dad! They want to arrest me, Dad! Fong Bo shouted at the head of the Fong family. The head of the Fong family walked up to Fong Bo, stretched out his big palm, and slapped Fong Bo hard on the face. Pa! The sound of the slap was very loud in the aisle. Fong Bo's ears were buzzing and a red slap mark was left on his face. After glaring at Fong Bo with a look of disappointment, Patriarch Fong turned to Director Zhou and said, Old Zhou, can I have a word with you? Master Fong, if you have anything to say, please say it here. Director Zhou spoke bluntly. The muscles on Patriarch Fong's face twitched twice, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Director Zhou, don't you recognize me? I know him, of course I know him. Director Zhou was still cold and indifferent. I was able to become the police chief of Nan City because of the promotion of Patriarch Fong. So I am still kind to you? Said the head of the Fong family. I will never forget the kindness that Master Fong has shown me, said Director Zhou. Patriarch Fong waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter what kind of favor you give me. I just hope Director Zhou can help me when the time is right. Master Fong wants me to release your son? Director Zhou bluntly revealed Master Fong's intentions. Patriarch Fong looked directly into Director Zhou's eyes without saying a word. Director Zhou snorted coldly, After our investigation, your son has committed about a dozen crimes, several of which are murders. Han Lingfeng and others were shocked. It seems that Fong Bo is really guilty of a heinous crime. Patriarch Fong narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that Director Zhou doesn't want to give me this face? Is Patriarch Fong's face more important, or is the law more important? Director Zhou said uprightly. The king's law? Patriarch Fong sneered with contempt. His face was ashen and his eyes were like swords. Old Joe, I didn't expect you to turn your back on me. He looked at Director Joe with a look of insight into the world. Tell me. Who gave you the confidence to do this? Since Patriarch Fang asked, I have no choice but to tell you the truth. Kyoto is the word 3 drops of water and a 3 drops of water and a swell, that's Shin. Shin. The head of the Fang family shuddered, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. But why? Patriarch Fang's eyes showed deep doubts. Director Joe glanced at Yi Kunlun and said, I think you probably underestimated Miss Ye's ability. Patriarch Fang followed Director Joe's gaze and looked at Yi Kunlun in a daze. Yi Kunlun was at a loss. Plop. Patriarch Fang knelt heavily in front of Yi Kunlun. Please, Miss Yi, spare my son's life. Yi Kunlun was stunned. Dad. Why do you ask her to do that? Fang Bo shouted. The head of the Fang family was furious. He stood up and slapped Fang Bo hard on the face. You stupid thing. How could I give birth to such a stupid thing like you? Fang Bo rolled to the ground, covering his swollen face with his hands, still looking confused and helpless. Miss Yi. Patriarch Fang knelt in front of Yi Kunlun again. Please spare my life. Yi Kunlun really couldn't figure it out. She was confused by what Patriarch Fang and Director Joe had just said. Things happened too suddenly and her thoughts were in a mess. She couldn't make sense of it for a while. Han Lingfeng smiled and reminded, Kunlun, do you think you should forgive Fang Bo? Yi Kunlun's thoughts were interrupted. She looked down at Patriarch Fang and said, It is not up to me to decide whether to forgive or not. It is up to the law. The head of the Fang family collapsed to the ground. If we use the law to speak, Fang Bo will be dead. It seems that Yi Kunlun doesn't want to forgive my son at all. Didn't you hear Miss Ye's words? Take him away. Director Joe yelled at his subordinate. Go! The police escorted Fang Bo and the gangsters away. Fang Bo turned around and shouted, Dad! Save me! Dad! Save me! At this moment, he still felt that his all-powerful father could save him. But Patriarch Fang knew in his heart that he couldn't save her. Bo or would die. Master Feng, you'd better take care of yourself. Director Joe looked down at Master Feng and gave him a final warning, then walked away. The head of the Feng family struggled to stand up from the ground, staggered away, and laughed miserably. It's over, huh? My Feng family is finished. Director Joe! Director Joe! Please come for a moment. Yi Kunlun quickly chased after Director Joe. Director Joe stopped and bowed to Yi Kunlun, who rushed in front of him. Miss Yi, what can I do for you? This. Yi Kunlun didn't know where to start for a moment. Director Joe looked at Yi Kunlun with admiration. Ms. Yi is very capable, low-key, and dormant in the dark. I admire her. He bowed and said, In the future, please take care of me, Miss Yi. Yi Kunlun was stunned. Yi Kunlun still stood there stupidly until Director Joe left. Han Lingfeng came over, put his arm around her shoulders, and said with a smile, Let's go back to the ward to accompany Secretary Chen. After returning to the ward, Yi Kunlun kept his head down in deep thought. Honey, what are you thinking about? Han Lingfeng looked at her curiously. I was thinking about the conversation between Patriarch Fang and Director Zhou, as well as what Director Zhou just said to me. Yi Kunlun was heavy-hearted. Have you thought of anything? Han Lingfeng looked at her enthusiastically. Director Zhou said Kyoto, 3 drops of water and a wind character. What does this mean? Yi Kunlun hasn't figured it out yet. 3 drops of water and a ing? Secretary Chen helped to think. Which ing? Yi Kunlun muttered, ing, 3 water drops, ing. Suddenly her pupils dilated, and she thought of it. She shouted loudly, the word shin, it's the word shin. 3 water drops and a, it's shin. Secretary Chen also reacted and shouted at the same time as Yi Kunlun, Kyoto Shin family. Han Lingfeng smiled. She was indeed a smart woman. But what does the Shin family in Kyoto have to do with me? Yi Kunlun was confused again. Director Zhou said that I have connections, I am low-key, and I am dormant in the dark. And after the head of the Feng family knew the word Shin, he immediately knelt down and begged me. This clearly means that I have known the Shin family for a long time. But the problem is that I don't know anyone from the Shin family at all. Who said you don't know him? Secretary Chen rolled his eyes at her gently. The third young master of Shin's group, wasn't he? Cough. Yi Kunlun interrupted Secretary Chen with a dry cough. Secretary Chen glanced at Han Lingfeng quickly, then immediately lowered his head and said no more. Secretary Chen's eyes drifted across Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen's faces. These two women had a secret that was related to the third young master of the Shin group. Han Lingfeng felt a little unhappy and looked at Yi Kunlun. How dare you hide this from me? Yi Kunlun felt nervous when he looked at her. She tried to remain calm but avoided his gaze. She was obviously panicking and feeling guilty, which made Han Lingfeng even more unhappy. The next second, Han Lingfeng pressed Yi Kunlun against the bathroom partition door and pressed her body against him. Tell me, what is your relationship with the third young master of the Shin group in Kyoto? Chapter 44 Jealousy. Han Lingfeng pressed Yi Kunlun against the bathroom partition door and pressed her body against him. Tell me, what is your relationship with the third young master of the Shin group in Kyoto? Yi Kunlun's eyes dodged. It doesn't matter. You're lying. Han Lingfeng pinched her chin and stared at her sexy lips. Hurry up and tell me. The hot air hit Yi Kunlun's face again and again, and she was already nervous, and now she became even more panicked. She looked distracted. Will you tell me or not? Han Lingfeng kissed her hard on the lips, so forcefully. Yi Kunlun's body went numb. Will you tell me or not? Han Lingfeng kissed her again. Yi Kunlun's hands and feet became weak. Will you tell me? Will you tell me? Will you tell me? Han Lingfeng kissed her continuously. Yi Kunlun is now confused and disoriented. Then, she felt that Han Lingfeng's hands were no longer honest. No. This guy, does he want to do that to her in a place like this? Lingfeng, let go, this is the bathroom. Yi Kunlun panicked and reminded. I won't let go until you tell me. Han Lingfeng's hands continued to be restless. It seemed that he would not let go until he got an answer. This bold guy really doesn't know the occasion. Yi Kunlun was going crazy. He suppressed the throbbing of his body and surrendered. Okay, let me go and I'll tell you. Han Lingfeng then retracted his hand, put his arm around her waist, and looked at her triumphantly. Tell me the truth. It was last summer. Shin Chen, the third young master of Kyoto Shin Group, went to Nanshur to participate in a business event, and Yi Kunlun was also invited to participate in that business event. At the banquet, a waiter accidentally fell, and a glass of red wine happened to spill on Yi Kunlun, right on the chest. Yi Kunlun was wearing a white dress with a very obvious red wine color, which blurred her bulging chest, making it look particularly abrupt and sexy. Many male guests gave her that look, some swallowed their saliva, some even had nosebleeds. Yi Kunlun felt ashamed and embarrassed about this sudden situation, especially when the male guests focused their eyes on her with impure things in their eyes. Yi Kunlun just wanted to teleport away and disappear from the spot. At this moment, a man quickly took off his coat and covered Yi Kunlun in front of him. This man was Shin Chen, the third young master of Shin Group. Ma'am, let me take you to the bathroom to clean up. Shin Chen quickly took her away, allowing her to escape the gazes of those perverts. After sending her to the bathroom, Shin Chen answered a phone call and then left in a hurry. The stains on the dress could not be cleaned properly, so Yi Kunlun called Secretary Chen to send her the dress. Secretary Chen brought the clothes and Yi Kunlun changed them in the bathroom. Then she went to the banquet hall to find Shin Chen and wanted to return his suit jacket to him, but Shin Chen had already left. That's what happened. I only met the third young master of the Shin family once. Yi Kunlun said, even at that time, I didn't know he was the third young master of the Shin family. Later, when I saw him being interviewed on TV, I learned that he was the third young master of the Shin group. From what you said, Mr. Shin is actually a gentleman with elegant manners. Han Lingfeng lifted Yi Kunlun's chin. If he hadn't answered the phone and left, then would you have known each other? Yi Kunlun reached out and lifted Han Lingfeng's chin. Why do I smell vinegar? Are you jealous, Mr. Han? Tell me. Han Lingfeng hugged Yi Kunlun in his arms. Are you still thinking about that hero who saved the beauty, Mr. Shin? You're crazy. Yi Kunlun turned his face away. Han Lingfeng was unhappy and straightened her face. You still keep that suit, right? Han Lingfeng, are you sick? Yi Kunlun frowned and stared at him with some annoyance. I'm sick. Han Lingfeng let her go. Why didn't she understand? He was jealous, sad, uneasy, scared, and worried about gains and losses. Yi Kunlun, if you have someone else in your heart, then there is no need for our relationship to continue. Han Lingfeng said irritably. Yi Kunlun frowned, looked at him for a few seconds as if he didn't know him, and said, whatever you want. Then she stormed out of the bathroom door. Han Lingfeng held his head in annoyance and pounded the partition door angrily with his hands. She doesn't care about me, she doesn't care about me at all, otherwise, how could she say this so casually? It's up to me, doesn't she know that I'm jealous? I said those angry words because I was jealous. Yi Kunlun. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng's heart was filled with sadness and loss. Ding ding ding. At this time, Han Lingfeng's cell phone rang. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was Zhang Wanyue calling, and Han Lingfeng hung up angrily. But then the phone rang again. Han Lingfeng answered the phone and yelled, "What's the matter?" "Lingfeng, Grandma asked you to come over." Zhang Wanyue's voice was very gentle. Her temperament had changed a lot now. She was not as arrogant as before. Especially when facing Han Lingfeng, she was even a little forbearing. "Why did you call me over here?" Han Lingfeng lowered his voice and asked with a frown. "Grandma said she had something to say." "Your father and my mother are here too," Zhang Wanyue said. Both sets of parents were present, and Han Lingfeng had a bad feeling. Ever since Mrs. Yi's banquet, all relatives and friends thought he was Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend. Even though she never got his approval, the atmosphere created by Zhang Wanyue was so powerful. This atmosphere was like a quagmire. He was swept up in it and unknowingly fell deeper and deeper into it. What exactly is Zhang Wanyue planning? What exactly are they going to say? Han Lingfeng felt that he could no longer be carried away by this fabricated atmosphere. He wanted to go and explain to them in person that he was not Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend, and he wanted to pull himself out of that quagmire. Han Lingfeng went to the Yi family. Old Mrs. Yi, Han Jiangwo, Zhang Wanyue's mother, and Zhang Wanyue sat together on the sofa in the living room, as if they were discussing something. "Lingfeng, you're here." Seeing Han Lingfeng coming in, Zhang Wanyue hurriedly stood up from the sofa and quickly walked towards Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng didn't want to see her. It was all this woman's fault. He glanced at Zhang Wanyue with annoyance, then walked towards the adults. "Lingfeng, come here quickly and sit here with Grandma." Old Mrs. Yi patted the empty seat on the sofa next to her, and she used the word grandma to identify herself. Han Lingfeng glanced at the seat as if he was looking at a trap. "Thank you, old lady. I'll sit here." Han Lingfeng glanced at the old lady warily and prepared to sit down next to Han Jiangwo. "Then sit with Wanyue," Zhang Wanyue's mother said hurriedly. The smile on her face was humble, but it felt very sinister to Han Lingfeng. Yes, sit with Wanyue," Han Jiangwo said actively, and put out his hand to press Han Lingfeng's shoulder, and pressed Han Lingfeng to the position where Zhang Wanyue had just sat. Han Lingfeng glared at Han Jiangwo angrily. He knew very well what Han Jiangwo was thinking. He wished that Han Jiangwo would marry into the Zhang family so that his future business would be taken care of by the Yi group. At this moment, Zhang Wanyue also hurriedly sat down next to Han Lingfeng. She deliberately put her arm around Han Lingfeng's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Han Lingfeng felt awkward and shook his shoulders. But Zhang Wanyue continued to lean towards me, as if she had no bones in her body. Chapter 45, Verdict and Struggle. "Can you sit still? Can't you sit steadily?" Han Lingfeng said sternly to Zhang Wanyue. Old Mrs. Yi and Zhang Wanyue's mother looked unhappy, obviously not liking Han Lingfeng's attitude towards Wanyue. Han Jiangwo glanced at the two's faces and hurriedly said to Han Lingfeng, "Lingfeng, be polite. You always rely on others as if you have no bones." Han Lingfeng complained unhappily. "Lingfeng." Han Jiangwo got angry. "No need to be defensive, he is still young." Old Madame Yi showed her magnanimity. "Young people all have their own tempers. Because he is young, we can forgive his bad temper and bad personality." Han Lingfeng's face was dark. No matter what, he would not fall into their trap. No matter how tolerant they were or how gentle their attitude was, Han Lingfeng would stick to his own attitude. Now, he's waiting for them to sentence him. Then he won't hesitate to fight. "Lingfeng, you and Wanyue have known each other for a while, but the marriage has not been finalized yet. I think we should still hold an engagement banquet to formally finalize the marriage. I think the engagement banquet should be held next Saturday." Old Lady Yi made the official announcement. Ha! The reason why they are so anxious to arrange the marriage is because Zhang Wanyue's reputation is bad now, and they are afraid that she won't be able to get married, so they want to quickly force her to Han Lingfeng? What? Engagement party? Where did this come from? Han Lingfeng pretended to be surprised and shouted, How did Zhang Wanyue and I get involved in an engagement? The adults were stunned. Zhang Wanyue immediately became anxious. Han Lingfeng, what do you mean? What do you mean? I was just about to ask you what you meant. Han Lingfeng looked completely clueless. Zhang Wanyue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She really had nothing to say because Han Lingfeng had never agreed to her request. What's going on? Did you two have a fight? Old Mrs. Yi asked blankly. Lingfeng, are you angry with Wanyue because of the exposure of her? Zhang Wanyue's mother asked anxiously, and then said, oh, that incident is over. Only Han Jiangwo knew what was going on. He stretched out his hand and tugged at the corner of Han Lingfeng's clothes anxiously, fearing that he would not agree. Lingfeng, please stop being willful. Look how good Wanyue is to you. It's hard to find such a good girl. She doesn't despise us because of our low status. That's our blessing. You must learn to cherish her. Good. Is Han Jiangwo lying? She hooked up with Fang Bo and had an abortion. Is this a good girl? Oh, Han Jiangwo thinks she has a good status. Han Jiangwo, I really admire you, you are so shameless. Han Lingfeng sneered at Han Jiangwo and called him by his name. Old Mrs. Yi and Mother Zhang were both stunned. He actually called his father by his name. Was he a hooligan? Lingfeng. Han Jiangwo's face turned pale with anger. Don't be so uneducated. If people see you, they will think I didn't teach you well. You have no manners. Tutor? Han Lingfeng laughed. In order to save his own face, Han Jiangwo actually acted like a good father and talked about tutoring. Han Lingfeng insisted on exposing him. Have you taught me well? From childhood to adulthood, you have never educated me well or cared about me. You threw me to that vicious stepmother, and she didn't even let me have enough food. Han Lingfeng became excited as he spoke. He knocked on his chest. Do you know why I am so thin? It's because I don't have enough food and I am malnourished. Old Mrs. Yi and Mother Zhang were stunned. Lingfeng, stop talking nonsense. Han Jiangwo shouted fiercely. He was afraid of losing face. He was afraid that he would leave a bad impression of being an incompetent father on others. I'm talking nonsense? Han Lingfeng was determined to tear off his disguise of being a whore and a saint, then look at the scars on my legs and arms. Han Lingfeng lifted up his trouser legs and saw several brown marks on his calves, which were clearly caused by being beaten with something. Over time, the skin color of the wounds turned brown. There were several long and obvious marks. Han Lingfeng pointed at the marks and said, this is what your good wife did, using the cord of a mobile phone charger. And my arm. Han Lingfeng lifted up his sleeves and saw a dent in the muscle on his arm. Han Lingfeng pointed to the sunken area and said, she dug it out with a spatula. And Han Lingfeng said word by word, there are still many invisible scars, both physical and mental. I was tortured. I was abused. He roared, and when have you ever cared about me? Old Mrs. Yi, Mother Zhang, and even Zhang Wanyue were all stunned with shock. Han Jiangwo's face turned red and white, but he still didn't want to admit that this was the truth. He even wanted to shirk the responsibility. That's because you are too naughty and you need to be disciplined. I admit that your aunt was a bit harsh, but her starting point was to discipline you and for your own good. Ha ha. Han Lingfeng laughed sadly, for my own good? Is she doing it for my own good? Ha? Is she doing it for my own good? He asked Han Jiangwo with red eyes. You have too many hooligan habits. Han Jiangwo said seriously, you even learned to steal things. If you are not disciplined by the Yen family, you will go astray sooner or later. She told you this, didn't she? Han Lingfeng was so angry that he was shaking. I told you a long time ago that I didn't steal anything. I didn't steal those things. It was Zhong Shuachin who framed me. It was that bitch who framed me. I don't allow you to curse your stepmother like that. Han Jiangwo shouted harshly. See? Han Lingfeng shook his head sadly, as long as I say something bad about that stepmother, you will immediately turn against me. Han Lingfeng shouted, what kind of magic potion did Zhong Shuachin feed you? What kind of magic potion did that bitch feed you? Han Jiangwo was completely enraged and waved his hand. Pa! As the slap landed on Han Lingfeng's face, the three women on the sofa shuddered violently. Ha ha! Han Lingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. For that woman, how many times have you attacked me? Han Lingfeng no longer cared about this family relationship. Having her is enough for you. You don't need anything else, not even your biological son, so. Han Lingfeng pounded his chest. You have no right to control my marriage. Don't even think about using my marriage to climb up the social ladder and seek your own interests. Beast, you beast. Han Jiangwo pointed at Han Lingfeng, trembling all over, and was so angry that he was about to faint. Old Lady Yi. Han Lingfeng then bowed to Old Lady Yi, and then bowed to Zhang Wanyue's mother. Mother Zhang, I can't agree to this marriage, because I'm not Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend at all. Han Lingfeng pointed at Zhang Wanyue and shouted. Zhang Wanyue's eyes widened as if she was struck by lightning. Chapter 46, Fighting. What? You are not Wanyue's boyfriend? Mother Zhang and old Mrs. Yi shouted almost at the same time. Not bad. Han Lingfeng shouted. Han Lingfeng, what are you talking about? How come you are not Wanyue's boyfriend? Mother Zhang was confused for a moment. Old Mrs. Yi also looked at Han Lingfeng with the same questioning eyes. Zhang Wanyue looked at Han Lingfeng in disbelief, but on Grandma's birthday party, you clearly agreed in front of everyone. Did I agree? That's just what you think. Han Lingfeng was very annoyed. Zhang Wanyue, I was just giving you face, don't you know? You didn't ask for my permission, and you dragged me to the banquet without asking me. Then you acted like a lover in front of so many people. I didn't want to embarrass you in public. Do you understand? Han Lingfeng. You. Zhang Wanyue was so angry that she couldn't speak, but she felt more sad and disappointed. Han Lingfeng. Mother Shan was furious. Her sharp voice echoed throughout the living room. Are you playing with Wanyue's feelings? Whoever played with her feelings, I've already said it. What do you think you are so great about? Mother Zhang interrupted Han Lingfeng with a fierce look. Her face, covered with powder, looked like an actor with a painted mask, and her facial expressions changed endlessly as she spoke. After all, you come from a poor family, and I heard your mother died early. Han Lingfeng couldn't believe it. What did this have to do with his deceased mother? Mother Zhang continued, your stepmother doesn't like you, and your father can't control you that much. All in all, you are no better than an orphan. Han Lingfeng suddenly realized that she was beating around the bush to say that she was of low status. However, what she said was not wrong. For someone of your background, it's your blessing that my daughter likes you. Han Lingfeng was moved. Zhang Wanyue had also said the same thing to him. Mother Zhang continued, and I heard that you dropped out of high school, so you are still illiterate. Han Lingfeng nodded and said that it was not an exaggeration to say that he was illiterate. Mother Zhang continued, for a boy like you who is poor, uneducated, and comes from such a poor family, it would be a blessing for your ancestors to let you marry into our Zhang family. Han Jiangwo lowered his head in shame. Mother Zhang took a step forward, raised her head and chest, and glanced at Han Lingfeng with pride, therefore, don't be ungrateful and don't know how to appreciate the blessings you have. Han Lingfeng thought that Mother Zhang had some ability to attack people's hearts, but he didn't expect that it was nothing more than the things that ordinary people always care about. But in Han Lingfeng's opinion, these things are worthless. He doesn't care at all. He said to Mother Zhang, just think of me as someone who is not so blessed. Such a light sentence hit Mother Zhang's chest directly, making her unable to breathe. You ignorant boy, young and frivolous, have never experienced the sufferings of the world, and have no idea how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Old Mrs. Yi knocked the ground with her cane several times in a row. Han Lingfeng looked sideways downward at Old Lady Yi who was sitting on the sofa, and asked, are you talking about me, old lady? The old lady's face looked extremely ugly. It was obvious that she was holding a lot of anger in her heart and looked like she was about to explode at any time. Han Jiangwo was afraid that Han Lingfeng would say something inappropriate and offend Old Lady Yi. He hurried over and held out his hand to catch Han Lingfeng, and said to Old Lady Yi with an awkward smile, why don't we discuss this another day? Some other time? Han Lingfeng shook off Han Jiangwo's hand. I think it's better to make it clear today. I'm not Zhang Wanyue's boyfriend, what else is there to discuss? Bang! Old Mrs. Yi's crutch stabbed the carpet hard, and she stood up nimbly. The cane in his hand pointed at Han Lingfeng, and he had to teach him a lesson. You are an ignorant child who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even your father knows the truth that people go to high places and water flows to low places. Your mother really died early and your stepmother didn't teach you well, so you are still so ignorant and naive at the age of 20, and your cognition is low. It is clear that you will never achieve great things. Han Lingfeng looked at the old lady silently, neither humble nor arrogant, and continued to wait for her profound words. If you marry into the Zhang family obediently, you will have enough food and clothing for the rest of your life. At least you will have a way to make a living, and your status will be improved. You can leave your class and enter the upper class. Han Jiangwo's eyes sparkled and he nodded vigorously. Yes, the old lady is right. The old lady continued, if you are sensible, you should understand that this is a godsend opportunity given to you to change your destiny. Others would beg for it but cannot. You should seize it and not let it slip by without knowing what is good for you. Yes. Han Jiangwo nodded vigorously again. Every word that old lady Yi said touched his heart. He seemed to have found a soulmate. The old lady didn't continue, only breathing heavily. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Han Lingfeng stared at the old lady and waited for a few seconds, and saw that old lady Yi did not continue speaking. Han Lingfeng then asked, is the old lady finished speaking? The old lady didn't say a word, but her chest was still heaving with excitement. Now that the old lady has finished speaking, let me say a few words. Han Lingfeng was calm and composed. The old lady said, people go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. There is nothing wrong with this, but how to go to higher places has its own rules. At this point, Han Lingfeng paused for a moment before continuing, what you mean by people strive for higher positions is nothing more than trying to climb the social ladder. Of course, there is nothing wrong with climbing the social ladder. After all, we are all ordinary people and we all have desires. I am not qualified to comment on other people's values. But, old lady. Han Lingfeng looked at old lady Yi in confusion. You clearly know that this is a way to curry favor with the rich and powerful, but you still want me to be Zhang Wanyue's son-in-law. Do you like snobbish people? You're wrong. Old Madame Yi raised her head in chest. No one likes people who associate with powerful people. Then why did you? Han Lingfeng wanted to know the details. I don't like it, but I didn't say it. I can't tolerate it. Old Mrs. Yi stood straight. I understand. Han Lingfeng nodded. This is the tolerance of the strong towards the weak. At this point, Han Lingfeng smiled. In other words, the old lady doesn't take small people like us seriously at all. You can understand it that way. The old lady looked proud. Han Lingfeng was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Thank you, old lady, for letting a hungry dog like me lick some bone residue from your fingernails. You think highly of me, Han Lingfeng. Old Mrs. Yi snorted arrogantly, as if to say, it's good for you to know. Han Lingfeng lowered his head in shame and said apologetically, but I'm really sorry, old lady. I, Han Lingfeng, am an ignorant person. I know my ruffian nature very well. I am a hopeless person. You should leave this opportunity to someone who knows how to cherish it more. He glanced at Zhang Wanyue. I believe that Miss Zhang will not have to worry about not being able to get married. The aura of her status is enough to offset the impact of her not-so-good reputation. As long as she is willing, men who step through the threshold of the Zhang family will come to her like the water of the Yangtze River. Old Mrs. Yi lowered her head and remained silent, as if there was something in her mind that she couldn't figure out for a moment. But I don't want anyone else, I only want you. Zhang Wanyue immediately grabbed Han Lingfeng's hand and said, her eyes more affectionate than before. No, Miss Zhang, Han Lingfeng pushed Zhang Wanyue's hand away. I am a person who has no ambition and doesn't know what's good for me. I'm not worthy of your love. No, it's worth it. I think it's very worth it. Zhang Wanyue immediately hugged Han Lingfeng's arm again and shouted enthusiastically. Wanyue, don't pull him. Mother Zhang pulled Zhang Wanyue over. Since he doesn't want you, then forget it. People like him are not even worthy of carrying your shoes. He doesn't know how to cherish such a great opportunity. He is simply ungrateful. Bah! He is not worth a damn. Mother Zhang spitted directly on Han Lingfeng's face. Han Lingfeng closed his eyes and saliva sprayed on his face. Ling Feng. Zhang Wanyue quickly took paper to wipe his face. At this time, Yi Kunlin walked in from outside with a bag. She came back from Secretary Chen's ward. Yi Kunlin had no idea what had just happened in the room. What she saw was Zhang Wanyue touching Han Lingfeng's face intimately, and Han Lingfeng did not resist at all. She glanced at the sofa. The key adults were all there. She probably guessed what they were discussing. There was no expression on her face, but her heart was chilling. Han Lingfeng turned his head to look at her and was stunned. Chapter 47 People in Love. Han Lingfeng stared at Yi Kunlun blankly, feeling sad. Zhang Huanyue saw the sadness in Han Lingfeng's eyes. She followed Han Lingfeng's gaze and her eyes fell on Yi Kunlun. At this moment, Yi Kunlun was also looking at Han Lingfeng, but when Zhang Huanyue looked over at her, she slid her eyes towards the sofa and said, "Grandma, I'm back." Then she saw Yi Kunlun walking towards the sofa as if nothing had happened. She turned her gaze to Han Lingfeng again and saw that Han Lingfeng lowered his head with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Lingfeng likes my cousin? Zhang Huanyue had a question in her mind. She suddenly recalled what the bodyguard Wei had reported to her. "Miss, I noticed that Han Lingfeng and Missy seem to be very close. I saw them eating together, and..." "You mean, the rich woman who supports Han Lingfeng is my cousin? How is that possible? How could my cousin like him?" She interrupted Wei at that time. "Maybe I'm overthinking it." Wei himself probably thought it was impossible, so he didn't say anything more. But when she saw Han Lingfeng looking at Yi Kunlun with that kind of eyes just now, Zhang Huanyue had to doubt. She looked at Yi Kunlun again with a scrutinizing gaze. Yi Kunlun was sitting on the sofa and chatting with the old lady at the moment. She looked no different from usual and treated the old lady gently and calmly. What is hidden under her calm appearance? Zhang Huanyue asked in her heart. Her eyes seemed to see through Yi Kunlun, but she couldn't see through her for a moment. At this time, she heard Han Lingfeng say, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." She hurriedly turned her head to look at Han Lingfeng, only to see that Han Lingfeng had turned and left without waiting for everyone's consent. She turned her head to look at her grandmother and mother, only to see that their faces looked very ugly. "Sorry, I'm leaving too." Han Jiangwo bowed awkwardly and left quickly. Zhang Huanyue turned her head and looked towards the door, with a worried look in her eyes. "Han Lingfeng, what are you thinking about?" "I think I will find out." After leaving Ye's house, Han Lingfeng walked on the street in a daze. He recalled the scene of meeting Yi Kunlun at Ye's house just now. The way she looked at him became much colder, and she acted as if nothing had happened. Doesn't she love me anymore? Yes, compared to the third young master of the Shin family, I am far inferior in every aspect. She still has the suit jacket of the third young master of the Shin family, right? She has always had the third young master of the Shin family in her heart. Han Lingfeng thought a lot in his heart. At the same time, Yi Kunlun returned to her bedroom. She didn't spend much time talking to her grandmother and aunt because she was in a very bad mood. When she came back, she saw Han Lingfeng in her house, and her cousin Zhang Huanyue was touching his face. He didn't resist at all, not at all. She didn't want to ask or know what they were discussing just now. What she wanted was Han Lingfeng's attitude. However, this little man actually said to her in the hospital bathroom, "If you have someone else in your heart, then there is no need for our relationship to continue." He said don't go on so easily. He concluded so easily that she had someone else in her heart. Did she ever say that she had someone else in her heart? Maybe in his heart, giving up a relationship is easy. Ha! Young people's feelings are indeed fragile. Yi Kunlun laughed in his heart. He can easily express his love, and naturally he can also easily give up a relationship. I still believed him, I still had a glimmer of hope for him. I am so stupid. I am already 30 years old, but I am still like a little girl, longing for love. Yi Kunlun laughed at herself, but as she laughed, tears started to flow. Yi Kunlun! Yi Kunlun! Han Lingfeng ran madly on the road. I think of her with every breath I take. I miss her so much, so badly. I really can't live without her. However, thinking that she might have the third young master of the Shin family in her heart, he felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water, which extinguished his enthusiasm and confidence. On the big screen at the intersection ahead, Shin Shen, the third son of the Shin family, was being interviewed by a financial news reporter. On the big screen, he looked so confident and elegant. Whether in appearance or connotation, talent or financial resources, he is far better than Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked at the man on the big screen and sighed with inferiority. What can I use to compete with him? But Yi Kunlun, he really loves her. Useless thing. The system suddenly sounded in my ears. Faced with a strong competitor, are you scared? Besides, how do you know that Yi Kunlun has someone else in his heart? That's just your imagination, you idiot. The system was right to scold me. I am indeed an idiot. Han Lingfeng came to his senses and quickly picked up his phone to call Yi Kunlun. He wanted to apologize to her and make peace with her. The number you dialed has been hung up, a prompt tone came from the mobile phone. She didn't answer the phone, so I called again. The number you dialed has been disconnected. She still didn't answer the phone, so I called again. The number you dialed is powered off. Turn off the phone. She actually turned it off. Yi Kunlun, you actually turned off your phone, how can you be so cruel? She didn't even answer my calls. Why? Why? Han Lingfeng was in a panic. Doesn't she care about me anymore? Doesn't she love me anymore? Is she tired of me? Or, she has someone in her heart, the third young master of the Shin family. Han Lingfeng felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his heart again. The enthusiasm and confidence that he had just built up disappeared in an instant, and what was left was only powerlessness and inferiority. The system no longer helps now, because it didn't expect that the master would be so sensitive after falling in love. The system determined that this was a fragile little man with an extremely fragile heart and inferiority complex. The system will only provide love assistance to those who are sunny, cheerful, and have a positive attitude. He has no choice but to overcome this emotional hurdle on his own. It has been 3 days and Han Lingfeng has not called or sent a message. Yi Kunlun felt uneasy. How come the cockroach that used to be invincible suddenly became unresponsive? She now feels a little regretful for hanging up on him that day. She was very angry at the time. She should pick up the phone and see what he had to say. If he had answered the phone, what would he have said to her? Would he have apologized? Would he have tried to comfort her? Or would he have said something harsh and heartless? Yi Kunlun was now completely confused. She was the president of a group company, but she was actually distracted by a young boy. This is not in line with her personality. She is such a rational person, but why did she lose self-control in this matter? She was totally unable to concentrate on her work now, her thoughts were a mess, she was going crazy. Forget it, I'll just give him a call. She wanted to give in, so she picked up the phone. But soon, she put down her phone again. Why? Why should I take the initiative? I didn't do anything wrong, why should I bow my head? Besides, I am the president of the first group of Nanshur. I never bow to anyone, only others bow to me. What right does Han Lingfeng have? Besides, I am a woman. Women should be reserved. When a man and a woman quarrel, shouldn't the man bow his head first? But, Han Lingfeng, why hasn't he called yet? Forget it, never mind, just be thick-skinned. Don't bother with the kid. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath and prepared to surrender. She picked up the phone and was about to dial. At this time, a secretary who was temporarily replacing Secretary Chen came in to report, Boss Yi, a distinguished guest is here to visit. Yi Kunlun paused while dialing the phone. She looked up at the door and saw a handsome man standing at the door. She felt like he looked familiar. The third young master of the Shin family. Yi Kunlun's pupils dilated. Chapter 48 The Shin Family Brothers and Sisters. At the same time, Longtan Villa. Shin Ruoshi comes to visit unexpectedly. Han Lingfeng has been depressed for the past 3 days because of Yi Kunlun. He was not happy about Shin Ruoshi's arrival. Why are you here? He frowned slightly. Of course I miss you. Shin Ruoshi reached out and hugged him. This is a girl with no sense of boundaries, and she seems to be born to be outgoing. Han Lingfeng was not used to her sense of no boundaries. He pushed her away and looked away. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just kidding. Shin Ruoshi smiled sweetly. Actually, there's a plot that needs to be filmed in Nanshur, so our crew came here. Is the filming of the TV series going smoothly? Han Lingfeng looked at her. He found that Shin Ruoshi was more beautiful than before, and her hairstyle and clothing style had changed, probably because she hired a well-known stylist to create a special image for her. For now, it's going pretty smoothly. The script team has put a lot of effort into crafting the script, and the director has also been very attentive. Judging from what's been filmed so far, it's very likely to become a hit, Shin Ruoshi said happily. Han Lingfeng nodded. That's good, congratulations in advance. Then, worry emerged on her face again. However, we can't be too happy too soon. What if the performance is not good or different from expectations? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After all, it is really hard to figure out the tastes of the audience nowadays. Han Lingfeng looked at her and felt that this woman had changed and was not as impetuous as before. Maybe it was because she had experienced so many setbacks before, so she didn't dare to have too many delusions now. I believe you. Han Lingfeng encouraged. Thank you, Lingfeng. Shin Ruoshi immediately became happy again and reached out to hug Han Lingfeng. Her problem of having no sense of boundaries would come true at any time. Han Lingfeng was about to push her away when she suddenly burst into tears. "Thank you for encouraging me and helping me when I was at my lowest point and most lost." What an actor, he can cry so easily. Han Lingfeng reached out and hugged her, patting her on the back. "Okay, stop crying. Your makeup won't look good if you cry." Shin Ruoshi burst into laughter and wiped her tears hastily with her hands. Then she happily took Han Lingfeng's hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go shopping. This is my first time in Nanshur. I don't even know what Nanshur looks like. Aren't you going to take pictures?" Han Lingfeng didn't want to move. He really didn't want to accompany this girl who was always thinking of something. "The crew is still busy selecting the filming location, so I can take a day off today," Shin Ruoshi said, forcibly pulling him. "Let's go, let's go, let's go." Han Lingfeng couldn't persuade this woman, so he had to surrender. Okay, let's go, but can you let go of my hand?" Han Lingfeng brought Shin Ruoshi to the most luxurious shopping mall in Nanshur, which was built by Yi Group. Shin Ruoshi kept holding his arm, and even though he pushed her away countless times, this girl with no sense of boundaries always put her arm around him inadvertently. Han Lingfeng was tired and too lazy to push her away. If she liked to hold his hand, then let her hold it. When he walked to the door of an open-air cafe, he suddenly heard Shin Ruoshi shout, "Brother!" Han Lingfeng followed Shin Ruoshi's gaze and saw Yi Kunlun and a man sitting under a parasol drinking coffee. That man was the third young master of the Shin family. The third young master of the Shin family. Yi Kunlun and the third young master of the Shin family. Han Lingfeng felt as if his heart was hit hard by a hammer. Shin Ruoshi had already happily run towards the third young master of the Shin family and Yi Kunlun. At the same time, he waved back at Han Lingfeng. "Lingfeng, hurry up, come here." Han Lingfeng walked over. At the same time as she shouted, Yi Kunlun looked over. Yi Kunlun's gaze fell on Han Lingfeng. She was stunned for a moment. Shin Ruoshi talked happily with the third young master of the Shin family. Han Lingfeng walked up to them. Yi Kunlun's gaze floated between Han Lingfeng and Shin Ruoshi, with many questions on his face. But Han Lingfeng felt even more unhappy. She was actually drinking coffee with the third young master of the Shin family. Were they on a date? Just as the two were looking at each other, Shin Ruoshi suddenly took Han Lingfeng's arm, pulled him in front of Shin Chen, and introduced him enthusiastically. "Brother, this is my friend, Han Lingfeng. My film and television company can continue to operate thanks to his help." "Hello." Shin Chen stretched out a hand to shake hands with Han Lingfeng. He looked very humble, but his eyes gave people a deep feeling, even giving people a sense of arrogance of a successful person. Han Lingfeng didn't want to shake hands with this rival in love, but under Yi Kunlun's gaze, Han Lingfeng politely extended his hand and shook hands with him. "Lingfeng, you should know my brother. The famous third young master of the Shin family, Shin Chen. I think you should know him even if I don't introduce him," Shin Ruoshi said happily to Han Lingfeng. "I know him, of course I know him." But the words famous still hurt Han Lingfeng's heart, because he was jealous of the third young master of the Shin family. "Wow! You must be Mr. Yi from the Yi Group." Then, Shin Ruoshi looked at Yi Kunlun with joy. She was always so enthusiastic, even though she and Yi Kunlun had only met for the first time. "You are so beautiful." Shin Ruoshi looked at Yi Kunlun with admiration, her eyes shining. Yes, Kunlun's beauty is something that no woman can envy, and can only admire and appreciate. Even a female star like Shin Ruoshi, who has seen countless beauties, was still attracted by Yi Kunlun's beauty the moment she saw Yi Kunlun. Shin Ruoshi continued, "No wonder my brother can't forget you." As soon as she said this, the atmosphere became awkward. It was obvious that she said this without thinking. Cough. Shin Chen coughed unnaturally, but his eyes, which were good at observing words and expressions, were observing Yi Kunlun's expression and reaction. Yi Kunlun was surprised, confused, and uneasy. Han Lingfeng's face was almost green with anger. He couldn't forget her. The third young master of the Shin family couldn't forget her. Sister Kunlun. At this moment, Shin Ruoshi had already gone over and hugged Yi Kunlun's arm, showing her characteristic of having no sense of boundaries. "Can I call you that?" Yi Kunlun smiled with a fake smile and nodded, "Okay." Shin Ruoshi leaned on her shoulder and asked, "Sister Kunlun, can you marry my brother?" As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to explode. The expression on Yi Kunlun's face turned red and white. Han Lingfeng's face was almost clear, but no one noticed his reaction. Yi Kunlun was busy with her own affairs at the moment, so naturally she had no time to pay attention to him. Ruwashi, what nonsense are you talking about? Shin Shen seemed to be blaming her, but his tone was encouraging. Did I say something wrong? Shin Ruwashi glanced back at Shin Shen, then continued to hold Yi Kunlun's arm and said, Sister Kunlun, you don't know, ever since my brother came to South City to participate in a business event last year and saw you once, he went crazy. Crazy? Yi Kunlun was puzzled. Cough. Shin Shen coughed dryly, as if reminding Shin Ruwashi to stop talking, but it didn't seem like a hint. Shin Ruwashi ignored Shin Shen as if she didn't hear him, and continued to say to Yi Kunlun, she collected all your photos in her computer, and her computer screen and mobile phone screen are all set to your photos. When Shin Ruwashi said this, her eyes had already glanced at Shin Shen's cell phone on the table. Shin Shen seemed to know what she was going to do and hurry to get his phone, but he was a step too slow and the phone was snatched away by Shin Ruwashi. Ruwashi, you! Shin Shen shouted. Shin Ruwashi turned on the screen of Shin Shen's phone and showed it to Yi Kunlun. See, the screen is full of your photos. Chapter 49, Young Master Shin is touching, but she. There was indeed a photo of Yi Kunlun on Shin Shen's mobile phone screen. It was a scene of Yi Kunlun being interviewed on TV, which was cut from an online video. Yi Kunlun looked at Shin Shen, with an expression in his eyes that was hard to tell whether it was touching or something else. Shin Shen blushed and felt uncomfortable. Han Lingfeng clenched his fists and his face turned from blue to a deathly gray. He was extremely sad. Shin Shen was so obsessed with her that he even set his phone and computer screens to hers. She must be extremely touched. Han Lingfeng felt his heart sinking little by little. Shin Ruwashi, who was in high spirits, had not finished speaking yet. She continued to bear her brother's feelings to Yi Kunlun. Not only that, he also printed out your photo, put it in a frame, and placed it on his desk. Several times when I went to see him, I saw him grinning at your photo. Also, for you, he rejected all the women who showed interest in him, including big stars, rich girls, and daughters of foreign chaebols, etc. In short, since then, he has never been close to women again. Ahem. Ruwashi, shut up. Shin Shen yelled at Shin Ruwashi with a red face. Shin Ruwashi turned around and said to Shin Shen, Brother, what are you afraid of? You are too embarrassed to say it, so I will say it for you. Shin Ruwashi continued to hold Yi Kunlun's arm and said, My brother is so obsessed with you, but he refuses to pursue you. Do you know why? Yi Kunlun looked puzzled. Because he knows that you are already married to someone else, that's why he doesn't pursue you, because he doesn't want to take someone else's love away. My brother is such a good man. Yi Kunlun looked at Shin Shen, his eyes gradually becoming distracted. Then do you know why he came to Nanshur now? Because he heard that you broke off the engagement. So, when he knew that our crew was going to shoot in South City, he came with us. I know he came because of you. Yi Kunlun's eyes continued to be distracted. Sister Kunlun, my brother came to Nanshur specifically for you this time, so he turned down a very important business opportunity. He is too busy, and he can only spare time by turning down the business. For this, he may lose a large order worth tens of billions. Ruwashi, that's enough. Shin Shen was a little angry. For her, he was willing to lose orders worth tens of billions. Tears welled up in Yi Kunlun's eyes. Guilt and emotion had completely overwhelmed her. Sister Kunlun, will you marry my brother? Shin Ruwashi pulled Yi Kunlun's arm and shook it. My brother is very introverted and not good at expressing his emotions, but I know that you have deeply touched his heart. At the business conference last year, he fell in love with you at first sight and could not forget you after seeing you. Give him a chance, okay? Kunlun. Shin Ruwashi begged her like a child asking for candy for his companion. Yi Kunlun turned her tearful eyes away from Shin Shen's face, and then she looked at Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng felt hopeless. He looked at Yi Kunlun with a deathly look and then said, Sorry, I have something else to do. Having said that, he turned and ran away. Hey! Why are you leaving? Lingfeng! Lingfeng! Wait for me. I'll go with you. Shin Ruwashi shouted and hurriedly chased after him. Yi Kunlun lowered her head, she knew that the little man was injured. She wanted to chase him, but she hesitated because Shin Shen's sister had already gone after him. Shin Shen's sister, she seems to like Lingfeng very much. She still clearly remembered how Shin Ruwashi had held his arm just now, how close they were. Also, Shin Ruwashi said before that Han Lingfeng helped her film and television company. What does this mean? Did they know each other a long time ago? And regarding the incident where Fang Bo was arrested, was it Han Lingfeng who asked Shen Ruoshi to help, or was it Shin Chen who did it behind the scenes? She looked at Shin Chen again. Did this man love her so much? He was fascinated by her after just one encounter? What Shin Ruoshi had just said was still echoing in her ears. His computer screen and phone screen are all filled with your pictures. He will never get close to women again because of you. He didn't pursue you before because he didn't want to steal someone else's love. Now that you've broken off the engagement, he's here. He is very busy, but he turned down an important business event for you, losing tens of billions. Really? Tears welled up in Yi Kunlin's eyes again, and she looked at Shin Chen's face vaguely. Kunlin. Shin Chen's eyes were red. Can I call you that? Yi Kunlin lowered his head, feeling a little uncomfortable. Ha! Shin Chen smiled bitterly. I think it's better for me to call you Mr. Yi or Miss Yi. After all, to you, I'm still a stranger. Yi Kunlin raised her head and smiled at him. Shin Chen was really a considerate and mature man. Shin Chen looked at her deeply, as if he was admiring an object. You know, Miss Yi, you are so beautiful when you smile. Yi Kunlin was not used to it. Although she had heard such compliments countless times, she always felt uncomfortable when it came from other men. Only Han Lingfeng. Only when Han Lingfeng said she was beautiful would she feel happy from the bottom of her heart. Ling Feng, when she thought of him, she felt fulfilled, warm and comfortable in her heart. She thought, this might be love. She loved that little man, she loved him. Ling Feng, Yi Kunlin suddenly missed him very much. She felt uneasy thinking about how he had left so suddenly just now. No. She wants to go find him. Yi Kunlin was about to stand up. Miss Yi. At this time, Shin Chen suddenly took out a diamond ring from his arms. The diamond on the diamond ring is very large and precious, and it looks very precious at first glance. Shin Chen held the diamond ring in his hand and said shyly, although it's a bit abrupt, I still want to do this. Yi Kunlin had a bad premonition, and her already uneasy heart became even more uneasy. Then she saw Shin Chen stand up and then squat down again. Shin Chen knelt on one leg on the ground and held the diamond ring in front of her. Then he said calmly, Miss Yi, please marry me. Yi Kunlin was so nervous that his legs were shaking and he held onto the chair with both hands. Although she had been proposed to by Fang Bo before, this feeling was completely different. Shin Chen is different from Fang Bo. Shin Chen is from one of the 4 major groups in Kyoto. He may be the future successor chosen by the Shun group. Moreover, their Shin family background is also at the pinnacle of power. Shin Chen is truly upper class, decent and noble. How can I refuse without losing face for him, giving him enough respect, and without hurting his heart that is fascinated by her? Yi Kunlin quickly turned her developed head, thinking about what appropriate words she should use to reject Shin Chen. However, at this moment, Shin Chen's cell phone rang. Thank God, Shin Chen had to answer the phone because it seemed that the call was very important. After seeing the incoming call number, Shin Chen said, Sorry, I need to take a call. Then he stood up and walked aside to answer the phone. Yi Kunlin's tense nerves relaxed and she breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Shin Chen came back after answering the phone, looking very anxious. He walked quickly to Yi Kunlin and said to her apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Yi, I have to go first. Yi Kunlin was more than happy and was so happy that he nodded to Shin Chen with an understanding look. Shin Chen bowed to her apologetically, then turned around and walked away quickly. What could be more important than his proposal to Yi Kunlin? But in any case, it was a relief for Yi Kunlin. She was now relaxed, with only one thought in her mind, which was to find her Lingfeng. She took her bag and walked quickly, so fast. Chapter 50, Iron Tree Blossoms. Yi Kunlin drove around looking for Han Lingfeng. She called him countless times, but no one answered. Why didn't this idiot answer the phone? Where on earth did he go? Only at this moment did Yi Kunlin realize that he didn't even know where Han Lingfeng lived. It seems that I am not a competent girlfriend and I don't care about him enough. She didn't even know where to look for him. By the way, Ling Feng seemed to have a female classmate. This was his only social life that she knew about. She remembered that Ling Feng seemed to have mentioned to her that the female classmate was his high school classmate, who was now studying at Nanjing University. Her name was Li Yujiao, and Ling Feng had also bought her clothes. Maybe that female classmate knows where Ling Feng lives. So Yi Kunlin drove frantically to Nanjing University. Ma Lin, a beautiful teacher from the Fine Arts Department of Nanjing University, is a good friend of Yi Kunlin. She made a cup of coffee for Yi Kunlin. Are you looking for Li Yujiao? Li Yujiao is a student in the acting department, and she also studies fine arts. I have taught her. She is the school beauty of our school. Do you know her? Is she your relative? Yi Kunlun was a little embarrassed. I just want to find her for something urgent. Can you help me call her over? Yi Kunlun looked at Ma Lin with pleading eyes. There's something wrong with you. Ma Lin looked at Yi Kunlun with a searching gaze. You never ask for help from anyone. What's so important that you have to ask me for help? I just want to ask her about someone. Yi Kunlun said unnaturally. Who are you asking about? Ma Lin became more curious. Yi Kunlun's palms were sweating. Ma Lin finally had the chance to control her, and he would not give up until he dug something out of her. No answer? Then let me ask in a different way. Man or woman? Ma Lin's lips curled up with amusement. Yi Kunlun was mad. Can you please stop asking? Then I can't help you. Ma Lin shrugged. Yi Kunlun blurted out, male. A man? Ma Lin was shocked as if she had discovered some big news. Yi Kunlun, such a proud person, came to her in a humble manner to beg her, just to find out about a man from others? What kind of man is so powerful that he actually asked the president of the South City No. 1 Group Company to personally inquire about it? Ma Lin stared at Yi Kunlun's face for a long time, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. I understand. It turns out that Hongwon is moved. Who on earth can make flowers bloom on your iron tree? What did you say? Yi Kunlun's face turned red all the way to her neck. Ma Lin squinted at her and said, your face is so red, yet you still dare to deny it. It's really rare, Yi Kunlun. I thought you were destined to be isolated in this life, but I didn't expect that the door would be opened. Oh my God. It's incredible. The other party must be a rare and extraordinary man in the world, right? Can you please shut up? Yi Kunlun wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Ma Lin finally forgave her. Okay, I won't embarrass you anymore. I'll call Li Yujiao over now. When Yi Kunlun and Li Yujiao faced each other, both women felt inevitably embarrassed. But for Li Yujiao, the woman in front of her was incomparable to her, both in terms of soft power and hard power. What shocked her was that the person Han Lingfeng loved in his heart was actually Yi Kunlun, the president of Nanchur First Group. Li Yujiao accepted defeat sincerely. There is no need to argue because there is no comparison. She finally understood why Han Lingfeng was so crazy. Who wouldn't be crazy about a woman like this? Therefore, she felt at ease and told Yi Kunlun Han Lingfeng's address without hesitation. Lingfeng, why do you live here? When Yi Kunlun came to Longtan Villa and saw the mansion in front of her, she was puzzled. Wasn't Lingfeng very poor? His father and stepmother were not good to him, so it was impossible for them to buy a big villa for him to live in. But she didn't have time to think about that now. What she had to do now was to find him as soon as possible. Lingfeng. Lingfeng. She went forward and knocked on the door. But there was no response from inside. She rang the doorbell again, but there was still no response. But she firmly believed that Han Lingfeng must be inside, because she knew his personality. After being injured, he would hide by himself and lock himself in the house. Lingfeng and she agreed on this point. Therefore, she did not give up. She decided to call the property staff to help open the door. Anyway, with her status, it would be easy for her to order the staff. Han Lingfeng was indeed in the room. He was lying on the floor of the bedroom on the second floor. He was drunk and there were cigarette butts and wine bottles around him. After leaving the mall, he drove away Shin Ruwashi, who had caught up with him. Although Shin Ruwashi didn't understand why he suddenly lost his temper with her, she told her to stay away and not bother him. After Shin Ruwashi left in grievance, he returned to Longtan Villa alone. On his way back, he bought a bottle of Lao Baigon at a roadside store. He was ready to get drunk to death. He drank a whole bottle of Lao Baigon. I have never been so drunk as I am now. My stomach is churning and my head is splitting. But why is my mind not confused? It turns out that the mind is clear even when drunk is really true. I've drunk so much, why am I not numb? Why is the pain not relieved at all? The scene in the mall before kept flashing in his mind. Every word that Shin Ruwashi said was clearly imprinted in his mind. How obsessed the third young master of the Shin family is with Kunlun. And Kunlun was so moved that she even shed tears. They are a perfect match, they are a perfect match, they are a perfect match made in heaven. Young Master Shin came to Nancher, clearly to propose to Kunlun. Kunlun had no reason not to marry him. He was so outstanding, so handsome, had such a strong background, and was also a humble gentleman. Han Lingfeng didn't dare to compare himself with others, because it would only make him feel inferior. Rather than letting Kunlun make a choice, it is better to take the initiative and quit automatically, rather than making things difficult for others and humiliating yourself. But my love for her is so deep. I know I should let go, but my heart doesn't follow my thoughts and it hurts so much. Rather than being awake in such a state of despair, it is better to be drunk, numb, confused, and know nothing. At least you don't have to suffer such mental torture. But why, after drinking a whole bottle of Lao Baigon, my mind is still so clear and my heart is still so painful? How he wished he could fall asleep and sleep forever. Maybe if I knock myself out, I can fall asleep. He reached out, grabbed an empty wine bottle on the ground, and smashed it hard on his head. Bang! The wine bottle broke. Blood was flowing from his forehead, but he did not faint. Why? Why isn't he dizzy yet? Is it because I didn't hit him hard enough? Then smash it again. He grabbed another bottle, and this time, he used all his strength. Planning to knock myself out in one go. Ling Feng. Just as he raised the bottle and was about to hit himself on the head, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling him outside the window. He turned his head and looked out the window, only to see Yi Kunlun standing outside the window, staring at him with a pair of stunned eyes. Chapter 51 The Aggrieved Little Man. Is your eyes blurry? Isn't that Kunlun outside the window? But why was Kunlun outside the window? I must be hallucinating. Han Lingfeng raised the bottle again and was about to smash it on his head. No! Lingfeng! I beg you! Yi Kunlun's voice came from outside the window again, and the voice sounded urgent, even heartbreaking. Han Lingfeng turned his head and looked out the window again. Yi Kunlun, who was lying on the glass, had a nervous expression and a look of deep pleading in his eyes. Could it really be Kunlun? But why is Kunlun outside the window? This is clearly the second floor. Yi Kunlun was actually standing on a ladder, but Han Lingfeng couldn't see the ladder. There were two security guards holding the ladder below, and a property staff member with a walkie-talkie standing there looking up. Yi Kunlun had just called the property management to come over. She wanted to open Han Lingfeng's door, but she was not sure if Han Lingfeng was inside. It was not appropriate to break the door rashly. So she asked someone to bring a ladder. Lingfeng, open the door first, I have something to tell you. Yi Kunlun shouted while knocking on the window. Han Lingfeng now understood that she was really Yi Kunlun, not an illusion. Han Lingfeng didn't know whether he should be surprised or sad. Lingfeng, can you open the door first? Yi Kunlun looked very anxious. But Han Lingfeng didn't want to open the door for her. Anyway, it's impossible with Yi Kunlun. Anyway, the third young master of the Shin family is much better than him. Anyway, Yi Kunlun was moved to tears by the third young master of the Shin family. Maybe she has always been hiding that person in her heart. Since we can't be together in the end, why bother meeting each other again? Han Lingfeng walked to the window and said, Go away. I won't blame you. What, do you mean? The expression on Yi Kunlun's face outside the window froze. I think the third young master of the Shin family is pretty good and a good match for you. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What on earth was this fool thinking? He is so handsome, so outstanding, and his family background is so good. You two are a perfect match made in heaven. Han Lingfeng continued. Yi Kunlun wanted to laugh but couldn't, he just felt sad. Compared to him, I'm nothing. Han Lingfeng's eyes were full of sadness. Why do you want to compete with him? Yi Kunlun was puzzled. I know myself well. Tears rolled down Han Lingfeng's eyes and he turned his face away, afraid that she would see it. But Yi Kunlun still saw the tears in his eyes, which made her heart ache. Can you please open the door first? Yi Kunlun coaxed softly. Han Lingfeng shook his head. Go away, Mr. Yi. I'm serious. Hey! This little devil. Yi Kunlun was a little helpless. After thinking for a while, Yi Kunlun said, How can I leave when you are like this? Don't worry, I'm fine. Han Lingfeng said woodenly. How could she leave? Of course she couldn't leave. He had just hit her on the head with a bottle. This guy is really unexpected. He is so extreme that he even mutilates himself. She didn't do anything with the third son of the Shin family. If she did, it would be terrible. What a fragile child. He can't stand the slightest blow. It's okay to be sensitive. The key is that he pretended to be strong and said seriously that he was fine. Yi Kunlun was both angry and amused, but she couldn't laugh. After a moment of silence, Yi Kunlun suddenly came up with a plan. If you don't open the door, I will fall off the ladder. Han Lingfeng was obviously anxious, but he hadn't decided whether to say anything. Yi Kunlun struck while the iron was hot. I will really jump when I count to 3. This is the height of the second floor. If I jump down, I will most likely break my legs. If you want me to become a cripple, you can continue to remain silent. She had a serious expression and acted as if she was determined. 1. Yi Kunlun started counting. Before she could count to 2, Han Lingfeng rushed to the window. He hurriedly opened the window and held Yi Kunlun's hand tightly. Kunlun, don't jump. I won't let you jump. I'll agree to anything you ask, just don't jump. I'll save you. Yi Kunlun wanted to laugh, but she tried to restrain herself and remain serious. Then open the door quickly. Yi Kunlun said in a threatening tone. Okay, I'll go open the door. You slowly come down the ladder. Go down slowly and don't fall down. I'll open the door for you right away. Han Lingfeng gave the instructions as he ran out of the bedroom. After opening the door of the villa, Han Lingfeng immediately hugged Yi Kunlun. Kunlun. But soon, Han Lingfeng pushed her aside again and turned away. Stop! Yi Kunlun shouted. Han Lingfeng stopped and turned his back to Yi Kunlun. Turn around, I don't like people turning their backs to me. Yi Kunlun ordered. Han Lingfeng didn't want to listen to her orders, but his legs and feet turned around uncontrollably. What do you want to do? Escape? Yi Kunlun's look suddenly became fierce. Han Lingfeng looked at her without saying anything. He was the one who was wronged, so why did she get angry? Yi Kunlun walked up to him and stared at the wound on his head. The bleeding had stopped, so fortunately the injury was not serious. Are you an idiot? Yi Kunlun suddenly became very angry. You hit your head with a wine bottle. Are you trying to commit suicide? You're looking for death after a little blow. Who do you think you're scaring? Are you threatening me? Do you think I will die for you if you die? I won't. A coward like you won't shed a single tear even if you die. Han Lingfeng's wound, which had not yet healed, was now torn even wider. It is obvious that I am the one who was wronged, so why should I be scolded? Oh. Han Lingfeng sneered sadly, you really don't know how to feel sorry for others, Yi Kunlun. I'm already so sad and you still scold me. She was worried about him, so she lost control of her temper. Unexpectedly, she hurt him again. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I can't stand a little bit of blow, I'm just a glass heart. Han Lingfeng became angry. I didn't threaten you, I won't threaten anyone, I fucking brought this upon myself. Yi Kunlun was stunned. The little man got angry and was a little fierce. But you know what? I just felt so bad. As he spoke, the little man started to cry. I just wanted to get drunk, I just wanted to numb myself, thinking that this would relieve my pain. I hit my head with a bottle, just wanting to knock myself out. Because if I'm knocked out I can fall asleep, and when I fall asleep I won't feel the pain anymore. Yi Kunlun was stunned. He wanted to relieve the pain in his heart, so he hit his head with the wine bottle and knocked himself unconscious so that he would stop the pain. Yi Kunlun's eyes became moist. Do you understand that kind of painful feeling? Do you understand that feeling of having a terminal mental illness, a life worse than death? The little man became hysterical, crying and laughing. Oh, I don't think you will understand, you won't understand. Yi Kunlun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, you asked for this. She herself didn't even know why she said such a thing. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Ha, I asked for it. Han Lingfeng was furious. He nodded sadly, yes, I asked for it. I'm a fucking slut. I'm a slut. Han Lingfeng slapped himself excitedly, I'm such a slut. I'm such a slut. Yi Kunlun was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. She quickly reached out to grab Han Lingfeng's arm. Lingfeng, don't do this. Let me go. Han Lingfeng struggled and wanted to slap himself. Yi Kunlun hugged him tightly and said, I feel bad when you are like this. She blurted out these words, speaking very naturally. Han Lingfeng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. You feel sorry for me? No, you don't feel sorry, because you don't love me at all. You have always kept the third young master of the Shin family in your heart. Thinking of the third young master of the Shin family, Han Lingfeng suddenly stopped crying. He pushed Yi Kunlun away and pointed at the door. Get lost. Go find your third young master of the Shin family. Yi Kunlun felt like she was struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it. What on earth was going on in his mind? Chapter 52, Crazy Demand. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Kunlun said. Am I talking nonsense? Han Lingfeng became even more angry. You were having a coffee date with the third young master of the Shin family. He was so obsessed with you. You must have been very touched, right? I saw you crying. You actually cried for him. As Han Lingfeng spoke, the wound in his heart became bloody again. Yi Kunlun was silent. You and the third young master of the Shin family are such a good match. Han Lingfeng became weak again. You two should have been together last year, but it's not too late now. I will withdraw of my own accord. Are you done? Yi Kunlun was very stiff. She stared at Han Lingfeng with an annoyed look. Are you sick? Am I sick? Han Lingfeng became even sadder. Why didn't she understand? He was obviously jealous and crazy, that's why he acted like this. But she actually thought he was sick. He. Han Lingfeng laughed sadly and nodded. Yes, I'm sick, I'm a fucking lunatic. He yelled at her. How dare you yell at me? Yi Kunlun was furious. Who gave him the courage to yell at her? It seemed that she was too partial to him and he had grown wings. She used her usual threat. You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? I'm looking for trouble? Han Lingfeng felt even more miserable. Did she really not know what he needed? He was obviously so jealous because he loved her too much. But in her opinion, he was looking for trouble and was being crazy. It seems that she really doesn't understand him, or rather, she doesn't love him at all. Han Lingfeng wiped away his tears and suddenly became very cold. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I made you upset. I was just losing my mind. I won't do that again. You can leave now. What do you mean? Yi Kunlun suddenly became very angry. She pulled him with her hand, her eyes filled with anger. Han Lingfeng made up his mind and said, What I mean is, I was a jerk in the past, but I won't do that again in the future. Yi Kunlun's face turned pale. She stared at Han Lingfeng for a moment with a dead look, and said in a heavy voice, You mean, you don't love me anymore, right? Han Lingfeng held his chin high, but he was still very arrogant. Are you sure? Yi Kunlun's eyes suddenly became complicated, as if mixed with many emotions. Han Lingfeng lowered his head, not daring to look her in the eyes. Han Lingfeng, you bastard! Yi Kunlun suddenly exploded, slapping Han Lingfeng frantically with her hands. Since you want to give up halfway, why did you shamelessly pester me in the first place? Since you want to give up so easily, why did you break into my life in the first place? Yi Kunlun had completely lost her mind. She didn't look like the CEO of a group company at all. She is clearly like an abandoned woman who has been abandoned by her husband. Why did you knock on the door of my heart, take a turn inside, and then turn around and leave? Why do you trample on me like this? Kunlun! Han Lingfeng immediately hugged her, feeling so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. But he was also very happy in his heart, because Kunlun loved him. Let me go, you bastard! Yi Kunlun struggled frantically, trying to push him away. No, I won't let go. You can hit me and scold me, but I will never let go. Han Lingfeng hugged her tightly, fearing that she would run away if he let go. Let me go! Yi Kunlun yelled. No! I won't let go. Or you can hit me. Han Lingfeng took Yi Kunlun's hand and asked her to slap him. But Yi Kunlun didn't want to. Then I'll hit myself. Han Lingfeng said, raising his hand and slapping himself hard in the face. Yi Kunlun suddenly became quiet. I was wrong, Kunlun. Han Lingfeng slapped himself in the face again. Yi Kunlun's body twitched. I'm a bastard. I didn't even believe in your love for me. Just when Han Lingfeng was about to slap himself in the face for the third time, Yi Kunlun suddenly grabbed his hand, shook her head, and signaled him to stop hitting her. The two pairs of eyes met, and both of them felt as if an electric current passed through their hearts. Then, the two of them kissed each other passionately. They kissed all the way from the living room to the bedroom, leaving clothes behind along the way. The two people rolled around on the bed madly, demanding and possessing each other madly. It was as if they wanted to devour each other and merge their flesh and blood into one. Ling Feng, Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun was crazy and possessed Han Lingfeng madly. Han Lingfeng was even crazier. Kunlun, tell me, who is better, the third young master of the Shin family or me? Why are you asking such a question, you bastard? I want you to tell me in person, who is better, me or the third young master of the Shin family? There's no comparison. Am I not as good as the third young master of the Shin family? Is that so? Is that so? Han Lingfeng stared at her face in confusion. He can't compare with you. Kunlun, wife. Han Lingfeng became even crazier. Yi Kunlun stared at him blankly. What did you call me just now? Wife. Han Lingfeng called softly in her ear. Yi Kunlun immediately hugged his neck tightly and said in a trembling voice, hurry up and scream a few more times. Wife, 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 wife. Yi Kunlun, After a violent storm, Han Lingfeng put his face against Yi Kunlun's chest and said sweetly, I want to go on like this forever, for the rest of my life, for the next life, and for the next life. Yi Kunlun's delicate hand gently stroked his head. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at her, will you marry me? The hand that was touching his head suddenly stopped, and Yi Kunlun's eyes became uncertain. Ha? Can you? Han Lingfeng looked at her expectantly. Well. Lingfeng, I. Yi Kunlun hesitated, it's too early to talk about whether to get married or not. We still need time. I understand. Han Lingfeng put his face against her chest again, I will wait for you until you are fully prepared mentally. Thank you, Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun kissed his head touchily. But don't make me wait too long, okay? I can't wait to tell everyone that you are my girlfriend. Han Lingfeng said softly. Why should you tell others? Yi Kunlun asked curiously. Because I want the whole world to see that I am so happy, said Han Lingfeng. Silly boy. Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged him tightly. Then her thoughts began to become confused. In fact, until now, she was still afraid to let others know about her relationship with Han Lingfeng. There is a huge age gap between her and Han Lingfeng, and others would say that Yi Kunlun is an old cow eating young grass. Even if you don't care about the world's opinion, what about your family? If her grandmother knew that she and Han Lingfeng were in love, she would be so angry that she would have a cerebral hemorrhage. There is also Zhang Wanyue, cousin Wanyue likes Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun had too many concerns, and just thinking about them made him feel scared and worried. She even felt a little regretful about why she had anything to do with such a little man. If she had been a little more ruthless at the beginning. No, she herself didn't know why she fell into his love offensive without knowing it. He was like a frog in boiling water, and she fell into his trap little by little without even realizing it. She didn't even have the chance to be ruthless to him. She looked at Han Lingfeng in her arms. Now, how could she be so cruel? Not to mention that she couldn't bear to hurt him, she herself couldn't bear to lose him. Thinking of this, Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged Han Lingfeng tightly. The thought of losing him was so painful. If she really lost him, she really didn't dare to think about it. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun lowered her head and kissed Han Lingfeng's ear, I miss you. Han Lingfeng immediately raised his bright smile and replied energetically, I'm here. As he said that, he turned over and submerged her. Chapter 53 The Boy Who Loves to Cry. A Crazy Night. The next morning, when Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun came out of the villa, Zhang Wanyue was standing behind the greenery near the villa. Yesterday, bodyguard Wei reported to her that Yi Kunlun came to Longtan Villa to find Han Lingfeng. She didn't dare to believe it, nor did she want to believe it, fearing that there was some misunderstanding. She wanted to see it with her own eyes, so she came to Longtan Villa. She waited outside all night, but Yi Kunlun didn't come out, so she spent the night here. Now that she saw them coming out of the house hand in hand with her own eyes, all the guesses and thoughts in Zhang Wanyue's mind were confirmed. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlun do have a relationship, and Yi Kunlun is the rich woman who supports him. One is the man she likes, and the other is her cousin. It was as if a long cut had been made on Zhang Wanyue's heart, and blood was constantly flowing out. They look so happy, with bright smiles on their faces, and they look so in love. But why? You are together, why don't you say it? Why do you have to hide it? They must have seen a lot of jokes about her, letting her like Han Lingfeng unilaterally like an idiot. Yi Kunlin is really good at pretending. She looks serious, but I didn't expect that she actually keeps a young man in private. As a relative, she really didn't know that she actually has such a fetish. And Han Lingfeng, the person he obviously likes is his cousin, why doesn't he tell her the truth? Yes, they dare not say it. Because Yi Kunlin is Han Lingfeng's sugar mother. Their relationship is not accepted by the world at all, so of course they dare not say it. Disgusting. Dirty. Zhang Huanyue despised it deeply in her heart. But what was more painful was sadness. Han Lingfeng and her cousin, Han Lingfeng and her cousin. She was deeply hurt by the two people she loved. Should she pretend she didn't know? Or should she confront them and expose them to their faces? Maybe she should report them to her grandmother or expose them to the media. She didn't know. She really didn't know. Her thoughts were a mess. Maybe she should go find a place to have a drink first. Zhang Huanyue stumbled away. Han Lingfeng and Yi Kunlin naturally did not notice Zhang Huanyue. Han Lingfeng walked her to her luxury car. You really don't want me to go to work with you? Han Lingfeng looked at Yi Kunlin reluctantly. I'm going to work, and it's not good for you to stay there. What will others think? Yi Kunlin said. But I just want to stay with you, every minute and every second. Han Lingfeng said, reaching out to hug Yi Kunlin. Yi Kunlin looked around in panic, fortunately there was no one nearby. She pushed him away, stop making trouble and listen to me. But I just don't want to be separated from you. Han Lingfeng immediately hugged her again. Yi Kunlin was panicking and said seriously, Lingfeng, I've already told you not to do this outside. If you're photographed by a reporter or seen by someone, it'll be troublesome. Okay then. Han Lingfeng let her go disappointedly, but immediately said happily, then I'll take you to work? No. No. Yi Kunlin hurried into the car, fearing that he would follow. Yes, yes. As expected, he had already gotten on the car from the other side. Yi Kunlin shook his head helplessly, I really can't do anything to you, but let me tell you first, get off the car near the company. I don't want others to see you so early in the morning. I got off the car with you. Han Lingfeng glanced at her with a sweet smile on his face, I know, don't worry, I will never let anyone doubt our relationship, at least not yet. Yi Kunlin finally felt relieved, then he took the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. When they arrived near the company, Yi Kunlin just stopped the car and planned to let Han Lingfeng get off here. At this time, her cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and heard Secretary Chen's voice from the other end. Secretary Chen had already been discharged from the hospital. Boss Yi, Mr. Shin is here. Young Master Shen? Why is he here so early in the morning? Yi Kunlin frowned, did you ask him what he wants from me? He said he wanted to apologize to you for what happened yesterday. Curious tone, what happened yesterday, Mr. Yi? She was in no mood to satisfy Secretary Chen's curiosity. Her mind was suddenly confused. Yesterday, Third Master Shin proposed to her, and before she had time to think about how to refuse, Third Master Shin received a phone call and left. Young Master Shin came to her house early this morning and was bound to propose to her again. What worries her now is that she hasn't figured out how to refuse. Rejecting people is also a headache, but what is even more headache-inducing is, she saw Han Lingfeng glaring at her angrily. The third young master of the Shin family is here to see you, isn't he? Han Lingfeng glared at her angrily. The third young master of the Shin family was like a needle, easily pricking his nerves. He's going to propose to you, right? Han Lingfeng's chest heaved up and down with excitement. Looking at his expression, Yi Kunlin felt both angry and amused, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're still laughing. Han Lingfeng became even more frantic, you are mine, do you know that? He showed his strong possessiveness, holding Yi Kunlin's shoulders tightly with both hands and shaking her, you are mine, you will not accept the proposal of that third Master Shin, you say it. Yi Kunlin was annoyed by his shaking, so she pushed him away and yelled at him, what are you doing? This push didn't matter, it completely aroused Han Lingfeng's anger and possessiveness, you are mine. He suddenly hugged Yi Kunlin and kissed her hard on the mouth. Yi Kunlin frowned. She didn't like him treating her in this way. You are mine. You are mine. Han Lingfeng bit her lips hard like crazy, growling, you are mine. She belongs to no one, she is herself. Yi Kunlun was stupid and numb, motionless, and did not react at all. Seeing that she didn't respond, Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at her blankly, his eyes full of brokenness. You don't feel anything, you actually don't feel anything. Han Lingfeng teased him as if he was about to break. You want to possess me, right? This is the only way to prove that I belong to you, right? Come on. Yi Kunlun took off his coat. No. Han Lingfeng hurriedly reached out and held down her hands as she was taking off her clothes, then held her tightly in his arms. I'm sorry, I'm just too afraid of losing you. He choked up. Tears fell on Yi Kunlun's face. Yi Kunlun raised her head and saw that Han Lingfeng was already in tears. Why does a boy cry so easily? Yi Kunlun reached out and gently stroked Han Lingfeng's face. This was such a pitiful child. Was it because he lacked love since childhood? Is it because he grew up in an unhappy family that his personality is so extreme and he is so sensitive and fragile? Silly. Yi Kunlun kissed the tears on his face. You won't lose me. I never said that I like Mr. Shin, and I never said that I would accept his proposal. Really? Han Lingfeng's eyes were filled with tears and an uncertain look. I was going to reject Mr. Shin yesterday, but I didn't have time. He received a phone call and left. I was just thinking about how I should reject him. Yi Kunlun couldn't believe that she would explain so much for others. She has never been a person who likes to explain. But this little man really convinced her. Then can't you just refuse directly? Han Lingfeng looked questioning. Directly refuse? Yi Kunlun thought about it and decided, well, just refuse directly. I believe that with the third young master's broad mind and tolerance, he should not bear a grudge. Okay, I will reject him, don't worry. Yi Kunlun comforted softly. Now, are you still afraid? A smile gradually appeared on Han Lingfeng's face. He was really a child who could not hide his secrets. His joy, anger, sorrow and happiness were all shown on his face. Of course I'm scared. Han Lingfeng said cheerfully, it's because you, President Yi, are so charming that I have to be on guard all the time against someone snatching you away. Little guy. Yi Kunlun stretched out her hand and scratched the tip of his nose. Okay, get out of the car quickly. You can't park on the side of the road for too long. The traffic police will come to issue a ticket soon. Then kiss me. Han Lingfeng turned his face away. Yi Kunlun was shy. Oh, stop it. Then let me kiss you. Han Lingfeng said, and gave her a kiss on the face. Yi Kunlun shuddered. There was really nothing he could do. Han Lingfeng had a smug look on his face. He smiled triumphantly at her and opened the car door. I'm leaving now. I'll wait for you at the villa tonight. This brat, Yi Kunlun blushed, and then continued to drive towards the company in front. Chapter 54 Rejection. Yi Kunlun pushed open the door of the reception room and saw Shinshen sitting on the sofa waiting for her. He was waiting while looking at the time on his hand. For a busy man like him, every minute and every second was so precious. He had been waiting for Yi Kunlun here for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, he could do a lot of things and make a lot of money. Only Yi Kunlun dared to let him spend time waiting like this. Yi Kunlun calmed herself down and walked towards Shinshen. She had made up her mind to reject him. Miss Yi. Shinshen, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up hurriedly, giving people the feeling of being flustered but not confused, hot but not intense. Please take a seat, third young master. Yi Kunlun walked over quickly and politely invited him to take a seat. Shinshen sat down again in the same position as before, looked at Yi Kunlun's delicate face with admiration, and calmed himself down before speaking. Ms. Yi, I had something urgent to do yesterday and left in a hurry. I am very sorry for that. As for what the urgent matter was, he didn't say. He hurriedly took out the diamond ring from yesterday from his arms and said, I want to continue to propose to you. I wonder if Miss Yi is willing to marry me. Shinshen held the diamond ring in front of Yi Kunlun. Today, he did not kneel on one leg. Instead, he looked down at her. Perhaps in his heart, Yi Kunlun had no reason, or no qualifications, or the courage for him to refuse. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Kunlun rejected him so easily. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I think I can only let you down. Ha? Shinshen couldn't believe that he was rejected by her. He even wondered if he had heard it wrongly. But Yi Kunlun's serious expression told him that he had not heard wrong. Shinshen showed an awkward smile on his face. I was abrupt. I'm sorry. Yi Kunlun felt deeply sorry, then she stood up and walked towards her desk. Shen Shen's thoughts were still in frustration. He had never chased a woman before. It was always the women who took the initiative to chase him. Yi Kunlun was the first woman he pursued. But he was rejected by her. Shen Shen couldn't figure it out. Was he not good enough? Was he not excellent enough? Was he not high enough? Why did she reject him? Before he could figure out the problem, Yi Kunlun came over with a bag, which she had obviously just taken out of the desk drawer. Here are your clothes. Yi Kunlun handed the bag to Shen Shen. Last year. Thank you so much. I have always wanted to find a chance to return the clothes to you, but... Oh. Shen Shen came back to his senses. He took the bag in a daze and took a look inside the bag. It was the white suit that he took off and put on Yi Kunlun at the business meeting last year. At that banquet, he was attracted to Yi Kunlun the first time he saw her. She was so beautiful and so elegant. As the third young master of the Shen family, he had seen countless beauties, but it was the first time he had seen a woman as beautiful as Yi Kunlun, who was so low-key, luxurious, and profound. She was like a blue enchantress, hidden, but able to shock people's souls. Unfortunately, she was already married at that time, so he did not pursue her. But not long ago, something unexpected happened at her wedding. The young master of the Fong family was actually having an affair with her cousin. This scandal was exposed nakedly at their wedding. When he saw this incident on the internet, he felt gloating from the bottom of his heart. How stupid that young master of the Fong family was. He didn't know how to cherish such a good woman, and he even cheated on her, and cheated on her cousin. Their marriage is destined not to continue. So, he finally had his chance. He turned down an important business opportunity and came to South City just to express his feelings to her. He couldn't wait to propose to her. He thought she wouldn't refuse because he was the third young master of the Shen family. Countless women wanted to marry him. He felt that he was a sure thing, and it would be effortless. But what did she say to him just now? She actually refused. Why would she refuse? There is no reason. He is such a good man, which woman would be willing to refuse him, unless she has a lump in her head? But Yi Kunlun clearly had no problem with her brain, so the only explanation was that she was pretending to be reserved and playing hard to get. Yes, women are like that, they like to pretend to be reserved, and he allows her to pretend to be reserved and tolerates her pretending to be reserved. Who makes her Yi Kunlun? He would not expose her false mask of nobleness, and he had the patience to play this cat and mouse game with her. He looked at Yi Kunlun with a knowing look, with a gentle and playful smile on his face, and said, "Then I'll leave first. I'll come to see you another day." Having said that, he walked away. Another day? Yi Kunlun looked up at the hurriedly leaving figure and frowned. Was what Mr. Shen said just now just a polite remark, or was there something else behind it? Did he not want to give up? Hopefully it won't be the latter. But no matter what, she had just rejected Mr. Shen and returned the suit to him. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ling Feng won't be jealous this time, right? Just as she was thinking about Chow 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 arriving, her cell phone rang. It was Han Lingfeng calling. She hurriedly picked up the phone. A tentative voice came from the other end. Has that person left? He clearly didn't want to mention the name of the third young master of the Shen family. Yi Kunlun wanted to tease him. Which one? It's the third young master of the Shen family. Has he left? The other end asked. Just left. What happened? Did you reject him then? The voice on the other end became nervous. Well. She continued to tease him in a mysterious way. Didn't you refuse? The voice on the other end became more nervous, and she could even hear his heavy breathing through the phone. Well. She continued to tease him. I knew you wouldn't refuse, I knew it. The voice on the other end began to tremble. He is so outstanding, he is so handsome, and his family background is so good, how could you bear to refuse? You can't wait to marry into the Shen family. He roared at the voice behind him. Yi Kunlun frowned. What was this little brat talking about? She was eager to marry into the Shen family. Why did this sound so awkward? She was just about to teach him a lesson, but there was a beep sound from the other end of the phone, and he actually hung up on her. He was really getting more and more outrageous. He actually dared to hang up on her. So far, no one had dared to hang up on her. But then again, did she just win big? I didn't expect him to be so stingy that he couldn't even take a joke. Thinking calmly, he was too sensitive. Why was his nerves so sensitive and fragile? He was such a fragile child, so fragile that it made people feel distressed. But why didn't he understand her? Why did he think she wouldn't reject Mr. Shen? Just because Mr. Shen was excellent, handsome, and had a good family background, should she marry him? Perhaps according to normal people's thinking, they should think so. After all, Mr. Shen is indeed one of the best men in the country, and any woman should be willing to marry him. But it is undeniable that what Mr. Shen brought to her was not the throbbing of her heart, but only a sense of depression. She didn't like that kind of depression. Life was tiring enough, and she shouldn't bear that kind of burden in her relationship. She wanted to feel relaxed and happy, and Han Lingfeng could relax her tense nerves. He could bring her happiness and excitement. That was enough, wasn't it? Lingfeng, you little fool, you are very important to me, do you know that? How can Shen Sanchao compare with you? She picked up her phone and called Han Lingfeng. She wanted to comfort her easily hurt heart. Chapter 55, A Descending Guanyin Bodhisattva. Han Lingfeng's phone rang for a long time before he picked up the call. Hello? Yi Kunlin's voice on the other end was very gentle. Why did you hang up on me just now? I hadn't even finished what I was saying. What else do you want to say? Isn't it obvious? You didn't reject him, which means you want to marry him. Han Lingfeng's mood changed from anger to sadness, and then from sadness to enlightenment. I understand you, Kunlin, I really understand, I won't blame you, after all, he is so outstanding. Silence on the other end. To be honest, I feel from the bottom of my heart that you two are a perfect match, and I believe everyone will feel so. He really felt so from the bottom of his heart. At least he is much better than Fang Bo. You shouldn't miss such a good candidate. As he spoke, Han Lingfeng became more and more enlightened, like a great Madonna. I won't blame you. I will bless you from the bottom of my heart. After all, seeing you become better is more important than anything else. Your happiness is more important than anything else. My greatest wish in this life is to hope that you can be happy. Kunlin. Yi Kunlin on the other end of the line felt her heart twitch in pain as she heard him say these words, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes unknowingly. What's going on? She has become sentimental recently. She has never been a person who cries easily, but why can he always make her cry? It was shameful for her to shed tears, and even though she was the only one in the office and no one could see her crying, she quickly held back her tears. Pouring a layer of strong concrete on her sentimental heart, she coughed dryly, moistened her sore throat, and said, Who said I didn't reject him? I rejected him, and I also returned the suit to him. Do you understand, little idiot? Han Lingfeng immediately shouted happily, Really? Kunlin, did you really reject him? Did you really reject the third young master of the Shen family? Is this true? You didn't lie to me, did you? Yes, I lied to you. She pretended to be angry. The dark cloud that had been hanging over his head disappeared, and Han Lingfeng burst into laughter. No, I know you didn't lie to me. Her voice also became extremely gentle. Kunlin, you are so kind. You actually rejected such a high-quality man for me. This shows that you love me, right? You love me very much, don't you? Don't be so conceited. I'm not doing this because of you, and I don't love you that much either. She immediately poured another box of cold water on his head to dampen his swollen heart. Kunlin. Han Lingfeng stomped his feet in anger, as if his heart was about to shake out of his body, and the word Lin dragged out a long trembling sound in his throat. Okay, why do you look so much like a girl? I feel like I'm a lesbian, said the person on the other end of the phone. What? You said I looked like a girl? Han Lingfeng immediately showed his manliness. Tonight I'll let you experience what it means to be a man. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for 2 seconds, and then a voice came, Go away. Han Lingfeng felt warm in his heart, and said softly into the phone, Wife, can you come directly to Longtan Villa after get off work? What are you doing here? The person on the other end of the phone pretended to be cool. Of course I'm here to do what I want to do. Han Lingfeng acted like a pervert. Get lost. Another get lost came from the other end of the line. Okay, I won't joke around anymore. Han Lingfeng was afraid of making her angry, so he quickly became serious. Seriously, come over after get off work, I'll make you something delicious. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, the man said, Are you trying to tempt me with food? If you think so, then so be it. Han Lingfeng said with a smile. The other end was silent for a few seconds, and then pretended to be arrogant. I am very picky about food. I'll try my best to make it look good, smell good, and satisfy you. Han Lingfeng lowered his posture, like a little dog trying to please his master. Then I'll think about it. The person on the other end of the phone said arrogantly and then hung up. Her consider it clearly meant she agreed. Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly, and a wise saying popped up in his mind: if you want to capture her heart, you must first capture her stomach. This wise saying applies to both men and women, especially when dealing with a president who was extremely busy at work. As a lover, you must learn to protect her stomach, take good care of her life, and warm her heart. Although Han Lingfeng is only 20 years old, he deeply understands one truth: if you don't love your woman, there will be other men who will do it for you. He will never give other men the opportunity to take advantage of him. The appearance of young Master Shen deepened his sense of crisis. He can't sit back and relax just because Kunlun rejected Mr. Shen. Kunlun's love for him is not very stable at the moment. At least she has not agreed to marry him, and at least she dare not let him appear in the public eye. He wants to be with Kunlun for the rest of his life, so he has to work hard and be careful. Master, are you finally cheering up? The system's voice suddenly came to my ears. The system is now flexible again. It seems that the system will only help positive, optimistic, and motivated people. Congratulations, Master, you are getting better and better at understanding what love is. The system rewards you with 10 billion. 10 billion was immediately deposited into the card, and now the balance on the card has reached 30 billion. Master, you have so much money in your card now, don't you plan to do something? The system prompted. Then what should I do? Han Lingfeng asked himself. I think the master can do something for Missy to make her feel that you are a man she can rely on. You're right. Han Lingfeng nodded, but what should I do for her? Please wait a moment, let me search for your love information. Han Lingfeng waited quietly for a while, and the system responded in his ear. Your main task now is to continue to warm Miss Yi's heart. Miss Yi is actually a person who needs a lot of love, just like you. It's just that she hides this need. Miss Yi lives a very tiring life. Miss Yi looks cold and arrogant on the surface, but in fact she has very rich emotions. Once the door to her heart is completely opened, then there will be a constant flow of passion and love. You will be nourished by her, and she will make you the happiest man in the world. Master, don't you want to see Miss Yi loving you to the point of madness? Yes, of course I do. I dream about it. Han Lingfeng said excitedly, and then he felt guilty. I just feel that I am too greedy. No, Master, when two hearts love each other and resonate with each other, no matter how much greed there is, it is not greed only when one party does not love and the other party insists on forcing it, that is greed. I understand, thank you. Han Lingfeng bowed reverently to the air. Master, you don't need to thank me. You should thank yourself. Only when you understand the truth of love, can you know how to love others? Han Lingfeng nodded at the air. Okay, Master, have you thought about what you are going to do for Miss Yi next? I want to make her a nutritious and hearty dinner first, and then. Then do as you wish, I believe the Master will do a good job. And you will also get more rewards from the love system. Han Lingfeng first went to the market to buy ingredients, and then began to prepare dinner. During this time, he cleaned the house and replaced the bed sheets with new ones, choosing the best fabrics because he wanted Kunlun to sleep in a comfortable bed. He also bought pajamas for her. He hoped that when she returned home, she could take off her business suit, put on comfortable pajamas, and walk around the house freely. He also prepared slippers, toothbrushes, towels, and bath towels. They haven't gotten married yet. But he can't wait to do everything a good husband should do. Regardless of all that, he just wanted to love her and cherish every moment with her. He wanted her to feel that the time she spent with him was not a waste of feelings in life, but that she deserved it all. 6 o'clock in the evening is Kunlun's time to get off work. It takes about 40 minutes to drive from her company to Lontan Villa. He took advantage of this time to start cooking. At 6:40, all the food was served. He looked outside the villa door. Kunlun had not arrived yet. He sat on the sofa and waited. After a while, Kunlun still didn't come. He turned his head and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 6:45. Wait a little longer. It's 6:50 and she hasn't arrived yet. It doesn't make sense. She should have been here. Is there a traffic jam? It's 7 o'clock and Kunlun still hasn't come. He was anxious, but no one answered the phone. What happened to her? Is she not coming? Was she delayed by work? Why didn't she answer the phone? Oh my! Did she have a car accident? Han Lingfeng couldn't sit still anymore, she wanted to go out and look for. Just then, she saw Kunlun coming. She was wearing a white professional women's suit, carrying a bag in her hand, and wearing high heels. She walked in from the door with brisk steps. The light of the setting sun shone on her, making her look like a Guanyin bodhisattva descending to earth. Chapter 56 Communication. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng rushed over and hugged Yi Kunlun tightly. Yi Kunlun was stunned. What's wrong? I miss you. Han Lingfeng said. Yi Kunlun was stunned again, then touched his head with her hand and said softly, I'm here, aren't I? Why did you come back so late? Han Lingfeng pouted like a child, looking aggrieved. I was waiting so anxiously, the food was almost cold. And since you hadn't come for so long, I thought something bad had happened to you, and was just about to go out to look for you. I thought you had a car accident. As he spoke, the child was about to cry. Car accident? He has a very developed imagination. However, seeing how worried he was about her, Yi Kunlun's heart became extremely peaceful and gentle. It turned out that there was someone in this world who cared about her so much. She stroked Han Lingfeng's face gently and said in an extremely gentle voice, Silly boy, you always like to let your imagination run wild. I was just a few minutes late from get off work, and you see what you were thinking about. Then why didn't you answer the phone? I called you many times. Han Lingfeng still felt aggrieved. Oh? Really? I was driving and didn't hear it. The phone is in my bag. Yi Kunlun hurriedly took out her mobile phone from her bag. Because during the meeting today, she had set her phone to silent mode and forgot to switch it back. There were more than 20 missed calls on the phone. Except for 5 work calls, the other 15 were all from Han Lingfeng. In just a short while, he became so anxious. Did he really miss her to this extent? Yi Kunlun reached out and hugged Han Lingfeng, her heart filled with worries. She was afraid that she could not give him a future, and she was afraid that one day in the future, she would hurt him. Okay, let's come over and eat quickly, otherwise the food will get cold. Han Lingfeng pulled her towards the restaurant. Looking at the dishes on the table, Yi Kunlun was shocked. Did he prepare a manhwa banquet? How could he finish all the dishes? Yi Kunlun glanced at him and said, Don't you think it's a waste of food to make so much? Han Lingfeng was a little embarrassed, because I don't know what you like to eat, so I made a little bit of everything, thinking that this way, there will always be one thing you like. So that's how it is. Yi Kunlun felt warm in her heart, and said softly, I'm not picky about food, don't cook so much next time. After a 2-second pause, she added, After all, cooking is so hard. Are you afraid that I'll be tired? Ha? Han Lingfeng hugged her and asked happily. The hot breath he exhaled kept hitting her face and neck. It made her feel hot all over. She was still wearing her business suit, and her body was so tense that it seemed as if the clothes were about to burst, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Okay, let's eat. She quickly pushed Han Lingfeng away, ending the ambiguous atmosphere. I'll make you some soup. Han Lingfeng quickly took the bowl and poured a bowl of fragrant chicken soup in front of her. Drink a bowl of soup before dinner to warm your stomach. She picked up the bowl of chicken soup and sniffed it. It smelled good. Not sure how it would taste, she brought the bowl to her lips and began to taste his masterpiece. He looked at her with expectant eyes, like a student waiting for praise from his teacher. After she finished the whole bowl of soup, he hurriedly asked, How is it? Does it taste good? Is it delicious? She pursed her lips, clearly looking unsatisfied, but said calmly, It's okay. Ha? Just okay? I spent the whole afternoon stewing this chicken soup, adding 18 kinds of medicinal herbs and spices. This is a palace recipe, specially used by Empress Dowager Cixi. The little man was clearly not satisfied with the rating she gave him. When he said it was used exclusively by the Empress Dowager Cixi, Yi Kunlun couldn't help but smile. How do you know this? Where did you learn it from? Online. The little man became excited. There is a master chef who teaches cooking courses online. He used to be a state banquet chef. He has participated in cooking for many large occasions and entertained many foreign guests. I think he is really good, so I signed up for his online class. Yi Kunlun looked at the little man with a pair of calm eyes. Although Ling Feng was young, he was not as lazy and childish as his peers in life. Except that he was as sensitive and fragile as a child in emotions, he was like a mature man in other aspects. Besides learning how to cook, what else have you learned? Yi Kunlun asked in an exploratory way. She already wanted to take the time to get to know him. Painting, piano, photography, tea art, brewing coffee, red wine. Han Lingfeng listed them one by one. Yi Kunlun was stunned. So many? And reading. Han Lingfeng said enthusiastically. Why do you want to learn these? Yi Kunlun asked. Han Lingfeng smiled sweetly, to match you. Yi Kunlun was stunned. Who made me fall in love with such an outstanding person? Han Lingfeng looked at her with affectionate eyes and reached out to hold her hand. Kunlun, I know I am not worthy of you, but I will work hard. Sooner or later, I will catch up with you and reach the same height as you. Yi Kunlun felt a pang in her heart, and at the same time something wanted to come out of her eyes, but she forced herself to let it flow back. She shook Han Lingfeng's hand and continued to ask, so what books have you read? Philosophy, politics, economics, literature, and history, that's all for now. Han Lingfeng looked a little ashamed, feeling that he had not read enough. Yi Kunlun was stunned again. She really didn't expect that he would read these. Can you understand those books? She asked. Han Lingfeng was a little worried. I understand some of it, but not others. But he immediately became excited, but for the ones I don't understand, I will use AI to look them up. You also know how to use AI? Yi Kunlun was surprised. AI is a new industry, and he even knows this? Of course I know. The little man was very proud. I knew about it when AI first came out. I even downloaded ChatGPT by climbing over the firewall. You also know how to climb over the wall? Yi Kunlun was surprised again. He. Han Lingfeng smiled modestly, but my English is not good. When I go out to browse the internet, I have to use the web page translation. It's quite troublesome. If only I could pass the 8th level of English like you. You don't have to compare yourself with me. Yi Kunlun lowered her eyes. Her excellence was the result of a good education since childhood and the strict teachings of her grandmother. As for Lingfeng, he has learned so much since he was a child, just based on his own initiative, which is already amazing. Yi Kunlun looked at him with a loving look. Lingfeng, you don't have to work so hard. No. Han Lingfeng was very firm. If I don't work hard, how can I be worthy of you? Do you really have to be worthy of me? Yi Kunlun lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eyes. Of course, because I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Han Lingfeng said with infinite longing. For a lifetime? Yi Kunlun's heart trembled. He actually wanted to be with her for a lifetime. But Yi Kunlun raised her head and looked at Han Lingfeng uneasily, and said cautiously, Lingfeng, don't you think a lifetime is too far away? Is it far away? Han Lingfeng really didn't think so. Then he looked at Yi Kunlun with a heavy gaze. Kunlun, don't you want to be with me forever? Yi Kunlun didn't dare to look at him. She was panicked and confused. After struggling for a while, she said, Lingfeng, I don't think we should think so far ahead. No one knows what will happen in the future. I think we should just take care of the present. Han Lingfeng's eyes were covered with disappointment. He looked at Yi Kunlun silently for a few times, but soon, he regained his sunshine. It's okay, Kunlun, it's true that I thought too far ahead. We should cherish the present and shouldn't think too much, right? Yi Kunlun felt a little relieved, raised her head and gave him a smile. Kunlun, eat quickly. I'll give you a massage after you finish. Han Lingfeng quickly put a piece of sweet and sour fish into her bowl. Chapter 57 The Edge of Love and Pain. After dinner, Yi Kunlun had to clean up the dishes. Han Lingfeng hurriedly grabbed it and said, Let me do it. You go and have a rest. She had worked all day and it was already tiring enough. Yi Kunlun stood there in a daze. In fact, it was quite hard for him to cook so many dishes. But when she saw Han Lingfeng washing dishes in the kitchen, she found him very charming. In fact, she has never been good at doing housework, because there have been servants at home to do these things since she was a child, and she has never done any housework. And she hated doing these things, she hated the greasy things in the kitchen. Even if there was no nanny to cook, she would rather order takeout than touch those pots and pans. Now, she feels very happy that there is a man who does these things for her. The feeling of a man doing it is different from that of a nanny. But she still felt that Lingfeng was working too hard and he shouldn't spend his precious time doing these things. Ling Feng. She called him. "Whom?" Han Lingfeng turned around and looked at her. "I'll hire a nanny for you," she said. "Hire him a nanny?" Han Lingfeng smiled. If he wanted a nanny, he would pay for one himself. He had plenty of money anyway. The reason why he doesn't want a nanny is because he doesn't want a stranger in his home. He is not used to having strangers participating in his living space. But he was still very happy that Kunlun said so, because it showed that Kunlun didn't want him to work hard and she felt sorry for him. "Are you feeling sorry for me?" A big smile appeared on his face. He was the kind of person who couldn't hide things in his heart. He would say whatever he thought. Seeing his mean look, Yi Kunlun felt very disappointed. "Who feels sorry for you?" Yi Kunlun said coldly, turned and left the kitchen door. "You say no, but you're obviously heartbroken." Han Lingfeng muttered, then put the washed dishes into the cupboard one by one. Then he took off his apron and came to the living room, but Yi Kunlun was nowhere to be seen. Where are the people? The bag is still on the sofa, proving that the person has not left. So she went to the bathroom? He sat on the sofa and waited for a long time, but Yi Kunlun didn't come. It couldn't be that slow to go to the toilet, so he walked over to the bathroom on the first floor to check, but she wasn't there. He went up to the bathroom on the second floor to check, but she wasn't there either. Where did she go? The bedroom? The study? He opened the bedroom door and she was not there either. Then he walked to the study room. The door was not closed. He walked to the door and saw Yi Kunlun standing in front of the bookshelf, reading a book called Investment. He bought the book online last week. He only read a dozen pages because it was too difficult and he couldn't understand it at all. He planned to give up for the time being and read it after he finished learning the basics of economics. Kunlun held a glass of boiled water in her hand and drank as she watched. She was so absorbed in her reading that she didn't notice him standing at the door. Kunlun looks very beautiful when she reads. She is beautiful to begin with, and now she has an even more intellectual beauty. Han Lingfeng was fascinated by the scene and wondered in his heart how such a beautiful woman could exist in the world. It was even more difficult for him to believe how such a beautiful woman could become his woman. Is this a dream? He was afraid that this was a dream and he would wake up one day. If this is really a dream, then I will never wake up. God bless you. Kunlun seemed to sense his presence. She turned her head and her warm eyes met his. She was stunned. Han Lingfeng walked towards her slowly, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. He walked right up to her, and her eyes never left him. He stopped in front of her and reached out to touch her face. Her face was so flawless, her skin was so white, smooth and delicate like a baby's. He looked at her with emotion, and murmured a trembling voice, "Kunlun." She pinched his slender hand, placed it on her lips and kissed it gently, then placed his hand on her face, neck, and below her neck. Then she slowly closed her eyes, feeling the tingling and numbing pleasure like an electric shock coming from her body. Han Lingfeng followed her instructions and became suffocated. He unbuttoned her shirt one by one and his hot lips fell on her fair neck. She shuddered and hugged his head tightly. They are in the study. And then in the bathroom. And then in the bedroom. Lingfeng's skills have improved a lot. She guessed that he must have been watching movies and learning at home alone while she was at work. He knows more than she does. Even though she is much older than him, she doesn't have the time to learn these things. Lingfeng did a really good job, she could feel his seriousness and his full effort. She felt like she was about to die. She was held tightly by him, with no way to escape. "Bad guy, why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me?" She pinched Han Lingfeng's back hard, wishing she could tear him to pieces, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She was conquered by him, completely conquered by him, she loved him so much. She was also so afraid that she would never be able to leave him again. "Lingfeng, do you love me? Do you really love me?" This time she asked while holding his face. I love you very much." Han Lingfeng answered firmly and affirmatively. "Will you always love me?" "Ha? Will you always love me?" she asked repeatedly in hesitation. He suddenly fell silent. "Ha? Can you?" Yi Kunlun asked anxiously, with more fear in his eyes. "I don't know." Han Lingfeng's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. "What? You don't know? It seemed as if something was shattering in Yi Kunlun's eyes, as if her whole body was about to shatter. Han Lingfeng understood her uneasiness and stopped teasing her. Instead, he held her face and said firmly and confidently, "Do you even need to ask? Can't you feel how much I love you?" She could feel it, she was just afraid it was an illusion. "Of course I will always love you." Han Lingfeng was as gentle as water. Even if the sky collapses, the earth cracks, the sun loses its light, the moon goes out, and the universe disappears, my love for you will not change. How do you know? Yi Kunlun couldn't believe that he would be so firm. After all, people's hearts are fickle. I just know. Han Lingfeng was still so gentle and patient, because I know who I am and what kind of heart I have. I know myself very well, because once I fall in love with something, I will never change. I am such a stubborn person. Really? Yi Kunlun hugged him in her arms, tears welling up in her eyes. He is like me. I am also a stubborn person. I don't like things easily, but once I like something, I can't stop. For so many years, she didn't dare to love anyone because she knew herself too well. Once she gave her true heart, it would be out of control. This was her fatal weakness. Over the years, she has installed a protective shield on her heart to protect this weakness well. But Ling Feng was breaking her protective shield bit by bit. She was afraid that one day this would lead to an injury, and that injury would most likely be something she could not bear. Suddenly, Yi Kunlun shuddered, as if he was awakened from a dream. No! Reason told her that she should stop, she couldn't let it develop, she should cut the emotional ties, she couldn't be stuck in the quagmire of emotions like this, sinking deeper and deeper until she was destroyed. Impossible! She suddenly pushed Han Lingfeng away. Han Lingfeng was stunned by this sudden change. He was silent for several seconds before he asked tremblingly, Kunlun, what's wrong with you?" Yi Kunlun's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, as if Han Lingfeng was her enemy. She stared at Han Lingfeng with cold and resolute eyes. "Kunlun, you..." Han Lingfeng's face turned pale. "Han Lingfeng, let's stop here," she said in an extremely cold tone. "What did you say?" Han Lingfeng's pupils gradually dilated, obviously he couldn't believe it. "I say, let's stop here." Yi Kunlun raised his voice, his tone extremely cold. Why? Han Lingfeng still couldn't believe it. Yi Kunlun narrowed his eyes, "Because I'm tired of you?" "What?" Han Lingfeng couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of the woman in front of him. "Because you are just a plaything to me." Yi Kunlun continued to hurt. "Don't forget, I am the president of the Yi Group. Do you think I will really be with a little man like you? Don't dream. There's no way I can stay with you forever. Now I'm tired of playing, let's just call it a day and part ways in peace." Yi Kunlun said this, got out of bed, put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Swish! Suddenly, Han Lingfeng grabbed her wrist. His eyes were filled with something intense and extremely complex, and it was hard to tell whether it was anger or sadness. His body was shaking like a sieve. Chapter 58, Harder Than Heart. "Kunlun, what did you mean by what you said just now?" Han Lingfeng grabbed Yi Kunlun's wrist tightly. He still couldn't believe what she had just said. "Don't you understand?" Yi Kunlun raised her voice, "I said I'm tired of you." "Why?" "Kunlun." The little man's eyes were full of confusion and hesitation. "Is it because I didn't do it well just now?" He was referring to the intimate moment they had just had. He thought she was angry because he didn't make her feel comfortable. How could he think like that? Yi Kunlun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She even wanted to laugh, but she really couldn't. Moreover, she felt that this was an opportunity to force him to give up. She raised her chin high, deliberately showing sarcasm on her face, and said, "That's right, because you are too young, inexperienced, and have poor skills, and you didn't serve me well at all." "Yi Kunlun, what on earth are you talking about?" Something in Han Lingfeng's eyes kept breaking, and his face turned extremely pale. Yi Kunlun continued to attack, "I play with you to relax and enjoy, not to seek punishment. Not only can you not satisfy my needs, but you also make me very irritated. Doing it with you feels like suffering, which makes me very unhappy." Han Lingfeng's face turned red and white. Yi Kunlun continued to use his deadly weapon, "Your thing is too small. It makes me feel like a ridiculous toy. It's so boring. Oh my god. Yi Kunlun, you must be so cruel." The little man was completely shattered, and his tightly clenched hands slowly loosened. No man could withstand such humiliation. She had severely hurt his self-esteem. He looked dumbfounded and disheartened. Yi Kunlun felt a pain in her heart as if it were being stabbed by needles, but she did not show her emotions. And she firmly believed in her heart that what she did was right. Only in this way would he give up. And I can finally pull myself out of the quagmire of love, continue to close the country to the outside world, and continue to live a peaceful life. She turned around and left without any regrets. Yi Kunlun thought that from then on she and that little man would have nothing to do with each other anymore. She thought that she could continue to live a peaceful life as before. But she was wrong. She didn't expect that she would miss him so much on the first day of their separation. She told herself that this was just a temporary discomfort and she would get used to it gradually. But 3 days later, she still hadn't gotten used to it and still missed him so much. It seemed that habit was a terrible thing. But she would persevere. In no more than a week, she would forget the little man, she felt confidently. But she was still wrong, her longing for the little man became stronger and stronger. Now, she couldn't do anything, her thoughts kept revolving around the little man, and she couldn't concentrate on doing anything, which caused the documents on her desk to pile up. This has seriously affected her work and she is going crazy. Secretary Chen, who came in with new documents for her signature, saw the pile of documents on the desk and looked puzzled. Boss Yi, what happened to you these days? Are you feeling unwell? Ms. Yi never slacks off at work, she always regards her work as her life. But these few days. Secretary Chen. Yi Kunlun's eyes were filled with fatigue and haggardness. Mr. Yi, do you have anything to say to me? Secretary Chen looked at her with concern. Yi Kunlun looked as if he couldn't speak. Kunlun. Secretary Chen changed the address. Is there anything we can't communicate about? Yes. Secretary Chen knew everything about her. No one knew her better than Secretary Chen. What could she not tell him? Chen, I seem to be attracted to that kid. Yi Kunlun's eyes revealed panic that could not be hidden. He makes me uneasy. Are you talking about Han Lingfeng? I thought you had been attracted to him a long time ago. Why are you asking such a question now? Secretary Chen really didn't understand. It's love. Yi Kunlun changed her words. I feel like I'm in love with him. I thought you had fallen in love with him a long time ago. What? Are you still not sure? Secretary Chen was extremely surprised. She thought that she had fallen in love with Feng Bo at their wedding, so she did everything she could to help their relationship, exposing Feng Bo and Zhang Huanyue's scandal at the wedding, which brought her own death. Unexpectedly, she still hasn't figured out whether she loves him or not. Yi Kunlun, I really admire you. Secretary Chen was a little angry. Is love so difficult for you? I really feel sorry for that child. His passion was just wasted. Okay, stop making fun of me. Yi Kunlun was already annoyed enough. You don't understand. What don't you understand? Secretary Chen asked. Don't I understand? You just can't face your feelings because you are afraid. It's because you are afraid that you might miss your true love in vain. The right one? Yi Kunlun screamed. She actually said that the little man was her right one. Secretary Chen, I thought I was already confused enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more confused than me. Are you confused? Mr. Yi. Secretary Chen questioned, how am I confused? That kid is 10 years younger than me. There is a 10-year age difference between us. Yi Kunlun shouted. Oh. Secretary Chen shook his head and laughed. I didn't expect you to be so emotionally narrow-minded. What's wrong with being 10 years younger? Is age a problem? As long as the feeling is right, what does it matter if you're 30 years younger, let alone 10 years younger? Age is never an obstacle. An 80-year-old grandmother can still fall in love with a 30-year-old boy. What's wrong with that? Chun. Yi Kunlun said seriously, I know you studied abroad for 8 years. You are more Western in terms of emotions, but this is Eastern. There are huge differences in culture and secular concepts. When two people fall in love, it is not enough to just love each other. There are many factors to consider. Secretary Chen looked at Yi Kunlun with a strange look for a few seconds, and said, I can't communicate with you on the matter of feelings. Conceptual issues cannot be resolved with a few words of advice. She couldn't figure it out herself, and arguing would only lead to conflicts. She stuffed the document into Yi Kunlun's hand and turned to leave. Yi Kunlun shook her head and smiled bitterly, how can age not be a problem? What's more, there are more problems than that. Thinking of her grandmother in Jianghuanyue, as well as the rumors spread by everyone, she was discouraged. Forget it. She shook her head. Why bother? It's just a man, just a relationship. Yi Kunlun, never take relationships seriously. She forced a layer of reinforced concrete into her heart, forcing herself to cut off all ties of love and friendship. She did it for a short time, and she put all her energy into her work and dealt with the mountains of documents. She worked at her desk for hours, but she didn't dare stop, because once she stopped, her thoughts would uncontrollably miss the little man. In order to keep herself energetic and able to work continuously, she asked someone to make her black coffee, one cup after another. This was already the fifth cup. Secretary Chen saw the assistant carrying coffee to the president's office again, so he stopped her and said, "Let me do it. You can go home now." "Thank you." The assistant handed the coffee to Secretary Chen with both hands as if relieved. Secretary Chen held the coffee, opened the door of the CEO's office, and walked in. Chapter 59. She is torturing herself. Secretary Chen walked in with coffee. Looking at Yi Kunlun working at her desk, Secretary Chen felt a pang of pity in his heart. Hearing the footsteps, Yi Kunlun did not look up, but stretched out his hand. "Coffee." Secretary Chen did not hand her the coffee. Before the coffee came, Yi Kunlun frowned and looked up. Seeing that it was Secretary Chen instead of the assistant, she was stunned. "Why is it you? You haven't finished get off work yet? Have you ever seen the secretary leave work before the boss?" Secretary Chen said sarcastically. Yi Kunlun glanced at her and said, "You can go home first and don't worry about me." Secretary Chen sighed, "If I don't care about you, the president of our Yi group will kill himself." Secretary Chen said as he slowly poured the coffee into the trash can. There was a thin stream of water, like a provocation. "Hey!" Yi Kunlun frowned, "That's top-grade geisha. One cup costs several thousand. Are you wasting it like this? If you are worried about spending these thousands of dollars, you can deduct it from my next month's salary." "But Mr. Yi." Secretary Chen put the empty cup heavily on Yi Kunlun's desk. "You have already drunk 4 cups of coffee, all of which were strong black coffee. Are you going to drink yourself to death?" Yi Kunlun lowered his head and said nothing. Secretary Chen then snatched the pen from her hand and said as he helped her close the document, "You've been working for more than 10 hours without a break. Even if you're a machine, you shouldn't be so worn out, right?" "I'm not tired," Yi Kunlun said, and was about to open the document again, apparently to continue working. "Mr. Yi." Secretary Chen frowned. "Go back and rest, don't worry about me." Yi Kunlun looked up at her indifferently, then continued to work. Secretary Chen sighed deeply. She knew Ms. Yi's temper. She was as stubborn as a bull. But what will happen if this continues? It was already daybreak outside the window. She had been working all night without sleep, and there was no sign of her stopping. The pile of documents on the desk had been processed by her until there was very little left. She had done several times more work than usual. But she had to continue. She asked her colleagues who came on the early shift to bring the previous financial statements. Although she had already read those financial statements, she said she wanted to check them again. Secretary Chen knew that she was forcing herself not to think or miss it. Tears rolled down Secretary Chen's eyes. "Kunlun, why do you torture yourself like this?" She wanted to call Han Lingfeng, but she knew Kunlun would be angry. Only she can figure this matter out, because only she can understand her own heart. How could she see her true nature without going through a lot of pain and torture? The cell phone on the desk suddenly rang. Yi Kunlun raised his dizzy head. After working continuously all night, his nerves were extremely tired. It seemed that he was really old, not as good as he was a few years ago. She pressed her temples to relax her nerves a little before answering the phone. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Why is there a strange number calling? It's probably a scam. She was too lazy to answer and just hung up. But the number called again soon. Fraudulent calls would not be made repeatedly, maybe someone has something urgent to ask her. She picked up the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "Excuse me, are you Han Lingfeng's family member?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Family member? She didn't know that the name of her number saved in Han Lingfeng's phone was the only family member. But the 3 words Han Lingfeng made her heart tremble violently. She had a strong, bad feeling. Ling? What happened to Ling Feng? She asked, holding her breath. He fainted. He was drinking in our KTV all night long and played perverted games with the ladies. The person who spoke on the other end had a tone that was unclear whether it was anger or ridicule. Miss? He actually went to a lady. What a perverted game. What a perverted game. The other end paused and continued. He took off his pants and let the ladies look at him one by one, and then asked them to give their opinions. He asked them whether his thing was big or not, and whether it was bigger or smaller than other men's. Then he would give 10,000 yuan to each person who made an evaluation. Enough! Yi Kunlun interrupted the other party. She couldn't listen anymore. She knew why he did it. She understood that what she had said deeply hurt his self-esteem, calling him small and saying that his thing was like a ridiculous toy. Yi Kunlun. How can you say that? How can you? Only then did she realize how serious a mistake she had made. Ling Feng? Ling Feng fainted. How could he faint? She asked loudly on the other end of the phone. Maybe he drank too much, I don't know. Anyway, he was sleeping very soundly and couldn't be woken up no matter how we called him. By the way, a lady saw him taking medicine and asked him what he took. He said it was medicine for headache, but it might not be a headache, that's my guess. Maybe it was sleeping pills or something like that. Anyway, he mixed it with wine and drank it. Otherwise, why couldn't he be woken up? The other party recounted the incident incoherently. Why not send him to the hospital? Before the other party could finish, Yi Kunlun's roar had already broken out of his body. Send him to the hospital immediately. If anything happens to him, I will destroy your KTV from now on. The other party was probably startled and was stunned for several seconds before reacting. He replied, okay, we'll send him to the hospital immediately. Fortunately, the first hospital is not far from us. Then the call was hung up. Yi Kunlun held the hung up phone in his hand, his head buzzing. Ling Feng, did Ling Feng take the medicine? Is he committing suicide? Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Yi Kunlun's heart was twitching. Thinking that the life might end here, Yi Kunlun felt his legs go weak and he almost fell off the office chair to the ground. She grabbed the edge of the desk tightly with both hands and used all her strength to get up from the ground. Her hands were shaking so badly. She staggered out the door, shouting as she ran, Secretary Chen. Prepare the car. Take me to the hospital. Secretary Chen rushed out of the secretarial office and saw President Yi staggering. She was pale, her legs and feet were shaking, and she was walking with her hands on the wall, as if she was about to fall down at any time. Ms. Yi must have had a sudden illness. If she continues to hold on like this, her body will collapse. Boss Yi. Secretary Chen rushed over to support Yi Kunlun and shouted to his colleagues who were looking out, hurry up and call downstairs and ask the driver to get the car ready. The colleague quickly returned to the office to make a phone call. Hurry up and get someone to carry it. Secretary Chen yelled again, emergency stretcher. Two male colleagues ran over quickly and supported Yi Kunlun together with Secretary Chen. The security guard who heard the news also rushed over with a stretcher. Yi Kunlun wanted to break free, but she didn't need to be carried on a stretcher. But they just placed her body on the stretcher, and then the stretcher quickly moved forward. Secretary Chen, tell them to go back and you can take me to the hospital. After getting in the car, Yi Kunlun instructed Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that Mr. Yi probably didn't want to delay everyone's work, and then turned around and shouted to everyone, everyone go back to work. I'll take Mr. Yi to the hospital. After saying that, Secretary Chen hurriedly sat in the driver's seat, held the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared forward like a beast. The colleagues who stayed where they were all in shock. I stared blankly at the car going away, praying in my heart that our president would not get seriously ill, otherwise the whole company. Chapter 60 Regret and Haste. Secretary Chen, Ling Feng took medicine. Yi Kunlun sobbed while leaning on the back seat of the car. Gotcha. The steering wheel in Secretary Chen's hand almost slipped and the car tilted to one side. Fortunately, she reacted in time and immediately straightened the car. You mean he committed suicide? Secretary Chen held his breath and asked this question with great difficulty. What have I done to him? Yi Kunlun covered her tear-soaked face, her body twitching from excessive sadness. She felt extremely regretful. Secretary Chen understood Mr. Yi's mood at the moment. She tried to calm herself and comforted him, "Don't worry too much. I believe Mr. Han will be fine." But Secretary Chen's comfort seemed to have no effect at all. Yi Kunlun is now completely trapped in deep guilt and self-blame and cannot extricate himself. How desperate must he be to do something like that? Thinking of Han Lingfeng going to KTV to find girls, taking off his pants for them to judge, and drinking the medicine mixed with alcohol, Yi Kunlun was in so much pain that she almost died. She wished she could kill herself. She kept sobbing, "Why did I do that to him? Why did I say those words to him? Why was I so cruel at that time? I clearly knew he was so fragile, and I clearly knew he valued me so much, but I still forced him to give up, and even hurt him with such words. Why didn't I think about the consequences at that time? I'm too selfish. I only thought about not getting hurt. I only thought about getting out of this situation and protecting myself, but I never thought about him. I'm too selfish." Yi Kunlun cried so hard that she collapsed in the back seat, as if she had lost half her life. Looking at her in the rearview mirror, Secretary Chen had never seen Ms. Yi in such pain because of anyone. She was in so much pain, which meant she was already trapped. And she was deeply trapped. She had been resisting love so much, but in the end, she could not escape the red string tied by Yu Lao. Secretary Chen now feels a little regretful. She regrets that she shouldn't have helped them in the first place, and regrets that she didn't remind them or dissuade them in time. Only at this moment did she understand that Kunlun was the kind of person who was difficult to pick up and let go of in love. It seemed that she still didn't understand her well enough. She is such a loyal person, she should have thought of it earlier, right? But at that time, she was only concerned about seeing Mr. Yi happy, but she ignored the fact that everything has two sides. When things reach the extreme, they will turn into the opposite. The happier you are, the sadder you will be. Secretary Chen felt very guilty at this moment, and even had a sense of guilt. She looked at the mirror and apologized to herself in her heart with a guilty conscience. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't stop you, but I became the one who pushed you into the abyss of love, but what should I do now? Mr. Yi, you have already loved, it's too late to withdraw, there is no other way except to accept it, you can only move forward bravely, please love boldly, I believe my vision is not wrong, that little man will not let you down, he will bring you the ultimate joy and happiness, and I just want to see you happy." With this in mind, Secretary Chen stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed of the car. She wanted to send her to meet her lover as quickly as possible and let them reconcile. In the hospital corridor, the KTV manager was already frightened out of his wits, and the ladies standing beside him were also frightened. Their rouge and powdered faces could not hide their panic. Who knows? This little guest who came to the KTV with a box of cash to have fun would faint in the private room and could not be woken up. If he died, would everyone be implicated? Thinking of the woman on the phone just now, she was the family member of this young guest. The tone of her voice was really terrifying. She said that if anything happened to him, the KTV would be destroyed. What kind of power did she have to dare to say such arrogant words? But her tone did not sound arrogant, but she really had such strength. Even through the phone, one could feel the sharpness of her tone, as sharp as a ruthless sword. The owner of the KTV also rushed over in a hurry, because he had just called his boss and told him that someone was going to die, and that the other party might be of an extraordinary identity, which might cause a huge disaster. How could the KTV owner dare to neglect him? Someone was about to die. Besides, the other party sounded very rich, so he must be of a high status. What happened? The KTV owner asked with wide eyes as he arrived. "Gastric lavage is underway," said the manager. "Pa!" The KTV owner slapped the manager in the face, and he became ferocious. He wanted to push the incident onto the manager, so that he could not drag him down if he was held responsible. So he had to take the initiative. How do you do your job as a manager? If anything goes wrong, you will be held responsible. The manager was so frightened that he started shaking. "And you?" The KTV owner pointed at the ladies again. The ladies cried out in injustice, "It's none of our business. Who knows he didn't take headache medicine? That's right, how would we know? And he's so crazy, like a lunatic. Shut the fuck up." The KTV owner's eyes were filled with anger. "If someone dies, none of you can get away with it." The ladies were almost crying with fear. At this time, Yi Kunlun and Secretary Chen came hurriedly. "Is it here? Is it here? Is Han Lingfeng here?" Secretary Chen asked as she searched. Yi Kunlun behind her could no longer tell the directions. She seemed to have lost consciousness and was dumb and stupid. No one knew what was going on in her mind. Secretary Chen had to exercise all rights on her behalf. Hearing the name Han Lingfeng, the KTV owner hurried forward and asked, "Are you Han Lingfeng's relative?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Kunlin behind Secretary Chen, the beautiful woman, the woman who had appeared on TV and was unforgettable, the president of the first group company of Nanshire, the eldest princess of the Yi family, the iron-blooded business tycoon that made people intimidated. How did she get here? Was she with the woman asking the question? And why did she look so sad? Before he could react, the woman who was asking the question grabbed his arm and said, "Is Han Lingfeng here? Are you from the KTV? Did you send Han Lingfeng here? Where is Han Lingfeng now? How is he?" The woman asked so many questions in a row and asked them so urgently that the KTV owner was so flustered that he didn't know how to answer. Han Lingfeng. Lingfeng. This name made Ji Kunlin suddenly wake up as if she had returned to her soul. Where is Lingfeng? Where is Lingfeng? She raised her head and looked around frantically. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the face of the KTV owner. The KTV owner couldn't help but shudder. That look contained too many meanings and was as fierce as lightning. The KTV owner felt as if his heart was hit by something sharp, and he felt a chill on his back. Then, his arm was grabbed by this powerful woman. Chapter 61 Out of Control. Tell me. Where is Han Lingfeng? Yi Kunlin's cold tone hit the KTV owner's eardrums directly. I heard, he's doing gastric lavage. The KTV owner turned his head towards the manager with a stiff expression. The manager and the ladies around him were looking at Yi Kunlin stupidly. They didn't expect to see a celebrity here. Moreover, she was more beautiful and more elegant than on TV. They were deeply attracted by her beauty and forgot their fear for a moment. Speak. The KTV owner kicked the manager on the buttocks and gritted his teeth. Boss Yi is asking questions. The manager shuddered and came back to his senses. The unsatisfied look in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. The ladies also returned to their previous panic. Gastric lavage, gastric lavage. The manager bowed and nodded, his voice intermittent, and sweat wet his entire forehead. Were you the one who spoke to me on the phone before? Yi Kunlin's cold eyes fell on the manager's face. Yes, the manager trembled. Pa! Yi Kunlin raised his hand and slapped the manager hard in the face. The slapping sounded as loud as firecrackers. The manager had a red slap mark on his face, but he just lowered his head, not even daring to breathe, and endured it. No one dared to breathe at the scene. Who allowed you to open a private room for him? Who allowed you to sell him alcohol? Who allowed you to open a KTV? She became extremely unreasonable. Her grief had completely made her lose the logic of a normal person. It was all their fault. It was all the fault of this industry. It was all the fault of alcohol. But she was afraid to face her own fault. I will ban you. I will destroy you. I will put you in jail. She glared with her scarlet eyes, behaving like a dictator. The boss, the manager, and the lady were all worried, but they didn't understand why the president of the Yi Group could make such unreasonable remarks. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! Secretary Chen hurriedly grabbed her, trying to wake her up from the edge of losing control. She had to maintain her image and not let people think that she was so domineering and unreasonable. Especially such remarks cannot be spread out, otherwise the voice of the president of the Yi Group bullying the weak and not abiding by the law will drown out the persona she has worked so hard to build. She has no stains on her so far, and her reputation cannot be ruined. I'm sorry. Ms. Yi was just too worried about the patient, so she said something she shouldn't have said in a hurry. The child is the son of her benefactor, so... The people in front of Secretary Chen apologized, and she actually lied so naturally. The son of the benefactor? Yi Kunlin couldn't believe that Secretary Chen could lie like that. But she immediately understood that Secretary Chen did this to prevent people from suspecting her relationship with Han Lingfeng. Yes, if her relationship with Lingfeng was known to outsiders, how would others view it? She did not blame Secretary Chen for this lie. After all, everything Secretary Chen did was because of her. The people in front of him obviously believed Secretary Chen's lies. I understand. The KTV owner nodded and bowed. Because he was the son of his benefactor, he naturally couldn't make any mistakes, otherwise how could he be worthy of his benefactor? He could completely understand Mr. Yi's feelings, because Mr. Yi was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. The manager was a little confused. Why was the child's phone saved with the name only relative? Did his benefactor die and leave his orphan to her? So she was his only relative? Maybe that was the case, the manager thought. But this is not important now. What is important now is, will the person inside die? If someone dies, Mr. Yi will definitely hold someone responsible. KTV is definitely not immune from responsibility, and neither are the others. Now I can only pray to God that the child inside will not die. Now everyone has quieted down and is waiting, not knowing how long the gastric lavage will take. I can only wait for the result in agony. Secretary Chen helped Yi Kunlun sit down on the chair. After her anger subsided, Kunlun was once again overwhelmed by sadness, self-blame, and pain. What right does she have to blame others? She should blame herself the most. By the way, Mr. Yi, this is the young man's cell phone. Someone handed over the phone. Yi Kunlun took the phone. It was very old. It was the 2017 version of Huawei's Honor 9. He had used the same phone for so many years that the tempered glass was cracked. Is this kid so poor that he can't even afford a new phone? Why didn't he tell her? If he asked, she would buy it for him. Then again, why didn't she notice these details? It seems that she really cares too little about him. Yi Kunlun turned on the screen. There was no password set on the phone. This idiot, why didn't he set a password? This is not safe. In the future, she will have to remind him to set one. There was a photo of her on the screen. I don't know when he secretly took a photo of her from behind, but it looked really ugly. She slid the screen and found that there were so many apps in her phone. In addition to commonly used software such as Douyin, Kuaishou, Tushio, and Quark, there were also software such as Chioshir, First Financial Daily, and several large AI model apps. The only thing he didn't download was games. Don't boys of his age like to play games? It seems that her Ling Feng is indeed different from other boys. He is more like a mature man. Then, she opened WeChat. His WeChat contacts were no more than 10 people in total, including her, Li Yujiao, Shen Ruoshi, Zhang Huanyue, his father, and his half-brother and sister, and nothing else. Doesn't he have any friends? Yi Kunlun was very surprised, which showed how lonely Ling Feng was usually. Finally, she clicked on the phone contacts and found that there were no other contacts except those on WeChat. What shocked her heart was the only family member on the contact list. He set her number as the contact person for the only family member. The only one. She was his only one. And the word family member, besides relatives, what kind of people can be called family members? She thought of those two words. Thinking of those two words, her face turned red. The only family member, am I the only family member in his heart? She asked in her heart. Ling Feng. Ling Feng. You already consider me a family member, right? She gently pressed the phone against her chest, where her heart was beating violently and twitching in pain. Ling Feng, she closed her eyes, feeling as if he was standing in front of her, and she clung tightly in his arms. Bang! The door of the emergency room was pushed open. The doctor and the nurse came out. Yi Kunlun stood up from the chair and walked quickly towards the doctor. Secretary Chen, the KTV owner and others also gathered around. Doctor, how are the patients inside? Yi Kunlun asked anxiously, his eyes filled with deep hesitation and expectation. Chapter 62. She surrendered, she admitted defeat. Doctor, how is the patient inside? Yi Kunlun asked, holding the doctor's arm tightly. The doctor sighed and shook his head. Yi Kunlun's heart skipped a beat. He took a high dose of sleeping pills and mixed it with alcohol. The doctor paused and sighed, he clearly has a tendency to self-destruct. Self-destruction, Yi Kunlun's heart skipped a beat. What's the result? How is he now? Yi Kunlun asked quickly. The doctor shook his head and said, because he took a large dose and was not brought to the hospital in time, and he drank it mixed with alcohol, his stomach absorbed a large amount of the drug, so it may take 48 hours or more for him to wake up. 48 hours or longer? Yi Kunlun glared at the KTV manager with a reproachful look, saying that they did not deliver it in time. However, fortunately, there is no danger to life, so we can breathe a sigh of relief. Can I go in and see him now? Yi Kunlun asked the doctor. He needs to be transferred to the ward so that his family can accompany him, said the doctor. I want the best VIP ward in your hospital. Yi Kunlun ordered. The doctor was stunned for a moment. The best VIP ward was already occupied, but he had to give Mr. Yi face. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, Han Lingfeng was transferred from the emergency room to the most luxurious VIP ward in the entire hospital. Secretary Chen called the KTV owner and others aside to talk. She wanted to leave some space for Mr. Yi and Mr. Han to be alone. Yi Kunlun walked to the bedside and sat down. Looking at Han Lingfeng, who was sleeping on the bed, her whole body felt weak again. Ling Feng. Looking at that bloodless face, Yi Kunlun felt extremely painful. After not seeing him for a few days, he had lost a lot of weight and looked much more haggard. How did he spend these days? It must have been very tormenting, right? Is it because he couldn't bear it anymore that he went to KTV to look for proof and destroyed himself? I'm sorry, Ling Feng, I lied to you. Grabbing his hand and placing it on her wet face, he was obviously very skilled, she was obviously so happy, and he was obviously not young. He and she were very harmonious, obviously just right, obviously so suitable. But what did I say to you? How could I say that? How could I hurt you so much? But it's obviously not true. In fact. Yi Kunlun wanted to say, in fact you make me very happy, but shame prevented her from saying such words. You'll understand what I'm saying, right? She put his hand to her lips and kissed it gently. Also, I'm not tired of you. How could I be tired of you? We've just started, how could I be tired of you? In fact, the time spent with him was peaceful and beautiful. You have never been my plaything, never. Her hand gently stroked his thin face. How could he be a plaything? She never needed a plaything. All her closeness to him came from her love for him. I'm sorry, I hurt you with my venomous words. I can't believe that those dirty words came from my mouth. She never said anything careless, but she actually used the dirtiest and cruelest words to deal with him. I'm so sorry. She lowered her head and pressed her wet face against his forehead. She kissed him gently on the forehead. She would wait here for him to wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he could see her. She would stay by his side. For the following time, Yi Kunlun did not leave the ward except to go to the toilet. For 2 days and 2 nights, she didn't sleep or eat. Including the all-nighter she pulled in the office, she hadn't slept for 3 nights. Although she was already exhausted both physically and mentally, she was unable to fall asleep, perhaps because her nerves were too tense. Her eyes were bloodshot, as red as a rabbit's eyes, and her eye sockets were deeply sunken. She felt like she might pass out at any moment, but she just couldn't fall asleep. She sat in front of the hospital bed like a person with Alzheimer's disease. She felt her consciousness was confused, even very fuzzy, but she kept reminding herself to stay alert and not faint. Secretary Chen came to her countless times and said he wanted to replace her, but she was unwilling to do so because apart from staying here and taking care of him, nothing else could motivate her. Even sleeping made her lose the motivation. If Ling Feng didn't wake up, she wouldn't be able to do anything. She will be destroyed. Looking at Yi Kunlun, who was left with only a shell, Secretary Chen felt pain and hatred. He hated Han Lingfeng, who was lying on the hospital bed and had not woken up yet. He hated the willfulness of this little man, and hated his childishness and weakness. Just because of his nonsense. Because of his willful behavior, the president of a large company, a woman as strong as steel, collapsed. This is not a good fate. This is an evil fate. She thought bitterly in her heart. She had supported their fate in the first place. How stupid she was. But what can be done? Things have already come to this. Now I just pray to God to bless that tormenting brat to wake up soon. Only in this way can Mr. Yi come back to life. 48 hours have passed, but the little man has not woken up yet. Doctor, why hasn't he woken up yet? Yi Kunlun came back to his senses from his trance and asked the doctor who came to check on him. The doctor looked at the medical records in his hand and replied, "It's only been 48 hours now. Since he absorbed a large amount of medicine, it will probably take longer." Yi Kunlun collapsed because every minute and every second of waiting was so torturous. Lingfeng, please don't torture me anymore, okay? She looked at Han Lingfeng, who was indifferent on the hospital bed, and tears flowed from her eyes unconsciously. I beg you, don't torture me anymore. She covered her face and sobbed. I surrender, okay? She admitted defeat. She really gave up. She never bowed to anyone, but this time she really lost, and lost so miserably. I surrender. I surrender. She knocked her head against the bed, again and again, I surrender. I surrender. Secretary Chen was heartbroken and burst into tears. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? She is the president of the Yi Group. How could she surrender for a man? Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. How could you be so useless? How could you? But she knew she couldn't stop it or persuade him. Glancing at the man on the hospital bed, Han Lingfeng, you were so good, you were so fucking good. But she was helpless. Now she also begged silently in her heart, Han Lingfeng, I beg you, please wake up quickly. You are Ms. Ye's life, you are everything to her, she really can't live without you. Han Lingfeng seemed to understand what Secretary Chen was thinking, or maybe he felt sorry for Kunlun, so he woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the white, bright everything in front of him, and then saw Kunlun's haggard, wet face, which was now turning from sadness to joy, and the pupils of her beautiful eyes, which were filled with tears, were gradually dilating. Then he heard her calling him, Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Chapter 63 Her pride was destroyed by you. Is that Kunlun? How is that possible? I must be dreaming. Or maybe he had died and his soul had returned to the human world, so he saw her. If this is a dream, don't wake up. If the soul has returned to the human world, then let the soul continue to wander in the human world. Anyway, it's great to see Kunlun. But why is she crying? Why is she sad? Kunlun, don't cry, don't be sad. Han Lingfeng reached out to wipe the tears from her face. How did her face become so haggard? How did she become so thin? Her eyes were so red, full of bloodshot, her eye sockets were sunken, and tears kept flowing out. But she was still so beautiful, a beauty that no one could match, but now it was so desolate. Kunlun, why are you so sad? Han Lingfeng felt uneasy because he didn't want to see Kunlun sad. He was most afraid of her being sad. But why did Kunlun keep crying and crying? Did I do something wrong? Kunlun. Han Lingfeng was extremely uneasy, wondering if he had done something wrong to make her sad. I was wrong. Han Lingfeng suddenly hugged Ji Kunlun and apologized to her hurriedly. I was wrong, Kunlun, don't cry, I was wrong. But he didn't know where he went wrong. In short, he was very panicked. He felt that it must be his fault and that he must have done something wrong, which made Kunlun sad. I was wrong, Kunlun. Han Lingfeng raised his head and looked at her with pleading eyes, asking for her forgiveness. Just like a believer, asking for God's forgiveness. He begged with a confused and uneasy look, hoping that she would forgive him. Ling Feng. Kunlun suddenly hugged him in her arms. She did not blame him or scold him. On the contrary, she hugged him very tightly. He could feel her strength and warmth. Her embrace was so warm and comfortable, like a sedative, soothing his soul and comforting his uneasy heart. Kunlun, please don't leave me, okay? Just hold me like this and let me stay in your arms forever, okay? Han Lingfeng pleaded again, trembling with fear. Okay. I will hold you like this and not go anywhere. I will hold you like this. Kunlun replied with a sigh. He felt her kissing his head and tears falling on his head. Is she still crying? Why? Why is she still so sad? Why is her sadness endless? Han Lingfeng became uneasy again. Kunlun, don't cry. I don't want you to cry, okay? You can hit me and scold me, but don't be sad, okay? Ah. Ling Feng. Kunlun not only did not stop crying, but cried even harder. He could feel her body twitching and trembling so violently that it made him flustered. He was extremely scared and uneasy. He thought that he must have done something wrong, something very wrong, which made Kunlun so sad. Hit me. Ah, hit me. Han Lingfeng grabbed Ji Kunlun's hand and slapped himself hard. I did something wrong, so I should be punished. Punish me. Punish me hard. No. But Kunlun actually retracted her hand. Ah. Why? She won't forgive me? Kunlun, you won't forgive me? Tears welled up in Han Lingfeng's eyes. He was so afraid that he wouldn't get her forgiveness. You won't forgive me, right? So you want to abandon me, right? He was so desperate that Kunlun would not forgive him, so she would abandon him. Oh, yes, you should abandon me. I'm such a bad person. I made you sad, and I'm not worthy of you. And I can't even satisfy you with that. Han Lingfeng couldn't speak. I can't even satisfy you with the most basic thing. He was extremely ashamed, extremely sad, extremely guilty, and extremely inferior. He beat himself hard. I am so useless, I am so useless, I am incompetent, I am actually an incompetent person. He slapped himself hard. What use am I? I am of no use at all. He broke down and cried. Think about it carefully. I have nothing but a heart that truly loves you. I can't give you anything. And a heart is so cheap, so cheap. What do you want my heart for? What do you want it for? It's no use at all. Ling Fong. Ling Fong. Ling Fong Kuan Lin called out to him and shook him again and again. Her voice gradually became weaker and then became a plea for mercy. She seemed to be raising the white flag of surrender to him. I beg you, she cried and shouted. I beg you, please don't torture me anymore. I beg you, please don't torture me anymore. I tortured you. Han Lingfeng shuddered violently, as if he had returned to his spirit, but he didn't understand why she said he was torturing her, when it was obviously she was torturing him. It was obviously she who abandoned him, and it was obviously she who said she treated him as a plaything. It was obviously him who begged for his forgiveness, begged her not to abandon him. Why did it become him torturing her? Why on earth was this? Han Lingfeng, that's enough. Secretary Chen suddenly rushed over with a ferocious look. She looked very fierce. Her roar almost broke his eardrums, and her eyes almost killed him. He shuddered with fear, as if he had sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Secretary Chen in a daze, waiting for her sharp knife to pierce his body. But Secretary Chen didn't do anything to him. On the contrary, she cried like Kunlun. Although she didn't cry as hard as Kunlun, tears still fell from her eyes. But she quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and took 2 deep breaths, as if she was trying to control her emotions. Then she lowered her voice, softened it, and said to him, as if advising or pleading, stop torturing Ms. Yi, okay? Do you know what Ms. Yi has been going through these days? She's not having an easier time than you, on the contrary. Secretary Chen glanced at Yi Kunlun when she got to this point. Tears were about to fall from her eyes again. She seemed to have used a lot of effort to force the tears back. Then she continued with the following words, on the contrary, she is more sad than you. When she knew that you took pills to commit suicide, she was completely devastated. Wait. What did she say? Took pills to commit suicide? No. No. He didn't commit suicide. Han Lingfeng shook his head vigorously. Secretary Chen continued, she is the president of a large company and has seen the world. She has never been knocked down by anything. She has always been so proud, but you have destroyed all her pride. Secretary Chen sighed deeply, not knowing whether it was regret or pity. Then he looked at Han Lingfeng with resentful eyes. Han Lingfeng, I didn't expect that the love trap you set would be so dangerous and vicious. You have made a female CEO with hundreds of billions of assets lose herself. What's more, she is so beautiful. No. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head frantically. You won. Secretary Chen's eyes showed a hint of contempt, but your victory was not glorious. You took such extreme measures to force her to submit. She is a person who values friendship and loyalty, so she fell into your trap. If she had been a little more ruthless and didn't care about your life or death. At this point, Secretary Chen let out a sad laugh. Oh, it's my fault too. As for what to blame her for? She didn't say. Then, she looked at Han Lingfeng with a sad look and said those extremely sharp words, otherwise, you are not worthy of it. After Secretary Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, as if he was deliberately leaving some space for this infatuated couple. No. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head frantically and stretched out his hand to tightly grab Yi Kunlun's arm. Kunlun. I'm not committing suicide, I'm not committing suicide, Secretary Chen misunderstood me, I'm not committing suicide. I'm not playing tricks, you believe me. I don't understand what playing tricks is. She looked at him with doubtful eyes, she needed an explanation. Han Lingfeng cried, I just want to fall asleep, because I won't feel pain when I fall asleep, so I took sleeping pills. I want to sleep longer. If I fall asleep and die without any pain, wouldn't that be great? He couldn't stop crying. Being alive is worse than death anyway. Kunlun is my only hope. If there is no Kunlun, why should I continue to live in such misery? He raised his tearful face and looked at Yi Kunlun. Don't you think that a painless death is also a blessing? Oh my! Yi Kunlun immediately hugged him tightly, his shoulders shaking. Don't say anymore, I admit it, I admit everything. So, Kunlun won't dump me again? He raised his innocent face, with uncertainty in his eyes. No more. Yi Kunlun pinched his chin and kissed him hard on the mouth. Kiss, such a sweet kiss, such a spicy kiss. Kunlun, I want. Han Lingfeng murmured with a sob in his throat. Yi Kunlun sighed deeply, okay. I'll give it to you. Let's go home now. Chapter 64 The Tenderness of the Female President. Long Tan Villa, bedroom. She slowly pushed him down onto the bed. She bent down and kissed him, so tenderly. Then, she said, let me serve you this time. She kissed from top to bottom. Han Lingfeng was intoxicated in every kiss of hers. Every kiss of hers was so gentle and affectionate, like a gentle electric current running through his body and mind, bringing him both spiritual and physical pleasure. Kunlun. He stroked her head. He was so happy. He was so happy because he loved her. Oh, my God, Kunlun. He sighed in his heart, wondering why Kunlun was so beautiful and so wonderful. Oh, my God, I can't stand it, my love. Please let me go. Please spare me. He begged for mercy in his heart. Oh, no, no, please don't let me go, don't forgive me. Because he was so happy and enjoying himself that he couldn't bear to let her go. He screamed crazily in his heart, love me. Love me hard. Devour me with your love, devour my flesh and blood, devour my soul. Let me die like this in your love. Don't save me, let me die, let me die. Then he felt as if he had really died, and his soul ascended to heaven, which was gorgeous and colorful, and then he floated there. Kunlun. He suddenly roared loudly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and came back to life. He felt as if his soul had suddenly fallen from heaven. Then, he was saved. He felt completely exhausted, as if he had survived a calamity. He gasped for breath and slowly loosened his hands that were tightly gripping the quilt. Yi Kunlun gently held him in her arms, kissed his forehead, and asked softly, are you satisfied with my service? She kissed his forehead and face again. Kunlun. He buried his face in Yi Kunlun's arms shyly, holding her waist tightly with both hands, you bad woman. She put on a smug smile and whispered in his ear, I will serve you often in the future, okay? Oh. Kunlun. She is such a shameless woman. Are you tired? She kissed his face gently again, do you want to take a nap? He hugged Kunlun's neck, pouted like a little girl and said, I have slept for 48 hours. I have slept enough. Now, I just want to look at you, without blinking. Then, he stared at Kunlun's face. Kunlun rubbed his nose with her nose and said, you've slept for so long, your stomach must be empty, right? I'll make you something to eat. After saying that, she realized that she didn't know how to cook at all. No, dear, I'm not hungry. He shook his head and hugged her neck, not wanting to let go. Just looking at her made him feel full. But Kunlun still insisted, then let's order takeout, okay? I know a Guangdong kanji king that makes great crab roe kanji. I'll order it for you. Kunlun said this and picked up her phone to call the Zhouhuang restaurant to place an order. I'll feed you. She brought the porridge directly to him. Han Lingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kunlun, I'm not a child, give it to me, I'll eat it myself. Eat slowly, don't choke. She reminded him while wiping the remaining juice from his mouth with paper. She treated him like a 3-year-old child. It was incredible that the CEO of the Yi Group, who was so decisive and swift, could be so tender and affectionate. Kunlun, you're so sweet that I'm about to cry. Han Lingfeng said happily. Are you going to cry because of this sweetness? Kunlun gently nuzzled his face again, your requirements are really low. I still have a lot of love that I haven't shown you yet. Really? Han Lingfeng looked at her happily, then I'll wait for you to perform them on me one by one. Kunlun was stunned for a moment, then reached out and tapped him on the head, you greedy little devil. You said it. He pouted. Okay, eat quickly. After you're done, I'll take you shopping. Kunlun continued softly. Shopping? Are you taking me shopping? He really looked at her like a greedy little devil. Kunlun stretched out her hand and pinched his face. Yes, your cell phone is so old and you don't know how to buy a new one. And your clothes and pants, you keep wearing the same 2 sets. If you don't know, you would think you are an orphan. The word orphan made Han Lingfeng feel depressed. He muttered, am I not like an orphan? Yi Kunlun realized that she had spoken out of turn, especially that sentence of his, which made her heart ache. She quickly reached out and hugged him. Lingfeng, you have me from now on. Han Lingfeng quickly raised his head and looked at her happily. Will we always be together? Will you marry me? Will we be together for the rest of our lives? He had asked this question before, but it was still difficult for Yi Kunlun to answer. She wanted to be with him forever, and wanted to be with him for the rest of her life, but, when she thought of the rumors she would have to face, when she thought of her grandmother, and when she thought of her cousin Wanyue, she felt powerless. Without waiting for her answer, Han Lingfeng's eyes dimmed. You still don't want to be with me? Will you dump me again? Han Lingfeng became excited. No, no. She hurriedly comforted him, but, Lingfeng. She became serious. If we want to be together, we will face many difficulties. What difficulties? Han Lingfeng asked hurriedly. For example. She sighed and didn't want to continue. Thinking of those difficulties, she became extremely exhausted. She hadn't slept well in the past few days, and she had just served him. Serving people is also very tiring, okay? She is really exhausted now. Ha? What difficulty? The little man couldn't understand her tiredness and pressed on. This made her feel even more tired. Can you let me catch my breath? She couldn't control her tone well. For a moment, she saw the brokenness and despair in the little man's eyes again. That feeling of brokenness and despair always gripped her heart like an iron claw, making her so distressed that she could hardly breathe. Then, she saw tears rolling down the little man's eyes. You will abandon me again, right? Since I will be abandoned eventually, why do you still care about me? Why don't you just let me die? It's better than the pain of being abandoned again and again. She looked at him in silence. Yi Kunlun, am I just an object to you? An object that can be discarded at will? Is that so? He cried so sadly. Oh my God. Yi Kunlun was shocked. Was he so afraid of being abandoned? But she didn't say she was going to abandon him. She was convinced. She was really convinced. Chapter 65 Short-lived happiness. Yi Kunlun tried hard to control his temper and remain gentle. Because they had just been through a lot of torture and couldn't continue to torture each other like this. She held Han Lingfeng's face and coaxed him softly. I didn't say I was going to abandon you. Who said I was going to abandon you? The brokenness in the little man's eyes disappeared, but he still had doubts in his eyes. But you just. I'm just saying that together, we may face a lot of difficulties. Then can't you tell me what the difficulty is? Maybe we can find a solution together, said the little man. Yi Kunlun didn't want to discuss this issue now. She was really tired. She coaxed softly, okay, let's not talk about this for now, okay? You just went through a life and death catastrophe, and I seem to have gone through the same catastrophe. We are both extremely tired. Now we both need to use warmth and sweetness to soothe our attacked hearts. Let's not talk about those problems for now, okay? There was still confusion in the little man's eyes. Yi Kunlun had no choice but to use a woman's usual trick. She reached out and stroked her head. My head hurts so much. If I keep thinking about it, if I get stimulated again, I'm afraid I'll fall down immediately. She knew that he felt sorry for her, so this would force him to stop pursuing this problem. Sure enough, Han Lingfeng quickly reached out to support her and said nervously, I won't say it anymore. I won't mention it anymore. Don't think too much about it. He carefully helped her sit down on the chair, then took her hand and said with great guilt, I'm sorry, Kunlun, I was too impatient. I was so eager to get you to marry me that I couldn't even let you take a breath. I only cared about wanting to possess you forever and ignored your feelings. I'm sorry, Kunlun, I won't force you anymore. I will wait for you patiently until the day you agree to marry me. Ah, how considerate he is. Yi Kunlun felt relieved. She gave Han Lingfeng a warm hug. Lingfeng, don't worry, we will be together openly one day, you have to believe in my love for you. Han Lingfeng's eyes lit up, and they seemed full of hope and longing for the future. He hugged Yi Kunlun tightly and said passionately, I hope that day will come soon. I can't wait to announce to the world that you are my love. Really? Yi Kunlun kissed his cheek, I can't wait any longer. The hot breath she exhaled poured into his neck. Kunlun. Han Lingfeng only felt his neck itchy and his body became weak. Well. She continued to tease him. I think. Han Lingfeng couldn't bear it anymore. He hugged her neck and looked at her longingly with his burning eyes. But she suddenly turned and left. "Let's go shopping." Han Lingfeng pulled her back and said, "You made me angry, and you want to run away? You wish for that. You have to help me calm down." She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Soon, he pushed the beautiful CEO of the Yi Group, who had hundreds of billions of assets, tens of thousands of employees, and millions of fans, onto the sofa. "This time, it's my turn to serve you," Han Lingfeng said. Soon, the beautiful president surrendered and begged for mercy under his meticulous service. "Mr. Yi, do you think my service level has improved?" Han Lingfeng asked. Yi Kunlun covered her red face in shame and punched him several times, but of course she hit him gently. She said, "You bastard, where did you learn such superb skills? Don't you think this is inhumane? You're almost breaking me apart." Han Lingfeng held her in his arms and said with great pride, "For President Ji, I will do my best. I will work hard to learn more advanced skills and ensure that you experience extraordinary service." Yi Kunlun covered her face, bent down, and didn't want to talk to him anymore. But not long after, she was attacked by him again. Over and over again. It seems like it's never enough. They didn't go shopping or go out all day. They are so crazy and so madly attached to each other. After being exhausted, they fell asleep in each other's arms. After waking up, continue. "Oh my God, are we crazy?" Yi Kunlun said. "Maybe we are crazy," Han Lingfeng replied. "Lingfeng, I have never loved anyone before. You are the only one I love. You are also the only one I love. You are my only one, Kunlun, the only one." "Is it the only one?" "Yeah, the only one." For a week, they spent most of their time in the house, whispering to each other. Yi Kunlun was like a queen being entangled by a male demon, and she even refused to attend the morning court. Secretary Chen called to urge her to sign the document, so she simply asked Secretary Chen to send someone to move the document to Longtan Villa. She seemed to have regarded Han Lingfeng's Longtan Villa as her own home. Han Lingfeng was even sweeter. He could spend every day with his beloved woman, hug her to sleep at night, see her as soon as he opened his eyes in the morning, and stay by her side all day long. On days like this, even the air is sweet. But happiness is always so short-lived. Yi Kunlun didn't go home for several days, which attracted the attention of old Mrs. Yi. "Is the company so busy? She hasn't been home for so many days, and I haven't heard that she is going on a business trip?" Old Mrs. Yi seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be talking to herself. "Housekeeper, please give her a call and ask what she is busy with and when she will be back." "No need to ask, she's been flirting with that pretty boy." Jin Wanyue walked in from outside the door. In a few days, Jin Wanyue seemed like a different person. There was a murderous look on her face and a hint of hostility in her eyes. Han Lingfeng didn't expect that his affair with Kunlun would be exposed, and he didn't expect that Zhang Wanyue would investigate them behind their backs and report the matter to old lady Yi. So, the drama of breaking up a couple began. They deliberately avoided Kunlun and called Han Lingfeng to the Yi family alone in order to force Han Lingfeng to unilaterally give up Kunlun. Before coming to the Yi family, Han Lingfeng knew nothing about this. He received a call from Zhang Wanyue, saying that the old lady asked him to come over. He thought they were going to continue discussing his and Zhang Wanyue's marriage, so he went there impatiently and planned to use motivational protests to make them give up this ridiculous idea. Of course, he didn't tell Kunlun about this because she was preparing for a business reception in a few days and he didn't want to worry her. He would go and solve this problem on his own. But who would have thought that it was because of his affair with Kunlun? As soon as he entered the room, he felt that the atmosphere in the room was not right. There was hostility from old Madame Yi, Zhang Wanyue, even the housekeeper, and the servants. The way they looked at him was so sharp, as if he had fallen into a pack of hungry wolves and was about to be pounced on and torn apart and eaten by the wolves at any time. He walked over tremblingly. "Old lady, are you looking for me?" Swish! The old lady threw a stack of photos at him. Han Lingfeng looked down at the photos scattered on the ground. The photos showed him and Kunlun kissing in the car. Chapter 66 Provocation? Rebellion? Swish! The old lady threw a stack of photos towards Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng looked down at the photos scattered on the ground. The photos showed him and Kunlun kissing in the car. That happened the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, Kunlun finally had some free time and took him to the mall. When they were leaving, they kissed in the car, but they didn't expect to be photographed. There was no doubt that it was someone sent by Zhang Huanyue to do it. Look at what you have done. Old Mrs. Ye's threatening voice echoed throughout the Yi family's living room. Han Lingfeng bent down and picked up the photos on the ground one by one. To be honest, he only felt guilty and surprised for a moment. In fact, he was somewhat happy. Because his affair with Kunlun was finally discovered, and it was her family who discovered it. Anyway, this matter will be announced sooner or later, right? It is better to know it earlier than later. But old lady Yi looked extremely angry. Her entire old face was almost as black as charcoal, and her eyes seemed to want to eat Han Lingfeng. And Zhang Huanyue, who was standing next to her, had a teasing and gloating look on her face. She must have felt the pleasure of revenge in her heart. Old Madame Yi slammed her cane on the carpet and uttered a commanding voice, "How dare you seduce my eldest granddaughter?" She used the word seduced. But when you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. It was indeed him who provoked Kunlun first. But why does the word seduce sound so uncomfortable? I was wondering why you didn't agree to marry Huanyue. It turns out you've set your sights on the pillar of our Yi family. Old Madame Yi was sharp-tongued and her eyes were extremely sharp. You are really ambitious, Han Lingfeng. It is true that Kunlun is the pillar of the Yi family. But what does this have to do with his ambition? His love for Kunlun came completely from the bottom of his heart and had nothing to do with ambition or not. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, he may have impure motives and be extremely ambitious. But don't you think about whether you are worthy of such ambition? Old Mrs. Yi said with extremely lethal words. Kunlun and I truly love each other. Han Lingfeng looked at the old lady calmly. What? Kunlun? Old Mrs. Ye's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe that Han Lingfeng would call her by her nickname. Even Zhang Huanyue, who was standing next to her, sneered, probably because she thought it was ridiculous to hear this name coming from his mouth. Yes, Kunlun is my lover, so I call her that. Han Lingfeng raised his head and chest, as if he was making a declaration, and of course with a hint of provocation. Lover? Oh my god, he actually used the word lover. Old Mrs. Yi was so angry that she was shaking. Her hand holding the cane was shaking violently, and her eyes were filled with rage. How outrageous! As the voice fell, the crutch in her hand also stabbed the carpet heavily. Han Lingfeng was really worried that she would poke a hole in the floor. Zhang Huanyue rolled her eyes at him, as if to say that Han Lingfeng was really asking for his own death, as he actually dared to provoke the old lady like this. Old Madame Yi raised her shaking arm and pointed at Han Lingfeng. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I promise. He interrupted the old lady and said seriously, she is my lover. We have had sex more than once and even entered the bridal chamber. Isn't she still my lover? This is a fact, and he is stating it very seriously. But Mrs. Yi was so angry that her eyes rolled up and she almost passed out. Zhang Huanyue beside her hurriedly supported her and kept calling, Grandma, Grandma. But fortunately, old lady Yi did not faint, otherwise he would be guilty of a serious crime, and Kunlun might even blame him. But her face clearly turned pale, as if she was short of breath. She breathed in and out forcefully, causing her chest to rise and fall. Han Lingfeng, you are such a shameless bastard. Zhang Huanyue yelled at him angrily from a distance, and it was unclear whether she was venting her anger on behalf of old Madame Yi or if she was just jealous. But he didn't care at all what Zhang Huanyue said, because this woman couldn't get what she wanted, so she used this method of revenge and sent people to follow them. She was so despicable. Old Madame Yi seemed to be stunned by anger. It took her a long time to react. She was furious and tremblingly ordered the bodyguards at home, Come, slap him in the mouth, slap him hard, until he dares not talk nonsense anymore. I've already said I'm not talking nonsense, why are you hitting me? Han Lingfeng was unconvinced. Old Madame Yi became even angrier, beat him. Beat him hard? A bodyguard immediately rushed towards Han Lingfeng. He grabbed Han Lingfeng's shoulders and raised his hand to slap Han Lingfeng in the face. Han Lingfeng saw the jealousy and resentment in the bodyguard's eyes. Yes, the eldest princess of the Yi family, the goddess of everyone, was slept with by him, who wouldn't be jealous and angry. The bodyguard's slap was like a big iron fan, about to fall on Han Lingfeng's face, and it also blew up a gust of cold wind. But just as the slap was about to fall on his face, Han Lingfeng suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the bodyguard's wrist. It's an instinctive reaction. Han Lingfeng's practice of taekwondo is not in vain. He has also been practicing hitting the sandbag at home during this period because he wants to strengthen his body. First, he wants to better protect Kunlun in the future. Second, he wants to become stronger and give Kunlun a sense of security. Third, he wants to develop abdominal muscles to make his body more attractive and make Kunlun like his body more. The bodyguard probably didn't expect that he had such skills and was stunned. Taking advantage of the moment when the bodyguard was stunned, Han Lingfeng hit the bodyguard's chest with his right elbow. He didn't use all his strength, for fear of breaking his sternum, but it was clearly a heavy blow. The bodyguard groaned in pain, staggered back a few steps and almost fell. Maybe he felt that he had been taken advantage of and was unwilling to accept it, or maybe he felt that he had lost face. The bodyguard's eyes were instantly filled with resentment and anger, and he used his ultimate move, the throat-locking technique. Suddenly, the bodyguard's arm attacked Han Lingfeng's throat like a snake. It was a close call, as he almost grabbed my throat, but fortunately Han Lingfeng reacted quickly. He grabbed the bodyguard's wrist again, but this time the bodyguard was on guard. He was no longer in a daze, but immediately used his left foot to attack Han Lingfeng's lower left leg. But Han Lingfeng had predicted his move first, so when he kicked with his left foot, Han Lingfeng kicked back with his right foot to block it. Bang 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 bang. The two men kicked each other's right feet several times with their left feet. I have to say that the bodyguard's movements were also extremely fast, but still a little slower than Han Lingfeng. Bang! Finally, the bodyguard's left leg was kicked by Han Lingfeng, causing him to fall backwards violently and fall heavily to the ground. Shocked and surprised, Mrs. Yi stood up immediately from the sofa. Zhang Huanyue beside her also stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that the professional bodyguard carefully selected by the Yi family was no match for Han Lingfeng. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Huanyue looked at Han Lingfeng again, and there was an extra layer of admiration and love in her eyes, and of course hatred. Old Mrs. Ye's shocked gaze shifted from the bodyguard who was struggling to get up from the ground to Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng stood straight with a proud look on his face. Old Madame Ye's eyes had turned from shock to anger, rebellion. Rebellion! How dare you attack my Yi family? Her eyes were full of arrogance and sharpness, as if the dignity and authority of the entire Yi family had been challenged. In her eyes, Han Lingfeng, with his lowly status, was not qualified to do whatever he wanted here, even to resist. He could only submit and accept the punishment from the authority. He had no right to resist. But he actually resisted just now and even injured the bodyguard. He is simply a rebel. Chapter 67 Fatal Weakness. Call and ask Han Jiangwo to come over. Old Mrs. Yi ordered the housekeeper with a gloomy face. Han Lingfeng thought that she would call more bodyguards to deal with him. But unexpectedly, she actually used the method that parents usually use and asked the parents to come over. Han Lingfeng felt annoyed when he heard the name Han Jiangwo. What on earth was the point of the old woman calling him over? He had already disowned her. But hearing that name still made Han Lingfeng feel uneasy. Han Jiangwo, he really hoped that he would never hear that name again and never see that person again. Do you think I will be punished if you call him here? Han Lingfeng shouted at the old woman anxiously. I don't know whether he will be punished or not, but he is your father. It is his responsibility that he did not teach you well. He should be accountable for this matter. Old Mrs. Yi said with narrowed eyes, her tone like a devil. What responsibility do you have? Kunlun and I are in a free relationship. We truly love each other, and we haven't caused any trouble to anyone. Han Lingfeng yelled at the old woman in dissatisfaction. The old lady was obviously extremely dissatisfied with his use of the term Kunlun again, especially when he kept saying being in love with her, which made the old lady want to cut off his tongue to stop him from saying such things again. You are so young, how can you understand what love and hate are? Old Mrs. Yi looked at him with a sinister and terrifying look. She hated him for linking his love with her eldest granddaughter. Am I young? Han Lingfeng shouted at old lady Yi, I'm already 20 years old. According to my lunar age, I'm 21 years old, and my birthday is coming soon. I'll be 22 soon. He deliberately tried to make himself sound older so that his age would be closer to Kunlun's. 22 years old, that's considered a mature man, right? He smiled proudly at old lady Yi. In ancient times, a man was already a father at 22. Even now, there are a lot of men who are fathers at 22. For example, my neighbor had a child at 16. Now, his child is in kindergarten. Compared to him, I was late in dating. How dare you? Old Mrs. Yi growled again, staring at Han Lingfeng with her deep eyes extremely sharply. Am I being presumptuous? Han Lingfeng was very surprised. I am just interpreting the facts. I don't think the word love is related to age. Although I am still young, I know what love is. I am not like some people who have lived their whole lives but still don't know what love is. Han Lingfeng is a general term, but it may be understood as an innuendo. Zheng Huanyue was furious. Love, love, love. A grown man always talks about love, don't you feel ashamed? Why should I feel ashamed? He said to Zheng Huanyue very rudely, what is there to be ashamed of in love? I think love is beautiful, love is great, love is the most attractive thing in the world. People who fall in love will not feel ashamed, only those who are not loved will feel ashamed. Obviously these words deeply hurt Zheng Huanyue, because she had never been loved, and she did not get Han Lingfeng's love. And what was he saying just now? Was he showing her that he loved her? Is he mocking her for not being able to get his love? He didn't love her, which was already a thorn in her heart, but now she was being humiliated by him. In an instant, Zheng Huanyue transformed all her love for Han Lingfeng into hatred for Han Lingfeng. Han Lingfeng felt the hatred in Zheng Huanyue's eyes, and he felt ashamed for what he had just said. What I just said seems to be too heavy. But he didn't feel guilty. Yes, he thought so in his heart. He didn't feel guilty. Who asked her to follow him? Who asked her to report him? And who asked her to say that he was a shame? Why should he be polite to someone like her? You say you understand love? The old lady stared at Han Lingfeng with deep eyes. Yes, I understand. Han Lingfeng looked proud. You said that you and Kunlun truly love each other? The old lady asked again. That's right. I love Kunlun and Kunlun loves me too. Han Lingfeng replied. Then do you think you are worthy of Kunlun? The old lady stared at him with narrowed eyes. This question always hit Han Lingfeng's self-confidence by half. Of course, he was not worthy of Kunlun. He knew it very well. No one in this world was worthy of Kunlun, except for the immortals who came down to earth. He didn't answer. The old lady continued, you also feel that you are not worthy of me, right? Then why do you think Kunlun loves you? She told me about her. Han Lingfeng shouted at old lady Yi, and I can feel her warmth and love. Ha ha. Old Mrs. Yi laughed loudly, that's just a trick to coax a child. Is there anything on you that is worthy of her love? The old lady asked again. Something, yes, something? Something about him that made Kunlun love him? For a moment, he couldn't find anything that could catch Kunlun's eye. He and Kunlun are in heaven and on earth respectively. She was like a beautiful phoenix in the sky, and he was like an inconspicuous pheasant. His self-confidence plummeted in an instant. But he firmly believed in Kunlun's love for him. His confidence returned. He raised his head and shouted at old lady Yi, although I don't know why Kunlun likes me, and I am indeed not worthy of her, I believe she loves me. She said that I am the only man she has ever loved. At this point, he even couldn't help but become proud. Ha ha. Old Mrs. Yi laughed even louder. You are such a pitiful child. Kunlun said that just to coax children with sweet words. Kunlun doesn't love you, she just treats you as a plaything. Plaything. Han Lingfeng was really traumatized by these two words, because Kunlun had also said that to him. No. He shook his head. Kunlun had said that before, but it was just a rant. Later, Kunlun explained that she didn't treat him as a plaything, she loved him. And he could clearly feel Kunlun's love for him, that was clearly love. But old lady Yi continued to speak to him with her dirty thoughts, for wealthy people like us, there is a lot of pressure in all aspects. It is normal to keep 1 or 2 gigolos to entertain ourselves. Han Lingfeng stared into the old lady's eyes, so, old lady, have you ever kept a gigolo before? Are you still keeping one now? 1, 2, or more. However, you are so old now, you probably can't handle it anymore. You. The old lady seemed to have a ball of anger stuck in her throat. She stared with anger, but she couldn't say a word. The housekeeper and servants all lowered their heads in embarrassment. The old lady had always been majestic, but today she had met her match. That child was really brave. Just when the old lady was speechless, Zheng Huanyue followed the old lady's footsteps and started verbal attacks. I saw her lips curl up with a teasing smile, that's right. For people of our status, keeping a gigolo is nothing? You are just an object of entertainment for Sister Kunlun. Do you think Sister Kunlun is really dating you? Don't dream. How can someone of Sister Kunlun's status be dating you? Don't even consider whether you are worthy of her. Do you think she will marry you? Don't be so wishful. She will never marry you. Zhang Wanyue's words hit exactly what Han Lingfeng wanted. What he feared most was that Kunlun would not marry him and could not be with him for the rest of her life. He was most afraid of being separated from Kunlun, being abandoned by Kunlun, and not wanting him. A sense of brokenness slowly emerged in Han Lingfeng's eyes. His whole head was buzzing and his thoughts were confused and no longer clear. No! They are deliberately attacking him. Don't believe them, don't let them confuse you, don't let them disrupt your thoughts. He tried to tell himself this in his heart, but the feeling of being broken continued. His fatal weakness is his fear of being abandoned by Kunlun. Old Lady Yi and Zhang Wanyue seemed to be able to see through his thoughts and seized upon his fatal weakness to attack. He admitted that he was knocked down, and it was like his Achilles heel, which would make him lose his soul at the slightest touch. Zhang Wanyue took the opportunity to continue speaking. Yes, taking the opportunity. She probably saw the weakness that Han Lingfeng couldn't hide, so she became very excited and took advantage of the situation to walk in front of Han Lingfeng. She said to Han Lingfeng's face word by word, "When Sister Kunlun gets tired of playing with you, she will kick you away." She pronounced the word kick away heavily and slowly. Every word she said was like a sharp knife, stabbing into Han Lingfeng's heart. He couldn't hold on any longer. He admitted that he couldn't hold on any longer. He roared and ran out of the Yi family mansion. When he rushed out, he bumped into Han Jiangwo, who was rushing over. Han Jiangwo was knocked to the ground by him. He didn't care about his incompetent biological father and just ran away like crazy. He wanted to find Kunlun, he wanted to hold her tightly, he wanted to tie her tightly to his belt for 24 hours. Kunlun, don't run, don't leave, don't abandon. Chapter 68. His hostility comes from her. Han Jiangwo, look at the good son you raised. After using her heart-piercing words to drive Han Lingfeng away, Old Lady Yi began to attack Han Jiangwo. He actually seduced my eldest granddaughter. Kunlun is the future head of our Yi family. How can we allow him to defile her like this? Your son is so bold. With just a few words, Old Lady Yi frightened the servile and snobbish young boss so much that he trembled all over. Old lady, this is not possible, right? Huh? Are you saying that I am wrongly accusing your son? The old lady's eyes revealed a majestic murderous look. Han Jiangwo quickly shook his head. No, what I meant is that I didn't discipline my son well, which led to his unreasonable thoughts. Old Madame Yi narrowed her eyes. It's more than just unreasonable expectations, he is simply ambitious. Let me ask you, did you teach him this? Han Jiangwo was so frightened that he fell to his knees and cried out, how dare I do that? Old lady, that rebellious son has always been rude and difficult to discipline. I can't control him at all. Han Jiangwo pretended to be pitiful and started crying. He has been away from home for many days. I don't know where he lives now, and I don't know who he has contacted. He continued to cry out for injustice. Who would have thought that he would miss Miss Yi? How could he miss Miss Yi? Miss Zhang Wanyue was willing to take him in as a son-in-law, which was already a great gift to him. How dare he miss Miss Yi? How dare he? You still understand your own status. Old Madame Yi leaned forward. So, what do you think we should do now? Should I send someone to send your son to Africa, or? Hearing the word Africa, Han Jiangwo turned pale with fear. He said hastily, please rest assured, old lady. I will definitely make sure that rebellious son gives up that idea. At this point, Han Jiangwo seemed to have made up his mind. I can't do anything about it, but someone can. Old Mrs. Yi asked hurriedly, who? His biological mother. When saying these words, Han Jiangwo's eyes seemed to reveal a deep hatred. Old Mrs. Yi was surprised. Didn't I hear that Han Lingfeng's mother died a long time ago? No. Han Jiangwo's eyes were filled with hatred. That bitch despised me for being poor, abandoned us and followed a rich man. So, I told Ling Feng that his mother was dead. Oh, the old lady sighed, so that's how it is. Old lady, don't worry, that bitch is not an ordinary person, and she is cruel. She will definitely stop Ling Feng and Miss Yi from interacting. But didn't you say that she abandoned you a long time ago? Will she care? Old Mrs. Yi was a little worried. She will take care of it. To be honest, she came to me a few years ago and said she wanted to take Ling Feng away. But because I hated her, I lied to her and said that Ling Feng got sick and died not long after she abandoned us. The old lady was shocked. Han Jiangwo was a ruthless man. He actually told a mother that her child had died. She must be very sad, right? Of course she was very sad. After a big fight with me, she left and never came back. Then do you have her contact information? The old lady asked hurriedly. I know where to find her. From time to time, he would see reports about the woman on the internet. The woman's identity had already become extraordinary, and he knew where to find her. Han Jiangwo predicted that given that woman's personality and utilitarianism, she would probably not let Yi Kunlun become her daughter-in-law for the sake of Ling Feng's future. At the same time, Han Lingfeng hurried to the Emperor Hotel. Because Kunlun is here to inspect the banquet venue, and the cocktail party will begin in 2 days, all preparations before the party must be carried out without any mistakes. Unfortunately, the third young master of the Shin family also suddenly came here to look for Kunlun. He came to say goodbye to her. When Han Lingfeng arrived at the banquet, he saw Yi Kunlun and Shin Shen sitting at a casual table chatting with 2 cups of coffee on the table. They seemed to be having a good chat. Han Lingfeng, who had just been stimulated at the Yi family, became jealous instantly when he saw his beloved woman chatting with another man in such a peaceful atmosphere. What's more, that person is the third young master of the Shin family. His strong possessiveness gave him the courage from nowhere. He rushed over, without saying a word, and lifted up a cup of coffee on the table and threw it at Shin Shen. Yi Kunlun and Shin Shen were both shocked by this sudden situation. The sense of surprise made them stand up from their chairs at the same time. Yi Kunlun's uneasy gaze quickly drifted between Han Lingfeng and Shin Shen. A bunch of brown flowers appeared on Shin Shen's expensive white shirt due to the coffee splashing on it. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, but his respectable and noble status, as well as his good upbringing, prevented him from getting angry, especially in front of Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun glared at Han Lingfeng with angry eyes. How could he be so rude? What was wrong with him? Han Lingfeng had a look of anger on his face, his fists clenched, his whole body trembling, and he looked like he didn't think he was wrong at all. He stared at young Master Shen with hostility in his eyes. Yi Kunlun knew where his hostility came from, which made her soften her heart. Sorry, I have to go first. Shen Sanchao looked at Yi Kunlun with an apologetic and reluctant look. He had come to say goodbye to her, but now his clothes were dirty, and he couldn't appear in front of the world in dirty clothes. Besides, this atmosphere made it impossible for them to have a pleasant conversation. He has to leave. Yi Kunlun nodded to him. No one knew the relationship between her and Ling Feng, and Shin Shen naturally didn't know that Ling Feng's hostility towards him came from her. It would be best for him to leave this occasion. When Shin Shen turned around and left, he glanced at Han Lingfeng with a puzzled look. He didn't understand why this little boy was so hostile to him. Wasn't Ruwashi dating him? Could it be that Ruwashi said something to him, or did something, so he came to him to vent his anger? For the sake of his sister, he would not bother with the boy. As soon as Shin Shen left, Yi Kunlun grabbed Han Lingfeng's arm and said angrily, "Come with me." The next second, Yi Kunlun pushed Han Lingfeng into the presidential suite number 8808. After she locked the door, she started to yell at him, "What on earth are you doing? In front of so many staff members, you poured coffee on Mr. Shin. Don't you think you are?" Before she finished her words, she saw 2 tears as big as pearls rolling down from the little man's eyes. Cry, cry, cry. That's all you do. She became increasingly annoyed. Can you control your emotions? Mr. Shin and I have nothing to do. We just sat together drinking coffee, and... Before she could finish the words he came to say goodbye, Han Lingfeng's crying interrupted her. You just know how to scold me. Do you know what I just went through? Do you know how I feel right now? Thinking of what old lady Yi and Zhan Wanyue said to him, Han Lingfeng felt more and more aggrieved. Just now, I saw young Master Shin sitting with her again, and the 2 of them were chatting so happily. When he was most sad, she was drinking coffee with another man and enjoying the joy of life. And now, she was furious with him because of that man. Don't you really love me? Kunlun. Do you really just treat me as a plaything? Am I really just a pastime for rich people like you? He cried so sadly. Oh my God. Yi Kunlun was shocked. Why did he say that? Chapter 69, For you, she has begun to become humble. Yi Kunlun looked up to the sky and sighed, wondering what sin she had committed in her previous life that she ended up with such a little man in this life. Wu, you are sighing. Are you tired of being with me? Am I making you feel exhausted? Han Lingfeng couldn't stop the tears in his eyes. He was very sad because he actually made his beloved woman feel that being with him was a tiring thing, which made him feel very frustrated. Since you find it so hard, let's stop here. This was of course said in anger. Ha! Yi Kunlun took a breath. Do you really want to end it with me? Is this what you really mean? Yi Kunlun stared into Han Lingfeng's eyes. Han Lingfeng hesitated. He glanced down, not daring to look at her again. If she coaxed him at this time, he would immediately burst into laughter. But she didn't. If you really want to end it, then end it. I won't force you. Yi Kunlun raised his chin and said firmly. Han Lingfeng was heartbroken. He cried and shook his head, You don't understand me at all. You don't care about me at all. If you cared about me, you wouldn't say such words so easily. Didn't you say this to me first? You said that this is the end, and this is the end. Do you think I care? Yi Kunlun was very rude. Han Lingfeng felt even more heartbroken and cried tremblingly, Hey! Yi Kunlun, are you going to give up on me like this? Didn't you say that this is the end? So I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Kunlun fought back and kept him under control. Wu, why can't you just coax me? He felt very broken inside, just like a child who was teased by an adult and was not given candy, giving the adult a hint. But the adult just refused to give him any candy. Why should I coax you? Are you a 3-year-old child? And it was obviously you who did something wrong. Yi Kunlun said without mercy. Han Lingfeng was extremely sad. Why didn't she understand him? Why couldn't she understand his heart? He had just been verbally abused by her family, and was extremely panicked and weak. What he wanted was for her to hold him tightly. But why didn't she understand? Han Lingfeng was angry and sad, so he turned around and ran away crying. Yi Kunlun sighed deeply. Lingfeng's emotions were too unstable and he was so willful. She is busy enough at work, but she still has to spend time and energy taking care of other people's emotions, which makes her feel very exhausted. There was a moment when she really regretted falling in love. Wouldn't it be better if she didn't love anyone like before? This way, she could reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles in her life. But when she thought about the pleasant emotional experience Lingfeng brought her, she felt that she needed this love. She was amazed at how humans could have such a wonderful experience that could turn a hard heart into as soft as seawater. Lingfeng. My Lingfeng. Thinking of him, her heart softened like a sponge, as if she wanted to suck him in. She is now afraid of losing him. If he is not in her life, how boring life will be. The scene of Han Lingfeng taking medicine and destroying himself a few days ago suddenly appeared in her mind, and the fear made her shudder. She came to her senses and realized how meaningless their argument was. He just ran out crying. She was afraid that something unexpected would happen again. She hurriedly chased after him. Han Lingfeng ran out of the hotel crying, and not long after, Yi Kunlun caught up with him in his car. Lingfeng. She opened the car window and called him. Han Lingfeng looked back at her, but didn't want to pay attention to her and continued walking forward. Lingfeng. Yi Kunlun called him again. But Han Lingfeng still ignored it. In fact, he was already very happy, but this time he just wanted to be willful for once. Lingfeng, stop. Yi Kunlun had already driven the car in front of him. But he deliberately walked towards the alley next to him. He predicted that the alley was not wide enough to fit Yi Kunlun's car. Sure enough, Yi Kunlun couldn't go in after reaching the entrance of the alley. Oh my, this little brat, he did it on purpose. Yi Kunlun was going crazy, but she couldn't give up. Who made her find such a little man? She had to force herself to remain patient and turned the car in another direction, intending to stop him at the other end of the alley, which was the next intersection. Han Lingfeng looked back and guessed that she might intercept him at the next intersection. When he walked to the intersection, he saw Yi Kunlun's car parked there. He deliberately lowered his head and walked around to the side, and under the cover of those vendors, he hailed a taxi back to Longtan Villa. When Yi Kunlun's eyes searched for him, he happened to see him getting into the taxi. Oh. Yi Kunlun took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. Now she had no time to be angry, because she had to chase him quickly. She was not sure where Han Lingfeng was going. As expected, Kunlun followed him to Longtan Villa. He had just used the room card to open the door when Kunlun's voice came from behind him, Lingfeng. He looked back at her. She had just parked the car and was pushing open the door to get out. Han Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, considering whether to pay attention to her. In the end, he decided not to. He stepped forward to enter. At this time, Yi Kunlun caught up from behind and grabbed his arm. Okay, Lingfeng, don't be angry. There was pleading in her eyes. He had worn out her patience all the way. In the past, she would have disdained to do so, but she was really impressed by this willful and sensitive boy. She had learned to compromise and to bow her head. Seeing the pleading, even begging, look in Kunlun's eyes, Han Lingfeng immediately softened his heart. He reached out and hugged Kunlun. I didn't mean to be angry with you, Kunlun, I was just too sad before? Is it because of Mr. Shin? She asked, looking him straight in the eye. No. Han Lingfeng shook his head. What is that? Kunlun asked softly, pressing her forehead against his face. He couldn't tell her about her family, about how they provoked him with words. He couldn't express the pain in his heart. He just hugged Kunlun tightly, as if looking for a definite answer, and asked, Do you love me? Kunlun kissed his head. Of course I love you, why are you asking? Han Lingfeng looked up and stared into her eyes, confirming again, Do you really love me? From the bottom of your heart, not treating me as a plaything? Not treating me as an object of entertainment? What's wrong with you, Lingfeng? Yi Kunlun was confused. Why did he keep asking this question over and over again? Was he doubting something? Was he doubting her love for him? Nothing, I'm just asking casually. Han Lingfeng shook his head and his eyes became melancholy. Can't you feel it? Kunlun grabbed his hand. For you, I have begun to become humble. These words made Han Lingfeng feel a deep pain in his heart. Yes. Kunlun is the president of a group company, the eldest princess of the Yi family, and she is so beautiful and proud. But for a mortal like him, she has used the word humble. What exactly was he not satisfied with? What was he doubting? Was he going to doubt her love for him just because of what her grandmother and her cousin said? I'm sorry. Han Lingfeng hugged Yi Kunlun tightly in his arms. It's my fault. I'm too sensitive and too fragile. Kunlun also hugged him tightly and took a deep breath. I know, it's because you love me too much that this happens. Yes, I love you. He slowly put his face close to her neck and face, his voice trembling. I love you so much. Love you so much that even the word abandon cannot be mentioned. I love you too, Feng. Yi Kunlun accepted his exploring lips. The two lips kissed together, so delicately, so affectionately, and so thrillingly. Wind. You want me to? Han Lingfeng held her horizontally in his strong arms and walked towards the bedroom steadily.